Lao Chuai, I understand. For Warvolf, for the country, I will definitely bring Tang Ning down as soon as possible. Ling Yu spoke seriously as he accepted this mission. By the way, there is some important information I need to tell you. After Ling Yu reported back, Lao Chuai also provided information proactively. Tang Ning intentionally provoked the war back then, not only to make war profits with his interest group, but there was actually a very deep-seated purpose as well. We only recently discovered this through investigation. What purpose? Ling Yu asked, his expression slightly tense. The seriousness in Lao Chuai's demeanor indicated that this was no trivial matter. I heard that you've already come into contact with the Holy Fire Organization and the Qianwu Group, and this matter is directly related to these two forces, Lao Chuai said solemnly. Recently, we found out that Tang Ning had colluded with these two forces, and they had been in contact 3 years ago. The events in the Northern Territory each year may have had the manipulation of these two organizations behind them. What? Ling Yu was slightly surprised but not shocked. He had long known that the Holy Fire Organization and the Qianwu Group had ambitious goals. It was normal for Tang Ning, who held high position and power in the Dragon Kingdom, to have dealings with them. However, he hadn't expected that they had joined forces 3 years ago. This intelligence source should be reliable, Lao Chuai affirmed. Since you have contact with them, delve into the investigation. I suspect they are plotting a massive conspiracy that could overturn the existing order of the world. I understand. Ling Yu nodded gravely. Though he was not the Warvolf king of the Northern Territory, the dormant fire of passion within him had reignited. With the Holy Fire Organization eyeing the heart of the sun and the Qianwu Group targeting his child, he could not afford to ignore these two organizations and passively defend. With the help of the Northern Territory, the Werewolf Association had developed into a formal armed force, giving him the capability to strike when necessary. The next morning, Qin Mingyu was resting at home, while Ling Yu was busy in the kitchen. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Qin Ruhan hurriedly said, "I'll get it, sister. Don't move around too much while pregnant." Qin Mingyu smiled but was curious about who might be visiting. As she opened the door, she was surprised to see several of the Qin family's aunties outside. Qin Hanshu led the way in, exclaiming excitedly, "Mingyu, you're expecting? Why didn't you tell the aunties sooner?" Qin Mingyu was bombarded with greetings and excitement from the aunties. Ling Yu also emerged, exchanging greetings with them. Qin Hanshu, upon seeing Ling Yu, approached with a smile to commend him. "Ling Yu, you did well this time. Thank you for securing a spot for the Qin family in the pinnacle competition." Ling Yu humbly responded, "It's only natural. I am also a part of the Qin family. No need for thanks." His words inadvertently seemed to downplay his contribution, almost as if he was just an outsider working for the Qin family. The other aunties also began to regard Ling Yu with a newfound respect, except for Qin Zaimai, who remained aloof and uninterested in conversing with him. Shortly after, Chen Ailin and Ling Ruoxu arrived. This was the first time the elders of both families had met. Qin Hanshu and the elder aunties were polite, but Qin Zaimai and Qin Qinju looked down on Chen Ailin, a rural woman, and ignored her. The conversation between the two families proceeded with some difficulty until Qin Zaimai abruptly brought up a topic. "Mingyu, now that you have a child, have you decided on a name for him? Would he definitely carry the Qin surname?" This question heightened the tension in the hall. Chen Ailin hesitated and was at a loss for words. Ling Ruoxu, however, was quick to interject. "According to Longguo customs, children usually take their father's surname, right? Even if you want him to be named Qin, you still need our agreement. At least, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu should discuss and decide together, right?" "Hey, what's there to discuss about this matter? Wasn't it decided when you got married? If the Qin family didn't want a child, do you think your brother could have married into our family?" Qin Zaimei's words were sharp, causing even Qin Mingyu to signal her to stop. However, the damage had been done, sparking a conflict between the Qin and Ling families. Ling Ruoxu firmly responded, "As far as I know, my brother never had such an agreement with Mingyu. When did my brother marry into your family? Hasn't he always lived with Mingyu outside? You Ling family members are really shameless. After Ling Yu and Mingyu got married, they have always lived in the Qin family's house, eating and living under the Qin family's roof. If this isn't considered marrying into our family, should your whole family move in together to count as such? No. Now that your whole family has come to Dongchan, aren't you all just benefiting from Mingyu's generosity?" Enough. Stop talking. Qin Mingyu couldn't bear it anymore and coldly interrupted her auntie. Her family didn't know how much Ling Yu had helped the Qin family, but she was well aware. If it wasn't for Ling Yu saving the Chanwu Group stocks with money, the Qin family would have gone bankrupt long ago. However, she couldn't reveal this and only kept it in her heart. She understood Ling Yu's past predicament and admired him. Truly living up to his reputation as a werewolf, he remained composed. What will the child be named? I will discuss with Ling Yu and Grandpa. Let's not bring up this topic again now, Qin Mingyu decisively announced. The Qin family women fell silent at her command. Although Chen Ailan felt uneasy, to refrain from speaking further. She also wanted to help continue the Ling family line. If the child were to be named Qin, how would she face the ancestors of the Ling family? Perhaps, if Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu agreed to have another child who would bear the Ling surname, then it could be considered. Ling Yu stayed silent, not because he had no opinion but to avoid escalating tensions between the two families. He believed that debating with the Qin family aunties was meaningless, and the final decision rested with him and Qin Mingyu. HMPH, let's leave it at that for now, Qin Zimai said, looking displeased. Despite being Qin Mingyu's elder, she knew that Qin Mingyu was the one in charge. Everything would have to wait until the patriarch returned. By the way, Mingyu, the super engine has been successfully developed, and we are all quite excited. Can you take us to visit the factory? Qin Zimai enthusiastically brought up the next topic. Qin Yu was still considering whether to agree when Chen Ailan quickly spoke up on her behalf. Mingyu, now that you have a child, it's not suitable to move around too much, especially going to places like factories. Qin Yu nodded. Mom, I will be more careful, but as the head of Chiagang Group, there are many things I must personally handle. Qin Zimai immediately sneered at Chen Ailan. What does a woman like you understand? Only poor people revolve around their children all day. Women in my Kinchu family are strong women who aim to achieve great things. Taking safety precautions, what's wrong with visiting the factory? Chen Ailan was not good at arguing and lowered her head in resignation. Seeing that Ling Roxu was about to argue on behalf of her mother again, Qin Yu quickly said, Aunt, let's do it tomorrow. I want to rest well today. You can stay in the East City for one night, and tomorrow I'll show you our new industry in the East City. All right, it's a deal. Qin Zimai was very happy. Her expression was all seen by Ling Yu. After dealing with the two families of relatives, Qin Yu tactfully went to a 7-star hotel with her aunt for the night, allowing Ling Yu and Qin Yu to spend a good night nurturing their marital relationship. Ling Yu, Aunt Wu speaks harshly. Don't take it to heart. Qin Yu became more understanding and actively comforted Ling Yu's emotions. Once she knows about your contributions and help to the Qin family, she will definitely look at you with new eyes. She knew that Ling Yu's identity could not be revealed, so she had not explained on his behalf, as it would be difficult to explain many things, such as where he got so much money and why he could command the Warvolf Club. It's nothing. I never intended to argue with her, since her words cannot be trusted anyway, Ling Yu casually remarked. Qin Yu furrowed her brow slightly. So you've already decided to let the child bear the Ling surname after it is born. In fact, traditionally, this was not something that needed to be discussed. But there were some sons-in-law who, in the end, could only have their children bear the wife's surname. The biggest problem now was that Ling Yu was not a son-in-law, but the women in her family considered him as one. Mingyu, I want to hear your thoughts. I will also respect your opinions. This is a very important matter, and it's best if both our families are satisfied. Ling Yu approached the topic directly. I think it doesn't matter what surname he has. What's important is that Grandpa can agree to let him inherit the family business. Qin Yu candidly expressed her inner thoughts. Then Mingyu, are you planning to have a second child? Ling Yu also knew that there would definitely be great differences in opinion between the two families about this matter. Marriage was not just between two individuals, but between two families. King Shingang initially allowed Qin Yu to marry him because he wanted a male heir. He had even said that as long as he could make Qin Yu pregnant, he would give him all his savings, showing how eager he was for a male grandchild. But didn't her mother also want to see the Ling family have an heir? If the child bore the surname Qin, her grandfather would definitely not agree unless there was a second child. Qin Yu smiled slightly, feeling unsure how to respond, not expecting that the dignified Miss Jin would face the same dilemma as an ordinary woman. Equality among all things was fully demonstrated in this aspect. Let's go with the flow. I'm already afraid of this first pregnancy. Qin Yu laughed bitterly. I'm sorry. Mingyu, for making you suffer. Lingyu also laughed bitterly. In terms of giving birth, women sacrificed much more than men did, and it was unfair for the man to insist on the child bearing his surname. Let's wait for Grandpa's response before saying anything. I believe he will communicate well with your mother. Kinyu always had a sense of propriety and smiled. No matter what surname he has, he will always be our flesh and blood. Lingyu also nodded. That's right. No matter the surname, I will love him the same way. Me too. Kinyu nodded and leaned against Lingyu's shoulder. They had experienced so much together and gradually developed an understanding. Whenever they encountered disagreements, they sought solutions. They understood that quarreling only harmed each other, and they wouldn't be so foolish anymore. The next morning, Kinyu indeed brought Chinzaime to the Donchi factory. The elder and second aunts had returned to Huachen, leaving only Kinhonks and Kinju with Chinzaime. Chinzaime was the most enthusiastic, and after observing Donchi factory, she even discovered that it was not the production base for the super engine at all. Maybe just a place for manufacturing shells and components. Mingyu, where is the real production side of the super engine? You don't plan to tell even your close aunts? Chinzaime pressured. Kinyu frowned slightly, feeling that Aunt Wu was acting a bit strange. Lingyu directly said, Aunt Wu, you've long since sold off your shares in Chiagang Group, so why are you still so concerned about the operations of the Chiagang Group? What do you mean? Chinzaime found Lingyu displeasing in all aspects. Even though he was now the Qin family's guardian, she still didn't take him seriously and directly reprimanded. Even if I'm not a shareholder, I am still a part of the Qin family. What's wrong with me caring about the operation of the Qin family's enterprise? Lingyu also felt that her reaction was a bit off, as if she was guilty of something, and couldn't help but exchange a glance with Kinyu. Kinyu also rejected tactfully. Aunt Wu, the super engine is a top secret of the group's high-level management. You are not an internal staff of Chiagang Group, so there's no need to worrying about it for us. Unexpectedly, Chinzaime wasn't giving up yet and directly grabbed Kinhonk's hand excitedly, saying, I may not be a shareholder, but shouldn't third sister and fourth sister be? If they want to see it, they should have the right to, right? Purple Plum. Kinhonks finally spoke up. Since Mingyu doesn't want it to be public, let's have fewer people know about it. I believe Mingyu doesn't distrust us, but more people knowing increases the risk of leaks. Since we are not usually involved in the operations of Chiagang Group, it's best if we are less curious about the group secrets. Chinzaime looked angry and helpless, her mouth opening and closing, ultimately swallowing the words she wanted to say. In the end, she just gave a cold snort and remained silent. After a hurried visit to Donchi, the ass left. Kinyu inexplicably felt relieved. Previously, her interactions with her aunts had always been easygoing. Why did she now feel a sense of restraint? Is it true what they say that after marriage, a woman's relationship with her family gradually changes? Mingyu, am I overthinking? I feel like Aunt Wu seems to covet the super engine secrets. Lingyu, after revealing his identity, saw Kinyu as his closest person. Things he couldn't mention before, he could now discuss openly. I also have that feeling. I always feel that she and the Li family of Yanjing are too close, and recently Thur and even told me that she is planning to start a company in collaboration with the Li family. Kinyu shared the information openly. Li family? Lingyu furrowed his brow slightly, but I don't think that Li Puchang looks like a traitor. HMPH. One must be cautious. You should also avoid getting too close to such people in the future. With that man in mind, Chen Ningyu couldn't help but get angry, as it reminded her of the time they went to Heaven nightclub together to find some ladies. Eventually, they even found her sister Qin Yuxuan. Lingyu also understood why his wife was angry, so he awkwardly tapped his foot and quickly changed the topic. I'll go bring the car over. Let's head home and rest well. That night, Qin Zaimai and Qin Hanshu went their separate ways. They would only reunite after the end of the martial arts peak tournament that night, each heading to a private club alone. There, a charming middle-aged man was already waiting for Qin Zaimai. Darling, I've missed you so much. The man was in a good mood, and upon seeing Qin Zaimai, he eagerly embraced her. He exuded warmth mixed with a hint of roguishness, accompanied by an air of superiority, clean and emanating a high-end cologne scent. Such a man made it hard for a woman to resist, even for someone like Qin Zaimai. Man and Qin Zimai kissed passionately for a long time, displaying gentlemanly behavior tinged with a touch of wildness, until Qin Zimai's passion erupted and she took the initiative to embrace his muscular waist. Then he began catering to her needs. Half an hour later, Qin Zimai was lying on a wine-red sofa, breathing in the scent of orchids, drenched in sweat. Her hazy eyes, slightly upturned corners of her mouth, all revealed a strong sense of satisfaction. Senior, I never thought that a man approaching 50 like you still has such stamina. Remarkable. The man's face was filled with pride, his smile exuding mature charm. Of course. Junior, I've always kept my stamina for you. The man's name was Li Bamai, the father of Li Puchang. In his early 40s this year, the heir of the Li family in the capital, he was known for his promiscuity, having frequented romantic places since the age of 16, his experience in courting women far surpassing his son's. As for him keeping his stamina for Qin Zimai, that was purely nonsense. His physical and mental energy had always been artificially maintained through money. To him, making money as a man was to enjoy women, enjoying all kinds of women. Qin Zimai was his junior sister, but back then the Li family's power was far weaker than it is now, and Qin Zimai never paid attention to him. Later on, he managed to establish himself in the capital with the help of his wife through marriage, gradually developing into the second-tier commercial family they were today. With his wife now deceased, he was resorting to seducing his old crush more aggressively. Qin Zimai, dissatisfied with her situation in the Qin family and now in her 40s, often felt lonely and empty at night. So, when her senior brother made advances, she finally threw herself into his arms, becoming the woman under him. After tasting the experience of being a woman, she was falling deeper for Li Bamai. Senior, congratulations on your family obtaining the 2 tickets for the final. If your family can become the champion of the peak tournament, your prestige will surely soar, and future prospects in the southern continent will be like a fish in water, right? Haha. That's a must. Our Li family is determined to win the championship. I also want to establish a great enterprise in the southern continent. With this kind of strength as a foundation, our Li family can strive to be one of the top 4 powerful families in Yanjing. By then, when you marry me, we will be at the pinnacle in Dragon Country. Qin Zimai had never been in love before, and now she was easily falling for others' grand promises. Thinking that she could become a figure at the top of the national pyramid in the future, no longer needing to care about others in the Qin family, she was full of expectations. Seeing her expression, Li Bamai then revealed his true motivation. Junior, for the Li family to become one of the top 4 families in Yanjing, just relying on winning the peak tournament in the southern continent is far from enough. We also need the sun heart of the Qin family, as well as advanced commercial technology like the super engine. Qin Zimai understood his meaning, and with her bare chest against his warm body, lowered her eyes and said, Senior, I understand. The sun heart in the hands of the Qin family simply being wasted. With the lack of male heirs in the Qin family, instead of letting the Qin family's assets and sun heart fall into the hands of those unworthy, it's better for me to take them over and together we can maximize their value. Li Bamai was overjoyed to hear this and he energetically pressed her down, lifting her chin with his fingers, sweetly cooing, Darling, you're so good to Senior. Senior must reward you well tonight. Thus, a pair of lovers who had waited for 20 years indulged freely in the last warmth before their bodies grew old. On the other side, Ling Yu's family was holding a funeral for their cousin today. Due to regulations in Dongcheng, the deceased could not be moved out of the city, so they had to conduct the funeral in Dongcheng before bringing the ashes back to the hero village for burial. Since the Ling family had few relatives in Dongcheng, the funeral today would be relatively quiet. Yu Tingting had been holding Little Wei in front of the spiritual hall. Little Wei was crying more intensely, while Yu Tingting's face was full of sorrow, remaining silent without shedding tears. Qin Mingyu and Qin Ruhan also arrived. Seeing Yu Tingting walk away from the memorial tablet to the restroom, Qin Mingyu couldn't help but say to Ling Yu, "Go and comfort your sister-in-law." Ling Yu was a bit puzzled, not understanding his wife's intentions. Qin Mingyu sighed and said, "When Tingting married your cousin, wasn't it partly for you? Now that your cousin has passed away, only you can comfort her. If your mother agrees, you should advise her to consider marrying again." She felt sorry for Yu Tingting. She was only 27 years old and couldn't possibly remain a widow forever. Ling Yu nodded, In fact, Chen Ailin had already talked to Yu Tingting and they supported her if she wanted to remarry. Sister-in-law. Just as Yu Tingting walked out, she heard Ling Yu's voice, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Ling Yu walked up to her and said, "Cousin has passed away. We are all saddened, but please accept our condolences. The future days are still long. You must plan for yourself well." Hearing this, Yu Tingting, who had been strong for the past few days, finally couldn't hold back her tears. Ling Yu handed her a tissue. However, she didn't accept it, crying with lured eyes, "I really intended to spend my whole life with him. I didn't expect him to suddenly pass away like this. I don't know what to do now. I really don't know." Ling Yu nodded, understanding her feelings, and took the tissue to wipe away the tears on her cheeks. Yu Tingting had always liked this man, and finally couldn't help but fall into his embrace and cry freely. Ling Yu was a bit at a loss, considering pushing his sister-in-law away, as it wasn't in line with societal morals, especially with his wife seeing this. But Chen Mingyu remained unfazed and gestured for him not to push Yu Tingting away, then silently left. She thought Yu Tingting was pitiful, and if she wasn't even allowed to cry in the arms of the man she loved, then that would be too cruel. After crying for quite some time, Yu Tingting finally lifted her head, separated from Ling Yu on her own initiative. "Second uncle, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that, but I just couldn't find a shoulder to cry on." "It's okay, my shoulder is always available for you to lean on, but I don't want to see you sad and crying again." Ling Yu's comfort was truly the best medicine for healing Yu Tingting's heart. Yu Tingting nodded, wiped away the tears on her cheeks, and forced a smile. "Second uncle, I understand. I will stay strong. I will also raise Xiaowei well into adulthood." Ling Yu also smiled and nodded. It was good that Yu Tingting had this idea, but he was worried that things wouldn't be so peaceful on Mo Shu and Zikion's side. As expected, as soon as the two returned to the funeral scene, Mo Shu and Zikion arrived. Looking at Ling Sitang's portrait, Zikion had an icy expression. On the other hand, Mo Shu held 3 incense sticks, bowing and chuckling. "Ugly man, in appreciation for raising my child for 6 years, I offer incense for you and guarantee to avenge you. Rest in peace." Upon hearing Mo Shu's words, Chen Ailin couldn't bear it. "Please don't speak such words in front of Sitang's memorial tablet. Xiaowei is his son and also a member of our Ling family." Mo Shu laughed, not wanting to argue. However, Zikion sneered. At this point, still speaking such nonsense. "Xiaowei is the child of Mo Shu and me. What relationship does he have with your Ling family?" Chen Ailin was furious, clutching her chest, looking visibly pained. "Get out of here. You're not welcome." Ling Ruoxu stepped forward immediately, pointing to the door, reprimanding the two shameless individuals. Mo Shu saw Ling Yu return and didn't argue with his family. However, Zikion, who had always harbored negative opinions about the Ling family, especially after many arguments with Ling Ruoxu in the past, stubbornly refused to leave and loudly declared, "If you still don't believe Xiaowei is the child of Mo Shu and me, we'll do a paternity test now. Once the results are out, don't hinder us from taking our son away." Hearing this, Jin Mingyu couldn't help but smile. Ling Ruoxu became more assertive, directly mocking, "Zikion, are you still illiterate? Besides, even if Xiaowei were truly your son, he wouldn't be leaving with you now. He bears the Ling surname and is the son of our Ling family." Zikion became agitated. "What nonsense are you talking? Now that Ling Sitang is dead, does Yu Tingting still have to live with a child who has no blood relation to her? Xiaowei can only grow up healthy with us and that's where he belongs." Xiaowei had been listening to the adults' conversation, looking somewhat lost in his gaze. At this moment, Ling Yu quickly walked over, gently stroking Xiaowei's head to reassure him. "Xiaowei, don't be afraid. As long as you don't want to leave, Uncle will make sure nobody can take you away." Xiaowei nodded, looking at Yu Tingting and Zikion alternately, lips pressed together, remaining silent. Zikion, on the other hand, grabbed his hand in excitement, loudly exclaiming, "Xiaowei, you are the son of Mo Shu and me. We are your biological parents. Come live with us now." As she was getting older, Zikion had concerns about her fertility due to her previous job as a hostess with a 6-year-old son. She had to take him away. She also knew that by doing so, she was using her son to keep Mo Shu tied to her. Being lazy, she had no intention of working for the rest of her life. Her son was not only her cash cow but also a tool for her retirement. How could she hand him over to others? "Let go." Ling Ruoxu directly brushed off her hand. This is child trafficking. You'll go to jail. During the divorce, it was already decided that Xiaowei will stay with my cousin, who married Tingting, making her his mother. You're spouting nonsense. Ziqian was ignorant of the law, believing that being the loudest meant being right. That woman has nothing to do with Xiaowei. Now that Ling Sitang is dead, why shouldn't she remarry as a single woman? Why bring a child along? Haha. That's the point. Mo Shu chimed in. Ling Yu, we both value reason. Ziqian is right about this matter. Then, turning to Yu Tingting, he grinned. Beautiful teacher, if you don't mind, you can marry me. I'm still single. Heh. Not being blind, Mo Shu acknowledged that while Yu Tingting couldn't compare to beauties like Chen Mingyu and Zhao Wenjun, she was definitely a better choice than Ziqian. Ziqian was almost furious. If Yu Tingting had agreed, and Xiaowei had married Mo Shu, what would that make her? Luckily, Yu Tingting didn't give Mo Shu any face. You're so ugly. I'd rather die than marry you. Oh. Mo Shu was momentarily stunned, noticing the women around him stifling their laughter. Feeling embarrassed, he didn't get angry with Yu Tingting, still grinning. It's fine if you don't want to marry me. As long as you let Xiaowei be with us, I'll pay you. How about 1 million? 5 million? Or do you want more? He was eager to keep his only son beside him. Despite being wealthy, his appearance had always deterred women from considering marriage with him, never having experienced true love himself. Entertaining numerous women was merely a pastime for him, relying on Durux and Jebsen for companionship if he ever wanted a biological child in the future. I don't want your money. It's up to Xiaowei to decide. If he chooses to be with you, then I will let him. Yu Tingting paused, before continuing firmly. If he chooses me, I will do my best to raise him into adulthood, even if it means enduring hardship. I want teacher Tingting. Xiaowei almost instantly hugged Yu Tingting, knowing well that Ziqian was lazy and with her, he'd likely go hungry frequently. In contrast, Yu Tingting was tender, hardworking, skilled in all things domestic, and always prepared delicious meals. Despite lacking a biological connection, he preferred teacher Tingting. Oh, you little rascal. Mo Shu and Ziqian were both infuriated by Xiaowei's decision. Before Mo Shu could speak, Ling Yu decisively intervened. Now do you have nothing more to say? Whether it's by law or Xiaowei's personal choice, he will be with sister-in-law Tingting. Hey, can we be reasonable here? Mo Shu impatiently suggested. The child hasn't lived with us yet, so he doesn't know how good we are to him. He definitely won't choose us now. You must give us a chance. How about this? Whoever can help him avenge his ugly father, that's who Xiaowei will favor in the future. Ling Yu chuckled. I don't seem to need to agree with you, right? Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Xiaowei made a commitment. All right, if you can take down my father's enemies, I'll be with you in the future. Otherwise, I'll stick with teacher Tingting. Everyone was shocked. Mo Shu burst into laughter upon hearing his son's resolute response. Haha, that's great. We men must stand by our word. You can't go back on your promise. I will never go back on my word. Xiaowei's gaze was unwavering. If he had the deepest affection for anyone, it was for Ling Sitang, who had raised him for 6 years. As his son, he was determined to find a way to avenge his father and seek justice for him. Chen Ailan and Yu Tingting both thought that there wouldn't be many people attending today's funeral, but unexpectedly, after Mo Shu and Ziqian left, more people arrived. The newcomers didn't make a big show, but due to their significant number and distinguished backgrounds, they created a scene. Chen Ailan and Yu Tingting observed that these people dressed elegantly and carried themselves with extraordinary grace, clearly belonging to the upper echelons of society. How could Ling Sitang have such friends during his lifetime? Not to mention them, even Qin Mingyu was somewhat surprised. As the first prominent family in the southern province, the Su family actually came to pay respects to someone they had never been in contact with, indicating how much they wanted to establish a good relationship with her husband. In this way, they might even know Ling Yu's true identity, right? Otherwise, even if Ling Yu helped them secure an advancement slot for Dong Su, they would not have given such weighty attention. Mr. Ling. Miss Qin. We are here to offer our condolences. Su Qianmo spoke first to Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu. After Ling Yu and his wife nodded, Su Qianmo approached Yu Tingting and Xiaowei. Sister-in-law, Xiaowei, please accept this small token of our East Su family's goodwill. Please take it. Su Qianmo handed a bank card to Yu Tingting. Yu Tingting was a bit shocked. This woman looked like a wealthy young lady, like a princess. In the past, she would have been proud to know these people, but now that these people took the initiative to socialize with her, everything seemed to be thanks to second uncle, right? She knew that becoming Ling Yu's sister-in-law would bring her treatment she had never dared to dream of before. Sister-in-law, Miss Su is sincere. Please accept it. Ling Yu, seeing her hesitation, also encouraged. Yu Tingting nodded, took the bank card, and politely said, "Thank you, Miss Su." After Su Qianmo nodded slightly, she looked back at her family. Starting with Master Su, the Su family members paid their respects to Ling Shitan. "Mr. Ling, can I have a chat with you?" After the funeral, Master Su personally invited Ling Yu. Only after Ling Yu looked at Qin Mingyu did he nod his head, and the two couples and the Su family went to the backstage. "Mr. Ling, there is actually something I'd like to discuss with you today." Master Su remained very respectful and polite. Ling Yu was a bit unaccustomed to this type of interaction and went straight to the point, saying, "Master Su, please speak candidly. No need for formalities." Only then did Master Su nod and ask directly, "Mr. Ling, do you intend to help the Su family win the championship or help the Qin family win?" Su Jianlu and Su Qianmo also looked at Ling Yu, their gazes not oppressive but filled with curiosity. After watching Ling Yu's display of strength a few days ago, Su Jianlu no longer doubted Ling Yu's ability to win the championship. The question was, with his dual identity now, who knew under which identity he would compete for the championship? Qin Mingyu also looked at Ling Yu, not exerting any pressure on him. Of course, she wanted the Qin family to win the championship, but she was also a bit worried about attracting too much attention. The Qin family's foundation in East City was not yet stable, and climbing to high and gaining too much invite alliances against them and suppression. "Master Su, I would like to know your thoughts first." Ling Yu did not give a direct answer, even though he had already promised to help the Qin family in a chairman position in the Southern Business Association through a video call with the old leader. However, he did not know what was on Master Su's mind. Master Su glanced at Su Jianlu and his daughter before sighing softly and saying, "Since we're all here, I won't beat around the bush. I'm getting old and can't handle things anymore. Of course, I hope that my family can continue my unfinished business, clean up the Dragon Country Business Association, and create a favorable business environment for the country. But," hearing the "but," Su Jianlu bowed his head. Su Qianmo, however, showed little change in her expression, even more composed than her father. Ling Yu continued to listen silently, without any intention to interrupt. "But my eldest son and his family have impure intentions. They only care about power and status, and lately, they have been exchanging subtle looks with the Tang family in East City, obviously plotting something. If the chairman position were to fall into their hands, the entire Dragon Country business sector would undoubtedly be completely dominated by the Tang family, with unimaginable consequences." Although the Dragon Country was vast, it was divided into 5 major business association regions, and Southern Province was the largest in terms of economic size among the 5 major business associations. It could even stand firmly among the top 10 in the world when compared individually with countries. That's why Tang Ning was so eager to control the Southern Business Association. Until she achieved this goal, she would never give up. Ling Yu simply nodded and continued to listen. "As for my second son's East Su family, whether in business, connections, martial force, or other aspects, they are still not as strong as the Deep Su family. Despite having focused on helping them develop over the past year, the differences are still very apparent. Even if Mr. Ling helps them win the championship, I would hand over the chairman position to him. However, he might not be able to hold on to it, and there might even be risks to his life." At this point, Qin Mingyu understood why Chairman Su had come to find Ling Yu. Ling Yu was also slightly surprised and directly asked, "So Chairman Su, you want me to help the Qin family win the championship and then let them take over as chairman?" He had originally thought that Chairman Su came today specifically to ask for his help in securing a championship for East Su, completely guessing wrong. "That's right." Chairman Su nodded and sighed, saying, "I've been the chairman for these years and have faced assassinations close to 100 times, especially in the last year. The attempts have been outrageous, nearly to 2-3 times every month. If it weren't for meeting Mr. Ling just in time last time, I'm afraid I would have already passed away. So, I feel that if the chairman position goes to Jianlu, It might harm him, but it's different if it goes to the Qin family. The old man was still worried that Ling Yu and his wife would misunderstand. Before they could interject, he quickly added, Mr. Ling's abilities are extraordinary, and the Qin family also has a top expert, Mr. Bai. Whether the Qin family is led by Qin Chang'an or Miss Qin Mingyu, with personal bodyguards like you two, they will certainly be safe. This reasoning was acceptable to Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu. However, Qin Mingyu was still worried, not because she didn't trust Ling Yu but because she was now carrying a baby and feared a mishap with one mistake. So, she was now hesitant to become the chairman of this business association. Chairman Su, I will consider this matter carefully. Ling Yu looked at Qin Mingyu's expression and couldn't immediately agree. I will decide how to proceed based on actual needs when the time comes. Chairman Su also understood that Ling Yu had 3 identities advancing, and before the finals were decided, he couldn't determine under which identity he would compete for the championship. Moreover, if numerous formidable opponents emerge, Ling Yu couldn't guarantee that he would be the one to succeed in the end. Well, that's fine then. Chairman Su understood that the finals were approaching, and he just wanted to inform Ling Yu first. Ultimately, the decision-making authority would still be in Ling Yu's hands. Today's funeral was much more lively and imagined. After the Su family left, more people came. Seeing Lin Fen and Shen Xiaopang leading the way, Ling Yu and others were not surprised, but behind them, there were 3 more people. Ancestors. Old drunkard. Ling Yu hurriedly walked over to greet these individuals. Even Chen Ailin and Ling Ruoxu hurriedly came over to greet them. These were respected elders in the hero village, especially the ancestor, who was rumored not to have left the village for 10 years, but here he was today in the East City. However, when Ling Yu saw the last person, he stopped in his tracks. Xiao Wei, upon seeing this woman, exclaimed excitedly, "What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Go away." It was Yuan Bingsh, the sister of Yuan Shi. The siblings bore a resemblance, and upon seeing Yuan Bingsh, children couldn't help but connect her to their father's murderer, feeling agitated. Xiao Wei, don't be like this. Each person is responsible for their own actions. This matter has nothing to do with his sister. Ling Yu quickly stopped Xiao Wei. Thank you. Yuan Bingsh thanked Ling Yu, albeit without much emotion. Ah, how could this happen? The ancestor, supported by Yuan Bingsh, slowly approached Ling Shidan's spirit tablet with a touch of regret. It has been a long time since a fratricide occurred in Hero Village. It truly is heartbreaking and regretful. The old drunkard also looked sorrowful as he lit an incense for Ling Shitang. Humph, Yuan Shi is simply inhuman. Shen Xiaopang, upon hearing his master speak, immediately shouted excitedly, I knew the son of a murderer wouldn't be a good person either. Didn't expect him to behave decently in Hero Village and reveal his true nature right after leaving the village, selling his soul to the demon Tang family for money and beautiful women, even killing his own villagers. Fatty, shut up. Ling Yu quickly stopped him. There were 2 reasons. Firstly, Fatty's words were not entirely true. Yuan Shi was not as despicable as he claimed. And secondly, seeing how saddened the ancestor was, he didn't want to upset the centenarian. Is this Shitting's wife? The ancestor, putting aside his sorrowful expression, looked at Yu Tingting. Good day, ancestor. Yu Tingting kowtowed to the ancestor. She understood Hero Village customs. During the first year of marriage, one had to kowtow to the ancestor before Chinese New Year. However, she never anticipated her husband's departure before the New Year. Well, may the Buddha bless you and your son with good fortune in the future. The ancestor affectionately patted her and Xiao Wei on their heads. Watching this scene, Qin Mingyu suddenly felt as if the old man was akin to a living Buddha. However, she maintained her own style and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Ling Yu, once this matter is resolved here, arrange to bring your cousin's ashes back to the village for burial. After completing his tasks, the ancestor instructed Ling Yu. Yes, ancestor. Ling Yu showed great respect towards the old man. After all, he was his grandfather's teacher. At this moment, the old drunkard stepped forward and said, the reason we came to the East City today was to remind you about something particular. Ling Yu quickly asked, do we need to find another place to speak? Both the ancestor and the old drunkard were prominent figures in the village. The information they brought was surely not trivial. The ancestor nodded, allowing Ling Yu and the old drunkard to converse privately. Even Yuan Bingsh was not excluded. let alone Shen Xiaopeng and the others. Ling Yu, have you heard about Yuanji's background? The ancestor asked Ling Yu after sitting down. I've heard about it, but not in detail, and I'm not sure about its authenticity. Ling Yu nodded, saying, I heard his parents killed many people and then committed suicide, and the ancestor brought them back to the village. The ancestor nodded and slowly said, all of that is true, but what you don't know is how many people his parents killed and why they committed suicide. Ling Yu shook his head. The ancestor sighed. In fact, both Yuanqi and his parents were relatively simple people, but such individuals were prone to demonic possession, particularly due to the Yuan family's cultivation techniques. Ling Yu's surprise was evident. The ancestor continued, the Yuan family's sword technique is the generational life and death dilemma sword, with a long history and requires a corresponding Mandarin duck bright yin technique to unleash the strongest sword moves. The problem lies in this Mandarin duck bright yin technique. It requires the practitioner to endure excruciating pain to unleash their sinister aura. Back then, his father went to a village to seek vengeance for his younger brother and encountered exceptionally powerful enemies. They were no match for them. In order to make her husband stronger, the wife deliberately died by his sword. Yuanji's father's demonic nature erupted. Not only did he kill the enemy, but he also lost control and killed all the villagers. Hearing this bizarre story, Ling Yu was left dumbfounded. If the tale was told by anyone other than the highly respected ancestor, he wouldn't have believed it, not even the punctuation marks. The old drunkard couldn't help but interject, Ling Yu, I came to remind you that because of Luna's death, Yuanji's mental state has deteriorated, and now, after getting entangled in the blood of his fellow villagers, he might succumb to demonic possession. If you ever confront him, be extremely cautious. Ling Yu nodded, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Yuanqi was formidable enough without being possessed. If he were to succumb to it, Ling Yu, with his current skill level, might not be a match. Ling Yu. The ancestor sighed once more. There's something I probably shouldn't say, but please forgive me for saying it. Ling Yu forced a smile, albeit anticipating what the ancestor would say, but out of respect for the venerable elder, he gestured, please go ahead, ancestor. So, here it is, something you may not want to hear. The ancestor's deep eyes held a faint glimmer as he requested, Yuanqi is someone I watched grow up. He has helped many people in the village, and he is a rare talent skilled in both literary and martial arts. If possible, I hope you can spare his life at the critical moment, bring him back to the hero village, and I will find a way to dispel his inner demons. Ling Yu also sighed and nodded. In his mind, all he could see were the childhood memories of playing together. Originally, he, Yuanqi, and Luna were the closest friends. How did they end up on divergent paths as adults? Fate truly enjoys toying with people. Chen Mingyu had been waiting at the funeral parlor, and upon seeing Ling Yu bid farewell to the ancestor, her expression grew noticeably solemn, hurriedly walking over and gently linking her arm with his. Ling Yu, don't burden yourself too much. Remember, no matter what happens, I and our child will always stand by your side. Ling Yu turned to look at Chen Mingyu, smiling and nodding. Having a wife like her was truly a blessing in this lifetime. She didn't need to know the specifics of what was happening. A simple word of encouragement at the right moment was like pouring the best oil over her husband. The peak competition in the southern region is about to come to an end. There are still 3 days left, and it is the exciting finals moment. Where there are competitions, there will always be surprises. The current advancement results are mostly within everyone's expectations, but there are also some unexpected outcomes. The major families and powers are generally stable, but some have made mistakes, with the most typical being the Zia family. According to incomplete statistics, after the Zia family's loss, the losses in the market have already reached 4 billion, and this number will only continue to rise. Many forces and companies have already terminated their cooperation with the Zia family. The Zia family is losing its connections, and those people have already begun to curry favor with other family forces. It can be foreseen that one of the vice presidents of the Southern Commerce Association from the Zia family will definitely lose his position in the next month's election. In contrast to the decline of the Zia family, the rise of the Qin family is the most eye-catching. The business of the Qin family continues to soar, and there are even rumors that Chairman Su may pass on the chairman position to the Qin family. Originally, few people believed this, but as more people spread the rumor, over time, some people naturally began to believe it. However, Everyone is clear that for this to happen, the only prerequisite is that the Qin family's sole player, Ling Yu, wins the championship of the peak competition. In the eyes of many, this is deemed completely impossible, because in the rankings by the organizers of the competition, Ling Yu only received an S grade. Of course, this S rating resulted in much controversy. Some believe that based on the results, if old Jing had advanced, he would have been a solid S-level player, but he lost to the player in white pants, who later lost to Ling Yu. Calculating in this manner, even if Ling Yu is not an S+ player, he should at least be an S high-level player. However, Ling Yu ultimately lost to the Werewolf King in the additional match, and this Werewolf King is currently ranked second to last among the advancing players, receiving only an A medium rating, which is just slightly better than the disabled Pei Yonggao. Following this logic, Ling Yu can at most be considered an A player. This vast difference in his upper and lower limits makes Ling Yu one of the most controversial players who is constantly being discussed. Besides Ling Yu, among the currently advancing players, the most attention is also on several others. The most eye-catching is undoubtedly the only player officially rated as an S+ by the authorities, Mr. Wang Lan from the East Su family, a masked man who saved Miss Jin-san. His strength is evident to all, and many believe that the skinny monkey he effortlessly defeated is at least an S-level player. Additionally, the several other favorites for the championship all possess strengths above S-level, namely, Tang Jiazuangxiu, S-high, the Mo Shu from the City of Charm Group, S slightly high, the Ai Mingyu from the Nangong family, S. Furthermore, the two advancing players from the Deep Su family are both S-level, which is why there is so much attention on the Deep Su family to win. The people around are all buzzing with excitement about the competition, but as one of the participants, Ling Yu is not concerned in the slightest about these so-called data analyses and rankings. He is well aware that computer-analyzed data has a certain degree of accuracy, but true experts do not care or believe in such analyses. Real experts easily conceal their true strengths, so how can computers accurately analyze their performance under different states? Today, Qin Mingyu asked him to adjust his condition in the fitness room of the company's building, preparing adequately for the upcoming finals. However, Lin Fen rushed in a fluster to find him. Ling Yu, it's over now. I'm done for. What's over? Ling Yu saw Lin Fan's hair tousled like a chicken's nest and jokingly remarked, "Your hairstyle is quite trendy. Is it the latest popular style? Are you becoming a trendsetter?" In reality, he wanted his buddy to relax and talk properly. However, Lin Fan was still in a state of confusion, speaking somewhat incoherently. "Hey, I'm here to bid farewell to you. I messed up. I'm leaving. Maybe going abroad, not coming back." Only then did Ling Yu furrow his brows, sensing that the situation must be serious for Lin Fan to be so panicked. At this point, Shen Xiaopang, who came to discuss business, overheard their conversation as soon as he entered and couldn't resist teasing. "Lin Fan, what's wrong with you? Did you assault a beauty? Or steal someone's for misdeeds? No matter what you did, boldly and shamelessly confess it. Even if my senior brother and I can't save you, we can visit you in jail in the future." Facing their banter, Lin Fan sighed heavily. "I killed someone, and not just one. Many people." "What? How did you kill them? Was it like a wall massacre, where you killed over 1 billion people?" Startled by Shen Xiaopang, who thought Lin Fan was joking, this guy had no strength. How could he kill someone? "Xiaopang, stop with the dirty jokes. Get out of here." Ling Yu knows Lin Fan better than anyone else, so he quickly told Shen Xiaopang to leave, then said to Lin Fan, "Don't panic, organize your thoughts and explain properly." Lin Fan swallowed and, after calming himself, explained the whole situation. "What? You're saying there was a radiation issue at the Donchi factory, causing severe illnesses and even deaths among many people?" Ling Yu was also very surprised upon hearing this. How come Qin Mingyu never mentioned it to him? Yes, Lin Fan slapped his thigh in a hurry. "It was only when the city's political department officials came today that I found out about such a big incident. Those patients had already appeared long ago, but someone intentionally hid it." Who hid the patients? What was the purpose behind the actions? Shen Xiaopang still couldn't believe it. With this issue, their company and his senior brother might also be held responsible, right? Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't know. Only Ling Yu remained calm, speculating, the people behind this must want to gather the patients first and then reveal it all at once, aiming to completely ruin the Chia Gang group, leaving them no chance. "Ha ha, Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fan were both taken aback by this cunning plan. Lin Fan, is it that you signed that responsibility document from the East City Commerce Bureau before? At this moment, Qin Ruhan also overheard their conversation and stormed in excitedly to ask. Lin Fan nodded. At the time, the Bureau warned us that our product might have radiation issues. If we didn't sign that document, no one would take responsibility, and we wouldn't be able to produce the super engine. I thought at that time, how could this thing have radiation? Even if it did, our workers were protective gear against radiation, and unrelated people couldn't enter our factory, so I signed it directly back then. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Qin Ruhan was speechless. After a while, she hurriedly rebuked, for such a big matter, you should have discussed it with me, your superior, first. How can you make decisions on your own? Third miss, on the day you signed this document, you were actually kidnapped. Moreover, I thought that in case anything happened, I would bear all responsibility myself and not involve you. Third miss. Lin Fan's words directly left Qin Ruhan at a loss. She wanted to scold him but couldn't find the words. After all, the project was so urgent that even a single day could not be delayed. Lin Fan had signed his own name for her and for the company's sake, but he was an employee of Chiagang Group, and if something went wrong, even if he was willing to take the blame, it would still involve Chiagang Group. Why was this man's thinking so straightforward? Ruhan, now is not the time to assign blame. Let's quickly find a way to solve the problem. Ling Yu spoke up for Lin Fan. But brother-in-law, aren't you supposed to be fully preparing for the peak competition these days? How do you have time to focus on other matters? Qin Ruhan was very anxious. The results of the peak competition were also very important for the Qin family. There's no other way. This matter concerns the survival of Chiagang Group. It's more important in reaching the peak. Plus, your sister is currently in a delicate condition. Don't tell her about this for now, so as not to make her worrying too much. Ling Yu solemnly advised. At that moment, Qin Ruhan felt that her brother-in-law was really reliable. His eyes at that moment. Why were they so similar to those of her hero? Wait, his lips also look similar. That day. And she fed cake to her hero. Weren't his lips just like that under the half mask? What's going on? Coincidence? Let's go. Let's first go to the hospital to see the patients. Do you know where these patients are being treated? Ling Yu, unaware of his sister-in-law's strange expression, asked Lin Fan. When he saw the patients, he could determine the cause. If it wasn't due to radiation from the factory, the issue could be resolved directly. If it was indeed due to radiation, he needed to quickly find a way to cure these people because as long as they remained alive, everything else was trivial. At the Tang Private Hospital. Tang Hospital. Upon hearing this name, Ling Yu became quite sensitive, but none of them were locals of Dongcheng City, so they couldn't confirm who owned this hospital. The group of four immediately headed to Tang Hospital. Although this private hospital was not lacking in strength, it definitely couldn't compare to a large public hospital. Why were all the patients arranged to come here? On the way, Qin Ruhan had already contacted Zia Family, asking her to look into the details of Tang Hospital without informing her sister. As soon as they got out of the car, she immediately said, "Brother-in-law, Tang Hospital is controlled by the Tang Yuzi family. It must be those scoundrels from the Tang family trying to retaliate against us." "Perhaps not," Ling Yu said. When Lin Fan signed the documents, Tang Yuzi hadn't died yet, but this matter is definitely related to the Tang family. Let's go in first to take a look before making any conclusions. Qin Ruhan nodded, her pretty face serious. This time, she must work together with her brother-in-law to help the Qin family solve this major problem, so her pregnant sister wouldn't have to worry. She wanted to prove that she could handle things on her own too. "I'm sorry, you can't enter this special ward." After finally finding out where the group of patients were located, they arrived at the entrance only to find hospital security guards stationed there, preventing them from entering. "Why not?" Lin Fan immediately asked. "The patients in the special ward are infectious. No visitors allowed." Several security personnel responded in a practiced, official tone. Lin Fan became agitated and declared, "The patients inside are my relatives. I'm not afraid of getting infected. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. If you're told you can't enter, then you can't. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for treating you as troublemakers." The leading security guard warned in a stern voice. Ling Yu quickly pulled Lin Fan back and smiled. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry, but my brother-in-law's wife is also inside. We're in a hurry." Our family can't be without a mother. Could you let us in to take a look? We understand medical practices and will take necessary precautions. We won't cause any trouble for the hospital. He knew that making a scene would only attract unnecessary attention, especially since someone wanted to harm Chia gang group. He couldn't reveal too early that they had been to Tang Hospital. Though the head of security still refused them entry, he inadvertently revealed a key piece of information, saying, "We are just following orders. Please don't make things difficult for us. Whoever you wish to see inside needs approval from our hospital director." Lin Fan wanted to argue further, but Ling Yu pulled him away. "Ling Yu, why not just force our way in? We need to know the conditions of those patients." Lin Fan was very anxious. He had received a notice from the city government that someone exposed to radiation in Donchi factory had been brought to Tang Hospital and was near death. As the person in charge, he had to take responsibility. However, he hadn't seen the exact condition of the patients and had only seen some photos sent by the other party. Forcing our way in would raise suspicions. It would push them to reveal the situation immediately. That would be our loss. We need to act before they deal us a fatal blow and try to minimize or eliminate the situation. Ling Yu patiently explained his reasoning to his friend. Lin Fan also understood Ling Yu's logic. They had to compete against time now, as the other party was planning something big. They had to preemptively address the situation before the opponent could strike. Let's first figure out a plan, without alerting the higher-ups, and then we can enter inside to assess further, Ling Yu said before proactively contacting Zia Family. Shortly after, Zia Family provided him with some information. The director of Tang Hospital, Dong Lei, was once a prominent disciple of Luo Qian. Upon receiving this information, Ling Yu now had a plan in mind. He immediately called Luo Qian, but instead of discussing the matter directly, he said, "Master Luo, I heard that Tang Hospital has a group of patients with unique cases, and no one seems to have a solution. Can you help treat them?" If it were someone else, Luo Qian might not have paid attention. However, this person was the top Chinese medicine doctor in the country. After taking one of Ling Yu's longevity pills, he seemed to have regained 20 years of youth, and even his lost male vigor returned a bit. So, he still dreamed of getting another pill. Now that Ling Yu had called him on his own, Luo Qian put aside all his current matters and made arrangements for his disciple to handle the upcoming operations because he simply had to meet with Ling Yu, either to get more medicine or to exchange medical knowledge. "Mr. Ling, I'm not aware of this matter. Should I come over now to take a look? That the hospital director here doesn't allow anyone to enter casually." Hearing this, Luo Qian chuckled proudly. "You mean little Dong? With just a word from me, he dares not disobey." That was precisely what Ling Yu wanted to hear. He intentionally provoked. "Okay, Master Luo, let's have a consultation today and see who can heal these special patients. Your disciple lost to me last time, so let's see if you can win back the stage for him this time." Ling Yu deliberately provokes. Who could have thought that the illustrious Luo Qian turned out to be not as competitive as his disciples, but directly admitted defeat, saying, "Hey, I'm no match for Mr. Ling, am I? But I'd like to see what this illness is all about, and I also want to witness Mr. Ling's skills in action. Let's study it together. No competition, no sparring. Don't think you can bully this old man." Ling Yu was speechless. The renowned Western medical master, with such an attitude. But he had agreed to come, and Ling Yu's goal had been achieved, so everything else was unimportant. Soon, Luo Qian arrived at Tang Hospital. In addition to Luo Qian, Smith and some other people also came, a group of 8. Quite a crowd. They first met with Ling Yu and his group, then suddenly found Director Dong. Director Dong was a man in his early 40s, wearing thick glasses and looking a bit sophisticated. "Teacher, why are you here?" Seeing the teacher suddenly bringing so many people, he was a bit puzzled and hurried to greet them. "Little Dong, I heard that your hospital has received a group of special radiation patients. Are you unable to cure them? So I deliberately brought experts from various fields to help." Luo Qian's status in the Eastern City medical community was impressive, and he had many related industries. He could summon help with a single call. Director Dong had not only been his student but also needed to show respect. Otherwise, he would have a hard time in the Eastern City medical community in the future. So he quickly smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. But these patients still have residual radiation in their bodies, which is highly contagious. I'm afraid." "Ha ha, what a joke." Smith didn't let him finish and interrupted, Radiation is not a virus. How can it be contagious? Who taught you medicine anyway? My teacher wouldn't have trained such a clueless student. Westerners were more straightforward in their speech. But this time, Ling Yu quite liked this guy because he had voiced the same concerns Ling Yu had in mind. Smith, if you had seen those patients, maybe you wouldn't say that. Director Dong was also angry. Radiation doesn't transmit, but this radiation is unique. It remains in the body cells. If a normal person comes into contact with it, they will have issues too. I don't believe it. Take us to see. You dragon people always like to lie and exaggerate. The first half of Smith's statement was fine, but in the second half, he lumped all dragon people together, which Ling Yu and the others didn't take kindly to. Aren't most dragon people practical? If that's the case, then come along. Director Dawn had no choice but to lead them into the special ward. When Ling Yu and the others saw the ugly patients in the ward through the glass, they were instantly stirred and shocked. They all lived together in 3 large wards, totaling 23 people. Their complexion was unpleasant, with yellowish skin, almost no hair on their bodies, and some even had facial features and skulls that had changed, looking as if they were out of a biohazard movie. How did this happen? Qin Ruhan suddenly felt nauseous and couldn't accept it. These people were affected by the Donchi factory. If this were true, she felt the urge to apologize with her life. Ling Yu was also moved. From the initial visual assessment, these people did indeed seem to have deformities caused by radiation. They are all workers from the Donchi factory, relatives and residents near the factory. Due to improper radiation handling at the factory, they were affected by the radiation and ended up like this. Director Don's explanation directly pointed the finger at the Donchi factory. Luo Tia, Smith, and others shook their heads and sighed. It seemed almost impossible to save these people. Ling Yu also had little experience with such patients and lacked confidence at this moment, until he saw a familiar face. Tanya, wasn't she the girl related to Yanju? Initially, Ling Yu did not recognize her because he had not seen Tanya in person. He had only seen her photo from his cousin's case at the police station. Tanya's hair was almost gone, her complexion much paler than in the photo, looking no longer like the young girl in the picture, but more like a weak middle-aged woman, with a significant change. Tragic. Too tragic. No. This may not necessarily be related to Donchi. Ling Yu suddenly spoke up, causing everyone present to be moved. Qin Ruhan and the others' eyes suddenly lit up with hope, especially Lin Fan. If even Ling Yu didn't attribute it to radiation from Donchi, then apologizing with his life was not necessary. Ling Yu must have had some certainty. Director Dong felt someone was undermining him, and his expression turned sour. Before he could speak, Luo Chia quickly asked, "Oh, why do you say that?" Smith was also curious because visually, these people did seem to have radiation-related symptoms. I can't say for sure, but they may have been poisoned by heavy metals. Ling Yu's words made many people gasp. Smith immediately shook his head in denial. Heavy metal poisoning is somewhat similar to radiation symptoms, but there are usually surface manifestations like skin atrophy, rashes, eczema and the like, which these patients don't have. What if I told you that someone deliberately cured them of these symptoms? Ling Yu stared at him and asked back. Smith burst into laughter. Mr. Ling, your diagnosis last time was indeed impressive, but I don't think it's heavy metal poisoning. You dragon doctors don't like to respect medicine and science, always talking about strange things, claiming radiation is contagious or saying radiation symptoms are caused by heavy metal poisoning. Isn't this what you dragons call nonsense? Mixing up Ling Yu and Director Dong and looking down on dragon people in such a manner. Of course, Qin Ruhan and the others were displeased. Qin Ruhan wished her brother-in-law could shut up the Western doctor with his expertise, especially since they hadn't seen Ling Yu defeat him before. Ling Yu didn't expect his master to respect him, while his disciples didn't, and they were so arrogant. But his words did present an opportunity. He had been worried about not having an excuse to diagnose these patients. Now, with Smith provoking him like this, he could pretend to be excited. All right, let's compare again and see, is it caused by poisoning? We just need to check to find out. Haha. That's great. Let's do it. Smith had long wanted to score a win back for Western medicine. With so many people watching, he was full of fighting spirit. Let's compare and see who can find the specific pathology of these people faster and more accurately. Agreed. Ling Yu agreed and then specifically pointed at Tanya. Let the girl over there come and examine. Besides Ling Yu, Lin Fan, Shen Xiaopeng, and Qin Ruhan had never met Tangya before. So when they saw Ling Yu pointing out that a young girl should be chosen for the test, they were all very surprised. Lao Tai, these people all look like zombies. Isn't there no difference between males and females? Why specifically choose a young girl? Lin Fen furrowed his brows and asked softly. Shen Xiaopeng quickly chuckled and said, "You don't understand. Maybe the young girl's stool is healthier, fresher, and more fragrant. The master likes it." Ling Yu really wanted to shut these two up, but he couldn't explain it to them either. In fact, Tangya didn't even know who Ling Yu was, so when she was brought out and saw Ling Yu and Smith, she looked confused and a little panicked. "Don't be afraid, we are here to save you. We want to do a stool test to see if you are poisoned," Ling Yu said, but Tangya showed no excitement. Not only that, she was quite resistant, retreating and refusing directly. "No, I don't want to. Please, just let us die in peace." Hearing this, Ling Yu and Smith were both quite surprised and couldn't help but glance at each other. "Has the disease tormented you so much that you are desperate for death?" Smith asked in awkward Longbo language. Tangya pretended not to understand, pursing her lips and not responding. Ling Yu felt that something was amiss. This young girl didn't even have the will to live. Thinking in a bad direction, was she seeking death just to cooperate with someone in dealing with the Chiagang group? The story behind this had to be investigated thoroughly. That the immediate task was to determine the cause of these patients. Ling Yu whispered a few words in Luo Qian's ear. Luo Qian nodded, and Director Dong was forced to conduct the stool test. Director Dong looked quite strange, and nothing escaped Ling Yu's eyes. However, in the end, Director Dong still agreed and had someone give Tangya a laxative. Before giving the laxative, Ling Yu touched Tangya's pulse and abdomen but said nothing. Smith didn't understand these methods and could only watch in confusion. Before long, a small lump of dark and hard excrement was brought in front of Ling Yu and Smith. Ling Yu, wearing gloves, directly touched the stool with his fingers, which felt as hard as iron. Even more surprising was when he then put his fingers in his mouth. Damn it! Shen Xiaopeng was instantly dumbfounded. Was their master really that daring? He had just casually mentioned it, but it turned out to be true. Lin Fan was also shocked. Was it really necessary to be so harsh in diagnosing patients? But all this was to save her. It was so touching. Only Qin Ruhan remained relatively calm. Although also a bit surprised, she didn't have the exaggerated reactions of the others. On the other hand, Smith touched the stool with his fingers just to check the condition, without trying the taste like Ling Yu did. But the next moment, Ling Yu immediately diagnosed, "This patient has cadmium poisoning." What the hell? Smith and Luoqia were completely surprised. Smith quickly had his assistant arrange for tests to be done, while also arranging for a sample to be taken back to their own hospital. By doing this, even if Director Dong wanted to tamper with the results, it wouldn't make much sense. Once everything was arranged, Smith came back to Ling Yu. At this point, Luoqia also asked Ling Yu for an explanation. "Mr. Ling, those test samples, just by looking at them, it's clear that it's the result of long-term constipation. However, several heavy metal poisonings could also cause constipation. How did you determine it was cadmium poisoning?" Ling Yu smiled mysteriously. "Have you ever heard of it? In our Lone Guo, there's a story called Shenong tasting 100 herbs. Luoqia immediately understood. "Are you saying you diagnosed it based on taste?" "I've heard of Shenong tasting 100 herbs before, encountering 72 poisons daily. It was thanks to figures like that which propelled the rapid and immense advancement of Longguo's medical skills. I didn't expect that traditional Chinese medicine has inherited this spirit and skill. No wonder, Mr. Ling, your medical skills are so impressive. In contrast, us Western doctors really can't compare in this aspect." This made Smith feel quite uncomfortable. Ling Yu made the diagnosis first, and even if the test results confirmed it, he would still lose. And the look in Luo Qian's eyes now seemed to be filled with disappointment towards him. Smith was Luo Qian's proudest disciple. Losing continuously to Ling Yu made him feel like he was losing face for the school. Most importantly, it seemed like his master was disappointed that Western medicine didn't hold a candle to traditional Chinese medicine in this regard. If Ling Yu could do it, why couldn't he? Just to understand what the taste was, he touched the remaining residues again and put his hand in his mouth. The taste was indeed a bit disgusting but also strangely unique. Could traditional Chinese medicine really distinguish compounds based on this taste? It was really amazing. Seeing this, Lin Fen and Shen Xiaopang couldn't bear it and felt a bit nauseous. They had goosebumps all over. Was being a doctor really that difficult? And they had to taste excrement? Being a miraculous doctor must be even harder. What are you doing? Ling Yu finally asked in astonishment. I just wanted to taste this to know what it tastes like. Ling Yu, you have to tell me. Are you someone who has tried thousands of medicines like Shenan, being able to determine the composition through taste? How did you develop this skill? Smith asked earnestly, showing that he was a diligent doctor. Ling Yu had known about his character for a while, so he smiled and said, I don't know what you're talking about. I touched the sample with my index finger, but put my middle finger in my mouth. What? Smith widened his eyes, staring at Ling Yu in confusion, not understanding why he would do this. Without waiting for him to ask, Ling Yu explained, my glove was a bit tight, so I just habitually loosened it like that. Oh, I can take it off now. After saying that, Ling Yu took off his glove directly. He actually felt some aversion even just touching it, let alone tasting it. You. Smith couldn't help but curse and covered his throat as he almost retched. Lone Wo people were too tricky. They had just tricked him like that. Lin Fen and Shen Xiaopang finally understood. The Ling Yu they knew surely wasn't someone with such peculiar tastes. Qin Ruhan smirked beside them. Just realized, I actually found out early and almost died from holding it in. Heh. Brother-in-law probably couldn't stand how those Westerners always look down on us Lone Wo people, so he played a trick on him. Ling Yu laughed but didn't say anything. Only the little sister-in-law understood him the best. Luo Jia also realized he had babbled a lot just now and made a big mistake, ready to reevaluate Ling Yu. However, the test results had come out by now. It was indeed cadmium poisoning due to severe excess of cadmium elements. Oh my, this is even more miraculous. Luo Jia couldn't help but be amazed and asked Ling Yu in surprise, Mr. Ling, how did you diagnose it after all? It's actually not that difficult. Ling Yu had achieved his goal and didn't try to hide it from Luo Jia, saying, firstly, we look at the symptoms. Heavy metal poisoning and radiation diseases have many similarities, such as hair loss, weight loss, deformities, and so on. But there are also some symptoms that radiation diseases do not have. Just as Smith mentioned earlier, that's why I concluded that they should have heavy metal poisoning. Even if not all of them, at least a considerable number of people do. Luo Jia agreed with this point, nodding in approval continuously. As with his medical expertise, he could also make such judgments. Ling Yu continued, saying, the young girl has a pale complexion with a dullness, indicating a long-standing constipation. In general, heavy metal poisoning often leads to diarrhea. Only mercury and cadmium poisoning can cause constipation and hair loss. And cadmium poisoning also damages the intestinal nerves and intestinal walls. I diagnosed this just by checking the pulse and pressing her abdomen. Ling Yu actually withheld a bit of information here. If he didn't know Tanya and hadn't known that she was stabbed by Ziqian and admitted to this hospital, he wouldn't have been so sure that this patient wasn't suffering from radiation symptoms. Since she had been in the hospital these past days, how could she have been exposed to radiation? But upon hearing this, Luo Jia suddenly realized, so that's it. The level of traditional Chinese medicine is truly superior, much more efficient compared to Western medicine. Western medicine requires instruments for testing, whereas traditional Chinese medicine can do it barehanded and faster than them. How can he not be impressed? Smith had been impressed with Ling Yu originally, but at this moment, he was staring daggers at him, as if he wanted to kill him on the spot. Qin Ruhan, seeing his expression, couldn't help but chuckle secretly, admiring her brother-in-law immensely. The chubby god-brother directly voiced what she wanted to say. Ha ha. Brother's medical skills are superb, but he's also so mischievous. Not only displaying medical skills, but also tricking your disciple at the same time. Do you admit defeat? Luo Jia laughed heartily as well. Indeed, Mr. Ling not only has exceptional medical skills, but also meticulous thinking. Comparatively, my proud disciple isn't as attentive, lacking in observation. It's fair to say he deserved this. He also knew that Smith spoke too bluntly, easily offending people. It would be good for him to learn a lesson now, especially in future endeavors in Lone Wo. He must avoid making off-handed comments that might harm others. Teacher, that young girl has heavy metal poisoning. I'm not sure about the details, but these people are indeed suffering from radiation diseases caused by the factory. We've done radiation tests, and the reports are all in order. Please have a look. Director Dong finally intervened and handed a series of reports to Luo Jia. Ling Yu also glanced over them, finding the information not likely to be falsified. Most importantly, even if they were falsified, he couldn't currently prove it. Those behind the scenes wanted to bring down Tiagang Corporation for sure, so they must have planned meticulously. His trip to the hospital wouldn't be enough to resolve this. Hence, Ling Yu decided not to reveal his identity for now. Instead, after reviewing the related patients and data, he chose to quietly leave. Later on, the four of them hurried to Donchi Factory to investigate the radiation situation in the workshops. But unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the workshop, they found a group of people inside, with Qin Mingyu and Zia Family standing at the forefront. "Wife, what are you doing here?" Seeing Qin Mingyu's angry gaze, Ling Yu felt a bit flustered for some reason and quickly walked up to her. As for Lin Fan, he didn't dare to speak with his head lowered. "If I hadn't come, how long were you planning to keep this from me?" Qin Mingyu scolded coldly. Ling Yu didn't care and hurriedly pulled her to leave, saying, "There may be radiation in this workshop, and even if you're wearing protective clothing, it's not safe. You have a baby in your belly." Seeing how nervous he was for her, Qin Mingyu understood his intentions for hiding it from her, sighed softly, and stopped blaming him further. "Don't worry, there's no radiation in this workshop. We've already conducted tests," Qin Mingyu reassured, and Ling Yu then released her hand. "No radiation? Then where did those radiation patients come from?" Lin Fan asked in surprise. He had just seen two of them were workers in this workshop, so when Director Don presented those reports just now, he didn't explode on the spot accusing him of being a fake doctor and submitting false medical reports. Qin Mingyu didn't have time to explain, simply telling Ling Yu, "Come with me." She knew the capabilities of everyone present, and besides Zia Family, only Ling Yu could help her solve this matter. Lin Fan and the others had no such ability. Since his wife had joined in, Ling Yu decided to work with her to uncover the situation. The couple and Zia Family quickly sat in a separate office in the factory. "What did you discover at the hospital?" Qin Mingyu went straight to the point. "I can be sure that most of the people there are not suffering from radiation illnesses. Someone is deliberately targeting us." Ling Yu replied before asking Qin Mingyu, "Have you completed the investigation of the factory workshops? Are you sure we haven't produced any radioactive radiation?" He had rushed to the factory to confirm this. If Donchi Factory truly hadn't produced any harmful radiation, then regardless of how others slandered them or falsified reports, it wouldn't be a significant issue. So when Qin Mingyu said this earlier, he was quite surprised. "Yes." Qin Mingyu nodded solemnly. "Our secret factory certainly produces a lot of radiation, but Donchi Factory is not engaged in energy storage processes, so there wouldn't be any radioactive radiation." Her words echoed Ling Yu's speculation. Chang'an Corporation uses Donchi Factory to produce the corresponding parts. Where would the radiation come from? Let alone causing so many people to be in life-threatening situations. Mingyu, could it be that those behind the scenes are targeting us to force us to reveal the location of the secret factory? Ling Yu guessed. Everyone now knows that Chang'an Corporation has developed a super engine, and the core of their super engine is the super energy technology. Chang'an Corporation publicly announced that the engines produced at Donchi Factory. They couldn't explain why there was no radiation at Donchi Factory. Moreover, two of the ill patients are indeed workers from Donchi Factory. The truth is still very elusive for Ling Yu. This is indeed a possibility. Qin Mingyu nodded seriously and shared her own speculation. But it's also possible that the radiation is indeed coming from Donchi. Oh. Ling Yu knew his wife was clever and was eager to hear what she had to say next. Qin Mingyu didn't beat around the bush. She raised her to jade fingers and analyzed. "We acquired Donchi Factory less than a month ago. It's possible that the patient was already affected by radiation before our renovation." Ling Yu nodded in admiration of his wife's wisdom. Qin Mingyu continued, "Or someone secretly placed a radiation device in Donchi Factory, not in the workshop, either to frame us." Ling Yu sighed, realizing that even if the blame was shifted to the Zia family, it might not be acknowledged. Furthermore, burdening the Zia family further would be cruel, especially to Zia Tian, the heir. Qin Mingyu then added, "If it's the second possibility, if the device is gone, we won't have any evidence. If it's not gone, a notice will be issued by the City Administration Bureau, and we need to clarify that it's not related to us within 3 days, which will be quite difficult." Qin Mingyu continued, "Moreover, the other party has another goal, Perhaps they don't want you to perform well in the peak tournament, and they want you to exhaust yourself. The Qin family might end up in a difficult situation with both ends not meeting. Lin Yu listened to Qin Mingyu's analysis and realized that their enemy was not simple at all. The level of planning was not inferior to that of Zhao Wuji. Who could it be? General Qin, we found it. At this moment, Zia Shouty, who had been listening to their analysis on the side, suddenly received information and reported excitedly to Qin Mingyu. We found a radiation device in a warehouse. Hearing this news, Qin Mingyu's expression became even more serious. Someone was indeed plotting against them. Who could be secretly doing this? First, put away the device and conduct a full survey. When the City Administration Bureau investigates, they shouldn't detect any radiation. Yes, General Qin. Zia Shouty immediately went out to make arrangements. Lin Yu looked at Qin Mingyu and said, "This may help us avoid legal responsibility. But if the patients are exposed, the situation will still escalate. No one will believe that Donchi factory is not radioactive." Qin Mingyu suddenly looked at him. "Then what's your solution?" Her gaze carried a hint of trust. She knew that this man had quietly turned their risks into opportunities before. Cure those patients. As long as no one dies, everything will be fine. Lin Yu's approach was indeed the best. Qin Mingyu continued to ask, "Are you confident?" "Yes." Lin Yu nodded. The medicinal techniques to treat various difficult diseases, including heavy metal poisoning and radiation diseases, were all added by his master in the medical records of the divine medical sage. But we have a very troublesome issue. Lin Yu furrowed his brows. "I don't know why, but those patients seem to be seeking death eagerly. If they refuse my treatment, there's nothing I can do." Qin Mingyu also narrowed her beautiful eyes and said, "This is the best way for us to mitigate risks. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to see, but Mingyu, your current condition isn't suitable for too much movement. Let us handle this matter." Lin Yu's words were interrupted by the firm and serious look Qin Mingyu gave him. Okay. The couple seemed to have a telepathic connection now. Qin Mingyu didn't need to say much, and Lin Yu understood her intentions. He said, "But you must promise not to exert yourself too much. Leave everything to us. You just need to be there to understand the situation." Qin Mingyu smiled slightly. "Don't worry. I know my limits. I'm much more cautious than you." Lin Yu couldn't help but feel worried. After all, the baby in Qin Mingyu's belly was the treasure of both families. On the other hand, in a high-end private club, after an intense intimate experience with Li Bamai, Qin Zimai lay on the bed, the satisfaction apparent on her face. A woman still needs a man. When she was young, she didn't understand and mistook her family for treasure, but in the end, a woman's true sanctuary is in her man's arms. Today, she and her senior brother finally obtained their marriage certificate, and she was now the wife of the Li family. Li Bamai lit a cigarette afterward, indulging in the moment, then opened his phone to check the day's events in the East City. "Senior brother, the Qin family must be busy dealing with the radiation incident, right?" Qin Zimai looked up at the ceiling, her eyes cold as she asked. "Yes, darling. It's hard to say if they can resolve this matter. Lin Yu will have to put in a lot of effort and energy in the next 2 days. He certainly won't perform well in the final. The Qin family is bound to miss the championship," Li Bamai said triumphantly. Qin Zimai then hugged his arm, smiling. "Senior brother, can our Li family win the championship? I also want to become the prestigious madam of the martial ancestor family. Ha ha. Just wait and see. Our Li family will surely make a splash and rise quickly. First, dominate the non-continent, then compete in Yanjing. Ha ha. We will eventually stand at the pinnacle." Li Bamai was extremely confident. Qin Zimai applauded, becoming somewhat of a fangirl for her senior brother. Li Bamai continued, "Once the Qin family fails in the peak tournament, tarnishing their reputation with the radiation incident, factory closure, legal battles, massive compensation. With all these troubles coming their way, they will surely have a tough time. And when you, as a Qin family woman, go to acquire their Sun Heart, they will prioritize selling it to you out of familial ties. With the Sun Heart and the title of martial ancestor in hand, our Li family can rise rapidly, first dominating the non-continent, then Yanjing. Ha ha. We will eventually reach the peak." Qin Zimai listened with admiration, as if those days were not far away. "Senior brother, you are remarkable. You were just an ordinary businessman's son before, but I didn't know you had such ambitious plans behind the scenes. This time, you even managed to manipulate the Su and Tang families." Hearing these praises, Li Bamai was even more pleased, laughing heartily. Without them helping, I couldn't have managed both the city administration bureau and the hospital. Now with us three families working together, the Qin family is doomed. The Su and Tang families both want to secure the position of president of the Southern Trade Federation. After the downfall of the Qin family, they will become our enemies. But these two families are brave but lack strategy. They are at the forefront battling the Qin family. Even if they win, they will be severely weakened. By the time we secure the title of martial ancestor and the Sun Heart, these two families won't be a threat to us anymore. Qin Zimai looked at him with admiration, clasping his hand tighter. Senior brother, you are exceptionally intelligent, skillfully using all forces at play, a true military counselor of our time. Li Bamai smirked. If I weren't a bit old, the Li family's influence would not have been inferior to the Zhao family's. The title of Yanjings for young masters wouldn't have fallen on that Zhao Wuji, a greenhorn. It would have been me, the Li family's young master. Qin Zimai smiled sweetly, snuggling in his arms. In my heart, you are the most outstanding dragon master. Li Bamai burst into laughter. Qin Zimai's gaze gradually turned cold as she muttered to herself, Mingyu, don't blame Auntie. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for not choosing a good man. Since the Qin family is destined to have no successors, let Annie take over the Sun Heart. Don Tang Hospital, Director's Office. Tang Zhao-san came to find Director Don to inquire about something. Tang Xiao, no one from the Qin family has come, but yesterday my master brought a group of people to visit the patients and already found out that some of them are actually suffering from heavy metal poisoning. Although Director Don is in charge of the hospital, in this private hospital, his tenure is decided by the board of directors. And the Tang family in East City is the major shareholder of the hospital, so he must work for the Tang family. Luo Tian. Tang Zhao-san trembled slightly, squinted his eyes and furrowed his brows. He knew what happened at the birthday banquet of Zia Laoyi, where Luo Jia praised Lingyu excessively after taking a longevity pill, even buying a pill that was crushed into a mess for 50 million on the spot. In that case, has Lingyu managed to get in? Does he visit you often? Among the people he brought, is there this person? Tang Zhao-san opened his phone to show Director Don a photo. Ah, that's him. Director Don exclaimed. Who is he exactly? His medical skills are remarkable. Even my master praised him highly. He's Lingyu, the son-in-law of the Qin family. Tang Zhao-san clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Tang Xiao, I'm sorry, I didn't know he was actually from the Qin family. I have to follow my master's orders, I cannot disobey. Director Don quickly explained. Hey, it's alright. Since he's here, even if he diagnoses something, who will believe him? Tang Zhao-san looked determined. To bring down the Qin family, they had collaborated with the Shenzhou and Yanli families. The city's political bureau follows the arrangements of the Su family, while the hospital follows the arrangements of the Tang family. If someone dies in Dontang Hospital, they would issue a radiation death report, which would be validated by the city's political bureau, making the Qin family a lost cause. The Qin family's involvement in energy engine research in East City is well known in the business community, so even if they tried to deny the radiation deaths, no one would believe them. Director Don, how long can those patients hold on for? Probably 3 or 4 days. No, too long. Tang Zhao-san said ruthlessly. Think of a way to eliminate them within a day. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for media reporters to expose them. Let's see how the Qin family will die. Haha. Director Don also thought that Tang's young master was too ruthless. Nevertheless, for him to get rid of the hospital's patients, there are numerous methods. The only challenge is to make it look good and not let the media reporters find any clue. All right, Tang young master, I will make arrangements immediately. With Director Don's assurance, Tang Jia-san was satisfied and left the director's office. Later, he led a group of people into the ward building. Looking through the glass, he watched the patients in the isolated ward facing a biochemical crisis, and chuckled. Everyone, tomorrow you'll be released from your suffering. Go die in peace. Once you die, your families will live well. Haha. Seeing his crazed and sinister smile, and hearing his demonic laughter, the patients inside did not seem frightened. Some even became excited. Finally, we can die. That's great. It's time to be relieved. Hurry. Come quickly. Witnessing this twisted scene of human nature, Tanya, sitting alone on the hospital bed and hugging her legs, Tears welled up inexplicably. She didn't know what she was feeling at that moment. Is life finally reaching its end? She forced a bitter smile, murmuring to herself. At that moment, at the entrance of Tang Hospital, Ling Yu and others followed behind Luotia as they enter. They happened to see Tang Zhaosan leaving with his people. Fortunately, they were heading in different directions, so they saw Tang Zhaosan leave, but he didn't see them coming in. It's indeed the Tang family behind this. Qin Ruhan lightly gritted her teeth, speaking softly. Lin Fen and Shen Xiaopang were both enraged, wanting to rush over and beat Tang Zhaosan black and blue. In contrast, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu were quite calm, not saying a word. The husband and wife had analyzed the situation yesterday, knowing that it couldn't have been done solely by the Tang family. It must have been a mix of various forces planning and coordinating for a long time to bring down their Chiagang group. But seeing Tang Zhaosan there, they were certain that the main executor was still the Tang family of East City. It seemed that if the East City Tang family didn't bring down the Qin family, they wouldn't rest until they had avenged Tang Yu's. With this in mind, they also understood that in the southern continent, only either the Qin family or the Tang family could survive. Re-entering the war, they saw the patients having a collective meal, with some unable to eat being administered intravenous drips. Ling Yu was a doctor and the one handling the situation, so his senses were quite acute. Seeing this scene, he immediately rushed in regardless of everything, instructing Shen Xiaopang and Lin Fan, "Stop them quickly, they can't have this meal." Dang. In the next moment, Ling Yu slapped all the food from the patient's hands onto the ground. Not only that, he swiftly shut off the intravenous drips. What? What are you doing? Get out! You are not welcome here. The surrounding patients roared at him, some even having the strength to lunge at him. Shen Xiaopang and Lin Fan quickly pushed these people back. Ling Yu hurriedly picked up the food, sniffed it, then exclaimed emotionally, "Do you know that if you eat these things, you won't see tomorrow's sun?" Despite his loud voice, these patients remained indifferent, their indifferent expressions giving off a chilling feeling. Ling Yu didn't care why they wanted to die, immediately using acupressure methods to make those who had eaten vomit out the food in their stomachs. "Let me go. If you do this again, I'll bite my tongue and die in front of you." A middle-aged man with a balding head struggled fiercely, refusing Ling Yu's help. "Ling Yu, please stop for now." At that moment, Qin Mingyu, who had been in the background all along, stepped into the ward. Ignoring the obstacles of Qin Ruhan and Zia Shouty, she entered. Her temperament and beauty made the patients present marvel, their gazes involuntarily falling upon her. They never dreamt that these lowly people of the lower social stratum would get to see a celestial beauty before their deaths. "Mingyu, the air in this hospital room is not good, and you still have a baby in your belly, so you can't come in." "Ruhan, Shouty." Ling Yu stopped his hand, hurriedly walked over, but before he could finish speaking, Qin Mingyu blocked his mouth with 2 fingers, then ignoring his resistance, walked to the middle-aged man who had just struggled, smiled and asked, "Even as strive to survive, can you tell me why you don't want to live anymore?" The middle-aged man stared at the stunning beauty in front of him, eyes slightly widened. He was previously a bottom-tier member of society, faced with rusty machinery or dirty and moldy trash every day, never even seeing a decent woman, let alone such a beautiful goddess in person. Not to mention a goddess who was so gentle and engaging in conversation with him up close. If his previous life had experiences like this, why would he want to die now? "Is it because your previous life was too bitter?" Qin Mingyu asked with a smile again. She could see that these people's faces were pale with hardship, their eyes filled with weariness. Although Qin Mingyu had never experienced life at the bottom of society, she understood very well that only those who completely lacked the desire to live would seek death wholeheartedly. If there was still meaning and attachment to life, why would they abandon it? The middle-aged man choked up. Qin Mingyu's words hit him in a sore spot. Other patients also hung their heads, tears welling up in the corners of their eyes. "How much was your monthly income before? How much money could you afford to spend per day? Are housing and car loans burdensome?" Qin Mingyu knew she was on the right track. She needed to understand the situation clearly to stimulate these people's will to live. Otherwise, if they die, the Chiagang group would also accompany their deaths. To save these people was to save the Chiagang group, to save the Qin family. Alas, how could we afford housing and car loans? We can't even afford to eat a decent meal, to send our children to school normally. My mother just died at home last month because we couldn't afford medical treatment. The middle-aged man spoke through sobs, deeply mourning. Qin Ruhan, Lin Fan, and others sighed upon hearing this. Ling Yu also had not expected that besides Dongxing Mountain, there were so many impoverished people in Dongcheng. Don't cry. As long as you keep going, life will get better. Qin Mingyu gently patted his back with her jade hand. The middle-aged man suddenly seemed to gain a mysterious courage, looking up in astonishment at this fairy-like woman. What about you? Qin Mingyu turned to the elderly woman on the other side. The old woman was thin as a stick, barely clinging to life, her face lined with wrinkles, but the age on her medical records was only 41. If one did not know her age, they would believe she was older than Qin Chang'an. Even Ling Yu and the others were surprised. I have nothing at all. I worked at Donchi factory doing odd jobs and cleaning. My monthly salary is only 2,900. Last month's wages are still owed to me. My family can't even afford food. My child is so hungry that he had to steal from others, and now he's been caught and sent to juvenile detention. She spoke, tears streaming down her face. Qin Mingyu nodded, gently patting her back, encouraging her, saying, hang in there. Donchi will pay you your last month's wages. Your child will be back soon. He can't be without his mother. The woman cried hoarsely. Seeing her cry silently, Qin Ruhan also wept teary-eyed. How could there be such misery in the world? Subsequently, Qin Mingyu conversed with the other patients one by one, giving them encouragement. Just as she was about to reach Tanya, the middle-aged man who had struggled suddenly sighed. Miss, I actually want to live, but I'm afraid I won't make it. This disease is incurable, and we can't afford medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu knew it was time for him to step in, and immediately said, what if I told you I could cure you for free? The middle-aged man's eyes clearly showed a glimmer of hope for survival. That the person next to him immediately whispered, DRIZZLE, are you crazy? We must die. Tanya also anxiously interjected, but after hearing those words, she remained silent. No. I don't want treatment. Just let us die. I don't believe you can cure me. So don't bother. The middle-aged man suddenly changed his tone. Ling Yu was puzzled and couldn't help but exchange a glance with Qin Mingyu. It seemed that there was a force behind controlling these people. Ling Yu knew that if multiple forces united to target the Chiagang group, it wouldn't be so easy to resolve. In fact, Ling Yu could forcibly treat these people, but what good would that do? If these people were determined to die, could he save them? Is someone behind you blackmailing you? Or giving you money to cooperate in dying? Qin Mingyu suddenly asked. This statement shocked the surrounding patients. The middle-aged man looked alarmed, wondering how this goddess knew. You all are human beings. Are your lives worth less than those people's lives? Are you willing to sacrifice your lives to help those wicked people achieve their goals? Qin Mingyu's words were resolute and full of intent. This question, these poor people who had endured so much thought about many times. Why were all humans, but the difference in social treatment was so vast? Initially, they were unwilling, but societal oppression forced them to compromise time and time again, lowering their bottom line repeatedly, leading to their current circumstances. Since you all say you are workers from Dongqi, I believe you. Qin Mingyu suddenly spoke loudly, her eyes shining with a firm and convincing light. I guarantee you this, as long as you accept treatment and stay alive, I won't let anyone blackmail you. And you must also trust the law. No matter how much money those people behind you give you to die, as long as you bravely stay alive, I will give you the same amount of money. What? This? A group of people looked at each other. There were still doubts, but the middle-aged man was the first to grit his teeth and say, Miss, I believe you. I want to live. Good. You're great. Qin Mingyu encouraged him, then exchanged a glance with Ling Yu once again. Ling Yu finally smiled. As long as there was one person willing to live, things would start to turn around. The beliefs of many patients at the scene indeed began to waver. Ling Yu did not give the middle-aged man time to consider other thoughts. He immediately started using the nine-yang finger technique along with silver needles to force out or drain the toxins he had ingested. Luoqie, who had been waiting for this moment, was once again amazed, repeatedly praising. Traditional Chinese medicine is truly miraculous. Western medicine does not detoxify, but would harm the patients, and cannot achieve Ling Yu's level of precision and thoroughness. The other patients at the scene had thought that if they were to be treated, It would involve various procedures such as gastric lavage, enemas, or even blood transfusions. Not expecting that it would be as simple as taking off their shirt for the men to give them acupressure and acupuncture without even using anesthesia. As a result, more people who had given up on life suddenly found the will to live. Alright, the toxins in your body have been mostly cleared out. As long as you continue with active recovery treatment, you'll be back to normal soon. After about 30 minutes, Lingyu completed the treatment for the middle-aged man. Really? The middle-aged man unexpectedly jumped off the sickbed, leaving many stunned onlookers. Remember, he was previously weak and couldn't even go to the toilet properly. In just half an hour, it was as if he had undergone a dramatic transformation. Really, you don't have any terminal illness at all. Both Master Luo Qian, I can cure your diseases, as long as you don't give up on treatment. Lingyu urged loudly. Life is so beautiful. Once you're gone, there's nothing left. Are you truly willing to accept that? Not willing. Another patient raised their hand, pleading, please cure me too. I want to keep living. I don't want money. I just want to live. To be with my family again. Me too. I want to live. My life is worth more than $1 million. Another one added. One after another, the patients began pleading with Lingyu, with some even trying to vie for his attention. Seeing this scene, Qin Ruhan, who was initially in tears, suddenly smiled with joy. She looked at her handsome brother-in-law as if she had just seen the sun shining in the darkness. Lin Fen and Shen Xiaopang quickly maintained order at the scene, loudly declaring, don't worry. Lingyu will cure each one of you. Yes, my brother's medical skills are amazing. As long as you don't want to die, even the king of hell wouldn't dare to take you from him. Lingyu smiled too, preparing to wipe the sweat off his forehead. A handkerchief scented with a pleasant fragrance was already extended towards him. Lingyu, please take care. You must find time to deal with the mastermind behind this. Qin Mingyu helped him wipe away the sweat. Lingyu seemed to have received an invisible surge of energy, gently holding his wife's hand. Don't worry, we are united. We will definitely win. Qin Mingyu also smiled in agreement. This statement was both encouraging and comforting. Seeing all the patients in the ward filled with a desire to live, except for Tanya, who remained in a corner of the room, huddled up, extremely thin, shivering and wide-eyed, watching Lingyu cure one patient after another. The sky transitioned from light to dark and back to light again. Lingyu worked continuously for over 10 hours without rest. Qin Mingyu stayed by his side throughout, wiping his sweat and taking care of other matters. The couple fought side by side. Apart from Qin Mingyu, Qin Ruhan, Lin Fan, and Shen Xiaopang were also present, encouraging everyone and maintaining an upbeat atmosphere. Luo Qie remained focused on observing Lingyu's medical skills, unable to sleep due to excitement. These individuals, along with Yizi and Due, also stationed themselves at the hospital with their team, worried that there might be trouble at such a critical moment. Simultaneously, they used advanced military technology to intercept the information transmitted by Director Dong to the Tang family, cutting off their connection and keeping the Tang family unaware of what was happening at the hospital. These were all plans issued by Lingyu in advance. The northern border or Volf excelled in modern warfare and managing electronic information was crucial. Sister, take a break. Let me take care of my brother-in-law. Qin Ruhan suddenly approached Qin Mingyu. Lingyu hurriedly advised, wife, don't push yourself too hard. You have to protect the Qin family and our precious baby too. Qin Mingyu nodded with a smile. All right, I know my limits. Handing the handkerchief to Qin Ruhan, she then sat down on the side. After a while, her gaze finally landed on Tanya, who was in a corner. Tanya saw her glance and quickly avoided eye contact. Nonetheless, Qin Mingyu stood up and walked towards her. Don't come near me. Tanya's frail body trembled even more. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Qin Mingyu abandoned her previous cold demeanor and exuded unparalleled warmth. However, Tanya remained shivering. She wasn't afraid of Qin Mingyu harming her but feared that Qin Mingyu would shatter her current beliefs. She was seeking revenge for Yuan Xiu. Lingyu was the one who had caused the death of the woman he loved, and the Qin family had relentlessly pursued his downfall. In her heart, Lingyu and the Qin family were demons and dungeons. Others might be clueless, but Qin Mingyu, being incredibly intelligent, had already made various speculations upon observing Tanya. Without waiting for Tanya's response, Qin Mingyu spoke gently. Your wounds from Ziqian's attack, are they healed? What are you saying? I don't understand. I don't need your pretended kindness to save me. Tanya continued pretending. Qin Mingyu remained patient and continued. Your name is Tanya, and you were a good friend of Yuan Xiu, right? Exposed, Tanya suddenly quivered, realizing she could no longer keep up the pretense. You're not an Eastern Prosper worker, so why are you here in this war? Qin Mingyu asked further. I'm not an Eastern Prosper worker, but my family lives near Eastern Prosper. Tanya seemed to have rehearsed her reply. She continued, it was your Qin family's factory radiation leak that harmed us. Qin Mingyu knew she was lying but chose not to expose her DC. Instead, with a smile, she said, I'm sorry. If we cure you now and compensate you, would that be acceptable to you? Tanya was taken aback, looking at the beautiful woman before her. Ever since Qin Mingyu entered, Tanya found it challenging to associate her with a demon. Witnessing Qin Mingyu's gentle and kind demeanor, her previously firm beliefs began to waver. She was scared that she wouldn't be able to avenge Yuan Xiu. What kind of person is Yuan Xiu, really? Qin Mingyu suddenly inquired. Not waiting for Tanya to respond, she continued with a smile, I met him at the Hero Village last Chinese New Year. I found him very classy and handsome. A man like him must have a good heart, right? Tanya's lips trembled, wanting to respond. I believe that killing Ling Shitang wasn't intentional on his part. He must be suffering too, right? Qin Mingyu didn't wait for Tanya to answer and continued. So why are you making things difficult for him? Insisting that he should go to jail for your satisfaction. Smiling, she added, Yuan Xiu is an adult, right? He must take responsibility for his actions. Whether it was accidental or otherwise, the truth must come out. He must bear the consequences, not attempt to evade. Are you someone who likes to run away from responsibilities? Tanya faltered, unable to respond, bowing her head slightly. I heard from Lingyu that Yuan Xiu has a kind heart and often likes to help others. Since you like him so much, he must have helped you too, right? Qin Mingyu continued the conversation with the young girl, aiming not only to open up her heart but also to uncover the truth of the matter. Yet, Tanya nodded. Unconsciously, Qin Mingyu had already begun to lower her defenses. The two of them had a vast difference in knowledge and social status. One was a female CEO of a corporation, while the other was just an ordinary girl who had recently entered university. As long as they could communicate, Qin Mingyu was determined to shake Tanya's beliefs. It was only a matter of time. So you're here to help him seek revenge, to deal with us. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for this? Qin Mingyu's approach left Tanya in a difficult position. Seeing there was no response, Qin Mingyu smiled and continued, you are a very righteous and loyal girl. You should be lucky to have you as a friend. If possible, I also hope to be friends with you. I will not be friends with you. Tanya replied instinctively, you are Yushu's enemies, hence mine as well. Just because Luna intentionally died at Ling Yu's hands, Yushu considered him an enemy. So you consider us enemies? Qin Mingyu started to push back aggressively, questioning her strongly. That's right. Tanya, her lips tightly sealed, exclaimed passionately, why can Ling Yu get away with murder in the name of self-defense, yet, Yushu, accidentally killing someone, is being pushed to go to jail by you? Qin Mingyu chuckled. Tanya, have you ever studied the case? At that moment, Ling Yu acted in self-defense. Luna, along with others, came to kill him. He defended himself, and Luna intentionally ended up in his hands. The situation with Yushu accidentally causing harm is completely different. I won't listen. Tanya covered her ears. Justice and evil are ultimately determined by power dynamics. If you want to deal with Yushu, I will deal with you. Qin Mingyu chose not to argue further with her but rather followed her lead. So someone paid you to play the role of radiation victims of Doncha Factory to undermine our Tiagang Corporation. Tanya quickly closed her mouth and stayed silent. Qin Mingyu continued, you can remain silent, but so many others believe in us, and they can tell me the truth. I'm talking to you to resolve our enmity. I don't want to send you to prison because you were deceived by bad people. Tanya persisted, Yushu is not a bad person, and those who help him aren't either. You are the bad ones. Qin Mingyu had already learned the truth from her, so there was no need to continue the conversation. She just felt regret towards the girl. She was innocent and at such a young age, she was being exploited by malicious individuals. At that moment, Zia Shouty suddenly approached her, saying urgently, Manager Qin, a lot of reporters are outside. What should we do? Qin Mingyu paused her conversation with Tanya, glanced at Ling Yu still treating patients, and sigh. Let them come in. Anyway, this moment was inevitable. The Chin family had seized the opportunity. Now they had nothing to fear. Soon, a group of well-equipped journalists arrived outside the hospital room. Damn it, Lin Fan, seeing their significant presence, couldn't hold back cursing. We were blocked yesterday from entering, and now they let the journalists in so casually. Shen Xiaopeng also joined in. If this isn't deliberately arranged, I won't believe it. It's all well planned. They want to get rid of us. Qin Mingyu didn't comment, but instead told Ling Yu, "There's one patient left. Go and help her, Zidai, and I will handle the media." "All right." Ling Yu nodded and walked towards Tanya. "Don't come near me. I won't accept your treatment." Tanya watched Ling Yu, her eyes filled with more hatred than when facing Qin Mingyu. This devil was the one who killed Yushu's uncle's lover. Yet, Ling Yu's gaze was not as cold as she had imagined. It even carried a hint of warmth. "Your death no longer has any meaning." With one sentence, he broke Tanya's defenses once more. Tanya still resisted and even prepared herself, thinking this man might force himself on her or mock her. After all, she didn't suffer from radiation sickness. However, Ling Yu did nothing and sat beside her, narrating Yushu's story to her. Tang instantly became interested and immersed in the tale. Meanwhile, a battle without guns had begun outside the hospital room. All the reporters seemed eager to shove microphones into Qin Mingyu's mouth. "Miss Qin, how could your factory operate without meeting safety standards? How much did you spend on PR? Miss Qin, how many people died in this incident? How do you plan to compensate the victims? Miss Qin, by acting recklessly and causing deaths, how much ill-gotten gains did you make?" It seemed like the reporters had their questions ready in advance. They didn't care about the actual facts or how Qin Mingyu responded or not. They just kept on questioning incessantly, looking to stir things up. Their equipment was even live streaming online. Damn it, let me punch these bastards. They spout nonsense all day long, stirring up trouble. Shen Xiaopeng wanted to throw a punch in anger. Was there anything more aggravating? "Don't act recklessly." Qin Ruhan hastily restrained Lin Fan, fearing that if they resorted to violence, things would get even more complicated, and they might be seen as losing their cool. "These patients have nothing to do with our Dongche production." Qin Mingyu, finding a gap, spoke with an icy expression, clarifying the situation directly. "Miss Qin, how can you shamelessly say such things? Exactly, if it wasn't for your Dongche factory causing their suffering, why do you think you have the right to come here and save them? Here they come. Here they come." The twisted logic familiar as helping an old person cross the street. If you didn't hit them, why assist? Surprisingly, many endorse this flawed reasoning. Qin Mingyu remained composed, responding calmly. This incident was the result of someone manipulating the workers at the Dongche factory. As the boss, I must clarify all the facts and not let the people involved die. Stop making excuses. An emotional reporter interjected. It was your factory that caused their suffering. Are you trying to silence them, or by their silence? Exactly. Shame on you. Chiagang Corporation, get out of East City. Don't pollute our business environment. Some reporters were clearly paid to bring Chiagang Corporation down, so when they heard Qin Mingyu's response, they almost physically pushed her down. Damn it, Shen Xiaopeng had finally reached his limit and was about to strike back at these jerks. But Lin Fan held him back firmly to prevent him from acting recklessly. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a tall figure suddenly emerged from the hospital room and, without hesitation, threw a punch at the reporters who were cornering them. The world suddenly fell silent. The journalist who was beaten flew up directly, knocking down a group of nonsense-spouting journalists behind him. The scene was chaotic, too brutal. The whole place was in shock. Inside and outside the hospital ward, all eyes instantly focused on the man who beat someone. It was Ling Yu. At this moment, with his black hair flying, his eyes cold, and surrounded by a murderous aura. Do you conduct interviews like this? I don't care about your intentions or motives. Who dares to bully my wife? I'll kill him. Ling Yu's voice was thunderous and domineering. This idiot, Qin Mingyu, who had been emotionless just moments before, was now trembling and feeling a bit teary. Ling Yu's actions moved her deeply, but by doing this, the situation escalated into a physical conflict, causing further contradictions. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the journalists started yelling and cursing. The Qin family is hitting people out of anger. Expose their true faces. As the saying goes, those with nothing to hide don't need to be fearful. If they didn't do something wrong, Why are they so agitated? Exactly. There must have been many deaths in the hospital war. Everyone rush in and expose the situation. These journalists, who had taken money from the Shen and Dong Tang families, had the task of smearing the Qin family, setting the social tone. Now that they were beaten, they became even more frantic. However, they never expected that just as they lifted their cameras to start filming, a large hand tightly grabbed one of their wrists. Who the hell is blocking me? The photographer raised his momentum but saw a wild beast-like face, instantly scared and unable to speak. Me. Yexiao Zui's lips twitched slightly, and he tossed him with a hip throw. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. This was ruthless. Other media, reporters, who wanted to continue filming and interviewing were also restrained the next moment. DRIZZLE led the people, who were already lying in ambush in the hospital, to charge in and started beating up those people. No mercy. They were not given any chance to perform. Seeing this group of arrogant bastards lying on the ground crying, Shen Xiaopeng could only shout out one word: satisfying. Lin Fan was also dumbfounded, never expecting Ling Yu to be so fierce and so prepared. Qin Ruhan, excitedly clapping, knew that her sister and brother-in-law had been strategizing all along. She was looking forward to this climax. Ling Yu disregarded the others and held Qin Mingyu's hand tightly, saying, "Mingyu, some people can't be reasoned with. For your safety, I can only do this." Qin Mingyu did not blame him and nodded with a smile. The couple had not yet discussed what to do next when Zia Shouty hurriedly approached them, looking a bit flustered. "Qin, something's wrong. A large group of media and people have surrounded our Dongcheng branch office, chanting slogans, saying they want us dead." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu made eye contact. So that's the real battleground. Qin Mingyu sighed softly. "I knew this matter wouldn't be easy to settle. The hospital ward lacks brainless crowds. These 2 or 3 dozen people can't stir up a big storm. But our company is surrounded by a bustling urban area. Once emotions run high, or even escalate to chaos, with employees turning against us and forming a coalition, the consequences are imaginable." Her analysis was spot on. This tactic was commonly used by some Western politicians, paying for agitators to set the pace, brainwashing brainless crowds to serve as the main force and cannon fodder, forming a formidable force. If they win, they gain generous benefits. If they lose, they might lose some money at most. "Mingyu, don't worry. I'll go over there and handle it. These people won't have it easy with their hidden hands." Ling Yu appeared even calmer than Qin Mingyu when faced with such situations. In the Northern Territory, he had experienced numerous life and death battles. He wasn't afraid of large-scale head-on confrontations. What he feared was the enemy continually hiding, making them run around in circles. "Okay, I'll go with you," Qin Mingyu said, linking arms with him. "Sister, I want to go too. I want to fight alongside you. Take us to Tam, making it big, eh? My blood is boiling. If I catch that mastermind, I'll pound them into mincemeat." Qin Ruhan, Lin Fan, and Shen Xiaopeng all requested to go. They were already filled with emotion and couldn't calm down. "No, Ruhan, you guys stay here." Qin Mingyu assigned them tasks. "We need someone from Chia Gang Group here, and you'll also need to use their equipment to clarify and deal with some online black hands in a timely manner." Although Qin Ruhan wanted to go to the main battlefield, she had to follow her sister's orders. She agreed to stay, and her two lickspittles naturally stay to protect her. As Ling Yu was leaving the hospital, he walked up to Tanjia once again. Tanjia was trembling all over. The experiences of the day and night had touched every nerve in her body. She was well aware that these major events were caused by these people. Watching Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu in action, she began to waver, unsure which side was truly righteous and which was evil. "Hey, Tanjia." Ling Yu didn't care what she was thinking. He said to her, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, "Sorry, I don't have time to continue telling you stories now. If you want to listen, stay alive and wait for me to come back to continue telling you, or even take you back to the hero village and listen to our ancestors tell the stories of Yangtze. He knows Yangtze the best." Tanjia was once again moved in her heart. However, she couldn't say a complete sentence and could only watch Ling Yu turn and walk away. His eyes were clear, as if he weren't evil at all. Could I be mistaken? At this moment, the Chia Gang Group branch office building was already surrounded by a crowd. "Chia Gang Group, return our loved ones' lives." Unscrupulous profiteers, harming innocent civilians for profit, get out of Dongcheng. Qin Mingyu, the snake scorpion beauty, come out and face judgment. Nearly 1,000 people chanted slogans, attracting more and more people to the area, making it extremely crowded. People who didn't know the truth thought it was a demonstration. The employees of the Chia gang group were all hiding inside the company and dared not come out. Some even left resignation letters and escaped from the back door. If this continued, the Chia gang group branch office would be completely paralyzed. Someone in the crowd transmitted the scene to Sujian Cha and his son. Both father and son smiled smugly. The situation is set. It will happen. This time, the Qin family is doomed to die. Soon, a Maserati stopped at the back of the crowd. Ling Yu and his wife, along with Zia Shouty, got out of the car. Ling Yu even took an umbrella, as the sun was scorching and his pregnant wife couldn't be exposed to direct sunlight. Seeing the scene in front of her, Zia Shouty couldn't help but shiver. This was undoubtedly the biggest riot in the history of Dongcheng. The power that created this situation was unmatched. They were going all out to destroy the Qin family. It seemed that Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu were destined to face a difficult battle today. Who's looking for me? I'm here. Qin Mingyu subconsciously placed a hand on her abdomen and shouted from behind the crowd. Her voice was not loud, but it instantly changed the situation. Qin Mingyu. It's Qin Mingyu. The mastermind is here. As someone shouted out, a large crowd of people instantly surged forward and surrounded Qin Mingyu and her two companions like a tie. Circle after circle. Zia Shouty was a woman who had experienced grand scenes before, but she was still frightened by the situation and couldn't help but shiver. Although Qin Mingyu was much calmer than her, nervousness still lingered deep in her beautiful eyes. She was now a mother, no longer fighting alone, and the weight on her shoulders inevitably doubled. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Faced with the increasingly crowded encirclement, Ling Yu suddenly shouted angrily, stomping hard on the ground. A terrifying thing happened. The floor was actually cracked by his foot, spreading out like a spider web, even splitting open. Ling Yu's black hair fluttered, his clothes billowed, a terrifying aura enveloped him, and the onlookers seemed to see the Grim Reaper descend, making no one dare to take another step forward. Mr. Qin. Taking advantage of this moment, Zheng Fuxiang led some loyal employees of Chia gang group to quickly push through the crowd and come to guard Qin Mingyu and her two companions. Although they also had around 20 to 30 people, they still seemed too small within the encirclement of over 1,000 people. As for the other employees of Chia gang group, aside from those who had already discreetly fled the scene, some others were standing on the side of the encirclement. They had obviously been brainwashed, thinking that Chia gang group had committed some unforgivable act and were ready to sever ties, putting righteousness over kinship. Miss Qin, you arrived just in time. We have received news that the radiation emissions from Dongqi group are too high, resulting in the death of 23 people. How do you plan to handle this matter? A man in a white shirt holding a microphone said loudly. Ling Yu glanced at him. He appeared to be a journalist dressed to impress, with a stable posture and solid muscle. Definitely someone with a martial arts background. Clearly, he was sent by someone important to set the tone, otherwise an ordinary person wouldn't be able to squeeze in this kind of grand event. What is your name? And where did you hear this news? Qin Mingyu asked calmly. In this large gathering, different from a small hospital room, with thousands of people present, one couldn't rely on force to suppress the situation, but had to use wits to resolve the crisis. However, many attendees were likely planters, and with more and more people being misled, this battle was definitely not going to be easy. I am a reporter from Dongcheng Daily. My name is Hu Shuo, and here is my press pass. The leading journalist was evidently different from those in the hospital, as he had to self-identify. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand his ground. He knew how to use the law to bring down the Qin family and Chia gang group. Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu both looked at his press pass, which in reality didn't hold much weight. With such powerful forces behind him, someone in this position, whether authentic or not, could easily sway the situation. The source of the news is absolutely reliable. I have the patient diagnosis reports from Dongtang Hospital, as well as death reports, which I had uploaded online. Everyone can access them on the Dongcheng Daily's official website, under the Hot Topics section to find all the relevant official information. Hu Shuo reiterated. He had already said these words before, and most people present had likely seen those reports. Qin Mingyu suddenly smiled. leaving aside the authenticity of the diagnosis report. To think you even have death certificates. That's right. 23 patients affected by radiation from the Donchi factory have all died since yesterday evening, Hushuo said decisively. As he finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately rushed forward excitedly. Some people were still holding something in their hands, shouting angrily, "Qin Mingyu, you viperous woman, give back our loved ones' lives." "Yes, give back my mother's life," a man exclaimed angrily and directly splashed the contents of what he was holding towards Qin Mingyu. Zia Shouty was horrified. Who knows what dirty things might be in that liquid? Qin Mingyu was pregnant. How could she be exposed to such substances? Qin Mingyu also broke into a cold sweat. Luckily, her husband was right by her side. When Ling Yu got out of the car, he brought along an umbrella, initially meant to shield his wife from the sun, but now it came in handy. With a flick, he deflected all the liquid back towards the person who threw it. Then, with a burst of internal power, he shook off the remaining liquid on the umbrella, leaving it as good as new, as though it had never been used. Ling Yu then opened the umbrella to shield his wife from the sun. The people around were all astonished by his swift actions and how a simple sun umbrella could also appear so cool. It was amazing. At that moment, an arrogant laughter sounded from the crowd. With several skilled individuals clearing a path, Tang Jiasong finally emerged. "Ha ha. Ling Yu, your ability to fight is useless now as I predicted." Tang Jiasong walked up to Ling Yu and his wife, smugly declaring, "Dongcheng is a city of laws, with thousands of eyes witnessing your actions here today. Everyone knows what you have done. Chia Gang Group is playing with lives, and as the responsible party, you cannot escape death. If you insist on using force to bully others, my Tang family will ensure justice for everyone." He continued with a righteousness that made him appear on the side of justice. Ling Yu secretly chuckled at Tang Jiasong's confident demeanor. All the scenes today were proceeding according to his original plan, and it seemed that Vice President Tang was indeed unaware of the events at Dongtang Hospital, which reassured Ling Yu. He only worried that today's opponents would be small fry, wasting his and Qin Mingyu's efforts. "All right, if you say your mother died, what is her name?" Qin Mingyu fixed her gaze on the man who had splashed her and inquired. The man was likely about 16 or 17. Looking a bit more mature for his age. Although he had displayed a spirited act just now, after Ling Yu's counterattack, he found himself in a situation different from what he had imagined, causing him to become flustered. Seeing this, Tang Jiasong immediately stared coldly at him and said, in front of everyone, "Tell the woman surnamed Qin, so many people here today will make sure you get the justice you seek." The boy immediately shouted loudly, "My mother's name is Lu Jiodi. She was a cleaner at your Donchi factory, and due to the factory's radiation, she passed away yesterday." The surrounding crowd suddenly realized. They had seen online the death report of Lu Jiodi. This incident was undoubtedly real. Tang Jiasong sneered, waiting to see how Chia Gang Group would respond. With over 1,000 people present, if she incited public outrage, she would certainly face a fate of no escape. Qin Mingyu remained calm, and nodded slightly. "So you are Lu Jiaodi's son. She mentioned you to me last night, saying she would stay strong, continue to take care of you, and watch you walk the right path." "What?" As soon as the boy heard this, he shivered all over, subconsciously looking at Tang Jiasong with an expression showing a complex story. Didn't Tang Jiasong inform him that her mother's radiation sickness was incurable, with death certificates even issued? How could she have talked to Qin Mingyu last night? "You're lying." Tang Jiasong, seeing the look in the boy's eyes, also became panicked subconsciously and shouted, "Qin Mingyu, this deceitful woman is trying to deceive everyone. These patients died yesterday. How could she have talked to you last night? It's all nonsense." The surrounding crowd was curious. Was it a testament she had uttered? Or is it possible that Qin Mingyu was a deceitful woman weaving a web of lies? Qin Mingyu, however, just sneered, her beautiful eyes suddenly becoming aggressive. "Tang Jiasong, are you so sure that all these patients have died?" She had already discerned that Tang Jiasong and his henchmen had said a bunch of things based on the assumption that those people were already dead. Qin Mingyu's smile is very beautiful, as the recognized #1 beauty in Cloud City. How could she not be beautiful? But when Tang Jiasong saw this smile, there was a hint of chill. Her smile suddenly became a bit stiff. "What's wrong? Have all the hospital reports come out? Could there still be fakes?" Qin Mingyu coldly chuckled again. "Fake reports abound, but it's harder for the dead to come back to life than to ascend to the heavens." What does that mean?" Tang Jiasan had a foreboding feeling that was getting stronger. Qin Mingyu no longer played Ka, directly took out her phone and played a video with Qin Ruhan. Before heading back to the company, she had already thought everything through. See for yourself. Qin Mingyu handed her phone to the youth. Mom. The youth saw that his own mother was still alive, looked shocked, and his eyes were full of complexity. Son, how did you come out? Weren't you sent to the juvenile detention center? I didn't. Someone gave me money to hide for a while, only letting me out today, and also said you passed away. Though the youth's voice was not loud, everyone around heard it, especially on the other side. Qin Ruhan was still live streaming. The scene instantly buzzed. Tang Jiasan's face turned pale, quickly shouting, "Fake. That's AI. That's not your mom over there. You've been deceived by Qin Mingyu." After speaking, he snatched the phone and bellowed, "If any of you dare to make baseless claims again, you'll be in big trouble." Ling Yu immediately snatched the phone back from him and kicked him where it hurts. The atmosphere at the scene had started to change. The direction of public opinion was also turning. Ling Yu gathered his internal strength, loudly saying, "Listen, this man's mother is not actually dead. There was no radiation leak at Donchi factory causing deaths. Everything was deliberately orchestrated by someone with ill intentions to discredit and destroy Chiagang Group. This. Almost everyone present could hear his words, and there was a lot of discussion on the scene. They couldn't understand why the death certificates had been posted online, yet these patients were still alive. I'm sure many of you have questions, right? Don't worry, I now represent my wife Qin Mingyu and will explain everything to you one by one. With full power and without the need for a microphone, Ling Yu made sure everyone at the scene could hear him. For Tang Jiasong, every word Ling Yu said seemed to shatter his eardrums and heart. Someone secretly placed a radiative device at Donchi. Indeed, some Donchi workers ended up in the hospital due to radiation exposure. They capitalized on this opportunity, paying for more nearby residents to move in. But in reality, not all these patients are radiation-induced diseases. Many are masked as heavy metal poisoning intentionally to exaggerate the radiation impact of Donchi factory. With falsehoods, they wish to bring down Chiagang Group in a single strike. As he spoke, many people were astonished. Employees of Chiagang Group even shouted, "Punish the criminals! Clear Chiagang Group's name!" These voices grew louder, resonating deeply. Ling Yu gestured for everyone to calm down, then continued, "These people, to destroy the Qin family, went as far as buying lives, even threatening the families of these patients to willingly die. Tell me, shouldn't these despicable scoundrels die? They should die." Led by Zheng Fixian, dozens of Chiagang Group employees shouted. Many justice-minded citizens also raised their hands and echoed, "Punish the criminals. Those who trample on lives should die." With the crowd swelling, a sudden turnaround occurred, leaving Tang Jiasan almost on the verge of collapse. Some of the cronies he had paid off were now trying to slip away. "None of you can leave. Take them all back for interrogation." At the critical moment, Zia Zhu arrived with her colleagues from the Dongcheng police station. It wasn't Ling Yu who called the police. It was arranged by those who wanted to harm the Qin family. Zia Zhu hadn't expected to see such a turnaround upon her arrival, so she made sure to tie up any loose ends on Ling Yu's behalf. "Ling Yu, you. Don't talk nonsense. No one paid for lives. You're making things up. I warn you, the consequence of spreading lies will be dire." Tang Jiasan was completely disoriented. He was afraid the patients would testify against him, so he viciously threatened those in the hospital room from a distance. He couldn't believe that those patients who had forsaken their lives not only didn't die, but were all turned against him. How could he continue to play this game? Tanya looked at the scene in front of her, feeling deeply shaken and tears streaming down her face. She was keenly aware that the Tang family had suffered a crushing defeat. Everyone had chosen to stand on the side of the Qin family in the end, believing that the Qin family was the just side. "Your name is Tanya, right?" At that moment, Qin Ruhan also had Lin Fan and Shen Xiaopang hosting the live broadcast. She walked up to Tanya with a kind smile. "You have lost. I hope you will accept treatment and live well. Only then will you know who is right and who is wrong between my brother-in-law and you Shao. You are still young, with a long future ahead of you. Your life should not end this way." Listening to Qin Ruhan's words, Tanya cried uncontrollably and lay directly on the bed, staring up at the bleak ceiling. "Was I really wrong? Uncle Yu Shao, I'm sorry. I can't avenge you, They all think Ling Yu is a good person. Uncle, you must be a good person too. There must be some misunderstanding between you. On the scene, Zia ordered, take Tang Jiasan and all the media journalists back to the police station for investigation. She had received a report from the Tang family to take away the Qin family, but now she had changed the arrest target directly. The skilled bodyguards brought by Tang Jiasan also wanted to protect the young master. Ling Yu was also ready to help Zia. Unexpectedly, Zia took action herself and quickly subdued those who resisted arrest. Although they had guns and the upper hand, Zia's martial arts had improved rapidly in a short period of time. Seeing Ling Yu's expression, Zia felt immensely proud, and as she passed by him, she playfully said, "Tomorrow is the final round of the peak competition. Save your strength and shine in the competition. Don't lose to me, or I will ridicule you." Ling Yu chuckled. This woman still didn't understand gentleness. Her personality remained the same. "Ling Yu, shall we go back?" Qin Mingyu also didn't want to stay at the scene any longer. Today, she didn't want to be a workaholic, and from now on, her focus needed to be on the baby in her stomach. Okay. Ling Yu held Qin Mingyu's hand and got into the car, leaving the scene. He was well aware that the other party had deliberately created such a big incident over the past few days, not only to bring down the Qin family, but also to take him down. According to their plan, he was meant to spend today at the police station with no rest, maximizing the consumption of his energy. Having a bit of rest time now was a stroke of luck for him. As for further repairing his meridians and temporarily enhancing his strength, it was probably wishful thinking. On the other side, at the Tang family villa in the East City, Tang Zhang's phones were constantly bombarded with various information and calls. Online, posts exposing various dark events of the East City Tang family were emerging incessantly, and criticisms were flooding in like a raging tide, threatening to overwhelm the Tang family. Even worse, the victims who had previously suffered under the oppression of the East Tang family had always been too afraid to speak out. But now, with the East City Tang family becoming the target of public criticism, they all brought out various scandals and evidence to expose them online, even pointing directly at their backers. This can't be happening. Tang Shang finally broke down, infuriated as he smashed all his phones and computers to pieces. How could this happen? It was clear they, the Su and Tang families, along with the Li family, had colluded to completely crush the Qin family. He had used such methods many times before and had never failed. The enemies had fallen before him time and time again, making him one of the chairman's most favored dogs. But now, the East Tang family had suffered a crushing defeat. The situation is irretrievable. Tang Shan, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. We can't allow anyone to continue investigating further. At that moment, a strange man burst into the villa. Bluebird Messenger? Tang Shan, seeing the man, was filled with fear. He was one of the chairmans for chief messengers, with an extraordinary status. He never expected him to show up in person. The Bluebird Messenger, wearing gloves, pulled out a gun from his robe and handed it to Tang Shan. Trembling all over, Tang Shan knelt on the ground and pleaded, "Bluebird Messenger, I beg you, give the chairman another chance. I've done so much for him. Even if I have no merit, I have suffered." Bang! The Bluebird Messenger shot him through the forehead. Blood splattered as Tang Shan's eyes widened and he collapsed on the ground. "Someone will avenge you and the Qin family. You can rest in peace." The Bluebird Messenger gently closed Tang Shan's eyelids and placed the gun in his hand, creating the illusion of a self-inflicted death. The next day, all eyes were on the pinnacle tournament finals of the martial arts in the upper echelons of Nanzhou, which was about to begin. Early in the morning, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu sat in a Bentley driven by Xiao Wan, heading to the coast of the East District of the East City. Besides their car from the Qin family, there were two more cars behind. One was for Qin Hongshu's aunts, but unfortunately, Qin Zimai was not with her sisters. The other car carried Qin Ruhan, Lin Fan, and Shen Xiaopang, who was like a sticky candy, sticking tightly to the third Miss Qin. As the three cars arrived at the coastal building, Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu led the way, following the instructions of the staff to a ferry terminal, waiting to board the ship. The location for the finals was a small island off the coast of the East City. The island was owned by the Martial Arts Association of Nanzhou, and except for specific personnel, no one had the right to land, not even the police. Ling Yu and the others had no idea how the Martial Arts Association had acquired such power. "Xiao Yu, you finally made it?" At the beach ferry terminal, Ling Ruoxu and Xiaoshan were already waiting to board the ship, warmly welcoming Ling Yu and the others as soon as they saw them. Behind the two of them, Su Mei and Zia Zhonghao were slowly walking over, their expression slightly awkward. I was frightened to death by yesterday's incident. Why didn't you guys tell me? Thank goodness the Qin family is fine. Ling Ruoxu still shuddered at the mention of yesterday's events. However, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu hadn't had the chance to talk to Ling Ruoxu yet, as the staff at the terminal approached. Leading the way was the supervisor in charge of receiving the beauties, followed by the steady footsteps of skilled martial artists. Are you from the Qin family of Yunshan? The beautiful woman smiled warmly and respectfully. Yes. Qin Mingyu nodded slightly, showing the certificate given to her by the organizers. Miss Qin, Mr. Ling, it's been a while. Please have your Qin family members board the ship. The beautiful woman bowed at a 45-degree angle in politeness. Qin Mingyu nodded and looked at Ling Ruoxu, a clear indication of the situation. The faces of Zia Zhonghao and his wife were even more embarrassed. They knew the rules here very well. Even though they were currently vice-chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, they were not part of the families qualifying for the tournament. Therefore, they were treated the same as ordinary spectators, and even though they had arrived early to wait to board the ship, they still couldn't get in. Elder sister, let's board the ship together. Ling Yu extended a warm invitation. But Zia Chia and Ling Ruoxu still refused because their Zia family had also brought a large number of people, which exceeded the limit along with the Qin family members. Helpless, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu could only board the ship with the Qin family members first. The Zia family had to stay behind. Oh my! When did the Zia family fall to such a state? At that moment, a contemptuous voice came from behind the Zia family members. The people from the Zhang family in Guanchen have arrived. Along with them are Linda and her daughter. This year, the Zhang family has secured a ticket to the finals. They are now married to the Yao family and are on their way to dominate Guanchen. Their ambition extends further, as they aim to make a mark in the peak competition and enter the Southern Commerce Association to become a power in the South. Just a month ago, they might have had to look up to the Zia family. However, now the situation has changed, with the position of the vice president of the Zia family's Commerce Association being unstable, even hinting at a possible expulsion from the association. Naturally, the Zhang family wants to defend the Yao family and strike hard at the Zia family. Su Mei dared not speak up, as she has pinned her hopes on Ling Ruoxu. Until the outcome of the gamble is revealed, she cannot afford to clash too fiercely with the Zhang family, or else if Ling Yu fails and the Zhang family rises, the Zia family will truly be in dire straits. Zia Chia, you blind fool, get ready to kneel in front of me and repent. Before boarding the ship, Yao Linda still didn't forget to humiliate Zia Chia harshly. Zia Chia remained unfazed, choosing to stand by Ling Ruoxu and not be swayed by any power play. On the contrary, Zia Zhonghao and Su Mei felt immense pressure, sighing repeatedly. Seeing the Yao family and Zhang family board the ship while they still had to wait in line, the husband and wife temporarily left the dock building and stepped outside to catch some air, avoiding further humiliation from other forces. However, as soon as they left a public area, a man approached them with a murderous look in his eyes. Is it you? Zia Zhonghao apparently recognized the man, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. You've brought disgrace upon your noble family. In every aspect, you've messed things up completely. If you end up losing even the position of vice president of the Southern Commerce Association, we will kill your entire family. The man stood in front of Zia Zhonghao and issued a stern threat. Before Zia Zhonghao could respond, the man had already left. The husband and wife trembled, unable to fathom that those people would truly treat them in such a manner. But then again, it was somewhat expected. After a 20-minute boat journey, the Qin family and others had already landed on Wuji Island. It was like a paradise, opening their eyes to its splendor. In the center of the island stood a grand building named Nandian, the venue for the finals. Surrounding the building were various leisure and entertainment facilities, along with a variety of cuisines. In essence, it was a place prepared specifically for the enjoyment of aristocrats, the nouveau rich, and the elite. There were even clearly marked prices for the company of women who would accompany observers, with hourly fees boldly displayed. Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fan were filled with admiration, realizing the colorful world of the wealthy. Since it was only noon when they disembarked, and the boxing match was scheduled to commence at 8 p.m., The Qin family and the others didn't hurry to enter the venue, opting instead to rest and explore the surroundings. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu chose to enter a leisurely cafe to relax. However, as soon they stepped in, an unsightly man approached them. Heh. Ling Yu. Miss Qin. What a coincidence. Mo Shu. Qin Mingyu recognized the man and instinctively asked, Is Zhao Wenjin here as well? Yes. Miss Zhao Sa Yuan specifically asked me to come and greet you. Please come with me. Mo Shu led the couple to the VIP area. With a glance at each other, they followed him upstairs. Ling Yu felt that the situation made it seem like his wife had become best friends with Zhao Wuji's sister. It was quite absurd. It seemed to have turned into reality. Mingyu, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. Zhao Wenjin, standing high and mighty like an empress dowager, acted extraordinarily warm towards Qin Mingyu, as if they were just ordinary girls of the same age. It left Ling Yu feeling slighted. He was somewhat speechless. The contrast between his initial impression of Zhao Wenjin and her current behavior was becoming more pronounced. She had even started calling his wife by her name. You've been waiting for me? Then why didn't you tell me in advance? Qin Mingyu also felt a sense of missed opportunities. She had always lacked companionship since childhood, not because there weren't other girls her age around, but because only those who matched her in various aspects could become her best friends. Qin Yushuang and her never got along. Qin Ruhan was too young, and the women from other commercial families in Yun City were too different from her. Only Ling Qingshuan, who was somewhat similar to her, had ended up becoming her rival. Zhao Wenjin's initiative and aloofness towards Ling Yu finally provided her with a potential female companion she could bond with. I was going to meet you yesterday, but you were embroiled in a heated conflict with the Tang family, so I didn't want to disturb you, thinking you needed rest. Zhao Wenjin directly dismissed the others, including Su Yingku, just to cater to Qin Mingyu. Once the four of them were left, she inquired, Do you plan to win the peak championship? Let me help you. You help us. Both Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu were astonished. Mo Shu finally spoke up. Damn it, that guy named Pei Yong withdrew from the competition after you. Ling Yu crippled him. It messed up the matchups for the finals completely. Ling Yu had only learned about this yesterday, but was too exhausted from saving the patients and had slept without giving it much thought until this morning. Ling Yu, considering the current matchups, what are your plans for the first fight against Yuan Zi? Only then did Zhao Wenjin look towards Ling Yu and ask. Ling Yu was slightly surprised. He remembered that his first opponent was a skilled fighter from the Zhang family in Guancheng. Why was Zhao Wenjin saying this? Did she know his alias? Wenjin, do you know as well? Qin Mingyu saw Ling Yu's lack of response and spoke on his behalf. Zhao Wenjin was a nationally renowned talented woman. Her statement indicated that she must know Ling Yu's alias. Of course I do. That night when the knockoff Yuan Ling Yu appeared during the incident involving saving Qin Ruhan, Mo Shu had previously fought Ling Yu and recognized the style. Zhao Wenjin revealed matter-of-factly. Before Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu could comment her, she continued, Nangong Aiming, from the Nangong family, is also you, right, Ling Yu? You even came to the pinnacle match to show off your affections. How extraordinary. Qin Mingyu quickly glared at Ling Yu. Helplessly rolling his eyes, Ling Yu knew he was in for some teasing. Okay. Back on track. Ling Yu, what are your plans? After some jesting, Zhao Wenjin inquired once again. Ling Yu sighed. I don't actually have any plans. Yuan Zi, he probably won't be able to compete, right? Yesterday, he had spoken with Zia Zhu over the phone, and Yuan Zi had been arrested for mistakenly killing Ling Shitang. Currently, he was awaiting trial. While the Tang family in the East City had been trying ways to get him out previously, last night's incident caused a huge uproar both online and offline. Huang Nanzhou didn't know about the Tang family disregarding life. The Tang family's own survival was at stake. Aiming to have Yuan Zi participate in the pinnacle match seemed incredibly challenging now. At this moment, inside a prison cell in the East City, Yuan Xiu was still waiting to be released on bail, as promised by the Tang family. However, as lunchtime approached, there was still no movement. It wasn't until Zia Zhu arrived outside the prison cell that things changed. Looking at the long-haired man, Zia Zhu couldn't help but feel touched. While the other inmates were unkempt, he was immaculately clean from head to toe, and the cell was spotless. Such a man would normally be popular with women, but his peculiar personality, coupled with the fact that he had killed Ling Yu's cousin, left Zia Zhu feeling regretful. It was only when Yuan Xiu's gaze met hers that Zia Zhu spoke up proactively. You don't need to wait anymore. You won't be able to attend the summit competition. Yuan Xiu remained unfazed and instead asked her, "Is the Qin family in trouble?" Zia Zhu sneered. "What are you thinking? The Qin family is fine. It's the Tang family in the East City that's in trouble. The public opinion is fermenting in Nanzhou, and it has even caused a nationwide stir. Whatever shady things they did before will now be brought to justice." "I see." Yuan Xiu's expression didn't change much, as the Tang family meant nothing to him. His only regret now was that he couldn't leave this place. Unable to face Ling Yu squarely in front of everyone and seek revenge for Luna. "Somebody is here to see you. Come out." Zia Zhu suddenly had the door unlocked, letting Yuan Xiu out. Yuan Xiu was a bit surprised, but he quickly realized why. If the Qin family was unharmed, then she must still be alive. "Uncle." In the visitation room, Tanya was already seated there. The once lively and healthy girl now looked frail and pale, but it was evident that she had received treatment and was in recovery. "You came?" Yuan Xiu sat down, separated by the window from Tanya, and there was a hint of happiness in his eyes. He knew how the Tang family had dealt with the Qin family and how Tanya had voluntarily sacrificed herself to help the Tang family deal with the Qin family. Now that Tanya was still alive, it was a small consolation for the failed attempt to deal with the Qin family. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I couldn't help you deal with Ling Yu and the Qin family. They might be good people." Yuan Xiu, who was in a good mood before, turned cold upon hearing these words. In the next moment, he grabbed his head tightly. "Uncle, what's wrong?" "Uncle?" Tanya was shocked. Uncle had been in captivity for some time, but why did he seem so different now? What she didn't know was that since entering the prison, Yuan Xiu had been practicing a special martial art called Yuanyang Mingyan, trying to overcome Ling Yu. In fact, it wasn't just a sudden whim. He had long wanted to cultivate the internal strength of the Yuan family, but he had previously been discouraged by his ancestors, who had even prevented him from doing so. The ancestor knew all along that this martial art was like Pandora's box to Yuan Xiu, exerting a strong allure that would eventually lead him to open it. When Yuan Xiu left the village, the ancestor knew that he intended to cultivate this martial art, which was why he specifically warned Ling Yu through the old drunkard. Indeed, the wise ancestor's prediction seldom missed the mark. Listening to Tanya's words, Yuan Xiu suddenly looked up, his eyes turning pitch black. Zia Zhu was startled, and even Tanya trembled, saying, "Uncle, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yuan Xiu suddenly slammed his hands heavily on the glass window, causing the reception room to tremble slightly, and cracks appeared on the bulletproof glass. Zia Zhu quickly placed her hand on her gun at her waist, prepared for any potential outburst from Yuan Xiu. This guy was rated S grade or above in the Southern Peak competition, even scaring the monster Moshu. "What do you mean they're good people, then? What am I?" Yuan Xiu's eyes resembled to deep, hollow abysses, seemingly trying to draw Tanya in. He had considered Tanya a friend, only to realize that his only friend might betray him by speaking up for Ling Yu. Tanya was terrified. However, she still leaned against the glass, crying out, "Uncle, you are a good person too. Perhaps there were misunderstandings between you before, but they can be resolved." Misunderstandings? Luna died at Ling Yu's hands. How can that be a misunderstanding? Yuan Xiu's mentality seemed to be abnormal, looking like a deranged patient. "Tanya, get away." Zia Zhu drew her gun and gestured towards the ground, instructing Tanya. She could see that Yuan Xiu was unnerved, not thinking clearly. "No, don't harm Uncle." Tanya struggled to encourage Yuan Xiu. "Uncle, pull yourself together. Cooperate with the investigation. You'll be out soon." Zia Zhu signaled the prison guards to take Yuan Xiu back inside. However, as they touched Yuan Xiu, they felt that his body was burning up. Yuan Xiu suddenly turned around, staring fiercely at them. "Quick, go back." The two prison guards raised their batons, giving menacing orders. Yuan Xiu saw them as enemies and extended his hands, piercing through both men's bodies. The crimson blood made him sink into madness, letting out a long howl. "Damn it, is this guy insane?" Zia Zhu, flustered, attempted to go around and shoot Yuan Xiu. But before she could act, Yuan Xiu smashed the bulletproof glass with a punch and leapt out. How is this possible? The dignified Zia Zhu was intimidated by the terrifying aura exuded by Yuan Xiu in that moment, unable to move her fingers. It was her hesitation that saved her life. Seeing her immobility, Yuan Xiu refrained from harming her and instead attempted to flee. "Uncle." Tanya hurriedly embraced him from behind, tears soaking his clothes, pleading, "Take me with you. I'm willing to accompany you wherever you go." She clearly understood that Yuan Xiu was attempting to escape. He would become a fugitive if he succeeded, but she knew that Yuan Xiu had no choice now. Even if he didn't flee, he would spend the rest of his life in prison. Feeling her warm tears, Yuan Xiu's eyes gradually regained some clarity. He gently caressed Tanya's pale cheek, reminiscing about Luna. But in the next moment, a group of police officers burst in, shouting, "Quick, subdue them." Feeling the hostility, Yuan Xiu's demonic side resurfaced, his eyes turning bloodshot once more. "It was Ling Yu who caused me to end up in prison. He and the Qin family are trying to kill me. I must live to avenge Luna." Yuan Xiu had lost his sanity. Previously, his thoughts were still rational. Even if he hated Ling Yu and the Qin family, he wouldn't believe they were intentionally trying to harm him. But now, raging with madness, he had developed a delusional disorder of persecution. "Don't stop him, let him go," Zia Zhu loudly reminded her colleagues, but it was too late. The loyal prison guards didn't think twice, directly charging at Yuan Xiu with electric batons. The outcome was predictable. Bodies torn apart by Yuan Xiu. The smell of blood only fueled his inner desire to kill, and even when Tanya came to stop him, she was met with a swift strike, breaking her sternum. The thin and fragile Tanya's blood sprayed directly onto Yuan Xiu's face. Yuan Zhao's gaze suddenly froze again, halting all movement. In this moment, he sobered up. He finally deeply realized the terror of the Yuan family's Mingyan gone. No wonder their ancestors prohibited him from practicing it. No wonder his father had chosen to commit suicide in the past. Now he also felt terrifying. Unfortunately, unlike his father chose to commit suicide only after avenging his big grudge. But the man who killed Luna is still alive in this world. "Uncle, goodbye." Tanya smiled faintly, slowly closing her eyes. Even in death, she was willing to believe that Yuan Zi was a good person. "Uncle, he is really pitiful." If she could, she would still want to give him a hug. Tanya. Intense feelings of sadness miraculously caused Yuan Zi to regain his composure. He gritted his teeth, picked up Tanya's slender body, and escaped directly. "Officer Zia, are you okay?" It wasn't until another group of reinforcements arrived that Zia Zhu woke up from her daze. She felt embarrassed, as in that situation just now, she didn't move at all. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was deeply moved by Tanya and Yuan Zhao's story. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that there could be people with such deep emotions in the world. "Chase. Quickly. Chase after him." Realizing this, Zia Zhu led the team to pursue Yuan Zi. The result was foreseeable. Yuan Zi had long vanished without a trace. Before long, Ling Yu, who was still discussing strategies on the small island, received a call from Zia Zhu. "What? Yuan Zi has escaped?" "That's right. That man seems to have gone crazy. Be careful. Protect yourself, and your wife too." Zia Zhu also knew about Qin Mingyu's pregnancy and was worried that Ling Yu might not be able to protect himself. His wife was also in danger. Hey. Great. Mo Shu heard this and was extremely excited. "I was afraid that bastard wouldn't come out. If he dares to come to the peak match, I will personally avenge my son and kill him." Ling Yu also sighed heavily. The worries of their ancestors had come true. They didn't know what Yuan Zi would become. Tanya. Outside the mountain, Yuan Zi held Tanya, who had already closed her eyes, and looked up to the sky with a long howl. Throughout his life, he had few friends, especially of the opposite sex. From the moment he left Hero Village, he had no friends. Tanya was the first girl to actively make friends with him, and she searched for him for 8 days. After becoming friends with him, to help him deal with the Qin family, she was willing to sacrifice her life and burn together with the Qin family. In the end, this girl died by his hand. For Yuan Zi, this was simply a great irony. Looking up at the gloomy sky, Yuan Zi cried and laughed, muttering to himself, "I am truly a doomed son. Anyone who becomes my friend will not have a good ending. Ha ha. Ling Yu, you are no exception. Ha ha." Thinking of this, Yuan Zi suddenly laughed into the sky, his smile carrying a terrifying, devouring feeling. Next, he used a sword to dig a hole, buried Tanya, and then carved a wooden tablet. "Tanya, I'm leaving. After killing all those damned people, I will accompany you on the road." Yuan Zhao's eyes were filled with the color of death. The only drive he had left to live was killing. At the riverside ferry terminal, Just as the staff were preparing to end the day's voyages, a disheveled man suddenly appeared on the scene. "I want to go to Nanshan Island," the man said coldly to the staff with his hair covering his face. "I'm sorry, but the boats for today have ended." The staff refused. In the next moment, a sword was placed against her neck, cutting a little flesh. The staff were terrified. "I said I want to go to the island." The man's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing the demonic eyes, the two staff members were scared witless. "Sir, please don't be agitated. Put down the sword. Can we talk about this?" The receptionist brought the bold security guards over to calm the man down. Feeling a bit familiar, the receptionist continued to ask, "What's your name?" "Yuanzi." The man suddenly turned around and said to her, staring at her, "I am the Tang family's representative player. Do I not have the qualifications to go to the island?" "Ah, it's you." The receptionist turned even paler upon hearing his name. The staff member, who was being held at sword point by Yuanzi, was now in tears. The people around them also started to retreat. They all had received the police's message that this man had killed many people and torn many bodies, then escaped from prison. "Don't get too agitated first. Let me check with the leader." The receptionist, fearing refusal, called King John bravely to ask for instructions, as the man might go on a killing spree if refused. The reply was unexpected. "Let him on the boat. Send him to the island on a dedicated ship." King John, as the organizer of the martial arts competition, understood very well that during these few nights, countless high-ranking officials, wealthy and powerful figures would come to the island to watch the competition. He also knew what kind of scenes these people were most eager to witness. His goal was primarily to make money and provide an exciting and outstanding martial arts feast, and other matters were not something he needed to consider. Even if the police wanted to go to the island, it would be difficult for them to pass through their checkpoints. Of course, whether Yuanzi could ultimately participate was not something King John could decide. For now, he just allowed Yuanzi to reach the scene first. After receiving the affirmative answer, Yuanzi eventually stopped killing and put away his sword. Instead, he followed the receptionist and boarded the ship. By this time, the night had already enveloped the land, but the small island was aglow with lights. This was a true city that never sleeps. Qin family representative entering. With the announcer's call, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu took the lead, with for Qin family aunts, as well as Qin Ruhan and others following into the venue. There were not only applause but also cannons firing. Extremely formal, the event was held as if it were more solemn than the Olympic Games. This was a game exclusively for the wealthy. After entering, Ling Yu truly felt why the influence of the Southern Peak competition was so great, because almost all the figures in the upper class of South Continent were present, even including the mayor of East City. The order of appearance was based on the current status of the forces in South Continent. The higher the status, the later the entrance. When the Qin family's representatives entered, many other force representatives were already present, with the Qin family in the middle tier. Such ranking was destined not to attract much attention from ordinary viewers. The boxing matches in the finals were open to betting, which was one of the reasons why the finals were 100 times more fiery than the preliminaries. The odds of the Qin family winning were 1 to 32, also classified in the middle tier among all the forces, receiving only moderate attention. "Ha ha. Miss Qin, hello." Just as Qin Mingyu took her seat, Zhang Jiaoju walked over with a proud smile, reaching out to shake hands with her. Qin Mingyu just nodded in acknowledgement, neither warm nor offending this unfamiliar family. "What? Look down on my family, Zhang from Mendong City?" Yao Linda behind her immediately snorted coldly. "It's advised that you don't get too arrogant. Making too many enemies will result in a very miserable end in the future." Qin Mingyu also didn't pay attention to such a woman, directly asking Zhang Rui, "House Master Zhang, may I ask if there's something? I have a small matter to discuss with you." Zhang Rui wanted to lower his head to speak to Qin Mingyu's ear, but was directly intercepted by Ling Yu. He ruthlessly pushed him away. "Does this guy think he's dead? Her husband is right there, and he still wants to speak so intimately with his wife." Zhang Rui was completely pissed off by Ling Yu's obstruction. Indeed, he noticed that Qin Mingyu was stunningly beautiful and wanted to get closer. But this was too arrogant, wasn't it? To put it plainly, isn't this woman just a social butterfly? Otherwise, why can the Qin family keep growing under her control? Is she pretending to be a pure and virtuous woman now? All right. If you won't drink the toast, then you'll drink the punishment toast. All right. Seeing that Qin Mingyu had no intention of whispering to him, Zhang Rui became furious and said, "I wanted to give your Qin family a chance to lose gracefully to us, so that we could continue to cooperate amicably in the future. But since you want to act like this, then let's settle the matter on the stage. Don't come crying to me for forgiveness later." With these words, he left in anger. In reality, their Zhang family's top experts had been rated as S-level, and Zhang Rui was confident in the high-level expert he had hired at a high price, believing that he could defeat Ling Yu. However, Ling Yu was also an S-level player. He trusted the organizers' ratings and didn't want his own expert to get hurt in the advancement. After all, there were 2 more days of competition to come, and sometimes it wasn't just about strength, but about who could maintain a better condition to advance. But in front of the Qin Mingyu couple, he felt frustrated and embarrassed, so he decided to show his displeasure. His Zhang family was also a leading force in Yucheng and couldn't tolerate such disrespect. Little did he note that Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu maintained a cold demeanor throughout, making both the Zhang and Ya families feel like they had misjudged the situation completely. Shen Xiaopeng even laughed sardonically. "A bunch of fools." This infuriated Zhang Rui completely, and he immediately ordered in anger, "Wild Tiger, I command you now, face the Qin family's top expert. Don't give him a chance to surrender. Make sure to defeat him on the spot." "Got it. Understood. Master of the house can rest assured." The high-level expert called Wild Tiger was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a fierce demeanor. He glanced back at Ling Yu, his expression full of killing intent. Several ants from the Qin family, not knowing Ling Yu's background, couldn't help but feel a bit worried when they saw this detail. Qin Hanshu even came over and said softly, "Mingyu, is handling it this way a bit inappropriate?" Unbeknownst to them, Qin Mingyu remained indifferent. "Since they are enemies, there's no need to show weakness. I trust Ling Yu." Her words left Qin Hanshu and the ants speechless. On the other hand, Ling Yu acted as if the Zhang family members were invisible. He had too many identities and responsibilities. He couldn't spare the time to bother with such opponents of this level. The Zhang family had just left, and next to enter were the Dongsu family. After the cheers and salutes, Sudan walked towards the Qing family's area. He had a message to deliver. "Mr. Ling, just received news. Yuangxi has committed murder and escaped to an island." "What?" Shen Xiaopeng exclaimed in shock, his expression complex. In fact, Yuangxi had accidentally killed Ling Shitang. And with proper cooperation in the investigation, combined with the Tang family's backdoor deals, he might have been released soon. But now, he had burned his bridges. At least, he couldn't live in the city anymore. Ling Yu also felt a mix of emotions upon hearing about Yuangxi's escape. He knew about it beforehand, but didn't expect him to flee to an island. This only indicated how terrifying the background of the event organizers was. "Please prioritize the big picture and make arrangements rationally," Sudin said, in a composed manner before smiling and leaving. "Lin Fan, that woman has a great temperament." Shen Xiaopeng couldn't help but sneak a few more glances at the Su family's beauty. "If you like her, go after her boldly," Lin Fan encouraged. "This way, we brothers won't have to argue over a woman." "HMPH. Why don't you go after her then?" Shen Xiaopeng wasn't stupid. He understood the concept of striking while the iron was hot. The lady from the Su family was definitely harder to pursue than Miss Jin 3. Now, after changing his target, was all his previous effort in vain? He decided to learn from his senior brother, be a dedicated handsome man, not a playboy, and refrain from starting a harem even when he possesses wealth in the future. Meanwhile, Qing Ruhan paid no attention to the two of them from start to finish. She was observing the various major families and forces entering the scene with Ling Yu and Qin Men, discreetly spraying perfume, and seeming to have some secret thoughts. The last force to enter the stage was the Shen Su family. Led by the Su patriarch, they received thundering applause from the crowd. The enthusiasm for the Shen Su family was evidently different from that of other families because, in the eyes of many, the Shen Su family deserved the title of the #1 family in the South Continent. Their position as the head of the Commerce Association was well-earned. In fact, the Shen Su family was the top contender for the championship this year, with both of their top experts in the top 5 for winning odds. As for the Tang family of Dongcheng, they did not have an entrance ceremony. Due to the previous day's incident causing a stir, they were already in deep trouble, and Yuangxi had yet to appear at the event. Next, please welcome the last pinnacle champion, Mourning. With the announcer's cry, the atmosphere in the arena once again reached its climax. Ling Yu was quite curious and even looked towards the area of the Nangong family. When he was together with Nangong Wu, that fellow kept mentioning the Mourning family, indicating some disputes with them, especially towards Mourning. The hatred was immense because his goddess happened to like Mourning. At this moment, Nangong Wu sneered, his eyes fixed on the man walking in the center of the ring. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu were also surprised. They had expected the previous champion to be an old man like Bai Lao, or at least a middle-aged man, but Mourning turned out to be a young man who looked no older than 30. So, when he won the championship 3 years ago, wasn't he in his early 20s? What a genius! Qin Ruhan couldn't help but praise as she clasped her hands together. Due to his champion aura, his temperament and looks had at least gained 3 grades in women's eyes. Champion! Champion! The cheers from the audience came one after another. Even though 3 years had passed, the reputation of the previous champion of martial arts in the southern continent remained undiminished. Nangong Wu told me that the title of the 4 great families of Yanjing has always been changing, but there is a saying that the Mourning family, among the 4 great families, is as solid as iron because of their formidable martial strength, which no one can challenge. Ling Yu suddenly said to Qin Ming, who nodded slightly in response, "That's right, especially in the last 3 decades, with the constant changes among the 4 great families, only the Mourning and Nangong families have remained successful, even more so than the Tang family." Ling Yu also nodded, understanding the intricacies. The Mourning family relied on martial prowess, while the Nangong family relied on wealth. This time, Nangong was keen on getting him to help the Nangong family win in the arena, aiming to take the championship in the Southern Peak competition and to suppress the Mourning family in Yanjing. Also, he could show off in front of his goddess. Ladies and gentlemen, next, please let Vice President Wan announce a heavyweight news. A beautiful announcer suddenly shouted, silencing the entire venue. Wang Zhang took the stage holding a microphone. He knew he wasn't the main character of the evening, so he didn't tease the audience, but straightforwardly announced, due to a contestant withdrawing from the competition due to injury, the organizers, after consulting with the previous Martial Honored One, have decided to have him fill the vacant spot and once again compete for the title of Martial Honored One against the top competitors of this year. What? As soon as he said this, almost everyone present was dumbfounded. This was followed by various reactions and voices. From the audience's perspective, of course, they were all very excited. They also wanted to see if among this year's top competitors, there was anyone stronger than the previous Martial Honored One. Coincidentally, the previous Martial Honored One was also known as the strongest Martial Honored One of the past decade, making the anticipation even greater. However, for those aiming to win the title of this year's Martial Honored One, this was undoubtedly bad news, as it would be much more challenging to surpass the previous Martial Honored One. Of course, martial artists are competitive by nature, and, as the saying goes, there's no one better than the best in literature and second in martial arts. Most of the top competitors who advanced wanted to surpass the previous Martial Honored One, which would make their reputation shine even brighter. So, this was not just a simple matter. The opposing voices were few, making it a foregone conclusion. Hey, damn it, the Mourning family really wants to win the top spot in every martial arts competition in the world. Huh. Mo Shu couldn't help but comment behind Zhao Wenjin. Luckily, he's in the upper half, and I'm in the lower half. I won't have to face him until I take down Yuan Zhu. Otherwise, I would definitely protest to the end. Zhao Wenjin just nodded slightly, without saying a word. In fact, she was also looking forward to Ling Yu facing Mourning. In this way, she could directly measure the strength difference between the Southern Mourning and the Northern Volve King, to see if both were truly deserving of their reputations, or if one was just riding on false fame. Ling Yu, Mourning will be in the upper half, and your alias, AI Mingyu, might face him. Qin Mingyu whispered to Ling Yu. Well, but that's not tonight's business. Tonight, I'll focus on dealing with the lower half first, right? Ling Yu nodded, not having any concept of this Mourning. It was their first time meeting, and who knew how strong he really was. There were 32 matches tonight, with 60 for participants narrowed down to 32, so for Ling Yu, the highlight of tonight was facing Yuan Zhu. As for his original identity facing the Zhang family, honestly, he wasn't concerned at all. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Li, the special assistant to the president of the Chamber of Commerce, to deliver a speech. With these words from the beautiful hostess, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu's attention was once again drawn to the stage. The venue was buzzing with discussions. The president of the Chamber of Commerce pays attention to the Southern Peak tournament every year. That's right. The president of the Chamber of Commerce oversees the entire Dragon Kingdom's order. The two special assistants and Pharaohs under his command are all prominent figures. Don't underestimate the special assistant to the president. He's a national-level deputy official in the capital city, ranking higher than even the city mayor. Who doesn't know? Otherwise, why invite him to speak instead of the mayor? With the crowd discussing, a man in his 30s walked onto the stage. Everyone, the president of the Chamber of Commerce hopes that after the competition, he can meet the martial honored one of this year and make a friend. He also hopes to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom's business community and welfare together. His official-sounding remarks garnered applause from the crowd. Ling Yu, however, almost felt like vomiting. If there was one word to describe the falsely noble figure of the top of the Dragon Kingdom, it would be Tang. But how many people in the lower echelons knew his true face? Many opinions were controlled, coupled with Tang's good facade. So surprisingly, many people still supported him. For this reason, Ling Yu didn't dare to easily assassinate him, as it would undoubtedly lead to upheaval in the Dragon Kingdom. However, the events involving the Tang family in the eastern city gave Ling Yu great inspiration. As long as Tang Ning's actions were exposed to the world, this great demon would certainly fall from grace, even if the difficulty was 100 times higher than dealing with the radiation incident that had just ended. After completing all the procedures, an exciting scene unfolded. Everyone, I hereby announce the final match of this year's Southern Peak tournament, officially starting. With the hostess's excited announcement, the atmosphere in the venue exploded completely. Wow, Sushu must win. I'm Mingyu for the martial honored one. I placed a big bet on her. What about you, Wanzhu? Tam, I had high hopes for you. You won't miss tonight's match, will you? Can't wait. Let's get started. The noisy scene, although somewhat chaotic, was very contagious. Even the women of the Qin family, who were not usually interested in martial arts competitions, were slightly trembling with excitement at this moment. They saw the bloodthirsty fervor on the faces of the upper-class figures in Southern Peak and the thousands of spectators. If the Qin family could win the title of Southern Peak Martial Honored One in such an atmosphere, their prestige would undoubtedly skyrocket. Just the thought of it made their blood boil with excitement. The first match to enter the arena was a top expert from Sushu named Brother Sen. As one of the few S-class athletes and representing Sushu, his popularity was beyond doubt. As soon as he appeared, he elicited cheers that resounded like a tsunami. Before the match began, the screens attached to the armrests of Ling Yu and the others suddenly lit up. It turned out that baits could be placed there too. The operation was straightforward: scan the code, log in, recharge the account, and start placing baits. Not to mention Shen Xiaopang and Lin Fan, even Qin Mingyu and others were curious and hurriedly scanned the code to place their baits. Ling Yu glanced at his wife's actions, which seemed to have a betting limit and different odds and upper limits. For example, in this match, the odds of Brother Sen winning were 1 to 1.01, with an astonishingly high betting limit of 100 million. On the other hand, his opponent had odds of 1 to 91, with an upper limit of just over 10,000. In simple terms, players could win a maximum of 1 million. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Fan and Shen Xiaopang each bet 100,000 on Brother Sen, winning an extra 1,000 that would at least cover a decent late-night snack. As expected, Brother Sen defeated his opponent in just 2 or 3 moves, causing him to spit out black blood. Seeing this scene, Ling Yu was somewhat surprised. It seemed that Brother Sen's skills had improved considerably since their last encounter, and he seemed even more cunning. How did he manage to enhance his strength in such a short time? What puzzled Ling Yu even more was that many restrictions appeared to be lifted in the finals. In the preliminary rounds, killing the opponent would lead to disqualification, but this restriction was removed for the finals. Not only that, Ling Yu could see that Brother Sen's palm strike was poisoned, but the organizers seemed to turn a blind eye to it and tacitly endorsed it. Ha. Winning money sure is easy. Lin Fan and Shen Xiaopang high-fived, each winning 1,000 yuan. After watching the match, they could freely spend their winnings. Hey, you two are so excited for winning just a little? Qin Ruhan glanced at the screens on their seats and couldn't help but feel smug. The two quickly looked at her screen and exclaimed, Wow, you won over 10,000 yuan. TSK. A little rich lady. Lin Fan was curious and looked at Qin Mingyu's screen. He had seen his sister-in-law had placed a bet too, wondering how much she had won. When he saw the numbers on her screen, he was so shocked that he slumped in his seat, pointing at Qin Mingyu, at a loss for words. 1 million. Seeing the amount of money Qin Mingyu won, Lin Fan was stunned and shaking with fear. He never expected Qin to be such a bold gambler. Shen Xiaopeng also had his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a moment. It's so easy for rich people to make money. Just like that, 1 million in the pocket without breaking a sweat. Qin Mingyu, however, showed no expression at all. When the next round of betting appeared, she once again went all in. It's not that she loves to gamble. In fact, the mere 1 million didn't make her feel anything at all. Even if she lost 100 million, she could afford it. This Southern Zone Championship is essentially a place to gain influence. Ling Yu's goal is to claim the title of Martial Arts Supreme, while she aims to win the title of Golden Eyes. She's the player who has won the most in-baits in this event. If she's going to do something, she wants to do it the best. That's Qin Mingyu's personality. In the first round, she didn't believe the ambitious Shen Su would be upset, so she went all in. As for the second round, she bet even more, because the next contestant to appear was Zia Mingyu. By this time, Ling Yu had already left the Qin family's area and appeared on stage wearing a Wolf mask. Zia Mingyu. Martial Arts Supreme. Martial Arts Supreme. Non-Gong family will win. The cheers from the audience were even louder than when they supported Brother Sen just now. This is because Zia Mingyu is the only S+ rated player selected by the organizer, representing the four major families of Yanjing. Almost half of the spectators believe that he can help the non-Gong family in the Martial Arts Supreme title. The odds of him winning are also 1.01. But unlike the opponent Sen just faced, who was only rated a plus, Zia Mingyu's opponent is also an S player. It's worth noting that there are only a total of 19 players rated S or above. If this player didn't go up against Zia Mingyu, the chances of reaching the top 32 would still be very high. Even the previous Martial Arts Supreme, Mourning, was closely following this expert from the non-Gong family. He knew very well that the non-Gong family must be wealthy and influential to bring in participants for the Southern Zone Championship, not just anyone. Zia Mingyu, what an explosively popular name. Did you choose this name because you're eyeing the beauties of the Qin family? A lickspittle of a married woman. Zia Mingyu's opponents started trash-talking as soon as Zia Mingyu appeared. Besides trying to tactically provoke his opponent, it was also his true thoughts. He was annoyed by Zia Mingyu's popularity. Zia Mingyu glanced at him, a young player with indeed exceptional talent but too arrogant and mouthy. Considering Zia Mingyu didn't pay any attention to him, the young man disdainfully continued, "You're rated as an S+ player. Did the non-Gong family not pride the organizers? In my opinion, your skills are even inferior to mine." Whoosh! Before he could finish his trash talk, the bell for the match rang, and Ling Yu suddenly sprang into action. How is this possible? The young man's expression instantly changed. His arrogance vanished, replaced by extreme fear. Although he had watched Zia Mingyu's match recordings and admires his skills, he didn't believe Zia Mingyu could outdo him by much. By provoking his opponent early on, he thought there was still a chance for a comeback when he spots his opponent's weaknesses. But now he realized he was too naive. Zia Mingyu easily sent him flying out of the arena with one palm strike. Doom. It was only when the young man fell outside the ring and lost his eligibility that Zia Mingyu scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry. What did you just say? I didn't catch that." The young player's face turned red instantly, feeling as if his cheeks were on fire. He knew Zia Mingyu had already shown him mercy, or else getting knocked out of the ring wouldn't have been that simple. It might have cost him his life. The moment he fell, thunderous cheers erupted from the audience, with 80% celebrating Zia Mingyu's victory. The chants for Martial Arts Supreme were deafening. Qin Mingyu also joined in the applause. Qin Ruhan and several aunts found it very surprising. They knew Qin Mingyu's personality well and didn't think she would be so enthusiastic about unrelated people. Could it be because the person's name is Zia Mingyu? "Sister, aren't you afraid of making brother-in-law jealous?" Qin Ruhan leaned close to Qin Mingyu's ear and whispered softly. Qin Mingyu coldly snorted. "Jealous? He dares to be jealous? How many women does he have around him? He'd have opinions if I'm interested in other men." Qin Ruhan agreed. She knew quite a bit herself, such as Lin Qingshuan, the top courtesan at Heavenly Nightclub, Zia Zhu, and, oh, does she count too? Forget it, let's quickly change the subject. Not long after, the missing Lingyu returned to his seat, and everyone thought he had just gone to the bathroom. The following matches started to get a bit abnormal. Apart from the first two matches being for entertainment, the outcomes of the later matches became extremely unpredictable. Ling Fen and Shen Xiaopang had already given back all the money they won, and even went into losses, meaning they had no money left for late-night snacks. They were curious if Qin Mingyu would also end up losing, but to their surprise, they noticed she was not placing any baits on the later matches. It's not that Qin Mingyu knew the ins and outs. She had a consistent approach as her main strategy. She wouldn't bet on players whose strengths were close or who had no hope of winning the championship. In order to earn the title of Golden Eyes, not losing a single round was more important than winning money. Because if you have an upset, you'd need to win many more rounds to make up for it. Not betting incorrectly means winning many more rounds. As they watched the match's progress in the upper half of the bracket, the beautiful guest who was missing suddenly appeared behind Wang Zhang, whispering in his ear. Wang Zhang quickly stood up and instructed the guest, "Don't reject him for now, and don't provoke him either. Wait for my signal before letting him enter the arena." Understood, Vice President. The guest quickly left to make the arrangements. Meanwhile, Wang Zhang left his seat hurriedly and entered the VIP room backstage to find the president and Mr. Li sitting together in the luxury viewing room. The president of the Martial Arts Association was a middle-aged man with an ageless appearance, wearing a light beard, looking serious and dignified, making it hard for people to meet his eyes. President Duanmu, the representative player from Tang, Yuangxiu, has arrived at the venue. Should we allow him to compete? The matter was important, even urgent, and Wang Zhang couldn't care that Mr. Li was present, going straight to seek guidance. President Duanmu glanced at Mr. Li and asked, "Mr. Li, what's your opinion?" Yuangxiu's status was unique. He was a fugitive on the run. Allowing him to compete would undoubtedly cause a huge controversy. But if someone higher up intervenes to block it, this matter wouldn't affect the Martial Arts Association. For the upper echelons, suppressing certain issues was simply too easy. President Duanmu, may I ask, what is the purpose of hosting the Southern Zone Championship? Mr. Li asked in return. Of course, it's to offer a thrilling martial arts event to the elite in the southern region who are passionate about martial arts. President Duanmu replied solemnly. In that case, why refuse Dong Tang's player? Haven't they violated the championship's qualifications? Mr. Li smiled, his attitude very clear. Mr. Li is right. Chairman Duanmu responded respectfully to Mr. Li's words, but then he said to Director Wang, "Take me to see the competitor." Yes, Chairman. Respecting Mr. Li is one thing, but the Martial Arts Association is definitely not an organization subordinate to the Dragon Country Business Association. As the head of the organization, Chairman Duanmu absolutely cannot blindly act just because he listened to Mr. Li's advice and cause a big mess. He didn't care what Yuangxi's identity was, even if he was a fugitive, but he needed to make sure that Yuangxi was a mentally normal person. Otherwise, if he went on stage and couldn't control his mind, leading to a bloodbath, it would be very difficult for them as the organizers to bear such responsibility. Such incidents have happened before. After all, martial artists losing control of themselves and going berserk is a common occurrence. Mr. Li followed the two chairmen and arrived at a backstage room, where they saw Yuangxi. Honestly, after seeing him in person, Chairman Duanmu also found it difficult to associate Yuangxi with a fugitive. He appeared so clean and refined, with a bit of scholarly and lofty temperament. "You are Yuangxi?" Chairman Duanmu asked, staring at Yuangxi. Yuangxi indeed appeared noble, just nodded slightly without speaking. "The Tang family in Dongcheng has collapsed. Why do you still insist on competing?" Chairman Duanmu continued questioning. He needed to make sure that the man in front of him was in his right mind and had normal motives. Yuangxi's gaze became colder and colder. In the past, he wouldn't even bother lying. He came here to openly and righteously kill Lingyu. However, before he could speak, Mr. Li gave him a meaningful look, as if secretly hinting at something. Yuangxi didn't know Mr. Li, but he was smart and understood the implications of that look. Eventually, his noble appearance suddenly changed, and he said, "I want fame and fortune. I want to obtain the title of Martial Saint." A very mundane reason, but Chairman Duanmu nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, you can go on stage." Yuangxi didn't respond anymore, not even saying thank you. After carefully observing him again, Chairman Duanmu turned and left the room. Outside the room, Chairman Duanmu's heart was also tumultuous. After so many years, he had never seen a master with such a strong demonic nature before. Perhaps this year's martial saint would be more powerful than any martial saint in the past 30 years. Though he practiced martial arts, he couldn't contain his anticipation. At that moment, at the martial arts competition venue, the competition was intense and maintained a high level of excitement without any dull moments. However, for the Qin family, a group of women suddenly became nervous and excited. Qin Ruhan couldn't help but stand up and shout towards the direction of the arena. "Brother-in-law, come on." Ling Yu's match was finally here. Hearing his younger niece's cheer, Ling Yu, who was about to enter the stage, looked over. Not only his younger niece, even Qin Hanshu and several aunts were cheering enthusiastically for him. Whether or not they liked Ling Yu was one thing, but the butts of the 4S wouldn't slouch like Qin Zime's. Little Fatty and Lin Fan, not to mention, were shouting at the top of their lungs for Ling Yu. Although Qin Mingyu didn't shout, the implications in her sparkling eyes were clearly conveyed to Ling Yu. Ling Yu smiled at Qin Mingyu, indicating that she didn't need to worry at all. Qin Mingyu also said to Qin Ruhan and others, "Don't worry. Ling Yu will definitely win." Her voice was not loud. It wasn't that the organizers deliberately caused trouble by placing the Zhang family's viewing area right behind them, but it was divided based on the strength of influence, and the Zhang family should also be behind them. Zhang Rui, the head of the Zhang family, who had been paying attention to Qin Mingyu all along, was already irritated by Qin Mingyu. Now, upon hearing Qin Mingyu speak, he couldn't wait to mock loudly through the microphone. "Ha ha, Qin family, you're finished. Definitely going to win. Dream on. Watch. The masters of my Zhang family will definitely teach your husband a lesson." Although the atmosphere in the arena was lively, his loud voice still attracted attention from a large region. Zhang Rui was angry because of Qin Mingyu's words, but Qin Mingyu didn't take his words seriously at all, sitting down quietly without any response. Damn. Zhang Rui saw Qin Mingyu's indifferent expression and became even more furious, shouting, "If you all want to win money, bet on the wild tiger of my Zhang family. Even if the odds are low, I guarantee that we will make a lot of money." Ha! No one knew where his confidence came from, as the winning odds for both parties had already been set by the organizers. Feeling the eyes around him weren't right, Zhang Rui frowned slightly. Beside him, a woman from the Ya family couldn't help but remind him to look at the screen. Damn it, what's going on? Ling Yu's victory was at 1.2 odds. The Wild Tiger's victory at 4 odds. Ha ha. Zhang Guy, your player's odds aren't low, but we dare not bet. In the front row, Nangon will also enjoy the show and openly mocked, destined to lose, even at 40,000 odds. Seeing Zhang Rui's darkening face, the surrounding people laughed along. Not only that, because more and more money was being bet on Ling Yu at the venue, the odds continued to drop, indicating that no one favored the Zhang family. Unbelievable. What idiots! Zhang Rui was beyond frustrated and cursed. They wanted to bet more to lower the Wild Tiger's odds a bit, wanting to save some face, but due to the preset limits, each person could only bet up to 250,000. It felt frustrating not being able to utilize the money and akin to being unable to exert one's strength to stifling. Ya Linda also bet 250,000 for the Zhang family, not allowing a loss. They couldn't afford to lose to the Qin family. Compared to the frustrated group at Jiangxi, the Qin family appeared calm and composed. Qin Mingyu had already bet 5 million when Ling Yu's odds were at their highest. Qin Ruhan and the others might have been a bit slower, but each of them also smashed in 5 million. Seeing this, Little Fatty and Lin Fan realized that their bait seemed quite paltry. Damn it, anyone could deceive us, but our senior brother definitely won't deceive us. I'll borrow money. I'll borrow too. The mischievous Little Fatty and Lin Fen clapped their hands and made a quick decision. This was a chance to make 1 million in a blink of an eye, and they couldn't miss out. Heh, I'll lend it to you. Qin Ruhan had long been prepared to earn money together. Luckily, they made it in time, and they also went all in for Ling Yu. The match began right after they did. Wild Tiger. Crush Ling Yan. Finish off the Qin family. Zhang Rui was infuriated by Qin Mingyu. Naturally coarse in nature, he shouted in the audience, "Damn it, how dare a country girl from a second-tier city like Yunchuan act like she's all that?" Who doesn't know she's just a social butterfly? Tonight, my Zhang family will surely crush you into an utter mess and show you the reality. Upon hearing these words, Ling Yu, who had originally intended to give the organizers some face, suddenly changed his mind. As both Ling Yu and the Wild Tiger were considered S-tier masters by the organizers, everyone anticipated a fierce battle between the two. Even though Ling Yu had a slightly better chance of winning, it wouldn't be easy. Nevertheless, as the bell rang, while the Wild Tiger was still responding okay to John Rui, before he could finish, Ling Yu appeared in front of him. How can this be so fast? The Wild Tiger was taken aback and subconsciously shouted, "Pop." Though Ling Yu's strike wasn't heavy, it caught his opponent off guard, directly knocking him off his feet with a palm strike. The Wild Tiger tried to struggle to get up, but Ling Yu opportunistically tripped his supporting leg. Hey hey hey. Don't do it. Wild Tiger cried out in alarm. This guy Ling Yu is too cunning. How could he be so shameless, always launching surprise attacks out of nowhere? Poof. Wild Tiger ended up falling outside the ring in the end. Ha ha. Exactly 3 seconds. Qin Ruhan laughed triumphantly. She was keeping track of the time. Zhang Rui's excited expression hadn't even faded yet. Why did it end so suddenly? The people around him also looked embarrassed. It's one thing to lose money, but their reputation seems to be at stake. Oh well. Better make a quick exit. After all, everyone only knows Zhang Rui, not them. Wow, the Qin family's expert is amazing. The Qin family has championship potential. Cheers from the audience below the arena rang out. To be honest, for ordinary people, who the champion is doesn't really matter. Whoever helps them win money is like their own parent. As for losing money, they will just curse out Zhang substandard goods. No one dares to criticize Ling Yu for being too strong. I concede. Ling Yu gestured with his hand and walked down the stage. He looked calm, like Ultraman, after defeating a minor monster. Just routine. Nothing special. This demeanor once again humiliated Wild Tiger in the audience. He was still murmuring in confusion. How was it so fast? That's not scientifically possible. Just a second ago, Sukion Mo and her father were applauding vigorously for Ling Yu's victory. But the next moment, they had to stop, because the patriarch Su was coming over, followed by a large group of people, including Su Jianchao and Su Guanglian. There was even the city mayor of Dongcheng. Seeing the serious expression on her grandfather's face, Su Qianmo had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Ha ha. Little brother, it's almost time for your family's expert to take the stage. Why haven't we seen Mr. Wang Lan? Su Jianchao asked. He's warming up. Su Qianmo quickly replied for her father. Oh. Warming up? Where? Su Jianchao's companion sneered. I didn't see him in the player's preparation area just now. Originally, such words should have been ignored. But the next moment, even the city mayor of Dongcheng interjected. Master Su, I've witnessed the prowess of Deep Su's experts, and now I want to see the top expert of East Su. Would you be so kind as to introduce him to me? Ow. Su Jianlu looked embarrassed. Ling Yu had just finished a match, and they didn't even know where he was currently. How could they have expected so many people to suddenly come looking for him? Su Qianmo's forehead was covered in sweat. Had Ling Yu's identity been exposed? No. Su Qianmo was a talented woman, and she quickly guessed the truth. As long as her grandfather didn't reveal it, her uncles couldn't possibly know that Mr. Wang Lang's true identity was Ling Yu. That they were very familiar with East Su, and they would definitely know that there was no expert by the name of Mr. Wang Lang. Moreover, Mr. Wang Lang always wore a mask, so her uncles deduced that Mr. Wang Lang must have overlapped with experts from other factions. As for the specific identity, they probably didn't know yet, at least not for sure. What? Refusing to show respect? Mayor Dongcheng furrowed his brow. No. No. Su Jianlu quickly waved his hand, feeling a bit sweaty on his forehead. How could the Su family of Dongcheng not show respect to the bigwigs of Dongcheng's political circles? But now that Mr. Wang Lang had to come out, he had no way of doing it. Su Qianmo realized she had been careless and should have prepared a stand-in in advance. She never expected such a sudden turn of events. Why didn't her grandfather inform her in advance? Was everything just a sudden development? Little brother, since it's not a matter of disrespecting the city mayor, please bring out your top expert quickly. We have important matters to discuss, and they are related to him. Su Jianchao pressured his brother again. In his eyes, Su Jianlu was no longer a brother but the biggest stumbling block on his path to the top. Su Jianlu was still thinking about his wording, but Su Jianchao didn't give him a chance. He said directly, "Could it be that you invited outside help at the last minute to save face for Yi Su? In reality, he doesn't serve the interests of Yi Su." As soon as those words fell, Su Jianlu and his daughter trembled. It was over. If this matter was confirmed and made public, how would Yi Su compete with Deep Su? It might even become a laughingstock. "Who's looking for me?" At a crucial moment, a familiar voice came from behind them. When Su Qianmo turned around, the pressure on her shoulder instantly dissipated. It was Ling Yu wearing a mask who had arrived. After advancing Qin family in Ling Yu's identity, Ling Yu didn't have much to do tonight in that role, so he quickly changed course to Yi Su. Unexpectedly, he arrived just in time. "Is this Mr. Wan Lang of Yi Su? Really extraordinary presence." Mayor Dong Cheng also had a keen eye. He could sense the strong aura Ling Yu emanated. Su Jianchao and his son looked displeased. They had nearly exposed Yi Su's true self, and this guy arrived just in time. Who was he exactly? Is Mr. Wan Lang confirmed to be the top expert serving Yi Su? Mayor Dong Cheng wanted to confirm, especially after Su Jianchao's previous statement. Nonsense. Mr. Wan Lang deliberately put on an air of superiority. "Miss Su Qianmo is both my boss and my friend. Of course, I'm on Yi Su's side with all my heart." Hearing this, Su Qianmo felt inexplicably delighted, even feeling it was her moment of triumph. "Ha ha, congratulations to Yi Su for having such a fierce warrior. I wish you victory in the peak match." Mayor Dong Cheng didn't mind Mr. Wan Lang's arrogance. After exchanging pleasantries, he got to the point. "Here's the thing. East City has a massive urban project and wants to partner with the strongest business entity. After internal discussions, the Su family is our first choice. Deep Su is willing to take on the project, but Chairman Su wants to remain neutral. So, we're here to ask if Mr. Su Jianlu has any intentions." Su Jianlu was surprised. The urban project in East City was not just a money-making venture, but also a prestigious project. Upon its completion, it would not only solidify relations with the political circles in East City, but also carry significant weight in the election for the Chamber of Commerce president. The logic behind it, even if he didn't understand it, Ling Yu, who had been in business for a short time, was very clear about it. Whoever could secure this project would essentially have an 80% chance of winning in the Yi Su's rivalry. Yes. Su Qianmo saw her father hesitating and quickly answered. "Yi Su is very sincere in taking on this project." "Ha ha. Great." Mayor Dong Cheng was also pleased, laughing and looking at Chairman Su. "Old Su, both your sons are interested in this project. What do you think I should do now?" "Dongqi, my Shenzhen's strength is deeply superior to Dongsu in every aspect. Everyone acknowledges that. Of course, choose to cooperate with us." Su Guanglian spoke openly without pretense. "But my Dongsu is an enterprise in Dongcheng, city construction projects in Dongcheng. Shouldn't they be handled by local businesses in Dongcheng? Otherwise, people will laugh at our inability in Dongcheng businesses." Su Qianmo, more insightful, quickly interjected. "Ha ha, both of you are right. How about this?" The leader of Dongqi smiled and said, "Since the Southern Peaks tournament is currently heating up, and I am also a martial arts enthusiast, whoever among you two SS performs better in the end, I will entrust the project to them. What do you think?" This. Father and daughter Su Jianlu trembled immediately. They had told Ling Yu to focus on the Qin family, with Dongsu being of secondary importance, to avoid putting pressure on him. But now, they couldn't easily give up on Dongsu's results. If Shenzhen gets this project, their influence will be even greater. If in the end even the Qin family doesn't win the championship, the position of chairman will undoubtedly belong to Su Jianchao. "All right, Shenzhen accepts this condition." Su Jianchao immediately agreed to it. The people behind him, including Su Guanglian and Senj, were also extremely excited. The pressure suddenly fell on Dongsu, but before they could respond, Su Jianchao jokingly said, "Second brother, if you don't want to compete, you can just give up. Otherwise, if you compete and lose, it might be embarrassing." "All right, I agree." Su Jianlu wasn't someone who craved competition, but particularly in front of his elder brother, he didn't want to lose. The two brothers had been competing since childhood, and Su Jianlu had come to Dongcheng to establish his own path because of conflicts with his older brother. No matter who provokes him, he can usually ignore it, but he always takes the bait from his elder brother. Ha ha. Good. Then it's settled this way. The leader of Danshi immediately sealed a deal and chuckled. The anticipation for this tournament is increasing, isn't it? President Su sighed slightly, remaining silent from beginning to end. He also knew that standing in Su Jianlu's position, declining this challenge was out of the question. Not accepting it was equivalent to admitting defeat. Next, they would have to see Ling Yu's performance. After the group left, before the Dansu competition began, Su Qianmo approached Ling Yu alone backstage. Mr. Ling, I apologize. We from Dansu have caused you trouble. Su Qianmo bowed directly to Ling Yu. Her respectful attitude made Ling Yu somewhat uncomfortable. Just stick to your plan and don't worry about Dansu, Su Qianmo continued. Ling Yu patted her shoulder like a friend and responded, I promise you, I will do my best. Suddenly, Su Qianmo was moved, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Though she was the daughter of a wealthy family in Dongcheng, in front of this man, she was just an ordinary woman. Her idol actually promised her like this, which was incredibly surprising. She envied Qin Mingyu, being favored by this influential figure. Well, Mr. Ling, I'll go now. Good. Ling Yu bid farewell to Su Qianmo and put on his mask to head for the preparation area, when he suddenly felt some movement outside the room. Who? Ling Yu startled the person in front of him, who turned out to be Qin Ruhan. Miss Qin, what are you doing here? Ling Yu asked with hidden surprise. Although he knew well that Qin Ruhan's footsteps arrived after Su Qianmo left, she definitely hadn't heard his conversation with Su Qianmo. Wasn't his sister-in-law supposed to be in the viewing area? How could she suddenly find her way here? Mr. Wan Lan, I miss you so much. Qin Ruhan couldn't contain her emotions, tossing herself into Ling Yu's arms, looking up with shimmering eyes as she spoke. Didn't I tell you I'm married? Ling Yu quickly moved her out of his embrace. How could a brother-in-law act like this with his sister-in-law? This couldn't continue. But I like you. What can I do? What if you discuss it with your wife? Ask her if she minds having me as a younger sister. We can be together with you. Qin Ruhan asked while tightly holding Ling Yu's hand, finally feeling determined. How could this not be real? This guy was her brother-in-law. Just before her brother-in-law went on stage, she intentionally cheered him on, secretly applying a scented perfume on his palm. Now she not only smelled the fragrance on her brother-in-law's hand but even saw the faint pink hue remaining. Who else could this big hunk be if not her brother-in-law? This big hunk even pretended, after leaving the Qin family's area, he never returned, and then Mr. Wang Lang from Dansu appeared. This loophole was too glaring. However, she pretended not to know, though deep down knew that once this veil was lifted, she wouldn't have the courage to break through societal standards and openly declare her affection for her brother-in-law. Ling Yu couldn't handle her, hurriedly saying, Miss Qin, I don't have time to talk to you now. My competition stage is approaching. I must head to the preparation area. Excuse me. All right. Good luck. Win the title of martial respect, and I'll become your concubine with legitimacy. Qin Ruhan brazenly shouted. Ling Yu nearly burst out laughing, feeling like removing his mask to reveal his true identity, making her face his wife and say the same thing in front of her. Nevertheless, he slipped away, realizing he couldn't appear in that role anymore. Finally rid of the persistent sister-in-law, he headed to the preparation area, following a separate corridor. This area was in stark contrast to the bustling competition venue. Sparsely populated and completely off-limits to ordinary personnel, Ling Yu suddenly sensed faint footsteps ahead but saw no one. This stealth ability must belong to a master. Ling Yu furrowed his brow, becoming vigilant. Who had infiltrated the preparation area? What were they up to? And who was their target? Hey! What are you looking at? Mo Shu's voice suddenly came from behind Ling Yu. Whether it was Zia Mingyu and Wang Lang, whose names were too obvious, Zhao Wenjin and Mo Shu had already known that this guy Ling Yu was using a second alias. Someone sneaked in. As the relationship between Ling Yu and Mo Shu warmed up with Qin Mingyu and Zhao Wenjin, it became increasingly relaxed. After all, when Lin Qingshuan jumped off the cliff, he had not yet helped Zhao Wuji, and there was no irreconcilable blood feud between them. Oh, who's so bold? Mo Shu was also very curious. Soon, the two of them heard a fight about to break out as they approached the waiting area. Ling Yu and Mo Shu, both top experts, did not show up openly but quietly hid in the background to see what was happening. They discovered that a contestant about to enter the second half of the arena, named Kui Su, had been subdued by several masked men. The contestant being subdued was named Kuisu. If he remembered correctly, he represented a small family and should be the opponent of the fake Northland Wolf King tonight. As for the hulking man choking him, Ling Yu also felt familiar with him. It was likely the powerhouse brought by Non Gongwu, Honbo, a super expert from the time he almost had his Danshan destroyed by Yuangxi. Looking at the other two accomplices, Ling Yu was more certain they were experts from the Non Gong family. What's that Non Gongwu up to now? Big brother, please have mercy. Kuisu was sweating profusely, trembling as he begged for mercy. He was only an A+ level contestant, but the powerhouse choking him now likely had the strength of an S-level expert. In this place, his opponent could easily kill him. Follow my orders and do what I say, and you'll live well. Otherwise, calling for mercy from the king won't help you. Understand? The masked man threatened coldly. Kuisu nodded repeatedly. Your opponent tonight is the Northland Wolf King. He's also my young master's mentor, someone 100 times more powerful than me. Understand? The masked man continued boasting. Kuizu's face instantly turned pale. He was no match for the current powerhouse, and if the Northland Wolf King was 100 times stronger, how powerful was he really? How could he possibly handle this? So, should I forfeit? No. I want you to go out tonight and kneel before him on the field, to show respect for the battle god. Understand? I understand. Kuisu nodded repeatedly, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't expected to win any championship, so now, for the sake of his life, surrendering meant nothing. The three masked men were satisfied with his performance and pushed him forward to continue to the battle preparation area. Before the three masked experts could leave, they were quickly subdued by Ling Yu and Mo Shu. Don't be afraid, it's me, Ling Yu said aloud, knowing there was no need to pretend in front of their own people. As soon as Hanbo heard, he knew who it was and stopped struggling, knowing he couldn't break free anyway. What's Non Gongwu up to? Why send you to threaten the contestants? Ling Yu asked directly. Hanbo leaned in, whispering. The young master said that Tang Ning has sent his men to the peak competition in the Southland, determined to find out who the Wolf King is. What? Ling Yu was shocked. If Tang Ning locked down his identity in advance, things might not be that easy moving forward. So the young master wants to help you mislead everyone, diverting Tang Ning's attention. Hanbo whispered again. Ling Yu nodded, indicating they could leave. Mo Shu laughed heartily, about to speak, but Ling Yu shot him a warning glance. Ha ha. Brother Wolf, your name almost clashes with that of the Northland war god. Shouldn't you change it? Otherwise, if the Wolf King gets angry, I fear you might face a bloody disaster. Mo Shu, as a newcomer to this world, was skilled at banter, especially in such settings. Ling Yu saw more contestants approaching and sighed. Yes, the Northland Wolf King is indeed the #1 war god in the world. I think this championship belongs to him this time. I wonder if there's still time for me to change my name now. I'm afraid the Wolf King might not take kindly to me. The two passing contestants were surprised to hear this. They recognized the two present experts. They were S-level experts, Mo Shu and Wang Lan. If even they said so, did it mean the Wolf King truly was underestimated during the qualifiers and mistakenly labeled an A-level? Ling Yu and Mo Shu found their reactions amusing. Nevertheless, there weren't many people around, and their acting seemed pointless, so they quickly entered the preparation area. There were many people in the preparation area. Over a dozen contenders for the second half of the competition were gathered there, along with 18 beautiful women provided by the organizers to attend to these top experts. As expected, the imposter had already sneaked into the preparation area, but he dared not draw attention to himself, staying hidden in a corner. His goal was straightforward: to win the prize money and then live lavishly. He couldn't afford to play with the ring girls and didn't dare, so he stayed out of trouble. As for the other contestants, they were showcasing their strengths, flirting with the beautiful women based on their power levels. Upon seeing Wang Lang and Mo Shu arrive, Sun Si, an S-level expert who had been sitting on a large sofa with two beautiful women, suddenly became nervous. He had just forced another top expert away from his seat. He was worried that these two S-level experts might also be like him, fond of bullying the weak. Hey, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Why haven't you cleaned out? Pan moved away. Mo Shu didn't hesitate to point directly at Sun Si. Sun Si jumped up like a spring and tried to please them, saying, "Please, sirs, please, have a seat." The other contestants and the beautiful women around them couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. It seemed that villains need villains to push them down. But they guessed wrong. Mo Shu walked over and kicked Sun Si on the backside, pushing him away before loudly scolding, "Can't you see our big brother here? How can a small fry like you dare to sit in his spot?" The big brother. Sun Si and the other contestants were confused. Who were these two S-level experts calling their big brother? Next, Mo Shu walked over to the imposter and said with a smile, "Big brother, you're too low-key. Why are you sitting in a place like this? Hurry, head over to the sofa and let a few girls give you a massage, relax your muscles, and get ready for the show. A grand appearance." Me? The imposter looked startled, pointing at himself. How did he become an S-level expert's big brother? At that moment, Wang Lan gestured as well. The imposter suddenly realized the situation. This guy was called Wang Lan, also an S-level expert. Perhaps he used to be a member of the real Wolf King's team. Did he misunderstand that he was the true Northland war god? No. He quickly denied that thought, pondering how he, a genuine Northland war Wolf warrior, wouldn't recognize the real big brother. What was going on here? Forget it. Who cares? The imposter is not someone meticulous and careful, but rather a person who admires vanity. Regardless of what's going on between Mo Shu and Wang Lang and why they're calling themselves big brothers, as long as they dare to call, he dares to accept. The imposter lounged casually on the sofa. Quick, give me a massage. Big brother needs to relax a bit. Mo Shu casually instructed the beautiful women around him. He had never been treated like this before. But since Miss Zhao Wenjun said she would help the Qin family, this working man had a sense of professional ethics. The boss had given orders, so even if he wasn't happy, he had to do it. Besides, Mo Shu had kept the two most beautiful women behind to give him a good massage. As for Ling Yu, he secretly chuckled, found a place to sit down, closed his eyes to rest, and waited to go on stage. Kui Su, who had just been threatened earlier, tightened his bow when he saw this scene. Previously, he thought he was lucky to have picked on an easy target, but who knew he had met a powerful figure? Others were also puzzled, but with two S-class experts protecting the Wolf King, it seemed his hidden strength was not deceitful. Just then, someone else entered. Seeing this person, the surrounding experts all moved back. No one dared to approach him. Even the beautiful women arranged to welcome the contestants didn't dare to approach him. Sensing something amiss, Ling Yu also looked up, his body trembling slightly. It was Yuan Xiu. His presence proved he had been approved to go on stage. Although this man was still as clean as ever, there was a strong aura of killing in his eyes, emitting a chilling vibe that sent shivers down people's spines. The imposter Wolf King wanted to stand up as well, but he thought about how his image had been elevated to this point. It would be embarrassing to ruin it now. He decided not to force it, in case Yuan Xiu was displeased and acted suddenly. He had the self-awareness that as an A-level player, he wouldn't even be able to handle a single move from Yuan Xiu. What to do? Fortunately, while Yuan Xiu exuded a cold aura, he wasn't as domineering as other experts. He glanced around and sat next to Wang Lang. He gave Wang Lang a look. His mouth seemed to move, but then it appeared as if nothing had happened. In the next match, Wolf King will face Kui Su. Please prepare, contestants. Upon hearing the announcement from backstage, the imposter Wolf King breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood up, leaving the place of controversy. Kui Su also shivered all over as he followed to prepare for the match. Haha. Let's see how that imposter dies tonight. In the spectator area, God Xiaopang had been waiting for this match. During the preliminary rounds, he had taken a dislike to this so-called Wolf of the North. Checking the odds, Kui Su's odds were at 1 to 1.2, so Xiaopang planned to bet all his money, even considering borrowing some from Qin Ruhan. Hey, isn't this too harsh? Lin Fen couldn't help but remind him that playing like this could easily lead to significant losses. Hey, what's to fear? Who knows the Wolf King better than me? Without exaggeration, any player tonight could easily defeat him. Xiaopang was confident. It was unclear how the organizers had set such odds. Even at 1 to 4, let alone 1 to 400, no one would foolishly bet on the Wolf King. Xiaopang happily accepted that 1 million. Seeing his confidence, Lin Fen also joined in. But to their surprise, as soon as Lin Fen placed his bet, he heard Xiaopang shout, "Oh, crap. I placed the wrong bet. It's over. 250,000 down the drain." Qin Ruhan couldn't help but find it funny. Was this little fatty sent to entertain them like a monkey? How come every time he did something, it never went right? If he were her boss, she would surely be tearing her hair out. Qin Mingyu hadn't bet on this match. Her focus was on the next match, Wan Lang versus Yuanziu. Would the demon who escaped from prison make an appearance? If Lingyu faced him so quickly, what would he do? Even if he won, dealing with a Pyrrhic victory would be troublesome. Too many disguises, too many downsides. Kui Su, we support you. You must win. Cheers erupted at the venue. With betting games, there would always be joy for some and sorrow for others. Many losing gamblers were eagerly awaiting a comeback in this match. After all, it wasn't conceivable for an A+ level player to lose to the only A in the arena, right? This was also what the imposter was thinking. He planned to put on a show in the beginning, and if he found he couldn't win, he would surrender gracefully. It wouldn't be wise to get injured and lose big after all. As the bell rang, he felt like he was facing a formidable opponent, a bit nervous, and suddenly sneezed. "Ah, boss. I surrender. I surrender. Don't hit me." Never did he expect that his opponent would be even more afraid than him. With just one sneeze, he managed to scare Kui Su to collapse on the ring. What the hell was this situation? Everyone was stunned. Even the imposter himself was shocked. Did his presence really scare an A+ level expert to collapse just with a sneeze? Or were people already trembling upon hearing the titles of the Northland Wolf King, the war god of the nation? Ahem, what's the matter with you? I, the Wolf King, haven't even used any force yet. With that sneeze, I only used 1% of my power, and you've collapsed. The imposter thought that if he could frighten people with his name and influence, he should use it to his advantage. Why not make money if you can? The higher the rank, the higher the prize money would double. Boss's skill is unmatched. My legs are weak. Look, see? I can't stand up, but I'm still alive. Thank you. Thank you for sparing me, boss. Kui Su kept boasting on the platform. Not to mention the other spectators in confusion. Even the imposter secretly gave this guy a thumbs up. TSK. He's better at boasting than I am at bragging. Previously, the imposter wouldn't dare to say that a sneeze could make an A+ level expert's legs go weak, but since someone was praising him like that, he could only graciously accept it, right? Humph, you surrendered quickly. Otherwise, if I sneezed again, you might have been wiped out. Understand? The imposter then stood tall, a proud and unattainable attitude. The audience below was confused. Was it really like that? They couldn't figure it out. And even the experts were frowning. They couldn't see any mystery behind that sneeze. But regardless of what they thought, the match result was already decided. Xiaopeng was also dumbfounded, seeing his account suddenly increase by 1 million. Is this possible? Xiaopeng won 100 million by mistakenly betting on the wrong outcome. What kind of ridiculous luck was this? It wasn't just winning 100 million. If he hadn't made the mistake Kent had bet entirely on Kui Su, he would have lost even more, a total loss of 5 million. But luck was on his side, while Lin Fen wanted to kill him. Damn it, you made me go all in on Kui Su. What now? How are you going to compensate me? I just lost 100 million. Lin Fen wanted to strangle him. Going back and forth pocketing the money was truly disappointing. Haha, then I'll compensate you. Alright. Although little Chubby was greedy for money, he still valued loyalty. The old drunkard had taught him since he was young that a person must have a clear conscience towards the heavens and the earth. So brothers are more important than money. Of course, wives are 100 times more important than brothers. Humph, that's about right. Lin Fen gave in. Seeing the two of them bickering but still getting along, Qin Ruhan suddenly felt warm. Being friends with these two, indeed, is not bad at all. Qin Mingyu also glanced back at them, her gaze ultimately falling on little Chubby. Actually, Lingyu had told her a lot of things. Initially, he had arranged for Lin Fan to become a secret supervisor at Mingyu Building Company, but somehow, the company's boss mistakenly thought that little Chubby was the secret supervisor and brought him in, kicking Lin Fan out. Not only that, but little Chubby represented Mingyu Building in negotiating a cooperation with Taiwan military industry, where he miraculously managed to secure the deal after causing the female general manager of the other company to have a breakdown. Now, this little Chubby could even mistakenly place his bet and turn 500,000 into 1 million. His luck was truly unbeatable. Qin Mingyu was a modern young woman who valued science, so she did not believe in superstitions, but she did have a bit of belief in metaphysics. In cases where science couldn't explain things, she believed metaphysics could. Some people are naturally lucky, while others are just unlucky, as demonstrated perfectly by little chubby and Lin Fan. If it weren't for Lin Fan being Ling Yu's friend who worked diligently and was loyal to the Chia gang group, she truly would have wanted to fire him. Otherwise, dealing with another radiation incident in the future would be a real headache. The next moment, the excited cheers brought Chen Mingyu's thoughts back. The highlight of the night has begun. Wang Lang vs. Yuan Xiu. The showdown between two S-level experts. In fact, both of their strengths are in the top 5, but since they meet in the first round, neither of them has odds in the top 5. This match has been given odds of 1 to 1.95 by the organizers, proving that it will be an evenly matched battle. Lon, who do you think will win? Moyo, sitting in the special VIP area for watching the game, was almost dozing off all night, but suddenly became lively, her eyes shining brightly as she asked. Lon, the person she referred to, was the white pants player who lost to Wang Lang that night, a highly skilled person with quasi-Chuanwu physique. It's hard to say. From my observation earlier, Wang Lang has a slightly higher chance of winning, but I heard that Yuan Xiu has recently made a breakthrough. I wonder how much stronger he has become, Long said seriously, giving his analysis. Moya nodded, lips curled into a smile, and her legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. Sitting beside her, Sujan Luo was even more relaxed. Su Qianmo, sitting next to him, also held her fists tightly, wanting to relax her posture, but unable to help but silently recite, Ling Yu, you must win. On the other side, Su Jianchao was much more relieved. They didn't know Wang Lang's true identity, but since both Su and Chen, the two highly skilled experts, had advanced to the top 32, if Dong Su lost this match, the city's construction project would belong to Shen Su. By then, the position of the president of the South Zhu Business Association would naturally fall to them. Chairman Duanyu, with your extraordinary martial arts skills, how do you see the outcome of this match? Mr. Li, who had been quiet, suddenly became extremely excited before the start of the match. Chairman Duanyu also felt the same way. In his eyes, this might be an early final, and the victor was very likely to be this year's martial master, so he didn't give a clear answer, just vaguely said, the excitement of martial arts lies in its unpredictability. In a battle of masters, every detail could determine victory or defeat. It's just a matter of who performs better. Mr. Li laughed and nodded, secretly thinking to himself, Wang Lan, very interesting. Another Wolf King. Which one is real and which one is fake? With this thought in mind, Mr. Li suddenly stood up. Chairman Duanyu, can I go watch the match on site? Of course. Chairman Duanyu also stood up, unable to conceal his excitement, saying, this match is indeed worth watching in person. Nangongwu and his great servant Han Bo were also full of anticipation. They also didn't know Wang Lang's true identity, but this name, to be honest, easily evoked the image of a Wolf King. Having defeated Han Bo was Yuan Xiu, nearly crippling his cultivation base. Naturally, they hoped someone could defeat Yuan Xiu and avenge them. What should we bet on? What should we bet on? Lin Fan, unaware of Wang Lang's identity, still wanted to make a comeback and urged little Chubby frantically. Chen Mingyu couldn't help but become nervous as well. Oh no, how could little Chubby bet on Yuan Xiu? No, this time, she decided not to believe in metaphysics, she believed in Ling Yu's victory. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but gently caress her abdomen. Baby. Cheer for Dad. Amidst the anticipation of everyone, the two top experts had now stepped onto the stage, without any fanfare, but as soon as the two stood on the stage, the entire space seemed to change. The people around felt the air become tense, making it difficult to breathe. Yuan Xiu remained silent. After thinking for a while, Wang Lang couldn't help but speak up. Why do you want to kill innocent people? Yuan Xiu was slightly taken aback and, through his mask, looked into Wang Lang's eyes. It's you. After all, Yuan Xiu was not Qin Ruhan. His eyesight was sharper, and he had a grudge against Ling Yu. Recognizing him with just one look, Ling Yu stopped pretending as well, shaking his head. You're not this kind of person. I sincerely hope you'll turn back. Yuan Xiu's calm face suddenly twitched. His expression turned cloudy. What do you know? I will kill you. Yuan Xiu suddenly attacked, sidestepping and stepping in front of Ling Yu in an instant, sweeping with a 45-degree hand chop. A terrifying light cut through, forming an arc. The people on site couldn't help but gasp in shock. He had no sword in his hand, yet he emitted sword energy. What? How high of a realm is this? Even the dignified Han Lao couldn't help but have his eyes flicker, letting out a sincere sigh. These days, he had been harboring resentment over losing to Yuan Zhu and felt that if there were another match, he definitely wouldn't lose. But at this moment, he truly understood that he was not unjustly defeated. This young man called Yuan Zhu had an incredibly strong natural talent in martial arts. Facing the sudden attack from Yuanxi, Ling Yu also felt immense pressure. At the critical moment of life and death, all his body's functions were instantly activated. A 90-degree arch backward, dodging the fatal hand sword, then smoothly somersaulting, launching a counterattack with an inverted golden hook. Impressive waist strength, brilliant moves, the fluid exchange of offense and defense between the two flowed effortlessly, attracting excited gasps from the audience. However, this was not as simple as it seemed. Yuanxi's hand blade was internal strength outwardly used, and the sword energy Ling Yu dodged did not just disappear into thin air, directly cutting through the tough ropes of the arena. Ling Yu's golden hook strike landed heavily on Yuanxi's raised arm, blocking it, causing a thunderous sound on the stage, as if it suddenly sank a bit, inducing ripples in the ground. Yuanxi retaliated by sweeping Ling Yu's lower body with his foot. Ling Yu, off balance, turned the tables by wrapping his legs around Yuanxi's neck, using his waist strength to forcefully hurl him away. Yuanxi braced himself with one hand, performing a move similar to a gymnastic somersault dismount, smoothly landing to dissipate the force, his eyes cold and calm. Ling Yu landed steadily, without any flashy moves. Clack! The large rope of the arena fell to the ground at this moment. After a major bout, the arena suffered damage, but the outcome between the two remained undecided. Wow! This is the famous Arhat tactic of the Zhongxi army. Many martial arts experts in the audience could see the intricacies of Ling Yu's moves. This man seemed to be well-versed in various martial arts and executed them perfectly on the spot. This level of mastery could not be achieved through hard training alone. It required talent and spirituality. Without such talent and spirituality, even decades of diligent practice could not reach this level of natural perfection. Moya's eyes sparkled slightly. She didn't expect to be so pleasantly surprised by their performance from the beginning. Along, on the other hand, was full of envy, gritting his teeth, that Yuanxi is also a heavenly martial body. When did people with heavenly martial body become so common? Moya understood why he was so agitated. With a population of 7 billion in the world, there was only one heavenly martial body among them. Along had a quasi-heavenly martial body constitution, which once made him proud, but now seeing the innate talents of the two contestants on stage surpassing his, he couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. Sister's husband, fight on. Qin Ruhan had returned to the Qin family's area and couldn't help nervously biting her fingers as she watched the scene. Senior brother, fight on. The chubby godling also cheered along. Lin Fan, however, was surprised, blinking at them. What are you talking about? That's East Soviet's Wang Lang, not your sister's husband, let alone your senior brother. Oh, right. What was I thinking? The chubby godling smacked his head, suddenly realizing, being too focused and having a sycophantic nature, he would automatically follow along when the goddess cheered someone on as her husband, thus calling them his senior brother. Humph, can't I cheer on my sister's husband? I'm not cheering for the people on stage. Yuanxi is so formidable, I fear it will be tough for my sister's husband to face him later. Qin Ruhan quickly explained. Oh, I see. The chubby godling suddenly understood and continued with a playful smile. Miss San, we truly understand each other. I was thinking the same way. Qin Ruhan and Lin Fen simultaneously sneered at him. Lin Fen thought to himself that he and Miss Sen truly understood each other, even synchronizing in mocking the chubby kid. Qin Mingyu stole a glance at Qin Ruhan quietly, feeling a sense of unease. Did her younger sister already know that her crush was Ling Yu? Was she pretending not to know? That would be troublesome. The thrilling duel on stage continued, and everyone was too absorbed to engage in idle gossip. In the ordinary spectator seats, two old men had been waiting for this match. Elder, do you think this time, my disciple can win against your disciple? The old drunkard took a sip of strong liquor and burped, his breath reeking of alcohol as he asked. The elder maintained a benevolent smile, but did not speak. His deep gaze seemed to be observing to children in the village arguing and fighting over something. He vividly remembered how, when they were young, one followed the old drunkard while the other followed the elder, and they often spar in the village over their respective beliefs. He and the old drunkard had watched them grow up through these fights. Sometimes Yuanxi won, sometimes Ling Yu won, But even in their youthful competitiveness, there was never a hint of malice in their eyes. Observing the scene now, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. However, at over 100 years old, having experienced countless ups and downs, he had long seen through the various worldly matters. His perspective on grudges and enmities was different from that of ordinary people. Even if he could prevent some things from happening, he wouldn't intervene. Actions could be stopped, but the heart couldn't. Some things did not happen, and some people could never overcome the predestined trials in their lives. Yeah. Yuanxi let out a battle cry. Those who knew him well knew that this was extremely rare. Yuanxi was usually a quiet and handsome man, always elegant in previous battles. Even Mo Chu knew this. In their previous battles, Yuanxi had never shown this kind of behavior. So why now? Swish, swish. Wang Lang once again narrowly avoided Yuanxi's sword attack, displaying two shallow bloody wounds on his body. No one knew better than him that Yuanxi's strength and speed had once again increased. Clack, clack, the two tough ropes of the arena snapped again. Not only that, at the next moment, with a bang, the railing of the arena also came crashing down. Hehe. The audience below the arena, their hearts filled with awe, their expressions somewhat stunned, as if their souls had been kidnapped. What level of battle was this? Compared to this, the previous matches seemed like child's play. Why did you have to kill her? Yuanxi executed another move from his Feian Liubo sword technique, his eyes slightly red, aiming to cleave Wang Lang in two. Pinned by the constraints of the arena, Wang Lang had no room to retreat and jumped upward. Anticipating his move, Yuanxi swiftly struck with a move resembling a celestial guiding hand, slicing open a gash on Wang Lang's back leg. Blood dripped down like raindrops, creating a vivid spectacle. Ling Yu, Qin Mingyu almost gasped, inadvertently leaning forward, nearly standing up. Yuanxi, calm down. Wang Lang landed, steadily retreating. Though not fatal, he could sense Yuanxi's aura growing colder, his actions becoming more violent. If this continued, he would soon lose his rationality. Calm down? Yuanxi sneered. Only your death can make me calm. In the next moment, he unleashed his self-created technique, the Qianye Changwan sword technique. For Ling Yu, this sword technique was all too familiar. When they sparred as children, Ling Yu had lost to this sword technique before, and it seemed that Yuanxi had further refined and evolved it over the years. With no sword in hand, yet the sword aura was flying, a mysterious power emanated between his fingers. Slight alterations could result in 1,000 variations, a myriad of deadly outcomes. What a great sword technique! Moya looked at Yuanxi, her eyes filled with admiration. Alon looked extremely uncomfortable. If he were in Wang Lang's shoes, he would admit that he couldn't break through this move. Damn, this is too terrifying. Even Mo Shu had to admit that Yuanxi's control of the sword had reached the level of unity between man and sword. He was willing to call him the #1 swordsman. What should we do? Su Qingqian was already nervous and stood up, realizing that Wang Lang was in a desperate situation. Su Jianlu was sweating profusely. If Wang Lang lost the match, it would mean he lost to his older brother, and years of hard work would be in vain, becoming a joke. Su Jianchao was smug and smiling, waiting for Wang Lang's defeat. On the other hand, the two top experts from the Su family, Seng and Master Kang, couldn't even manage a smile. They were well aware that if they were in Wang Lang's position now, surrendering would be the only option. Yuanxi's current strength was definitely beyond their level, a top S+ expert. Just when everyone was curious about what choice Wang Lang would make, they never would have expected that he not only wouldn't retreat, but would also take the initiative to step forward toward Yuanxi, shortening the distance between them. What? The whole audience was shocked. Is he suicidal? Even Mo Shu couldn't help but stand up and shout. As experts, they all knew how terrifying Yuanxi's move was. With his fingers mastering millions of variations, the only wise choice was to exit his attack range. Even Yuanxi looked surprised. His lifelong opponent had changed. He was no longer the person who used to retreat to the wide sea and sky. Yuanxi was only a year older than Ling Yu, but he had lost both his parents at a young age, making his temperament seem as if he were a few years older than Ling Yu. Because of their vastly different family backgrounds, he had always paid attention to Ling Yu's growth path from a young age. Chen Nailin would always teach Ling Yu like this. Xiao Yu, your grandfather and father are heroes with broad minds, able to accept everything. You should also be like them, a man who is inclusive and loving, Understand? Young Lingyu would always nod. When Yuanqi saw this, he would show a self-deprecating smile. His father was a hero, but what about his own parents? Whenever the village discussed this topic, he would always hide in a dark corner, enviously watching Lingyu, who was admired by the entire village in the light. At that time, he knew that he and Lingyu were like light and darkness, destined to be two people from different worlds. Why do lives that grow in darkness always seem inferior to those under sunlight? At that time, Yuanqi asked this question to his ancestors. The ancestors would always smile and tell him, "Silly child, there are no absolutes in the world. For example, bats live in darkness, but they can also become useful creatures to the world. Sunlight does provide energy for growth, but darkness also gives bats sharp hearing and keen sense of smell. Heaven is fair. When it closes a door for you, it will open a window. What kind of person you become depends entirely on yourself, not on the environment or external factors." After receiving this teaching from his ancestors, Yuanqi seemed to understand. He also wanted to be a beneficial figure in the village, so he always enjoyed helping others. Gradually, he managed to make many people let go of their prejudices and forget that he was the descendant of a terrifying murderer, even earning their thumbs up. He had thought that he could change the world's perception of him. He wanted to be like Lingyu, a hero in the light, while he himself would be a lone hero in the darkness. But ultimately, he realized that in the hearts of some people, certain thoughts could never be reversed. It was unfortunate that the person he loved the most was one of them. Yuanqi, I'm sorry. I know you're a good person, but the person I love can only be Lingyu. That year, although Lingyu had already left the heroic village, Luna still firmly rejected him, saying, "Our backgrounds are not good. If we were to be together, our future children would definitely be looked down upon. Do you really want that?" Faced with Luna's question, Yuanqi always remained silent with a smile. Without words, he understood. "Yuanqi, you are not inferior to Lingyu, but my ideal marriage is about complementary traits. Our backgrounds are already destined, and you are not the other half I am looking for." Luna's words deeply affected Yuanqi. At that time, he had secretly vowed that if Lingyu were to betray Luna in the future, he would use this unique sword technique he created for the three of them and personally sever Lingyu's throat. This was a sword technique he specially designed based on fate for the three of them. He knew Lingyu's character well. This man had a generous heart, always preferring to take the initiative in battles. However, once this sword move gained momentum, it was unstoppable, with no chance for Lingyu to reverse the situation. If Lingyu were to take a step back, he would fall into an abyss. This move was developed to counter Lingyu's personality and had successfully defeated him in the past. But to his surprise, today's Lingyu had changed. At a critical moment, Lingyu did not let his sword move gain momentum, but instead actively confronted it. Lingyu used a powerful grappling move that created a strong suction force, forcefully grabbing Yuanqi's wrist. Yuanqi was shocked, but the force had already turned into a sword aura emanating from his fingers. The sharp aura aimed diagonally at Lingyu. Lingyu swiftly dodged the weakened sword aura with a swallow-like flip, landing behind Yuanqi, simultaneously twisting his right arm. Sout! Lingyu's right knee pressed heavily on Yuanqi's left knee from behind, causing him to kneel down heavily. He simultaneously locked his opponent's arms and legs. External variation move, crane-controlled dragon catch. The experts in the audience stood up in excitement, their eyes bulging, shocked by Wan Lang's ingenious technique concluding in the destruction of Yuanqi's unbeatable move, leaving the audience stunned. Doom. The sound of Yuanqi half kneeling on the ground seemed to reverberate in everyone's eardrums. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Mo Shu shouted excitedly. He actually managed to break that move like this. Wan Lang is amazing. At the same time, he also secretly celebrated that he had never engaged in a life-and-death duel with that guy, as he would definitely be unable to win. This practical combat martial talent was simply terrifying. Beautiful. So handsome. Su Qingqian also applauded excitedly, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Su Jianlu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the outcome of the move was already decided. Although Qin Mingyu also breathed a sigh of relief, she didn't dare to relax until the result was finally determined. Ha ha, old man, it seems that my disciple's talent is slightly better. The old drunkard also laughed heartily. Both Lingyu and Yuanqi had always been the most promising warriors in his and his ancestors' eyes. He had never been able to determine who had the greater potential, but today, he felt he had figured it out. However, the look on the ancestor's face was not happy but rather sighing as he said, "Heroes are hard to understand darkness. Maybe Ling Yu's talent is slightly better, but that doesn't necessarily mean he will be the final winner. Yuanxiu, give out." Wan Lang firmly locked his opponent, loudly urging surrender. The entire arena, filled with tens of thousands of people, fell silent at this moment. Each person's mood was tense, but each tension was different. Hey, surrender, such a familiar scene. Yuanxiu smirked, his eyes turning increasingly red. Have I ever surrendered before? One sentence brought back memories for both of them, because Yuanxiu started learning martial arts earlier, in his youth. Ling Yu and he used to spar, with Ling Yu initially losing more than winning. Remembering that one time they sparred again, Luna also watched on the sidelines. That time, Ling Yu learned many new moves, actually managing to pin Yuanxiu down, similar to today. Yuanxiu, do you surrender? Young Ling Yu displayed an excited and sunny smile. Yuanxiu was actually planning to surrender, but then Luna suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, you're amazing." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu looked at Luna and responded with a smile. Seizing this opportunity, Yuanxiu suddenly flipped him over, turning the tables. However, even though Yuanxiu won that spar, Luna only focused on cleaning Ling Yu up, concerned if he was injured. On the other hand, Yuanxiu could only stand by and helplessly watch the scene unfold. Why? Clearly, I won. Why is the reward yours regardless of winning or losing? Why is it that you always receive care, whether you win or lose? Yuanxiu suddenly asked loudly. The people in the audience were puzzled. Ling Yu was very clear about Yuanxiu's current state of mind, and even noticed blood seeming to seep from the corner of his eye. I will never surrender. Yuanxiu roared suddenly, spreading his legs apart. Wan Lang, suppressing his leg, started to move, changing the force. Yuanxiu used his free right leg to kick forcefully, lifting both of them into the air at the same time. What? The audience was astonished. This battle was surpassing everyone's understanding. People supporting different players found their emotions reversing once again. Yuanxiu executed the same move as Wan Lang, countering him with a kick from behind. Wan Lang had no choice but to release his wrist and dodge. The two separated once again. Go and die. I will kill you. Kill you. Yuanxiu's eyes turned completely red as he stared at his opponent, his gaze clouded with only the intent to kill. Seeing his demonic appearance and feeling his murderous intent, many in the arena felt a chilling sensation, with some even screaming out of fear. Just as Wan Lang landed on the platform, Yuanxiu fiercely thrust his sword down. He had no room left to retreat, shrouded by the opponent's chilling and terrifying strength. Come on. Upon seeing this, Qin Ruhan panicked and stood up. Even Qin Mingyu, usually composed, couldn't help but stand up, her eyes shimmering with worry. Moya also rose to her feet, exhilarated by this unexpected showdown. Never had she expected to witness such powerful warriors outside of Dark Knight Island. Apart from Ling Yu, this Yuanxiu also became someone she would observe. These two young warriors could potentially become the kings of the Dark Knight in the future. Zhao Wenjin and Mo Shu also stood up. More and more people rose from their seats. This situation had never occurred in any previous match before. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts racing. Wan Lang suddenly assumed a posture, appearing to be at his wit's end as Yuanxiu drove him to desperation. With no option left, he could only use his most powerful move to confront his opponent. Northern Domain Severing Dragon Palm, the 16th move, Heaven and Earth Longevity. Yuanxiu's murderous intent was too strong, his inner strength too fierce. Only by unleashing the most ferocious attack could Ling Yu compete with him at his current level of skill. That brat Ling Yu is finally going all out. The old drunkard nervously stood up, but the old ancestor remained half reclined, in his seat like a living Buddha, his ancient and profound eyes showing no change of expression. However, he let out a slight sigh. This time, Ling Yu was undoubtedly destined to lose. Closer, even closer. The two top-tier ass-level warriors were about to clash at full force. Wan Lang's gaze seemed to lock onto the old drunkard and the old ancestor, as his final decision was to withdraw. Yes, he changed his mind. He indeed wanted to defeat Yuanxiu, take him back to the hero village, and have him repent at his cousin's grave. But he was well aware that his current strength was insufficient to control Yuanxiu. Even if he used Heaven and Earth Longevity to try and fight a decisive battle, he had no certainty of winning. The best outcome would be mutual defeat. The worst-case scenario was one of them ending up dead, or both. Whatever the outcome, Ling Yu could not bear the consequences. Yuan Xiu had only one belief: to kill him, but he still needed to support his mother, take care of his wife, and he had an unborn child, a child who should not grow up fatherless. This was not a real combat situation where there was no room for retreat to protect one's home and country. Being alive was more important than victory, so he retreated. He could only jump off the platform. Seeing him land on his feet, the boxing arena fell into astonishment. Many people stared wide-eyed, unable to accept what had just happened. However, the match did not end there. Even though Wang Lang had already left the platform, Yuan Xiu had no intention of letting him off. Die. Go and die. His sword descended from above, like a storm intending to kill Wang Lang. Stop. Stop now. The beautiful MC's voice came through the microphone, but it couldn't halt this sword cultivator who had already lost his mind. His sword continued to chop towards Wang Lang. With his timing off, Wang Lang could only evade, accumulating new injuries on his body. Despite being 70% strong, using heaven and earth longevity to try and mutually perish with his opponent, or fighting a normal battle, he simply could not match Yuan Xiu, who had completely lost his sanity. At the next moment, the martial arts assassinations experts rushed forward to subdue this man gone mad. Yet, even so, no one could get close to this demonic man. Being near him would expose them to his aura. They couldn't help but marvel at whether the person known as Wang Lang truly survived under this devil of a man. Huiyu. Yuan Xiu cornered Wang Lang, once again slashing down with his sword. Wang Lang could dodge, but if he did, the audience behind him would suffer. What to do? A swift figure leapt in front of Yuan Xiu, swiftly grabbing his sword-holding hands. The entire venue was shocked. Even Wang Lang gasped for breath, amazed as he looked at the expert in front of him. Quick, assist the president and subdue Yuan Xiu. At that moment, the instructions from the king arrived. Seizing Yuan Xiu's right hand, the group of experts moved in. Finally, they managed to knock out the crazed Yuan Xiu heavily. The audience, terrified by now, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yuan Xiu collapse, fully restrained. Thank goodness, Qin Mingyu muttered to herself, feeling dizzy as she sat back down. President Duanmu looked at his blooded hands, still in shock. If he had known Yuan Xiu was this terrifying, he might not have allowed him to compete in the first place. Now that Yuan Xiu had won the match, could he even continue to let him compete further? Wang Zhang quickly walked over to President Duanmu's side. President, are you all right? I'm fine. President Duanmu replied softly, not wanting others to know about his injuries. He spoke quietly to Wang Zhang with his hands behind his back. After nodding in response, Wang Zhang stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, in this match, the Tang family representative from the East City, Yuan Xiu, has won. However, their advancement to the next round is still pending. The results will be announced before the next match tomorrow evening. The audience immediately buzzed with excitement. Although the competition had ended, the intensity lingered. Undoubtedly, this was the most thrilling match in the current tournament. The two contestants displayed their strongest skills, truly deserving of the S-class title. It was a pity that Wang Lang lost, but it was a fact he had to accept. Qin Mingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. For her, winning or losing was not as important as her husband's safety. As long as he was alive, he was the hero of her and her baby. Next moment, she stood up. Sister, I'll accompany you to go see. Qin Ruhan quickly came to her side. Qin Mingyu looked at her, furrowing her brows slightly. Go see what? Go see my brother-in-law. He won the match. Why hasn't he returned yet? Qin Ruhan pretended not to know. Qin Mingyu's frown deepened as she already guessed everything. However, since her sister didn't reveal the truth, she could only pretend not to know. I just want to go to the restroom. Then I'll go with you. You're pregnant and need someone to take care of you. Qin Ruhan held her sister's hand tightly. On the other end of the corridor, Yizi had been silently watching. Although he could ensure Qin Mingyu's safety, he couldn't accompany her into the restroom. Qin Mingyu eventually nodded and before leaving, glanced at Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fan. The two unaware individuals were still heatedly arguing over their baits. Qin Mingyu chuckled, thinking Shen Xiaopeng's personality was not very likable, but he indeed had great luck and a better understanding of the world than Lin Fan. The two sisters continued walking towards the fighting arena, but Qin Mingyu suddenly stopped. Below the arena, Su Qianmo had anxiously run to Wang Lang's side. Are you all right? Sukiano couldn't help but gently hold Ling Yu's hand and assess his injuries. Even from a distance, Qin Mingyu could sense the concern in her eyes. "I'm fine. Just superficial wounds," Wang Lang replied nonchalantly. Though his body was covered in cuts and bruises, it was nothing serious that would affect his future matches. "Miss Su, I'm sorry for not securing victory for Don Su. Now your municipal project, it's okay," Sukiano interrupted, offering reassurance. "The most important thing is that you're safe. We never expected Don Su to win the championship anyway. I believe you will turn the tables in the end." Wang Lang's smile brought a sense of comfort. Sukiano's demeanor was gentle and calming, like a ray of morning light, bringing joy and purification to people. "Thank you." Wang Lang nodded slightly. Then, he suddenly looked in a direction where the old drunkard was beckoning to him. Wang Lang nodded and prepared to bid farewell to Sukiano. However, Sukiano was very understanding. "Do you need a place to chat? I can arrange it for you." "Thanks." Wang Lang was also eager to communicate with the old drunkard. Soon, he resumed his identity as Ling Yu and entered the room arranged by Sukiano, meeting privately with the old drunkard and the old ancestor. "Ling Yu, thank you for not landing that blow just now. Otherwise, Yuangxiu would have been dead for sure." The old ancestor sat in a chair, expressing his gratitude to Ling Yu. Hey, old ancestor, your words are not right." Before Ling Yu could speak, the old drunkard defended his disciple. "How can you only care about the life and death of your disciple? My disciple didn't land that blow simply because he wanted to stay alive. Your gratitude seems self-centered. You didn't even ask about my disciple's injuries first." The old ancestor just chuckled and casually remarked, "Ling Yu, your injuries are not severe, right? You have the best physical condition in the entire village. Even if you had landed that blow just now, I don't think Yuangxiu could have killed you." Ling Yu smiled bitterly. "These are just external wounds, nothing serious. But if I had landed that blow just now, I can't guarantee I would have survived." The old ancestor nodded. "What are your plans? Sooner or later, you will have to fight Yuangxiu again, but today's method won't work. Plus, Yuangxiu's demonic nature will grow stronger over time." There was a glint of anticipation in his eyes. In fact, the old ancestor and the old drunkard could have teamed up to stop the fight between the two juniors, but they chose not to. Doing so would only prolong the conflict. Most importantly, they wanted to see the heroes of the village continue to grow. "Come over here, Bo." The old ancestor beckoned to him. Ling Yu nodded and walked over to his side. The old ancestor placed his hand on Ling Yu and then on his lower abdomen. After a while, the old ancestor shook his head. "It's too late. Some of your meridians have been dormant for too long and have already died. If you want to recover, you'll need to rebuild your meridians." "Rebuild my meridians?" Ling Yu and the old drunkard were both surprised to hear these words. Even though there was a mention of rebuilding meridians in the scroll of divine medical skills, it requires dragon tendons. Where would one find dragon tendons in modern society? Even if they were available, Ling Yu couldn't possibly replace them himself. Who in modern medicine would have such expertise? So, it seemed impractical to him. Now, hearing the old ancestor say the same thing, he felt a glimmer of hope. "Well, I can't help you with that, but I can offer you some martial insights," the old ancestor said slowly. "Old ancestor, please go on." Ling Yu had long wanted to receive guidance from the old ancestor. However, when he was younger, his realm was not high enough, so even if the old ancestor spoke, he might not have comprehended it. Now, he believed that with the old ancestor's guidance, he would surely advance to the next level in martial arts cultivation. "Ling Yu, what do you think is the determining factor in a showdown between masters?" An elder mentor passing down teachings to younger disciples has never been direct in his transmission, but skilled in evoking independent thinking. He would offer advice to the junior disciples, but never impose his own thoughts on anyone, including when Yuangxi insisted on leaving the village. Some principles must be realized by the disciples themselves. If imposed by others, not only would they not accept it, but they might also develop even greater resistance. Strength and speed. Ling Yu answered directly. The elder mentor nodded and smiled. "Yes, in a fight between an adult and a child, one strong strike can determine the outcome. Strength is everything. And in the world of martial arts, speed is crucial, and to skilled opponents of the same level battle each other." Ling Yu felt that the elder mentor's words seemed to agree on the surface, but had a deeper meaning, so he continued to contemplate. In reality, This was not the first time he had pondered such a question. The old general from the north had asked him before. Different individuals have different understandings, and these different understandings determine a warrior's limits. Due to undergoing the most professional systematic training, coupled with his own diligence and innate talent, Ling Yu's cultivation of internal strength was unquestionable and had already reached the highest level. Even if he continued to cultivate further, it would be challenging to break through the existing bottleneck of martial arts. But since it was impossible to recover 10% of strength within 2 days, he had to seek further breakthroughs in his understanding of martial arts. The old general had also mentioned that with the same level of internal strength cultivation, the strength of two warriors could differ wildly, emphasizing the significance of personal martial understanding. Techniques are stagnant. Only one's mindset is dynamic. Just like students who received the same 12 years of education, spent the same time on the same subject, some went to Tsinghua University, and some to Nangshan. Individual understanding is crucial. Elder mentor, please enlighten me. Ling Yu humbly sought guidance. The elder mentor, over 100 years old and a martial cultivator for a century, undoubtedly possessed a comprehension far beyond that of his apprentice, who had not even reached 30. Without directly stating it, the elder mentor asked back, in the realm of martial arts, the first level is seeing a mountain as a mountain, the second level is seeing a mountain not as a mountain, and the third level returns to seeing a mountain as a mountain. Do you think this is correct? How do you understand it? Ling Yu nodded and answered directly, I think it makes sense. Mountain metaphorically represents an opponent that a warrior must overcome. Beginners only think about ways to defeat the opponent without considering too many methods. However, as a warrior undergoes learning and improvement, they acquire a variety of skills and experience, leading to a different understanding of the mountain, with more methods and variables to overcome it. In the end, regardless of changes, the essence of the mountain remains unchanged. It is still a mountain. To defeat this mountain, it ultimately comes down to effective strikes. Flashy moves may look good but are practically useless. This is the essence of consistency. At this point, Ling Yu suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. I understand. Elder mentor, you want to remind me that Yuangxi indulged in demonic arts, and while his strength and speed have greatly increased, as long as I can pinpoint his flaws and deliver precise effective strikes, I can still defeat him. The elder mentor nodded in satisfaction and then pulled out a worn-out manual of martial arts techniques. The old alcoholic chuckled, you stingy old man, finally willing to bring out something good. I thought you were going to take it with you to the grave. Ling Yu was also surprised, wondering what the elder mentor intended to pass on to him. Ling Yu, in fact, when you face Yuangxi tonight, you have already demonstrated reaching the pinnacle of training. Take it. Perhaps adapting to change is the highest level of martial arts. The elder mentor handed it over to him. The essence of adaptation to change. Ling Yu's hands trembled slightly as he received the ancient book on martial arts. He had heard the old alcoholic mention that the elder mentor possessed a formidable and unparalleled martial art that was renowned across the land. Was this it? Ling Yu, you have only 2 days left. I look forward to your performance against Yuangxi next time. I hope you can help him return to the right path. The elder mentor's eyes shimmered as he spoke. Ling Yu was also excited, thinking that the elder mentor had taken Yuangxi as a disciple to pass on his mantle. Unexpectedly, in the end, he chose to pass on his most precious martial arts to Ling Yu. However, for the elder mentor, Yuangxi was already like family. Elder mentor, I will do my best. Farewell. Ling Yu took the valuable item and promptly bid farewell. Eager to explore its contents, he couldn't wait to read it. Ah, this kid. The old alcoholic, seeing him run off like he had wings on his feet, faster than a rabbit, couldn't help but curse. The elder mentor also chuckled. Having lived through long years, he could glimpse a person's future with a single look. Initially taking Yuangxi as a disciple was not to pass on his mantle, but to guide him on to the right path. It was a trial Yuangxi was destined to face. However, as for the outcome, the elder mentor couldn't predict. After all, he was just an old man, not a deity. I hope Ling Yu and Yuangxi both find better futures. After tending to his injuries briefly, Ling Yu returned to the Qing family's viewing area. The matches for the 64 into 32 round had already concluded for the night. Brother-in-law, where did you go? The matches have ended, and you haven't come back yet? Qin Ruhan queried Ling Yu. Had some important matters to attend to. Let's talk about it when we get back. Ling Yu brushed it off and, supporting Qin Mingyu, prepared to leave the arena. Several as didn't know that Ling Yu had two other identities, but since he advanced to tomorrow's match, it didn't say much, offering a few words of encouragement before departing. Lin Fen and Shen Xiaopang, one a hapless fellow and the other a fortunate son, were still arguing as they left the premises. Lin Fen, you should learn to be content. I compensated you with 2 million to date, and you want me to treat you to supper too. Of course. You win money and you're still being stingy. Are you not a hero in the village? Hearing their conversation, Ling Yu probably understood what had happened tonight. Like Qin Mingyu, he knew his apprentice was a lucky star, lacking in romantic fortunes, but not in luck. As they exited the venue, Lin Fen and Shen Xiaopan were wise enough to head for supper. Ling Yu escorted his wife and sister-in-law to their exclusive hotel for some rest. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of them. The window rolled down, and the chairman, President Su, with a serious expression, asked, Ling Yu, are you all right? I'm fine, Chairman Su. Don't worry. Ling Yu knew that President Su had come for a specific reason and flashed a reassuring smile. Well, you must find a way to win the championship. Otherwise, things will spiral out of control. President Su didn't say much. Just as the matches had ended, his eldest son and grandson had come to pressure him. He didn't want to hand over the chairman position to them, and with Dong Su now out of the running, if Ling Yu couldn't pass the test against Yuanxi and claim the title of martial law, the Qin family would also be in jeopardy. Then, he would have no choice. At the Southern Peak Arena, there are many entrances and exits. When VIP exclusive exit, Zhao Wenjin, along with Mo Shu and Su Yinghu, walked out, there were already more than a dozen black cars waiting outside. Because her bodyguard team was too large, there were also 3 cars behind belonging to other important figures. Unable to get to the entrance for a moment, it seemed to be in a verbal dispute with her bodyguard team. What's going on? Su Yinghu quickly walked over and asked the bodyguard captain. They said they are the assistant servants and are here to pick up the assistant, accusing us of blocking the way, and saying they want to deal with us. How arrogant. Don't they understand first come, first served? The bodyguard captain was a little flushed, responding emotionally. At this time, the assistant also walked out of the arena, accompanied by President Duan Mu and a group of martial arts experts from the Martial Arts Association. Stop. Zhao Wenjin quickly walked over and stopped her people. The assistant is a national-level official. We are just commoners. Of course, you should let the assistant pass. Don't you understand the rules? Yes, Miss Zhao. The bodyguard captain quickly lowered his head, about to instruct Zhao's convoy to disperse. The assistant quickly walked over and called out with a smile. Miss Zhao, I apologize for the inconvenience. In this world, we should always pay attention to proper order, and my subordinates are ignorant, causing trouble for the esteemed Miss Zhao. Please forgive them. He was well aware that as one of the 4 beauties of Dragon Country, Zhao Wenjin's influence and reputation were not to be underestimated compared to his, so he would not risk offending a woman of that level over trivial matters. Not only that, after smiling and speaking, his expression changed instantly, slapping his own subordinate hard on the face and scolding. Don't you have eyes? Don't you understand the rules? Get lost. How dare you block Miss Zhao's way? I'm sorry, Mr. Assistant. His subordinate quickly retreated. Thank you, Assistant. Zhao Wenjin smiled slightly, thanked him, and then got into a Rolls-Royce, leaving the scene. The assistant's smile gradually disappeared as her convoy left, and his eyes narrowed. He didn't know why Zhao Wuji's sister had been staying in the southern continent since his death. Was she trying to break away from the Zhao family and start her own path? A mere woman, where did she get such great ambitions? Miss, Moshu said someone is following us. In the Rolls-Royce, Su Yinghu suddenly received a call from Moshu and quickly informed Zhao Wenjin. Zhao Wenjin seemed to have already expected this, showing no change in expression, and instead instructed Yinghu, immediately inform Moshu to stay behind and secretly follow the assistant. Yes, Miss. Su Yinghu immediately followed the orders. Zhao Wenjin's beautiful eyes also gained a hint of depth in an instant. The 4 major families of Yanjing, Mourning, Nangong, Tang, and Zhao, respectively representing the peak of martial arts, finance, commerce, and politics in Dragon Country. Regardless of which family, they were all powerful institutions. While the 4 major families presented a friendly exterior to the public, they were secretly competing against each other, each trying to gain leverage over the others. Zhao Wenjun, of course, knew that the assistant's arrival at the peak competition in the southern continent was definitely at the behest of Tang Ning, but she wanted to figure out the specific motives in advance. Even though Mo Shu complained incessantly after receiving her orders, he quietly got out of the car and began to secretly follow the assistant. Around 1 a.m., the assistant returned to the hotel, and there was nothing unusual along the way. However, shortly after entering the hotel, a mysterious person entered his room. Mo Shu quickly sneaked over, pressed his ear against the wall, and eavesdropped on their conversation. "Assistant, this is our investigative report on Zhao Wenjun. Based on the information we've gathered in the past 2 days, Zhao Wenjun seems to be deliberately trying to get closer to and please Qin Mingyu, even attempting to help the Qin family win the championship in the peak competition. And she fell ill once these past 2 days, relying on Lingyu to perform acupuncture at noon yesterday to relieve her condition. If nothing unexpected happens, her motivation for doing this should be to gain the help of Lingyu and the Qin family, using the Sun Heart to cure her special condition." Hearing this report, Mo Shu sneered. With just this information, was there a need for such a secretive investigation? Zhao could possibly tell you openly if you just asked. It seemed that the assistant's subordinates were not very capable, but even Mo Shu, as Zhao Wenjun's close bodyguard, couldn't fathom the thoughts of this smart lady. With the help of the Zhao family, Lingyu might have a chance to win the championship. The Qin family unexpectedly made a forceful entry into the commercial association. What is their goal? The assistant seemed to be inquiring, or rather speculating with himself. It was only when his subordinate handed him a detailed report on Lingyu that he became increasingly astonished. According to the investigation, Lingyu might actually be the Wolf King who retreated from the war 3 years ago. For a while, the assistant took a deep breath in amazement. The president of the Chamber of Commerce had sent him to the southern continent, this time in response to reports of the appearance of the northern region's Wolf King, requesting him to investigate and determine who he really was. Not only had a Wolf King and a Wolf appear in a boxing match last night, but now even Lingyu might also be the former northern region war god. Who is truly the Wolf King? Hehe, within 3 days, I must get to the bottom of this. The assistant muttered confidently to himself. Given his abilities as a trusted aide of Tang Ning, his investigative skills were unquestionable. Based on all the various investigations, he had already basically confirmed that Lingyu was indeed the true Wolf King, lacking only direct and substantial evidence. Order all means to be used to secretly eliminate all forces supporting the Qin family, especially the East City Zia family, who secretly hoards weapons for the retired Zia family. Yes. The mysterious person acknowledged the command and left. The assistant muttered to himself again. Regardless of what Lingyu wants to do, if the Qin family cannot become the president of the Southern Commercial Association, all your plans will be thwarted, right? At this point, in another ordinary hotel, since they did not belong to the finalists' circle, the dignified Zia family could only stay at a regular hotel for the competition. At around 1:20 a.m., Suemei reluctantly entered a suite with Zia Zhonghao, complaining incessantly. The standard suite environment was actually quite decent, but for someone who had lived a life of luxury from a young age like Suemei, it was certainly very shabby. Moreover, she couldn't bear to let others know that she was losing face. All right, that's enough. Zia Zhonghao couldn't bear her constant complaints anymore and reprimanded her impatiently. Humph. Enough of what? I refuse to accept this. Zia Zhonghao, let me tell you, regardless of the situation, we must retain the position of deputy director. Otherwise, I will not stay with you anymore. Not stay with me. Then who will you stay with? Zia Zhonghao was also very angry. His wife was already middle-aged, acting like a gold-digging girl, wavering between two sides. I will return to my parents' home. Suemei did not beat around the bush with him either, stating firmly, I have already decided. If Lingyu can win the championship, I will let Zia Chia marry his sister. Otherwise, I will fully support my eldest brother, and the Zia family will belong to my parents' home in the future. Zia Zhonghao still had to maintain his composure. He felt the stain in his heart towards Sumei's words, but he didn't dare to contradict his wife. Ever since the Zia family went into seclusion, they had sent people to threaten them. Their current behavior had already displeased those people. If they really dropped the position of vice president and couldn't meet their demands, they might really be killed. At this moment, Sumei's phone rang. Brother, you looking for me? Okay, I'll come over right away. Excited, Suemi I hung up and was about to leave. Big Brother was still giving her a chance with the Zia family. Of course, she had to seize the opportunity. When Big Brother became the president of the Chamber of Commerce, he would definitely continue to support the Zia family. Dad, Mom, where are you going? Just as the couple was leaving, they bumped into Zia Chia. Although Zia Chia and Ling Ruoxu had confirmed their relationship, they wouldn't take the final step until after getting married. So Zia Chia had just escorted Ling Ruoxu back to her room alone before returning. "We're going to see your eldest uncle Sujan Chao. He definitely wants the support of our Zia family to become the president of the Chamber of Commerce." Zia Zhonghao told his son directly. "Dad, Mom, have you thought it through? If you agree tonight, it'll be difficult to go back on it later." Zia Chia said directly, "I don't support what you're doing, because I'm going to marry Ruoxu. I will definitely support my younger uncle and the Qin family." It's not that he valued love over family, but he knew what kind of people Su Jiancha and his son were. If it were Su Jianlu, he would definitely support him too. Zia Chia, shut up. Su Mei immediately cut in coldly. The Su family's top experts have advanced to the top 32, and they've also obtained a major project from the East City government on the rise. They are more reliable than the Qin family in any case. Mom, enough. Su Mei interrupted directly. Mom and Dad know what to do. You don't have to worry. Anyway, I'll say this again. If you want to marry Ling Ruoxu, then have Ling Yu in the championship. After that, the couple left the hotel. Zia Chia could only sigh helplessly. On the other side, Mo Shu, who had eavesdropped on the information, quietly jumped down from the hotel's outer wall and looked pleased. What special assistant? What national official? The level of the bodyguard team was too low. Eavesdropping on his words was easy, but as he descended into the hotel's backyard, someone tapped his shoulder from behind. What the heck? Mo Shu was greatly shocked. Although he was famous for his defense, his agility and perception were definitely not bad. Yet he had been secretly tapped on the shoulder and only realized someone was behind him afterwards. How skilled must the other person be? Whoosh! Not thinking much, Mo Shu threw a heavy punch. Unexpectedly, the opponent had anticipated his move and used the back of the hand to block his wrist first. A swift turn. Mo Shu's fierce punch disappeared in an instant. Damn. 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. No. Can't win. Can't win. Run. After a single move, Mo Shu was sure that the opponent was not someone he could beat, and he tried to escape. But the other person grabbed his shoulder and wouldn't let him go. Hey, bro, I don't swing that way, and I'm not handsome either. Let me go. Mo Shu immediately grinned and begged for mercy. What nonsense. Be honest, and I'll ask you a few questions. The other person kicked his butt and knocked him to the ground, then picked up a gourd at his waist and took a few big swigs. The person turned out to be the drunken old man who accompanied the ancestors. Mo Shu knew what he wanted to ask, so before he could, he said directly, "Old man, it's useless to ask me. I really don't know where Mo Yin, that guy is. If you have a grudge against him, go after him. I'm not really close to him." Not close? Can brothers not be close? The old drunk didn't believe him and threatened him by grabbing his collar. "If you don't tell me, be prepared to face some trouble." Hey, old man, it's unfair to bully the weak like this. If each person takes responsibility for their own actions, my second brother killed your wife, you killed him, I wouldn't had any issues. But if you take it out on me, I'll cause trouble in your hero village and make everyone reason with me. Mo Shu's sharp tongue left the old drunk unable to do anything. Right? I really don't know where my second brother is. You might as well ask my sixth sister. Isn't she here to watch the Southern Peak tournament? She's in room 8808 in this hotel. Why don't you go find her now? Maybe she's in the middle of taking a bath. Mo Shu raised his eyebrows mischievously. Causing trouble, diverting attention elsewhere. As long as the old drunk didn't bother him, it didn't matter who he went to find. All right, I'll pretend you don't know. The old drunk acted like a crazy drunk, kicked him twice on the butt, then pointed at him and warned, "Your parents are real trouble, having 10 kids, not a single good one among them." Mo Shu rolled his eyes, looking displeased. What did it have to do with him, the mistakes his second brother and his parents made? Is the old drunk picking on him? Ignoring him, the old drunk, unable to find any information, drank more and staggered off into the night. Shortly afterward, he arrived on the 8th floor corridor, jumped from the window, planted his foot against the wall, and agilely somersaulted over to the bathroom window of room 8808. Pushing open the window, he leapt in. Light as a feather, no sound upon landing. However, to his surprise, even with his light movements, he was discovered. Suddenly, a white object flew towards his head, a hidden weapon. The old drunk quickly dodged, and the weapon smashed against the glass, splattering white liquid. It turned out to be a bottle of body wash. Mo Shu had guessed correctly. His sister Milia had just returned to the hotel after watching the peak tournament and was indeed taking a bath. So before the old drunk could jump in, she had already noticed. When the old drunk refocused his gaze, Milia had draped a white bath towel around her, concealing her graceful and exquisite body. Old pervert, what are you trying to do? Milia stared at the semi-conscious old man, incredulous that he would stoop to peeping at a woman bathing at his age. Hey, don't get me wrong. Don't misunderstand. I really didn't know you were in the bath. The old drunk's face was red, with traces of either alcohol or drool at his mouth corner. Hastily waving his hands to explain, I just came to ask about Mo Yin's whereabouts. Oh, you're looking for him? Mo Yin remained unfazed and said directly, I heard 3 years ago, he went to that hidden island in search of the pinnacle secret of martial arts. As for his current whereabouts, forgive me, I don't know. Oh, thanks. Having obtained the information, the old drunk wanted to climb over the wall and leave. Wait. Mo Yin stopped him in turn. What's up? The old drunk turned back, a bit greedily eyeing the woman, who was glistening with water droplets, her figure looking quite good. I'm interested in your disciple Ling Yu and want to take him for further training. I hope you old folks won't interfere. Mo Yin continued straightforwardly. After taking a gulp of wine, the old drunk smiled and said, we old folks don't have time to meddle in the affairs of you young people. If that kid wants to go with you, then go. If he doesn't want to, can you really force him? The old drunk was quite confident about his apprentice. If that kid needed to comprehend the pinnacle essence of the ever-changing return to the source, who else in the world could beat him? The small island at the southern peak has always been a sleepless night. One night, various important events happened on the island. However, Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu returned to their exclusive hotel room to rest immediately after the competition ended. Ling Yu took off his clothes, and Chen Mingyu personally administered medicine to him and wrapped him in bandages. She was much gentler than before. Ling Yu suddenly laughed. What are you laughing about suddenly, you fool? Chen Mingyu asked with a furrowed brow. With all the things happening now, how could he still have the mood to laugh? He lost to Yuan Shi by wearing Wang Lang's mask. Wasn't he worried that he would encounter him in the next round? I suddenly remembered when we just got married, and you also treated my wounds back then. You were so cold back then, but you also slapped my wound. Ling Yu said with emotion. Who would have thought that my wife could become so gentle and kind now? I'm really lucky. Chen Mingyu suddenly glared at him with cold eyes and snorted. Are you trying to reminisce again? No. Please don't. Despite Ling Yu waving his hands frantically, it was too late. Chen Mingyu lightly slapped his wound and applied a large band-aid, saying, You almost scared me last night, you know. Suddenly changing her tone, his wife made Ling Yu sober up, looking at her. Fortunately, you didn't hit him in the end. Both of you mutually assured destruction, otherwise, what would we do as orphans and widows? Chen Mingyu was genuinely scared, her eyes still showing lingering fear. Ling Yu suddenly stood up, embraced her tightly, and took a deep breath, saying, Mingyu, I'm sorry. I made you worrying, but rest assured, I won't fail again, and I won't let you worrying again. Snuggling into his broad chest, Chen Mingyu asked, So, do you have a way to deal with Yuan Shi in 2 days? Ling Yu nodded. I have a plan, but I need to focus on training these 2 nights. I can't be with you to protect you. Chen Mingyu felt a pang of sweetness. At this moment, this fool was still thinking about her safety. Don't worry, I'm not a child. I can protect myself, right? And besides, isn't there easy? Chen Mingyu reassured him. Just focus on your training. Impress the world in 2 days. Ling Yu nodded. In Cloud City, Easy was indeed enough to protect Chen Mingyu. But on this island, with experts abound, Easy might not be enough without a team. Nevertheless, at this point, Ling Yu had to focus on his training. After locking himself in a room, Ling Yu opened the ancient manuscript given to him by his ancestors. It was written in ancient characters, indicating a history of over 100 years, probably not written by his ancestors. But Ling Yu had no time to inquire about it now. He quickly began to study and contemplate. The supreme martial arts key to shifting main combat forms was primarily divided into 3 parts, which could be likened to 3 levels in martial arts terms. The first level is sitting in meditation. The second level is sudden enlightenment. The third level is no form. In the path of martial arts, it is generally divided into 2 categories: cultivation and techniques. The supreme martial arts key focused on techniques, not teaching any specific techniques, but guiding practitioners to see through the opponent's movements. To simplify, regular techniques boost one's attacking power, categorized as ABUFF. The supreme martial arts key belongs to the debuff category. In essence, without increasing one's strength, it weakens the opponent and defeats them. Mastering this technique means reaching the pinnacle in martial arts, as stated by the ancestors. As mentioned in the manuscript, an ordinary person would need at least 20 years to reach the first level of sitting in meditation. However, due to Ling Yu's cultivation level and natural talent in martial arts, after understanding the key, he directly entered the first level of sitting in meditation. Sitting in meditation is a meditation method that originated from Buddhist Zen and Taoist practices. Martial artists could regulate their body, breath, and mental state to achieve a concentrated, detached state of mind. In this state, time and reality become disengaged. Therefore, one night of meditation could achieve the effects of a year or even longer in external cultivation, depending on the practitioner's comprehension. After Ling Yu entered seclusion in his room, Chen Mingyu couldn't fall asleep and could only sit on the sofa in the lobby, contemplating various matters. For the sake of their baby, she tried hard to get some rest, but as soon as she started to drift off, the phone rang suddenly. Chen Mingyu opened her eyes and saw that it was still early, 5:47 in the morning. Looking at the caller ID, it was actually Ling Ruoxu calling, using Ling Yu's phone. "Hello, Ruoxu. Hi. Is this Mingyu? Where's Xiaoyu? Where is he?" Ling Ruoxu sounded urgent, indicating that something big had happened. "Xiaoyu is in seclusion for training, and I have his phone to prevent distractions. What's going on?" While she asked, she braced herself, but Ling Ruoxu's response still shocked her. "Dad and Mom in the Zia family were killed." "What? By who?" Chen Mingyu was also taken aback. "We don't know yet. That's why I contacted Xiaoyu for help." "Xiaoyu can't come out right now. I'll go take a look first." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Chen Mingyu sighed deeply. Although the relationship between the Zia and Chen families was not good, she still didn't want such a tragedy to happen to the Zia family because of Ling Ruoxu and Zia Qian's relationship. After some thought, she decided to call Zhao Wenjun. Despite her remaining cautious of her, she still treated her as a close friend outwardly. When she went out, Yizi quickly came to her side. "Big sister-in-law, what's wrong? Why are you going out so early?" "We're going to the South Hotel Row. Zia Zhonghao and his wife were murdered last night." Upon hearing this news, Yizi was also shocked. They were Zia Zhu's biological parents. "Damn it, I will find the murderer and bring them to justice." Yizi clenched his teeth tightly, protecting Chen Mingyu as they headed to the crime scene. Since their small island was the location of the incident, when Chen Mingyu and Yizi arrived at the scene, Zhao Wenjun also arrived with Mo Shu and others. Ling Ruoxu and Zia Qia were watching, grieving heavily as they looked at the covered bodies of Zia Zhonghao and his wife. Seeing the large patches of blood at the scene, Chen Mingyu felt a bit dizzy, realizing that the couple must have died tragically. "Mingyu, are you okay?" Zhao Wenjun hurried over to support Chen Mingyu. I'm fine." Chen Mingyu gathered herself to ask Zia Qia and Ling Ruoxu. They were supposed to stay in the hotel. Why were they found dead on the road? "It must have been the work of the Su family from Shenzhen. I will not let them off." Zia Qia said through gritted teeth. "My parents went to meet Su Jianchao last night, but they never returned. Their bodies were found early this morning on the road." During the conversation in summer, Su Qianmo and her father happened to arrive at the scene along with President Su. Upon hearing these words, Su Qianmo couldn't help but advise Zia Qia, "Although I also do not like uncle, until the matter is thoroughly investigated, please refrain from jumping to conclusions." Hearing Su Qianmo's words, Zia Qia could only grit his teeth and relent. Without evidence, words are useless. However, on this island, the police could not enforce the law, and the truth could only be uncovered by members of the Martial Arts Association. Not long after, a member of the Martial Arts Association, arrived at the scene with his entourage. Since the Zia family was not one of the finalists, the investigating official under Wang Jian was assigned to the case. You must find the murderer and give our Zia family justice. You must do it, otherwise, I will not rest until it's done. Zia Tian's emotions were running high, almost on the verge of a conflict with the dance association. Unwillingly, Qin Mingyu had to send Ling Ruoxu to persuade him to calm down. After surveying the scene, Qin Mingyu and Zhao Wenjin, along with others, left and went to a private club on the small island to discuss the truth of the matter. Unbeknownst to them, at the same club, a young couple was in contact with Mr. Li. Mr. Liu Yejian. Miss Sushan, why should I agree to hand over the power of Tang to you? Mr. Li said, fixing a stern gaze on Liu Yejian. With his keen insight into people, he knew that the handsome young man before him was no ordinary figure and had a far more complex character than the scoundrels in Tang. Because the Sushan family is the third Su family and a member of the Southern Trading Association, while I am from the Chang'an group, Liu Yejian said with a smile. Sushan clung tightly to his arm, her face filled with a contented expression. Finally, her idol had agreed to be with her. Ha ha, you are from the Chang'an group. What does that have to do with us? Mr. Li laughed intentionally. Liu Yejian did not explain but just smiled and said, if you refuse, don't regret it later. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Mr. Li suddenly restrained all expressions, stopping him frigidly. Since this Mr. Liu dares say such things and offer such a stake, he must have known that they wanted to deal with the Qin family. But how did he know such things? What else did he know? What was his purpose? Mr. Li certainly would not trust such a person, but his conditions indeed were exceptional. With Tang falling, the chairman indeed needed to support a new representative for Dongchen or even for South City. Shensu had already had multiple contacts with them. Obviously, Su Jiancha and his son just wanted to leverage their power to secure a position as chairman of the Southern Trading Association. However, the two were too greedy and not obedient like those in Tang. How can you prove your loyalty? Mr. Li asked, his gaze cold and even murderous. Liu Yejian, however, grinned confidently. The two special envoys under the chairman of the General Council, the four envoys, all of them are terrifying in strength and have various means. If you find me disloyal, taking my life would be not a challenge. Mr. Li's expression gradually changed, and he smiled again, saying, Mr. Liu has such resolve. I believe we will have a pleasant cooperation. Bring the wine. With a command, someone immediately brought 3 glasses of red wine to the table. Cheers. Mr. Li took 2 glasses of wine and handed one to each of them before lifting the third himself. Liu Yejian, with a faint smile, glanced at the wine glass, knowing full well what it contained. Despite this, he picked it up. Sushan, his die-hard fan, saw him drink and also raised her glass without hesitation. After drinking, Mr. Li continued, Miss Sushan is also the granddaughter of President Su. I believe that after the third Su family secures the assets and influence of the Tang family, they will definitely surpass the Su family of Dongcheng and even compete with your uncle Su Jianchao for the position of chairman. Sushan looked at Liu Yejian, who nodded in approval, before smugly saying, once our family wins the championship, the chairman position will surely be ours. Great. I wish you success in your endeavors. Mr. Li toasted again. This way, he did not need to control Su Jiancha and his son, could find other ways to help the chairman control the Southern Trading Association. On the other hand, Zhao Wenjin, along with Qin Mingyu, Yi and Zia Tia, discussed the matter of the murderer. From Zia Tian's perspective, it was likely someone from either of the 2 factions he had pinned down. Either the Su family of Shenzhen wanted his parents' support to be chairman, but his parents did not agree and even mention supporting the Qin family, so they resorted to violence. Alternatively, it could be someone hidden within the Zia family who thought they were performing poorly and harming their interests, leading to a direct attack. Hehe, you may not believe it, but the person behind the murder of your parents might not be from Shenzhen, but that Mr. Li. At this moment, Moshu also shared the information he heard last night with everyone. Hearing this news, everyone was startled. Zia Tia found it even more unbelievable. They had not offended the chairman, so why would these people resort to such actions? Mingyu, this situation might very well be related to Tanning Sai. Zhao Wenjin also analyzed for Qin Mingyu. They might have felt that the Zia family damaged their interests or did not obey their commands. Furthermore, by doing so, they could pin the blame on Shunjun. Since the Zia family is now struggling, yet still holds the position of vice chairman of the trading association, everyone would be hesitant to support them as chairman if they were believed to have been killed by Shunjun. Qin Mingyu slightly furrowed her brows, asking in return, how might the Zia family have hurt Tanning's interests? And was not Su Jianchao working with them? Why would they target Shunjun? Everyone there was someone she trusted, so these issues could be discussed openly. Mingyu, you might not know this, but years ago, the Zia family left Yanjing for Dong City because they clashed with Tanning's influence in the arms business. Zhao Wenjin's speculation greatly surprised Qin Mingyu. It seemed that the reputation of the four beauties of Yanjing was not unfounded. Combining beauty with intelligence, it was highly likely that Mr. Li was the mastermind behind it all. Damn it, parental vengeance, uncompromising. Zia Qian's eyes were red with anger as he clenched his teeth. Whoever it is, once the truth is revealed, I will not spare them. Qin Mingyu understood Zia Qian's feelings, but neither the Shunjun nor the Tanning factions were easy to deal with. It required patience. Therefore, she gestured to Ling Ruoxu with her eyes to comfort Zia Qia properly. Ling Ruoxu's feelings were also complex. Despite Su Mei always treating her poorly, her sudden demise left her feeling conflicted and sorrowful. However, she still nodded, knowing that Zia Qia was going through 100 times worse emotions. After the discussion, Ling Ruoxu and Zia Qia left first. As Qin Mingyu and Zhao Wenjin walked out of the Haiyan Club, they saw a figure afar. Mr. Li? Standing a distance away, Qin Mingyu watched as Mr. Li left the meeting place with a few trusted aides, seeming like they had just met someone there. Zhao Wenjin also noticed this. In the next moment, she patted Qin Mingyu's shoulder and pointed to another direction. There, Liu Yejian and Susan were seen conversing with two other individuals. Witnessing this scene, Qin Mingyu couldn't help but furrow her brows. Why were Liu Yejian and Ling Zhaowei here? What were they discussing? Soon, it seemed like Liu Yejian and his companions also noticed Qin Mingyu and Zhao Wenjin. After instructing the Ling father and son to leave, Liu Yejian smiled and approached the two beautiful women. Susan, like sticky candy, clung tightly to Liu Yejian, glaring at Qin Mingyu as if challenging her. Mingyu, what a coincidence! Liu Yejian greeted Qin Mingyu with a nonchalant smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenjin and others remained indifferent. He was very clear about his position. After the Liu family enterprise was acquired by the Qianggong group, he was now a member of that group. As for Zhao Wenjin and others, they were his enemies. He didn't care about the boss's relationship with Zhao Wenjin. Their relationship could never be good. Why are you here? And what's the matter with the Ling Zhaowei father and son? Qin Mingyu asked directly. Liu Yejian remained composed and even suggested, Mingyu, can we talk in private in a room here? He glanced casually at Zhao Wenjin and others, implying without words. Mingyu, I'll leave first. Call me any time you need. The astute Zhao Wenjin intended to take her leave, but discreetly reminded Qin Mingyu. This man, once upon a time, wavered between you and me. Be careful. Qin Mingyu nodded slightly, gazing at Liu Yejian. Not being a martial artist, Liu Yejian couldn't hear what Zhao Wenjin whispered to Qin Mingyu, but he could probably guess. Let's go. Qin Mingyu then met with Liu Yejian. Aware of Susan's animosity toward Qin Mingyu, Liu Yejian asked her to wait outside to avoid any interference. Susan was like Liu Yejian's die-hard fan, so although slightly irked, she obediently stayed outside. What do you have to say to me? Qin Mingyu sat down and asked the standing Liu Yejian. Mingyu, I've met Mr. Li. What? Qin Mingyu was truly surprised that Liu Yejian voluntarily confessed without being prompted. Yes. After we brought down the Tang, they urgently needed someone to handle their affairs, and so they approached me. Liu Yejian explained calmly. Qin Mingyu was mildly taken aback but then smirked. So they want you to reorganize the Tang forces to deal with me. Exactly. Liu Yejian nodded affirmatively. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. You're so bold to tell me this. Aren't you afraid I'll deal with you now? Or do you think you can manipulate me already? Mingyu, why would you think that of me? Liu Yejian sighed helplessly. Qin Mingyu found it hard to read this man at the moment, her brows furrowing as her mesmerizing eyes emitted a flicker of light. Even if you didn't choose me, the woman I've always liked is you. Since the Liu family has chosen to side with the Qin family, I won't betray them again. I will wholeheartedly assist you and Ling Yu in reaching the peak of the Qing family. Liu Yejian declared with conviction. Qin Mingyu sneered, indicating her disbelief. If what this man said was true, then he was truly remarkable. A loyal lapdog, Liu Yejian finally sighed in resignation. If I truly wanted to go against you, I wouldn't have been straightforward with you. The Qin family is flourishing, and the Liu family can benefit from this as well. Qin Mingyu chose to believe his words for now and asked, "Did you agree to it?" Liu Yejian candidly nodded. "Yes, even if I didn't help them, they would find someone else. So I agreed and promised to inform you in advance, so I could help you, right?" Qin Mingyu smiled once again. Each smile portrayed a different demeanor. Liu Yejian's words seemed somewhat convincing. However, she continued, "Why should I believe you? Isn't it possible you are deliberately lowering my guard? And wouldn't Mr. Li suspect you? How could he easily entrust the Tang industry to you without any controlling measures?" Aware of Qin Mingyu's sharp mind, Liu Yejian didn't try to deceive her and confessed, "Indeed, Mr. Li planted a poison in me. If I betray him, I would surely die." Qin Mingyu coldly chuckled. "So you still expect me to trust you, Mingyu? You must trust me." Liu Yejian displayed a helpless yet resolute attitude. "If you don't, you can also plant a poison in me. Isn't Lingyu quite skilled at it?" Qin Mingyu remained silent, staring coldly at him as if trying to see through him with her beautiful eyes. "Then tell me, why do they want to go against the Qin family?" "It's because the Qin family is growing stronger, and they already know that you will inevitably stand against them." Liu Yejian's words made Qin Mingyu realize that he knew more than she had imagined. Perhaps he even guessed Lingyu's identity. "All right, I'll trust you for now. Thank you." Liu Yejian seemed relieved and left the room. Yizi couldn't help but say, "This man, Liu Yejian, is absolutely untrustworthy. He's a double-faced snake, ready to bite anyone." "I know." Qin Mingyu sighed wearily, touching her forehead. "But for now, I can't completely push him into opposition. I hope there's a slight possibility that he genuinely wants to help me." She didn't spot any flaws in Liu Yejian just now, and neither did Yizi. Yizi understood Qin Mingyu's predicament. The merger of the Chang'an group and the Liu family group made the former the dominant entity, able to easily crush the latter. Though what was the use of completely expelling the Liu family? Liu Yejian would most likely smoothly take over the Tang forces and assist Tang Ning in dealing with them wholeheartedly. With this underlying relationship intact, perhaps they could exert some control over the situation. Sister-in-law, if Liu Yejian's actions aren't driven by admiration and genuine help for you, his ambition could be significant, Yizi suddenly remarked. Qin Mingyu, smiling wryly, realized she had too many enemies now, including Lingyu. She could only hope she had enough charm to make Liu Yejian wholeheartedly support her. Qin Mingyu walked out from the club and unexpectedly ran into Qin Honshu and a few other ants. "Mingyu, finally found you." Qin Honshu immediately walked up warmly, tightly holding her hand as if they were mother and daughter. After a knowing glance, Qin Mingyu looked towards Lin Fei behind the four ants instead. Lin Fei looked slightly unnatural and proactively asked, "Mingyu, where is Lingyu? I heard he advanced to the top 32. "Yes, Lingyu is currently in seclusion cultivating." After a brief answer, Qin Mingyu asked, "Why did you only come today?" Lin Fei blushed slightly, smiled, and said, "I came alone. For various reasons, I just arrived today, and I'm not here to watch the boxing match. I received a letter to pass to you and Lingyu." "Oh." Qin Mingyu was slightly surprised. Lin Fei coming alone was expected since the ants surely didn't invite her to come. The island entry procedure was complex, so it was normal for her, as an ordinary person, to be a day late. Lin Fei then took out a strange letter from her body and handed it to Qin Mingyu. The envelope was peculiar, large, with special material. In these times, sending letters was no longer popular, so receiving one already felt special, but seeing this material made it even stranger. It didn't seem to be sent from a normal kingdom. Furthermore, Lin Fei deliberately pulled Qin Mingyu aside, away from the ants, and whispered something in her ear. "Now, you chat. I'll excuse myself." Lin Fei was tactful, handed over the letter, spoke, and then left. Her relationship with the Qin family ants had never been great, so having them all together was rare. Still, seeing each other felt awkward, and none would initiate a conversation, so the best solution was for Lin Fei to leave. It was not possible for the four ants to leave. Qin Mingyu didn't stop her, nor did she open the envelope on the spot but silently looked at it, furrowed her brows. "Mingyu, what did Lin Fei tell you?" Qin Honshu, seeing Qin Mingyu's expression, curiously asked. Qin Mingyu hesitated, decided not to say, and instead asked Qin Honshu, third aunt, Lin Fei's matter is unrelated to you all. What do you need from me? Of course, just to chat with you. You've been tired lately, arriving at the island. We should relax and take care of yourselves. Indeed, for the good of your baby in your belly, you should rest well and improve your health. Otherwise, if you fall ill, what about the child? The aunts spoke one after another. Qin Mingyu couldn't refuse and followed them to a nearby beach resort. Unexpectedly, there, they saw Chen Xiaopeng and Lin Fen spinning around Qin Ruhan, who was wearing a cute swimsuit. Sister, you finally came. Qin Ruhan and the third aunt had set the meeting point via phone, and when they saw Qin Mingyu and the aunts, they immediately ran over with a smile. Shen Xiaopeng couldn't take his eyes off Qin Ruhan in her swimsuit. You are too much. Drooling all over. Lin Feng gave him a pat on the head. Shen Xiaopeng chuckled. Let me tell you, I like this petite type of girl. Lin Feng, you are so much taller than me. With that hardware, go find a larger woman. It's hard for me to find someone so suitable. Stop it. Lin Feng wouldn't fall for it. You used to say that in the future, when looking for a wife, you must find one taller so the kids are balanced. Now, why the change? You want to argue with me? Shen Xiaopeng warned. Don't forget, I secretly practice the 36 tactics of dating. You stand no chance against me. Strange, didn't we bet earlier on who would bring a girlfriend back to the village first? And here you are challenging me. Lin Fen also refused to back down. Your 36 tactics are all like a lapdog. Let me tell you, I have experience in love. You don't. The two were at odds. Qin Ruhan, used to it, ignored them. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyu sighed quietly. The two were fighting over her sister, not realizing her heart belonged to Lingyu. She had no time for these relationship entanglements, fearing what might happen in the future. Hey, isn't that fifth aunt over there? Suddenly, Qin Ruhan pointed to the beach direction in surprise. Qin Mingyu and Qin Honshu, among others, looked and saw Qin Zimai sitting on a flying boat with a man, speeding ashore, having just returned from the sea. Both were drenched, with Qin Zimai wearing a sexy bikini. Despite being over 40, her figure and skin were immaculate, looking like a charming woman in her 30s. Beside her was Li Bamai, whose large hand was unreservedly embracing Qin Zimai's chest area. The reactions of the Qin family women varied upon seeing this scene. Qin Ruhan opened her mouth wide. Qin Mingyu furrowed her brows. The three aunts were a bit angry since they had always invited Qin Zimai to act together, and even asked her this morning, but she had always claimed to be busy. Turns out, she was busy with a man. Qin Honshu went over quickly and called out, Fifth sister, what are you doing? Hearing the angry voice, Qin Zimai trembled slightly, then took off her sunglasses. Third sister, Qin Zimai had been taken care of by Qin Honshu since she was young, so she always listened to her. Seeing her angry now made her a bit flustered. We've always invited you to watch the peak match together. You always refuse, and you didn't even come to cheer for the Qin family last night. Today we all agreed to accompany Mingyu, but you were absent. We thought you had important matters. Turns out you were doing such things. Qin Honshu scolded as she pointed at Li Bami's unruly hand. As a woman of justice, she didn't oppose love between men and women, but she couldn't condone indecency, especially from her close sister. How could she not be angry? Qin Zimai then pushed away Li Bami's hand and explained, Third sister, listen to me. Go on. I'm listening. Qin Honshu, with her hands on her hips, waited for Qin Zimai's explanation. Unexpectedly, she hesitated and couldn't explain immediately. Qin Mingyu coldly said, Fifth aunt, did you arrange the radioactive device in Danqi factory? What? This statement shocked all the Qin family members present, especially Lin Fan, who knew the perpetrator intentionally avoided surveillance. Clearly, an insider from the Qin family was involved, and they hadn't yet found the mastermind. How could they have expected Qin Zimai to be named by Qin Mingyu? Mingyu, what? What did you say? Qin Zimai's face changed drastically. Unable to look into Qin Mingyu's eyes, she turned slightly away to speak. Originally, this was what Lin Fei had just said to Qin Mingyu. Although Lin Fei had previously been in Yunshan, she had been paying attention to Qin Mingyu's situation. Knowing that Tiagang Corporation was facing a radiation crisis, she had specifically delved into understanding the situation. Well, she couldn't say much else. As a member of the Lin family who had married into the Qin family, her connections in the business world were quite good. Upon learning the equipment model and related information of the radiation device at Dongqi factory, she immediately asked someone to investigate. It just so happened that the same equipment had been sold in Yuncheng, and the beer turned out to be Qin Zimai. Originally, Qin Mingyu couldn't confirm and wasn't willing to accept this fact, but now seeing Wu Gugu's subtle expression, she immediately felt extremely heartbroken, disappointed, and angry. Zimai, how could you do this? Why? Qin Honshu believed in Qin Mingyu and also was the woman who understood Qin Zimai the most. Seeing the scene in front of her, how could she not know the truth? Third sister, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm leaving. Qin Zimai was never good at improvising on the spot like Liu Yejian or Zhao Wujin. Feeling guilty, she immediately wanted to whisk away with Li Bamai. On the other hand, Li Bamai remained calm, and even smiled at the women of the Qin family, saying, "Ladies with outstanding temperament, beautiful young women. Excuse me." "Stop!" Qin Honshu exclaimed before Qin Mingyu, then promptly pulled Qin Zimai in front of her and slapped her across the face. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap rang out, silencing the scene. Qin Honshu, with a pained expression, looked at her sister clutching her cheek, reproaching, "Zimai, you should know better. Third sister can endure anything, except betrayal and undermining the Qin family. You've stood with me before to confront Lin Nafei. Why are you turning against us now? Betraying the Qin family." The other aunts of the Qin family stared wide-eyed at Qin Zimai. "Zimai, are you okay? Just earlier." Li Bamai, who had displayed a gentlemanly demeanor, now held Qin Zimai in his arms, pointing at Qin Honshu with a cold threat. "Are you trying to harm my people? Your people?" Qin Honshu was trembling with anger. When did her own sister become his person? "Are we going to fight? Are we going to fight?" Sensing trouble, Shen Xiaopeng rushed out to show off his strength in front of Qin Ruhan. Little did he know, seeing his arrogance, a senior behind Li Bamai suddenly rushed forward and thrust a palm towards Shen Xiaopeng. Shen Xiaopeng's eyes widened in fear. "The power! How is this possible?" Boom! Shen Xiaopeng didn't even have the strength to retaliate and was slammed into the sea. Fatty! Lin Fen hurried over to rescue him, while Qin Ruhan also helped call for help from the shore. Qin Honshu, enraged, couldn't do anything against her rebellious sister. Instead, Qin Zimai broke free from Li Bamai's embrace, still clutching her pained cheek, forcefully swallowed, and exclaimed, "Third sister, you're wrong. You should be hitting Mingyu, not me." "What?" The women of the Qin family were taken aback. Even Qin Mingyu, with a cold face, felt extremely estranged from the aunt she had known for over 20 years. "She's blind," insisting on letting Lin Yu, a common man, marry in. The Qin family will eventually be destroyed in their hands. "I'm just speeding up its demise," Qin Zimai proudly asserted. Qin Mingyu was about to step forward to argue with her but was stopped by Qin Honshu, who stood between them and stared at Qin Zimai, saying, "Mingyu, you're pregnant and cannot exert yourself. I'll discipline your fifth aunt on your behalf." She then, disregarding how powerful the Li family's expert was, walked right up to Qin Zimai, their faces almost touching. With no experts behind her, Qin Honshu showed no sign of fear. "Zimai, why haven't you let go of your biases yet?" she asked. "You used to look down on Lin Yu's humble background, but look at how he now protects Mingyu, steps by step, all the way to representing the Qin family in the top 32 of the summit competition." These words were just the tip of the iceberg. Qin Mingyu kept her emotions in check, knowing there were many things left unsaid. Regardless, several aunts and Lin Nafei had already accepted Lin Yu, so why did the fifth aunt keep looking down on him? Smirking, Qin Zimai retorted, "Sister, when did you become so naive? The new guardian of the Qin family, is he worthy? Does he have the ability?" She then pointed to the old man who had sent Shen Xiaopeng flying earlier, proudly saying, "See that? He's a member of the Li family, an S-tier expert acknowledged by the organizers. His odds of winning are much higher than Ling Yu's S. Even if it comes to the summit competition, it still won't be the Qin family's turn." Her words left Qin Honshu momentarily speechless, only to continue, "Even so, don't forget you bear the Qin surname. You should support your family. Why do you want to cause deliberate destruction?" Smirking even more, Qin Zimai looked at the three sisters behind Qin Honshu mockingly. "Have you not learned anything despite your age? A woman, no matter how outstanding, can't bear the weight of her natal family alone. Emphatically, she continued, when Dad slapped me over a lowly mate, it became clear to me that while we have the Chin surname, the Chin family ultimately isn't our home. Women are meant to marry and become someone else's wife. Her words were filled with genuine emotion, leaving the Chin sisters feeling shaken by her intensity. Sister, do you see this sea before us? Chin Zimai suddenly changed her tone, gesturing to the sea beside her. You and Lin, you are just frogs by the shore. You've never jumped beyond this sea. Your visions are too limited. You're fixated only on that small piece of land in Yunchang. You're destined to never reach greater heights. Then, she linked arms with Li Bamai, pride shining in her eyes. But my senior is different from you all. He's from a prominent family in Yanjing. His background is higher than yours. His vision and level are destined to surpass yours. Marrying him, I believe I can reach even higher heights with him. Seeing her expression, Chin Honshu found herself somewhat shaken in return. Could it be that the fifth sister was right? Chin Honshu originally wanted to stand up for Chin Mingyu, but in the end, she was left speechless by Chin Zimai. For the first time in her life, she couldn't argue with Chin Zimai. In the past, she held a higher status and seniority than Chin Zimai, but in that moment, Chin Zimai exerted a higher authority over her. "Ant 5, that's enough." In the end, Chin Mingyu spoke up. Her voice was not loud, but her presence was strong. Her eyes were calm, without anger or resentment, but tinged with a hint of disappointment. It's appropriate for you to consider the Li family after marrying in, but betraying your own family is something I, as the head of the Chin family, cannot tolerate. Since you are betting on the success of the Li family, I wish you well. From today onwards, I declare that you are removed from the Chin family. If you dare to go against the Chin family again, don't blame me for not considering the ties of blood when dealing with you. As her words fell, the once proud Chin Zimai unexpectedly trembled strongly, her eyes showing fear and loss. She truly did not expect this moment, but she knew Chin Mingyu's character and understood that she was not joking around. Chin Ruhan also understood her sister. If her sister had not done so, she would have found it out of character for her. "Let's go." Chin Mingyu also lost interest, turning around and leaving. Chin Honshu and the other aunts also wore regretful expressions. Although their hearts were heavy, they dared not advise Chin Mingyu, as everything that happened was Chin Zimei's own doing. How could she help an outsider go against her own family? Ooh, so ruthless and treacherous. Pui. Shen Xiaopeng had already been rescued. Though injured, he was not afraid of the Li family and issued a threat. "Just wait, my senior brother will surely deal with you." The elder man paid no mind, and with hands behind his back, he sneered, "If your junior brother is so weak, how can your senior brother be strong? Kid, I didn't want to take lives, so I held back just now. Otherwise, you would have met your end already." Lin Fan gritted his teeth. This old man was too arrogant. However, Shen Xiaopeng was not one to back down, smirking triumphantly. "Don't I feel anything when I scratch an itch?" "What did you say?" Asking for trouble. The elder, provoked, showed his killing intent. "Old man, let's not cause trouble. Let's go." Li Bamai quickly stopped him. Brawling in a public place could lead to disqualification from the competition, which would be a huge loss. Not only was he skilled in flirting, but he also had a sense of strategy. Otherwise, Chin Zimai wouldn't have been so easily influenced by him. "Humph. Then I'll deal with your senior brother on stage. Let's see if you can still look smug then." The elder snorted coldly, leaving arrogantly. "Damn it, if your senior brother doesn't kill you, I'll consider you impressive." Shen Xiaopeng refused to be outdone with a final comment. After the Li family members left, Chin Ruhan approached Shen Xiaopeng. "Hehe, Xiaopeng, besides being greedy, lazy, boastful, and delusional, I never noticed your strong spirit before. You were quite bold just now." "Hey. Of course. My real name is Shen Yixian. A coward is not a hero." Shen Xiaopeng, affirmed by Chin Ruhan, was bursting with excitement. Lin Fan quickly reminded, "Xiaopeng, can't you hear that the third miss was actually insulting you?" "Insulting me? No. I was just being courageous." Shen Xiaopeng looked puzzled. Seeing his clueless look, Lin Fan could only roll his eyes. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. Chin Mingyu paid no attention to the others and, under Yi Zhao's protection, returned to the hotel. As soon as she entered the room, Qin Ruhan and the others followed in. Why hasn't brother-in-law come out of seclusion yet? The competition is about to start tomorrow. It's so worrying. Qin Ruhan paced outside the room. Lin Fan couldn't help but express concern. President Qin, what if Ling Yu misses the timing? Should we go in and check on him? No. No. Shen Xiaopang immediately waved his hand. It's easy to lose control and disturb during seclusion practice. Qin Mingyu listened to their words, but couldn't make up her mind. With less than 2 hours before the competition, preparations needed to be made to enter the venue. Sister-in-law, why don't you open the door gently and check on brother-in-law's condition? Yi Xiao suggested respectfully. Qin Ruhan suddenly became suspicious. She didn't know when Yi became her sister's bodyguard, calling brother-in-law a big shot. Could brother-in-law be hiding some extraordinary identity? Humph, she knew grandfather and sister had good judgment. They had been keeping secrets from them all along. All right, everyone be quiet. Qin Mingyu nodded and gently opened the door. When she saw what was inside, her heart skipped a beat. It seemed like Ling Yu was dead. Yes, his eyes were slightly open, but there were no signs of breath, and his eyes hadn't blinked for a long time. Outside the room, Lin Fan and Qin Ruhan stared wide-eyed, almost making a sound. Shen Xiaopang quickly covered the mouths of the two before they did. Suddenly, Qin Ruhan's eyes widened, pointing at Ling Yu. Qin Mingyu didn't understand what was happening and quickly turned around, seeing Ling Yu let out a breath and stand up. Everyone was surprised by his expression. Something was different, but they couldn't pinpoint it. He seemed more spirited than before, with a touch of elegance and charm. Ling Yu, did you succeed? Qin Mingyu asked cautiously. I have broken through 2 levels. Things went quite smoothly. Ling Yu smiled and asked, what's going on? Why were all of you guarding the door? Then looking at the sky, he asked, what time is it now? It's past 6 p.m., and there are still 2 hours left for the competition tomorrow. Odd. Is that so? Ling Yu looked a bit shocked to hear Qin Mingyu. He thought it had been a long time but realized it was less than a day. The ancestral secret technique was indeed miraculous. Qin Mingyu asked, would you like some food prepared beforehand? You haven't eaten all day. No need. I'm not hungry at all. Let's go. Shall we go to the competition venue? Ling Yu waved his hand and walked out. Before leaving, he smiled at Qin Mingyu. I'm glad I made it. I hope I didn't miss anything. Hearing this, Qin Mingyu sighed. You missed a lot of things, actually. Really? I hadn't been in seclusion for even 24 hours, had I? Ling Yu and his group set off for the boxing arena. On the way, Qin Mingyu had already privately informed Ling Yu about the events that took place within the day. The Zia family couple tragically died. The willow leaf sword now inherits the power of East Tang. Ling Qinglong's letter. Qin Zimei's betrayal of the Qin family. Indeed, each of these events were major. Unlike the arrangements made by Zhao Wenjin with his own money, Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu's group were all following the organizers' arrangements. They were taken to the peak tournament venue in cars provided by the organizers, so Ling Yu didn't have to drive. Inside the car, Qin Mingyu handed him Lin Qinglong's letter. Mingyu, haven't you opened and read it yet? Ling Yu was slightly surprised. Qin Mingyu smiled and said, I haven't had the chance yet, so I'll wait and read it together with you. After some thought, Ling Yu didn't open the envelope but handed it back to her, saying, Mingyu, you hold on to it for now. I want to read it after the tournament ends. Besides the inconvenience of reading the letter in that setting, he thought Lin Qinglong's letter shouldn't be so urgent. After all, it wasn't from Lin Qingshuan. All right. Qin Mingyu didn't want Ling Yu to have more on his plate before the finals, so she accepted the letter back to keep it safe. Soon, the group arrived at the boxing arena, but the seating arrangements were different from yesterday. With half the participants eliminated yesterday, the Qin family's seating area was now closer to the front. As they sat down, individuals like Nangongwu and Sukionmo came over to cheer Ling Yu on. This wasn't unexpected. What surprised Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu, however, was that many unfamiliar factions, even those they didn't recognize, came to be acquainted and even brought gifts. Qin Mingyu was open to these interactions, knowing that the Qin family needed to gather support, and she accepted the grand banner from the Southern Continent Trade Association. So, regardless of whether these individuals were wavering in their support, as long as they wanted to get close to the Qin family, they were welcomed with open arms. Sure enough, after giving their support to the Qin family, these individuals then proceeded to the Li family and other factions. Before visiting the Qin family, They had all stopped by the Su family of Shenzhen. Due to this attention and the proximity of the seating areas of the Qin family and Li family, Qin Mingyu's group and the Li family members made eye contact. How Qin Zimai and the Qin family members interacted was of no concern to Shen Xiaotang. He went up to Ling Yu, pointing to the elderly man with a look of indignation and said, "Senior brother, should you happen to encounter that guy, feel free to beat him to death. Not only did he bully me today, but he also threatened to torment you." Ling Yu glanced at the elderly man. To his surprise, the old man directed a throat-slitting gesture towards him. "Damn, senior brother, look at this. You see that? This old fart is digging his own grave." Shen Xiaopeng was almost bursting with anger. Ling Yu remained expressionless. He had already heard from Qin Mingyu about the beach incident, how Qin Zimai had dragged him and the Qin family into mud. Even without Shen Xiaopeng's words, he had no reason to spare the Li family. Unfortunately, based on last night's advancement matchups, tonight was the matches for the 32-16 and 16-8. He and the Li family weren't directly matched. Just then, the MC suddenly spoke, inviting Wang Zhang to the stage. Everyone guessed that Wang Zhang's announcement tonight would be about the qualification issues regarding Yuanxi's advancement last night. This was the most concerning matter for all factions. Yuanxi's state of demonic possession made him too formidable, nearly unbeatable for anyone who faced him. Everyone, I know you are all very concerned about the qualification issues regarding the representative participant Yuanxi from East Tang. As soon as Wang Zhang began speaking, the crowd erupted in uproar. Is there even a need to say? The East City Tang family has done so many despicable things, and now they've already been dealt with by the Dragon Country authorities. The East City Tang family can't exist anymore. Their representative force is gone. By the rules, they shouldn't even be eligible to compete. Right? Especially since he's so devilish, kills without blinking an eye. Such a person is unworthy of being a martial arts master. The voices of opposition mainly came from those who advanced in the lower half of the tournament bracket last night. The factions that advanced in the upper half remained mostly silent, not out of fear of Yuanxi, but because they hoped he would eliminate the lower half and they could reap the benefits. As for the final showdown tomorrow, they would assess the situation with Yuanxi then. Everyone, before I announce something that you all are very concerned about. After Wang Zhang signaled for calm, he made an announcement via the loudspeakers placed around the arena. The East City Tang family has committed serious offenses, and the patriarch, in fear of punishment, has taken his life. The East City Tang family truly no longer exists. However, the East Tang industry was acquired by the Third Su family yesterday, and Yuanxi is also willing to fight for the Third Su family. Therefore, the issue of the lack of representative force is eliminated. What? As soon as this was revealed, everyone looked around in surprise. Many gazes shifted towards the Third Su family's area. Su Jianlin was the third-rank son of the elder Su, and since he was also developing in the East City, they used the term Third Su family to distinguish it. Su Shan, on the other hand, proudly clung to the arm of Willow Leaf Sword, feeling the eyes gazing at them from the crowd. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu naturally observed this scene, feeling a mix of emotions. Particularly for Ling Yu, the last time he had encountered Willow Leaf Sword, the man had assisted him. He couldn't understand the man's intentions. Was he an enemy or an ally now? On stage, Wang Zhang continued, saying, "After discussions within our organizing committee, for the sake of fairness and justice, the decision of whether Yuanxi can participate will be put to a vote by the other participating factions." These words sparked discussions throughout the arena once again. However, the voices of opposition were nearly non-existent. Even the factions in the lower half believed that no one would want Yuanxi to continue competing. And even if some did, they would be in the minority, right? Wait a minute, I have a suggestion. At this crucial moment, it was unexpected that Mo Chu would stand up and call out loudly. His internal strength was formidable, and his voice carried throughout the arena without the need for amplification. Hey, voting is fair and just, but should there not be an additional condition added? If Yuanxi is eligible to compete, shouldn't the matchups of the fighters be reassigned? No. Even if he can't participate, there is no reason to let a participant stay on standby permanently, right? If he's lucky enough to draw a bye, then what can anyone say about that? Mo Chu had a way with words. I believe that everyone here has come to witness the birth of a new martial arts champion. If someone takes advantage of the situation, even if they win the championship, it will be hard for everyone to accept, won't it? Whether this was his own idea, or if Zhao Wenjin had instructed him to say this was unclear. As soon as he finished speaking, the majority of the audience in the boxing arena shouted in support. They simply wanted to see exciting matches and pay homage to the martial arts champion, and they detested behind-the-scenes manipulations by various powers. In this scenario, Wang Zhan didn't hesitate to say, of course, regardless of whether Yuangxi is allowed to participate, the matchups for the top 32 will be redetermined by computer. Luck is also part of one's strength, so when that time comes, no one should have any objections. This statement was more widely accepted. As the voices of dissent quieted down, the voting commenced. In this modern tournament setting, voting was also very convenient. After a brief discussion with Qin Mingyu, Lingyu decisively selected the option to support Yuangxi's continued qualification. Wherever he falls, Lingyu will rise from there. At the end of the day, with a vote of 17 to 15, 17 parties supported Yuangxi to continue qualifying for the competition, so Yuangxi qualifies. Wang Zhan announced the results, causing another wave of astonishment. The votes were distributed based on the weight of the players. The top 32 of Shen and Su each cast 2 votes in support. The Qin family also supported. The Zhao family also supported. The Nangang family also supported. People from different factions harbored different motives, and in the end, such a result was produced. Regardless of whether the major powers were satisfied or dissatisfied, the result was already decided. Next, the pairings will be randomly arranged by the computer, and to ensure fairness, we will first randomly generate a pairings graph from 1 to 32, and then let the players draw numbers backstage to prevent any tricks. Wang Zhan continued to announce. This arrangement was well received by the audience. Lingyu naturally had no objections. The only issue was that he had another identity in the Nangang family. Fortunately, Nangang Wu had absorbed Dong Su's experience and was well prepared, arranging a stand-in for AI Mingyu. The number drawing was conducted backstage, and electronic devices were prohibited at the Nanian martial arts arena, so the players did not know the pairing generated by the computer on the stage. Yuangxi did not appear in the number drawing, so the remaining numbers defaulted to him. As a result, Lingyu drew number 17. Surprisingly, Yuangxi was number 18. What a coincidence! Lingyu chuckled. If the pairings were not randomized, he would have faced Yuangxi in the first match. He even hoped that the computer wouldn't disrupt the pairings. By now, he had reached a state of enlightenment. Although he had not yet understood the final realm of the ancestors, he was more than 70% confident of subduing the demon Yuangxi. Unfortunately, fate played a joke on them once again. On examining the matchups, number 18 was placed as the first in the upper half of the arena, while number 17 was the last in the lower half. This meant that unless both advanced to the finals, they would not duel again. However, AI Mingyu's stand-in was placed last in the upper half and might get to face Yuangxi in the semifinals, provided they both advanced. But looking closely at the pairings, before facing Yuangxi, they would have to defeat Mourning in the round of 16, which posed a challenging obstacle. Forget it, Lingyu thought quietly. He decided to let things take their own course. After mastering the Assassin's returning art, his state of mind had further elevated, becoming more calm and tranquil, conforming to the laws of nature. I'm on fire. Mo Shu erupted upon seeing the final pairings, cursing vehemently. He had drawn number 1 and unexpectedly found himself facing Yuangxi, number 16, in the first match. Seeing Mo Shu's agitation, Lingyu couldn't help but joke, "Weren't you always eager to avenge your son? Well, here's your chance." "Are you kidding me?" Mo Shu's face clouded over with frustration. Indeed, before the final round started, that was his plan. He had previously fought a few times without a clear victory and was determined to settle the score with Yuangxi on the stage, avenging his son who was still unconscious. However, with Yuangxi being influenced by dark forces midway, and after witnessing Lingyu's battle with him the previous day, he now lacked confidence. How about just admitting defeat? Lingyu suggested seriously. His sword skills are formidable, and they might break through your iron armor. Damn it, don't underestimate me. Mo Shu was unexpectedly provoked by his words. A sword is just a weapon. Why should I be afraid? I refuse to believe there is anyone who can harm me without using a weapon. After his domineering statement, he added in a subdued tone, "Except you." Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh at the self-deflated man who had just undermined his own authority with a single sentence. Do as you wish, but don't force it, Ling Yu kindly advised. Whatever Zhao Wenjin's true intentions were, she was currently in an alliance with Qin Mingyu, and his relationship with Mo Shu was also cooperative. Maybe that guy has fallen into Demon Hun and is already facing backlash. If I find the opportunity, I'll take his life. Mo Shu not only liked bluffing but also gambling. To avenge his son, he placed a bet. After conversing with Ling Yu, Mo Shu prepared to take the stage. Ling Yu intended to return to the Qin family's viewing area when Zia Mingyu approached him discreetly and whispered, "Young Master Nangon said, as long as you defeat Mourning he on behalf of the Nangon family, the final result won't matter." Ling Yu acknowledged her in response. In reality, he wasn't aware of Mourning. His true strength as his opponent the previous night was weak, and he hadn't exerted his full power. He would have to wait and see. "Senior, you're finally back. The Li family is being so arrogant." Ling Yu returned to the Qin family's viewing area after conversing with Mo Shu and found that the elderly members had already returned to the Li family's area. What's going on? Ling Yu furrowed his brow slightly, observing the subdued atmosphere in the Qin family's area. Li Baomei and Qin Zimai just visited, Qin Ruhan said with visible agitation. They asked sister to sell the heart of the sun to them. They said the price could go above 10 billion, but if you lose to the old man later, the price won't be good. Ling Yu's expression tensed. He didn't expect the Li family to be so audacious. To be honest, he had never regarded the old man with any substantial respect. A meager ass-class old man who he could easily crush with a wave of his hand. But because of his previous low-key demeanor and hidden strength, he had unknowingly been belittled by these petty clowns. Now, looking at the pairings, he would face Wu Bingzhen in his first match of the night. If he advanced, he would undoubtedly face the winner of the old man's match in the round of 16. At this moment, the old man gestured towards the Qin family's direction, making Shen Xiaopeng and his companions furious. "Senior, why would you do that?" Qin Zimai asked Li Baomei in confusion. "By provoking the Qin family like this, what's the purpose?" "Junior sister, you still don't understand," Li Baomei said confidently. "In a battle of experts, if one loses their composure and is eager to win, it might backfire and expose more weaknesses. Wu Bingzhen, Ling Yu's opponent, is a match equal to him. If he becomes agitated, the probability of losing increases. Even in a narrow victory, he will undoubtedly lose the next match against the old man." Qin Zimai seemingly grasped the concept, saying tentatively, "But by provoking the Qin family like this, they may not agree to sell the heart of the sun to us." She indeed held some hatred towards certain members of the Qin family, but didn't want to escalate tensions to become deadly enemies. However, Li Baomei tightened his grip around her waist, chuckling, "Don't sell. As long as we kill Ling Yu, who else in the Qin family can protect the heart of the sun? Don't you know, at a certain level, so-called laws and police cannot deal with these extraordinary experts?" Qin Zimai seemed to understand, her expression slightly pained. She was well aware that once she boarded the Li family ship, she was gradually drifting further away from the Qin family. "I declare, the Southern Peak competition's final round of 32 into the top 16 officially begins. Have fun." After Wang Jian's announcement, the atmosphere in the venue heated up once more. Ling Yu's gaze was focused on the arena, not paying any attention to the matters of the Li family. "Mr. Yuangsu." Before taking the stage, Liu Yejian called out to Yuangsu. The look in Yuangsu's eyes carried a sense of desolation, not as clouded as when he fought with Wang Lang yesterday. The Mandarin Duck Dark Yin technique was a unique martial art. In simple terms, when the body's internal energy surges, the body becomes cold, affecting the normal function of the brain, causing a state of confusion where the body only follows the subconscious actions of the deepest nature. This is not some mystical novel technique or some nonsensical cultivation method. This state can be entirely explained by modern medicine. Now he wasn't in the induced state. His sanity was completely normal, but his body appeared extremely desolate. Mo Shu is now Ling Yu's friend. Deal with it as you see fit. Liu Yejian, with a smile on his face, walked over and patted Yuangsu's shoulder gently. "Now I am your friend. No matter what happens, I will fight by your side." Yuangsu stared blankly at him. Even if Liu Yejian didn't say that, he would still kill Mo Shu. If not for this ugly man, Ling Yu should have tasted the pain of losing a loved one, right? Why should he always endure the taste of losing his beloved, while Ling Yu continues to enjoy his wife's tenderness? Just because Ling Yu's dad was a hero, his dad a murderer? No. Life should be fair by nature. Watching Yu Angsu, emanating chilly murderous intent as he walked out of the passage onto the stage, Li Yajian curved his lips upwards. Zhao Wenjin, back then you were high and mighty, demanding me to kneel before you like a dog. Sooner or later, I will make you my bitch under me. Crawl when I say crawl, bark when I say bark. Even if I make you do more unspeakable things, you must obediently do it. Wait for me. The appearance of two high-level S-ranked experts on stage instantly ignited the atmosphere in the arena. Waves of heat swept through the venue, stirring up the emotions of the audience as if the whole world was ablaze with fervor. Fatty, who are you betting on? Lin Fan was wise today. He also noticed that this damn fatty's luck seemed slightly better than his. He suddenly wanted to ride on his luck. Of course, it's Yu Angsu. Bet it all. The fatty didn't hesitate, even though Yu Angsu's odds were low at 1 to 1.1. In contrast, Mo Shu's odds were 1 to 9. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan decided not to listen to him. The main reason was that to win the 100,000 yuan, he had to bet over 10,000 on Mo Shu. Losing wasn't a big deal. But if he bet on Yu Angsu, he would have to wager 1 million to win 100,000. What if Yu Angsu lost? Then he would be in big trouble. Lin Fen believed that Mo Shu had a certain probability of defeating Yu Angsu, and the chances weren't low. What if Yu Angsu suddenly went berserk and collapsed? After some contemplation, he placed a small bet on Mo Shu. The bell signaling the start of the match finally rang. The two experts on stage didn't immediately engage but maintained eye contact. Hehe, Yu Angsu. We've fought 3 times. The first 2 times, you had a sword in your hands. That's the only advantage you had. Without the sword, you were at my mercy. Let's see what you'll do today. Mo Shu liked to boast before a fight. Starting a fight without a word seemed boring to him. However, Yu Angsu paid him no heed. How about this? You get down on your knees and apologize to me now. Repent for how you wronged my son initially, and I will spare your life. Deal. Mo Shu chuckled. Ha ha. In this day and age, there aren't many handsome experts like me, with such a broad mind and attractive looks. You better cherish me. Yu Angsu remained unmoved, his eyes cold and indifferent, as if watching a clown perform. The audience fell into an eerie silence. Damn, then you're asking for death. Feeling humiliated, Mo Shu launched a direct punch at Yu Angsu. His intention was to instigate Yu Angsu to anger, hoping to make him go berserk early, then relying on his defense to identify a weakness and defeat him. However, he ended up infuriating himself. Ling Yu, Qin Mingyu, and Zhao Wenjin shook their heads almost simultaneously, lamenting the failure of this ugly man's strategy. Yu Angsu sidestepped slightly, evading Mo Shu's powerful punch. The intense force from the punch brushed his clean long hair. Despite going berserk, this guy still managed to wash his hair with a specific brand of shampoo every night, leaving his long locks soft and smooth. As Yu Angsu evaded his punch, he swiftly aimed a knee strike at Mo Shu's abdomen. Lin Fen and others supporting Mo Shu panicked. Weren't they both S-level experts? How did they get hit so easily? But in the next moment, Mo Shu smiled, grabbing Yu Angsu in close combat. Being unarmed, he wasn't afraid of Yu Angsu's martial arts skills. Now, in close combat, he neutralized Yu Angsu's swordplay, gaining the upper hand. Then, in the blink of an eye, Mo Shu performed a Brazilian jiu-jitsu move, throwing Yu Angsu heavily onto the stage. Yes. Lin Fen excitedly clenched his fist then stood up. If Mo Shu defeated Yu Angsu, it would not only solve a major problem for Ling Yu, but also win him some money. Most importantly, it would help him regain a bit of face and shake off the title of being a jinx. The audience below also marveled at the battle between two monsters. Yu Angsu's prowess was proven yesterday, yet this Mo Shu appeared indestructible. The gap in their potential didn't seem as vast as the odds suggested. However, Mo Shu quickly jumped up, but his gaze fell on his thigh, blood gushing profusely, staining the arena floor crimson. What's this situation? The audience was shocked. They had no clue how Mo Shu got injured, seemingly from a bladed weapon, yet Yu Angsu was unarmed. Damn, what a sharp sword. Mo Shu cursed through gritted teeth. He just realized that Yu Angsu had planned this trap. In that split second when he was wrestling Yu Angsu, his defense didn't activate. If he had been slightly slower, his whole leg would have been severed. Indeed, when on the offensive, even a tough nut like you can slack on defense. Wiping the blood from his lips, Yuangsu slowly stood up, his expression slightly smug, though he also sustained from the fall. That didn't matter, his opponent was more severely hurt. Mo Shu's leg was almost rendered useless. Deprived of the advantage in movement, Mo Shu was no more than a target waiting to be taken down. Mo Shu, surrender quickly. Zhao Wenjin hurriedly let Su Yingku shout on her behalf. She had already helped her brother escape from the Zhao family. She didn't want to lose Mo Shu, their strongest combatant. Surrender? Do you think I will give you the chance? While Mo Shu glanced at Zhao Wenjin, Yuangsu's murderous intent surged like a black tide. In a swift movement, he leapt, unleashing a frenzy of knife-hand strikes at Mo Shu. Ding! 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 Even though both were fighting bare-handed, the audience heard the clashing of swords against rocks like sound. This battle was truly beyond their expectations, an unseen and unheard of experience. If not for the Southern Peak competition, many would have never realized the vastness of the world and the presence of such remarkable individuals. Yuanzi unleashed another sword strike. A faint white light emanated from his hand. The one who understood the internal energy and external sword force lethality the most clearly was none other than Ling Yu. Ling Yu also knew the extent of Mo Shu's golden bell defense, so he was well aware that even if Yuan Zhao's sword force couldn't cut through Mo Shu's skin and flesh, it would still cause immense pain. The feeling was like an open blade striking an ordinary person. It would be very painful. Why hasn't Mo Shu admitted defeat yet? Su Yingku was getting anxious. Based on her understanding of Mo Shu, this guy was very cunning. Normally, if he knew he couldn't win or had little chance of victory, he would definitely turn tail and run. What's going on today? Even with one leg severely injured, he's still holding on. To be honest, Ling Yu was also surprised by Mo Shu. This wasn't the Mo Shu he knew. Did his fatherly love for Ziwei really run so deep? Qin Mingyu, like everyone else, was deeply drawn into this battle and inexplicably nervous. She was the only one who had seen Mo Shu play with Ziwei. She didn't know how deep Mo Shu's fatherly love for Ziwei was, but she clearly saw that when this ugly man was with Ziwei, he smiled brightly and seemed content. The lewd smile he usually wore was completely different. Only Zhao Wenjin understood why Mo Shu was so persistent. She had overheard conversations between her brother and Mo Shu. Her brother had once asked him, "I don't understand. Why would you risk disfiguring yourself to practice this martial art, but run at the sight of top experts? What's the point of training so hard?" Mo Shu chuckled. "Zhao Wujin, you don't understand. Men train to pursue a meaningful life and death battle. Me working for you guys is just for money. Why risk my life?" Zhao Wujin always scorned it, thinking it was just an excuse from this sly man. Zhao Wenjin had always thought the same. She hadn't known when this life and death battle Mo Shu spoke of would occur, but she didn't expect it to happen now. Tough. Yuanzi struck with two more swords. Mo Shu didn't evade, allowing himself to be struck. His whole body emitted a faint golden light, a state Ling Yu had never seen before. This guy was draining his life force to sustain his internal energy. His body held up, but his clothes were already cut into pieces. It was fortunate he was wearing clothes, otherwise, the spectators might not have understood the severity of this battle. Mo Shu's body bore more and more red marks. He seemed to be completely bloodshot. He still won't admit defeat. What is he trying to do? Qin Ruhan couldn't help but wonder. He's waiting. Ling Yu stared intently at the stage and explained to Qin Ruhan behind him, waiting for an opportunity to swiftly defeat Yuanzi. Qin Ruhan and the Qin family wouldn't understand, but Chen Xiaopeng and He Shaozi understood perfectly. One was attacking, the other defending, to see who would give in first. Mo Shu's golden bell defense required internal energy to sustain, but Yuan Zhao's offense not only required internal energy, but also physical stamina. Mo Shu was gambling to see who between him and Yuanzi would last longer. He firmly believed that a man who could endure was a real man. As long as Yuanzi showed signs of fatigue, it would be his moment to give it his all. When Mo Shu's clothes were all torn to shreds and his pants were exposed, Yuanzi finally showed signs of fatigue and panting heavily. "I'm going all out against you." Mo Shu's whole body was blood red, even his eyes reddened, as he lunged towards the exhausted Yuanzi, throwing a punch at his face. Yuanzi blocked with both hands, but as Mo Shu's hit was blocked, he quickly followed with a sweeping kick. Yuan Zhao's stamina was significantly diminished. His reaction time was there, but his movements lagged. Poof! Yuan Zhao's head was kicked from behind, crashing heavily onto the stage. This sound shook the hearts of the tens of thousands in the audience. What's going on? Is Yuanzi getting taken out just like that? Shen Xiaopang exclaimed. Ling Yu was also surprised. In this battle, Mo Shu had demonstrated a fighting strength 30% greater than his usual. If he had faced Ling Yu this way before, Ling Yu might not have been sure to win. God. Ga. Ga. Mo Shu looked at Yuanzi, gasping for breath, his eyes showing an unprecedented excitement. I'll tell you, I am the most persistent man in the world. Ha ha. He raised his hands and Lon howled to the sky, full of fighting spirit. This feeling was too exhilarating. Either men shouldn't fight, or if they fought, they should go all out until satisfied with their lives. Mo Shu, don't be careless. From the audience, Zhao Wenjin suddenly stood up to remind him. However, her voice was too soft, and Mo Shu may not have heard it. By the time Mo Shu reacted, a long-haired man with dark eyes had already stormed towards him, lifting his right hand like the scythe of death. Mo Shu was frightened. That gaze, that state. Yuanzi was possessed again. The cold killing intent made Mo Shu instantly unable to bear it. At this crucial moment, he quickly activated his golden bell defense. Swish! Yuan Zhao's sword struck down, blood sprayed all over the stage, and his right hand was instantly drenched in fresh blood. Everyone was taken aback. How did he break through the golden bell defense so easily this time? Looking closer, it was precisely at the spot where Mo Shu had been injured moments ago, the weak point of the golden bell defense. Mo Shu's thigh was chopped off at a 90-degree bend, obviously completely severed. This scene was extremely horrifying. Nobody in the audience could react. Only Ling Yu quickly jumped down to the stage without hesitation. Yuan Zhao's transformation into a demonic state was becoming more severe. He was about to kill Mo Shu. Admit defeat. I give up. At the moment of life and death, Mo Shu shouted loudly. But before Mo Shu's next move, Yuanzi made another slash, causing Mo Shu's left eye to spew blood once again. Mo Shu's miserable cries pierced through the audience's nerves. It seemed like every moment was playing out in slow motion. Yuanzi showed no sign of stopping. His next strike aimed at severing this man's major artery. With Mo Shu's injuries, the golden bell defense could no longer hold up. And now, he could easily cut through any part of his body. It's over, Zhao Wenjin and Su Yingku both thought. If Mo Shu was taken down, they wouldn't have any powerful martial artists around them, making future events very challenging. Just when it seemed critical, a swift figure rushed onto the stage and immediately grabbed Yuan Zhao's right hand. Yuanzi turned around abruptly to see Ling Yu's face, his eyes darkening even more, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, his hand sword was slashing towards Ling Yu. Ling Yu preemptively tripped his supporting leg, causing his attack to go off course, and with a swift motion, he flung him away. Yuanzi spun in the air and landed without directing his hand sword purposely, cutting through the sturdy judge's table, splitting it off. Several judges were so scared they trembled and fled. Subdue him. Quickly subdue him. Wang Zhan was horrified. Why did Yuanzi cause chaos every time he stepped onto the stage? Was he going to let anyone live? Mo Chu, pull yourself together. The entire arena is covered in blood. Ling Yu quickly uses acupuncture techniques to slow down the bleeding from Mo Chu. Otherwise, if this continues, he will lose too much blood and his life will be in danger. Oh, damn it, I'm going to kill that bastard. I've turned into a crippled blind man now. Mo Chu covers his left eye, still screaming wildly. Ling Yu is clearly anxious, but Moku's annex almost make him laugh. Don't worry, in a few more years, you'll have to add old to those two words as well. Ling Yu teases, which surprisingly calms Mo Chu down. After all, he has a woman and a son now, so what does it matter if he looks a bit worse? Alright, receive the treatment from the organizers, you won't die. Ling Yu sees the medical staff from the organizers coming up on stage and pats Moku's shoulder to help him stand up. In the audience, Yuan Shirlud is not as unruly as yesterday, already being subdued by the top fighters in the ring, staring at Ling Yu from below. Ling Yu meets his gaze but doesn't speak to him. There's nothing more to say at this point. If he can't beat Yuan Shirlud, this guy won't listen to anything he says, so Ling Yu is not planning to waste any more time. Back in the Qin family's observation area, after checking on Moku's injuries, Qin Mingyu can't help but sigh softly. I never expected that he would go to such lengths to avenge his son. Ling Yu nods in agreement, even more surprised than Qin Mingyu. It's a shame that he went to such lengths and still lost. Ah, there goes my monthly salary again. Lin Fen laments behind them. Let me tell you, if you continue like this, No amount of money will be enough for you to lose. Shen Zipang, who just made hundreds of thousands in anger, can't help but scold Lin Fan. How about this? I'll give you back over 10,000, and you stop betting. Okay, you are just tempting bad luck. You lose to anyone you bet against. Lin Feng grimaces, but doesn't argue, as he knows his luck has been bad. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu don't get involved in their argument, focusing their attention on the ring. After the intense life and death battle just now, the matches in the upper half of the quarterfinals seem rather dull. To maintain secrecy, electronic devices are prohibited in the non-peak arena, so communication among everyone in the ring has reverted to primitive methods. Suddenly, Non Gongwu sends someone to deliver a message to Ling Yu. After Ling Yu listens to it with Chen Mingyu, they quietly stand up and follow the person to the backstage of the ring. It turns out that Non Gongwu discovered that Mr. Li had taken an S-rank competitor into a backstage room. As they walk through the backstage corridor, Non Gongwu whispers, pointing to a room ahead, "Master, that room is where Mr. Li took the imposter's next opponent. I suspect he wants to test his strength, to see if he is really the Wolf King." Ling Yu nods, signaling them to go back to avoid alerting anyone. He sneaks behind the room and listens to the conversation inside. "Mr. Dai Jia, I heard you are currently fighting for the Yi family of Fucheng. As a martial artist of S-rank level, how much reward do you get for each fight?" Ling Yu is also curious upon hearing Mr. Li's question. After all, the Qin family needs to continuously grow and might need to recruit more top talents to compete against and deal with Tang Ning in the future. It's time to understand the market value. To his surprise, Dai Jia snorts, "Mr. Li, are you trying to insult me? We martial artists consider money as dirt. The Yi family has generously given my son a company, helped my daughter enter the entertainment industry, and even provided us with a mansion. This kind of favor is about emotions. How can you measure it with money?" Ling Yu is speechless. He cannot see Mr. Li's expression inside but hears him continue with a smile. "Ha. Mr. Dai is truly a martial artist of great integrity. By the way, our Chamber of Commerce president also respects people like you a lot." "Really?" "Of course. As long as Mr. Dai reaches the top 16, I will speak highly of you in front of the Chamber of Commerce president. If you want to acquire a mansion in Yanjing or become an official in the business sector, it will be easy. But my next opponent is the Wolf King from the north." Ling Yu can tell that Dai Jia is quite intimidated. The continuous performances from yesterday seem to have had an effect. "But I heard that guy might be an imposter." "Imposter? Is that true?" Dai Jia is doubtful. "I'm not sure if it's true, but even if it is, with Mr. Dai's martial skills, can you really lose to him even if you go all out?" Mr. Li is quite skilled at persuasion, boosting Dai Jia's confidence with just a few words. Ling Yu doesn't need to listen further and quickly leaves to regroup with Non Gongwu. If they don't take action, the imposter will be exposed too soon. Moreover, Ling Yu can sense that Mr. Li is not completely certain if the opponent is an imposter, or else why would he manipulate someone to test it? In that case, Ling Yu must confirm the imposter's identity and divert some attention away from himself. Otherwise, revealing his identity to Tang Ning too early will increase the mission's difficulty. Shortly after, Dai Jia strides out confidently from the room. Boosted by Mr. Li's words, he now feels like a noble and handsome expert highly respected by the authorities in Yanjing. He envisions a bright future for his family as they move to Yanjing to establish their glory. However, as he turns a corner, he is suddenly grabbed by the neck from behind. Dai Jia is startled, but being an S-rank expert, he attempts to counterattack. However, before he can act, his moves are intercepted, and his throat is held tightly. Impressed by the swift move, Dai Jia breaks into a cold sweat, terrified, as he looks at the masked figure in front of him. "If you don't want to die, come quietly with me." The masked person is Ling Yu, effortlessly subduing an S-rank expert. For him now, overwhelming Dai Jia is child's play. Dai Jia, who was just brimming with confidence, now feels like a helpless chick as Ling Yu leads him to a room prepared by Non Gongwu. Ling Yu casually lets go of him, and Dai Jia drops to his knees with a thud. "Young Master Non." Seeing Non Gongwu, one of the four young masters of Yanjing, Dai Jia is truly astonished. How did he, and nobody, earn such respect from the big shots in Yanjing? First Mr. Li, and now the young Master Non. Non Gongwu speaks bluntly, not beating around the bush like Mr. Li, not even looking at Dai Jia, munching on fruits as he says, "You're a substitute driver, right? So, tell me, How much do you want for your performance fee for losing one round? Surprisingly, DRIZZLE clenches his teeth. Young Master Non, please don't humiliate me. I fight for the Yi family of Fucheng with all my might. I will never throw a fake fight. I will never throw a fight. 1 million. Non Gongwu didn't even look at him, and just raised one finger. DRIZZLE stood up, with his hands behind his back, saying, Young Master Non Gong, although my strength may indeed not be on par with yours, my ambition will never be inferior to anyone. Please, do not humiliate me anymore. 10 million. Non Gongwu finished his fruit, casually letting his new pretty girlfriend trim his nails, still not looking at DRIZZLE. DRIZZLE trembled slightly, but gritted his teeth. I will fight for the Yi family's glory until the very end. Non Gongwu finally glanced at him, disdainfully smiling. He knew that entering the top 16 meant a prize of 2 million, combined with Mr. Li's promise. 10 million indeed was not enough to sway him. 30 million. What? DRIZZLE was finally moved, but still didn't agree. All right, seeing how ambitious you are, I will offer you a yearly salary of 100 million. Just come work for me directly, won't you? I like ambitious individuals like you the most. Non Gongwu didn't waste words, knowing his Non Gong family's cursed fortune would never run out. Young Master Non Gong, no. Young Lord, please accept my bow. From today on, I will serve the young lord with all my heart, until death. DRIZZLE said, kneeling and paying his respects to Non Gongwu. Ling Yu was also amazed. Indeed, money could move mountains. DRIZZLE's ambition was only worth this much. With this experience, Ling Yu felt he might as well follow suit and advance the fake into the top 8. Non Gongwu felt it wasn't enough. Playing a double act required bringing the imposter over and talking to him. Let him be the stand-in. Oh. No. The stand-in. Of course, Ling Yu didn't need to be involved in these matters, so he returned to the spectator area. Ling Yu, what's going on? Qin Mingyu asked softly. Ling Yu whispered a few words to her, not letting others hear. Qin Mingyu nodded, quickly placing a bet. Though the trickster couldn't hear what his senior and sister-in-law were saying, he could see her betting on the screen. Seeing her place a bet on the Wolf King with higher odds, he felt his senior must have some insider information and decisively followed suit. Lin Fan had never been satisfied and couldn't stand the Wolf King. Not being skilled and only bragging, Lin Fan thought he was better than anyone else. Even if he had a stroke of luck, he couldn't always be on top, right? Moreover, the arena's low rating for him till now, with high odds, clearly showed no faith in him. If he really was as good as he claimed, why were the odds like this? Clearly a setup, so he decisively borrowed 100,000 from Qing Ruhan, betting on DRIZZLE, hoping to make a comeback with this fight. He didn't believe he couldn't defeat the Fatso. Hey, you guys betting against each other again? Qin Ruhan sneakily watched the Tibet. Finding them against each other again, she couldn't resist teasing. Why don't you to play in private? No need for the organizers to skim off the top. The trickster also didn't know why Lin Fan was secretly betting again, unable to hide his dismay, saying, Lin Fan, didn't you say you wouldn't play anymore? Why are you giving away money again? Humph, who's giving away money? I definitely won't be so unlucky. Lin Fan just couldn't accept it. Little did he know, the match was about to begin, and despite DRIZZLE's efforts, he ultimately lost to the Wolf King. Lin Fan was completely devastated. If he thought last night's match was strange, where the Wolf King didn't showcase much skill, but was oddly praised by his opponent and chose to surrender, tonight, DRIZZLE did show some skill. So why did he still lose to this guy? Illogical. Haha. Let me tell you, I have reached the highest level in martial arts. Formlessness. After his victory, the imposter taunted on the ring, you mortals can hardly understand this realm. Let me tell you, it's about winning without moves. Any technique in front of me is childish. I can effortlessly see through your flaws and take you down with ease. As if it were true. If he had boasted like this before, no one might have believed it, that he had actually consecutively defeated 2 S-ranked high-level experts. This left no room for disbelief. This is so damn weird. Lin Fan was truly amazed, like many spectators who lost money. Of course, he was more frustrated. After all, in terms of the title of Discerning Eye, it was not clear who would ultimately prevail. But among the top 5 unlucky ones, he surely had his position secured. Lin Fan, I suggest you forget it. Based on luck, you can't beat that fatty. Qin Ruhan tried to advise Lin Fan, but no matter who advised him, She was Lin Fan's desired woman. Since the misunderstanding incident, Lin Fan had immersed himself, envisioning the joy of falling in love with Miss Qin. He had truly fallen in love with Qing Ruhan now. When Qing Ruhan stated he couldn't beat the Fatso, he was determined to win, even if just once. Seeing Lin Fan deflate from losing, Ling Yu sighed, and, without caring about their love triangle, he spoke with Qin Mingyu and then prepared to appear as Ai Mingyu. Sister. Qin Ruhan suddenly sat next to Qin Mingyu, with a mischievous smile, making her wary. What's up? Qin Mingyu asked with a slight frown. Sister, your husband seems to have many aliases, doesn't he? Qin Ruhan said. You know. Qin Mingyu looked at her with astonishment. Why had her younger sister suddenly brought this up? Of course. Qin Ruhan nodded, whispering, do you mind if I become your real little sister? Real little sister? Qin Ruhan startled. Did this little girl want to marry Ling Yu as the younger wife? Good grief. Did she have such dangerous thoughts? Yes. Qin Ruhan blinked. Can I? I don't want to marry other men in the future. I want to live with you and your husband forever. Qin Mingyu frowned, shaking her head. How can that be? He is your sister's husband. You silly girl. There are many outstanding men in the world. You don't have to. Sister, what are you saying? Qin Ruhan pretended not to understand, hearing the change in her sister's tone. I mean, don't treat me as your cousin. Treat me as your real little sister. Qin Mingyu was momentarily speechless. Was this girl playing games with her? She wanted to break this secret to prevent her sister from having an improper relationship with her husband. So, what did you mean by your husband having many aliases just now? You found out his true identity? Yeah. I found out. Qin Ruhan nodded. Even those two behind me know, right? Ai Mingyu. Love Mingyu. Your husband shows off his love to the peak even on the championship stage. It's so cheesy. After teasing, Qin Ruhan made a funny face and returned to her seat, pretending not to know the true identity of the Wolf King. Qin Mingyu sighed. What was she going to do now? With another woman, she could consider her a rival, but this was her sister who she considered family for many years. Qin Mingyu's heart was heavy with thoughts. While she was contemplating how to handle her sister's feelings towards her husband, two matches on the arena had already ended. Mourning and effortlessly defeated their opponents. Ai Mingyu was not far behind, closely following. Hey, we've got a good show to watch in the next round. Tournament favorite Ai Mingyu will face the previous martial arts champion. Yes, I didn't expect it to happen so soon. This should be like an early final match, right? Whoever wins will be the martial arts champion. It's hard to say that Yuang Xiu is also very strong. The discussions around started again. Hearing this, Qin Mingyu's mood became tense. If Ling Yu expends too much energy in his duel with Mourning and cannot defeat Yuang Xiu tomorrow night, can he still take on Yuang Xiu? She really doesn't know what Ling Yu is thinking right now. In her heart, as long as Ling Yu is safe and sound, he will be a hero to her and their child. After Ai Mingyu's victory, half of the matches in the round of 32 had already been played tonight. Next, the matches in the second half of the bracket proceeded relatively normally. Unlike the underdog victories of last night, Shenzhou's top expert smoothly advanced to the top 16. This result further intensified Qin Mingyu's nervousness. If Ling Yu's aim is to win the championship, he still has to cross paths with Shenzhou's top experts. This means that Ling Yu will face almost all of the top contenders in this year's peak tournament. She really doesn't know if his body can handle it. Moreover, before that, Ling Yu will have to face Wu Bingzhen. Qin Mingyu vividly remember when Wu Bingzhen brought them news about Lin Qinglan, he had looked down on Ling Yu. The mentor of Lin Qinglan did not respect her husband. She wondered how strong this devilish instructor from Southern Zhang was. At that moment, as the elder on the arena defeated his opponent and advanced strongly to the top 16, Qin Zimai walked arm in arm with Li Bamai and approached. The beautiful ladies of the Qin family, we, of the Li family, are waiting for your Ling Yu to send us into the top 8, entering tomorrow's final match. Li Bamai's pretentious tone made the women of the Qin family nauseous. Of course, what saddened the women of the Qin family even more was Qin Zimai's choice to stand against them. Qin Honshu and a few older sisters scolded Qin Zimai, but Qin Mingyu remained expressionless. Since she had already announced that she was expelling Qin Zimai from the Qin family, she would not consider her anymore. Yet Qin Zimai stared at her. Mingyu, I watched you grow up. Aunt hopes that after the failure of the Qin family, the heart of the son will be transferred to the Li family. The Li family will definitely continue to support the Qin family in the future. Ha! Qin Zimai, don't talk as if you have some moral high ground. Qin Mingyu did not accept her sentiment at all. In fact, while she felt pain inside, she was clear that the Li family was an enemy of the Qin family. In the face of major choices, even familial ties must give way. She cannot afford to be compassionate. If you remember your surname is Qin, then you'll know that the heart of the sun will never be handed over to outsiders. Give up on that fantasy. Feeling Qin Mingyu's coldness once again, Qin Zimai was uncomfortable, sneering, "So, are you really going to be heartless, treating me like an outsider?" This caught her and Li Bamai off guard. She had always thought Qin Mingyu was cold on the outside but warm inside, never expecting her to be so ruthless. "Zimai, that's enough." Qin Honshu came over and scolded her. "You were the one who attacked the Qin family first. If you want to return to the Qin family, apologize to Mingyu now and promise to stand with us in the future. I can still plead for you with Mingyu." "No need." Qin Zimai coldly interrupted. "We didn't come here to argue with you. Since you've made your choice, don't blame us for being ruthless. See you in the peak tournament arena." With those harsh words, she left with Li Bamai. Ridiculous. Zhang Xiaopang couldn't comment on the internal affairs of the Qin family earlier, but now he could laugh heartily. How can there be such foolish women? Wait to be awakened by senior brother. While the tone was a bit sharp, Qin Mingyu also thought the same. How could fifth aunt be even worse than Zhang Xiaopang? Even an outsider like Zhang Xiaopang knew that the experts of the Li family couldn't match up to Ling Yu. Where did her arrogance come from? To be dead set on going against the Qin family for the sake of the Li family was unbelievable. The exciting matches continued. However, Qin Mingyu and the others from the Qin family were no longer interested in watching the other matches. They were holding their breath, waiting to see how Ling Yu would defeat the Li family's elder tonight. But before that, Ling Yu had to pass through Wu Bingzhen. Soon, the two experts stood on the arena. "I never expected to meet you here." When the match began, neither of them rushed to attack. Wu Bingzhen, feeling his self-righteousness, said, "I've said it before. You lack a killer instinct. You are too kind, lacking the necessary spirit of a warrior. It's a pity. Otherwise, I believe your cultivation should be far beyond this." As a military man, Wu Bingzhen believed in the system's analysis. Although Ling Yu was rated S, his performances in the previous matches showed a remarkable strength. Especially in the recent battle with Yuan Xiu, he didn't fall behind. However, he lacked the ruthless and aggressive nature of Yuan Xiu, which greatly reduced his strength. "Is that all?" Ling Yu smiled. "Almost. After the match, if you are willing, I can let you join Southern John. I can be your instructor, providing you with professional guidance from the system, enabling you to reach a higher level." Wu Bingzhen's intentions were sincere, but he was overestimating himself. "Not necessary. Thank you." Ling Yu suddenly stepped forward, his eyes gathering into a sharp focus as if Wu Bingzhen was his prey. His emotions were tightly controlled, but the thunder in his eyes made a chilling impression. Wu Bingzhen was instantly taken aback. He had never seen Ling Yu in this state before, and if he had, he would never have spoken earlier. The killing intent and the aura seemed to suggest a battlefield littered with corpses. At that moment, he realized how foolish he was. It turned out that Ling Yu had already reached a state where he could freely control his killing intent, far surpassing him. "Is this the killing intent you wanted to see?" Ling Yu approached Wu Bingzhen. Although shocked internally, Wu Bingzhen still attempted to make the first move. However, before he could execute his technique, Ling Yu had already restrained his movements. This was the essence of the supreme roaming secret technique, foreseeing all possibilities. "I bear no ill will towards you, otherwise, you would be a corpse by now," Ling Yu whispered in his ear. Next, with a swift move of a hold and throw technique, Wu Bingzhen was sent flying. Under normal circumstances, Wu Bingzhen could have landed safely, but for a moment he lost his will to fight due to Ling Yu's imposing aura. Yes. Just a glance from Ling Yu made this so-called devil instructor of Southern Zhang lose his fighting spirit. He knew deep down that the difference between his and Ling Yu's cultivation levels was like that of the galaxy. If not for that, even if Ling Yu had concealed his true powers earlier, he should have been able to see through it, but he didn't. The gap was just too vast. Too vast. Pucker up. Wu Bingzhen was thrown off the stage by Ling Yu with just one move, causing a thunderous uproar in the minds of many. How is this possible? Many people were shocked. Qin Zimai, who had not been optimistic about Ling Yu before, also started to panic. This man, Ling Yu, is actually so powerful. She didn't have a deep understanding of martial arts, but even though she didn't know the specifics of Wu Bing's skills, looking at his muscles full of strength, the murderous aura all over him, and his fierce gaze like a tiger, she could tell he was a super tough opponent. However, he was killed in seconds by Lingyu. Senior, what should we do now? Can the senior really defeat him? Qin Zimai was really in a panic. She had already severed ties with the Qin family, and had repeatedly provoked the Qin family with Li Bamai. If she ended up losing in the end, she wouldn't know what to do. Li Bami's brow furrowed deeply as she asked the senior, "Senior, what do you think?" "Don't worry, family head." The senior hadn't experienced Lingyu's murderous aura, but just based on that move, he could have done the same. Even now, he was still full of confidence, saying, "I still have hidden strength." Lingyu's performance indeed exceeded my expectations, but it is definitely not beyond the S-level range, and I am at least an S-level expert, so rest assured. Hearing him say this, Qin Zimai's anxious heart finally settled. She didn't know that the senior still had hidden strength. "You truly are a strategist, senior." Qin Zimai took the initiative to lean into Li Bami's arms and pecked him on the cheek. Li Bami held her waist, smiling triumphantly. "Always leave yourself a way out. If I didn't have absolute confidence, would I dare to display my skills in Nanja? Would I dare to challenge the Qin family with deep provocation?" At this moment, in the deep city Su family area, Su Jianchao kept an eye on the performances of the Li family and Qin family. After the round of 32 into the top 16 had all concluded and there was a brief entertainment segment, he consulted with Su's top experts. "Brother Sen, Brother Tu, who do you think will be your opponents in the next round?" Both of them successfully advanced to the top 16. After each round of advancement by the organizers, the two of them were rated as S-level. Of course, in the latest ratings, the S-level was already hard to come by. Currently, in the eyes of the organizers, Yuangxiu was already considered the top S+ player, becoming the top contender for the championship. Mourning and Ai Mingyu closely followed. Both of them, along with the senior and Lingyu, belonged to the middle level and were not favored to win the championship. Although the Wolf King had been advancing strongly all along, he still ranked second to last among the top 16 players, with just a slightly higher chance of winning the championship in the next round compared to Yuangxiu's opponent. The organizers offer odds of 1 to 180 on him winning, deeming it unlikely for him to win. Haha, it doesn't matter who comes. After all, I have the killer's mace that hasn't been used yet, just waiting to be used against them. Brother Sen looked smug. In fact, his target had always been Ai Mingyu. After all, he had lost to her before, and he had been wanting to regain face. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Ai Mingyu was placed in the upper half, so unless both of them reached the final, they wouldn't have a chance to compete. Although Brother Sen was confident, he also didn't think he could compete with Yuangxiu, who had entered a frenzied state. Naturally, he didn't think Ai Mingyu could pass Yuangxiu's test, so his killer's mace could only be left for the winner between Lingyu and the senior. As for the other players, he really didn't think they could threaten him. Brother Tu, on the other hand, was more careful, analyzing seriously. "I think Lingyu is stronger. The power he has shown now may not be his full strength. I heard that he defeated one of the top 10 fighters of the Blaze Association, so based on that, he is very likely an S-level expert too." Su Jianchao nodded, his eyes fixed on the Li family and Qin family's area. He was determined to become the president of Nanja, and he had been planning for this position for many years. Brother Sen and Brother Tu were also brought under his wing with great effort and money to secure the presidency, and he would not allow any failure. Now that Dongsu had been defeated, his biggest enemy left was the Li family, sent by Yanjing, and the sudden rise of the Qin family in Yuncheng. I also think the Qin family has a better chance of winning. Though Su Jianchao had some character flaws, his insight was first-rate, and he gritted his teeth, saying that Lingyu is likely pretending to be weak and playing possum. Anyway, whoever faces him, you must go all out and treat him as the final opponent. No more hiding techniques, understand? Don't worry, Su family head, I understand. Brother Tu nodded. Brother Sen agreed without hesitation. Deep Su had already decided that their opponents were only in the lower half. Although the upper half was filled with top-level experts, none of them posed a threat to their position as president. Regardless of whether Yuangxiu, Ai Mingyu, or Mourning, he won the championship, it wouldn't affect them much. But if the Li family or Qin family were to win the championship, that's a different story. Currently, in this match, it could be said that even the heavens were helping the Deep Su. On the other side, after winning the match, Ling Yu also returned to the Qin family area. Qin Mingyu also told him about Qin Zimei's attempt to purchase the Heart of the Sun, but Ling Yu didn't pay much attention to it, to the point of not even glancing at the Li family's direction. After all, in the next match, they would be able to put Qin Zimei and these clowns from the Li family back in their place. On the stage, the announcement of the top 5 players leading the Huoyan Jinjing title attracted everyone's attention. Ling Yu immediately gave a thumbs up to his wife. "Wow, sister-in-law, you really are amazing. You have won even more than me." Shen Xiaopeng also widened his eyes in amazement as he looked at Qin Mingyu. Lin Fen and the women of the Qin family all gave a thumbs up to Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu simply smiled slightly, as if in response to everyone, and then looked in the direction of Zhao Wenjun. Zhao Wenjun and she were tied for first place. Both of them had not made any wrong baits in a match, and although they had forfeited some rounds, the circumstances of their forfeits were slightly different, resulting in them winning the same total amount. The two beauties competing against each other have started a fascinating story. Zhao Wenjun also gave Qin Mingyu a thumbs up from afar, as an encouragement to her. "Mingyu, do you want to win the Huoyan Jinjing title?" Ling Yu finally asked. Qin Mingyu nodded. "Yes. Look at how many people are watching me here. These are all the details that gather prestige. If we can reach the peak of the Nanzhou competition hall in both writing and martial arts, it will definitely be of great use in our bid for the Chamber of Commerce presidency." Ling Yu also nodded with a smile. His wife's serious attitude was really strong in battle. "However, we must not slack off now. The real battle actually begins tomorrow." Qin Mingyu reminded Ling Yu proactively. Ling Yu was also well aware that the betting methods would change the next day, and the opponents he would face would become stronger and stronger. The two spouses could not afford any mistakes. Next, the competition for the round of 16 will officially begin. With the announcement from the host, a wave of heat once again swept through the arena. The Nanzhou Championship had finally entered the truly intense phase. "I forfeit." In the first 16-8 match, a master-rated S stopped So Yuangxiu stepping onto the stage normally. Even before the competition began, he directly announced his forfeit. He could give up anything, but his life was more important. Yuangxiu did not speak either, silently stepping down from the stage. The whole world thought he liked wanton slaughter of the innocent, but in reality, when he was sober, the only person he wanted to kill was Ling Yu. However, he didn't mind how the whole world viewed him. His eyes were dull and indifferent. He no longer cared about anything outside of killing Ling Yu. The following matches proceeded uneventfully. In Mr. Li's room, another heavyweight guest was invited. Lord Mourning, thank you for giving me, Li, this thin face. Mr. Li personally welcomed him. Mourning's figure was not burly, even a bit thin, but his gaze was sharp, carrying a hint of martial pride. Anyone who knew a little about him knew that he was a martial fanatic to the extreme. With eyes only for his cousin, Mourning, regardless of how talented he was or how hard he trained, he had won against opponents from all over the world, but had never won against Mourning. "Mr. Li, let's get down to business. Don't beat around the bush." Mourning gave face to Mr. Li, but also seemed to be dismissive, simply because he was proud and looked down on those weaker in martial strength, even more so on the literati who played with power and politics. That the Mourning and Tang families, both being among the four major families in Yanjing, had significant conflicts of interest. Even Mourning had to give face to Tang Ning, so naturally, he would also give some respect to the dogs around Tang Ning. "All right, Master Mourning, speak your mind. I won't beat around the bush either." Mr. Li was good at reading people's expressions and immediately said, "We suspect that the Northern Border or God participated in this Southern Peak tournament 3 years ago. Can Lord Mourning help us find out who he is?" "Oh." Mourning, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Li also noticed this and deliberately said, "In the entire martial arts world of Longguo, the loudest names are South Mourning and North Wolf King. If Lord Mourning can defeat the North Wolf King in one fell swoop, then this renowned title will belong to Mourning alone." Mourning, his eyes burned even more, saying directly, "I don't believe that Wolf King is real. Mr. Li, just tell me, whom do you suspect?" Mr. Li laughed. "In my eyes, there are 3 possible candidates for the North Border Wolf King, but since Lord Mourning denies this, we will exclude him." The other two possibilities are crossing Mingyu and Lingyu. Them? Mourning he frowned. As a martial fanatic, he had watched all the matches of the two, and although they were commendable, they were far from Mourning Qian's level. If one of them was really the North Border Wolf King, then the Wolf King would be a mere empty name. What do you think, Lord Mourning? Mr. Li inquired again. If they can beat me, then they are. If not, then they are not. Mourning he coldly stated, then turned and left. Mr. Li, it seems like you had a lonely chat with him. At this moment, that mysterious person from that night also came out and said to Mr. Li, you are mistaken. The words of Lord Mourning are quite valuable, and they also remind me of something. Mr. Li smiled and said, oh, how so? The mysterious person was curious. Mr. Li smiled and said, Lord Mourning's rules also apply to us. If those three suspected Wolf King candidates can't be even Mourning, how much of a threat can they be to us? Even if he isn't the Wolf King, so what? The mysterious person nodded in agreement. Mr. Li is wise. Let's see who can defeat Mourning. That person will be the Wolf King. And then, we'll find a way to kill him. Mr. Li nodded, his eyes carrying a hint of darkness. His and the Faranwo's mission was to help Tang Ning eliminate dissidents. At this moment, another match ended on the stage. Lin Fen stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, no way. This guy actually made it to the top 8. Why do I feel like he's lowering the overall level of the tournament? Yes, that guy they shouted about as the Wolf King that night actually made it to the top 8. It's not just Lin Fen bluffing, he felt like he could defeat him with some sneaky moves and surprise attacks. How could such a person forcefully enter the top 8 in a tournament full of masters? What a joke. There were quite a few audience members who shared the same thoughts, and they all had one thing in common. They lost money. Heh. Don't care about what kind of guy he is. Where there's gambling, there will be tricks, and where there are tricks, there will be dark horses. The chubby god, who had just won another $1 million in prize money, grinned. It's obvious that scoundrel is the dark horse. I suspect he was arranged by the organizers to rake in money from the gamblers. Qin Mingyu, listening nearby, thought that this chubby guy's brain might not be that sharp, but his luck was undoubtedly unquestionable. Making wrong guesses and still managing to make a fortune in reverse was truly incredible. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly intensified once again. Almost 5,000 spectators were cheering for their idols. Mourning Martial Lord, crossing Mingyu. The second main event of the night, the showdown between the only S+ ranked players, was about to begin. Surely, Mourning's fans in the audience were the most numerous, and there were also many female fans. Their cheers gradually overwhelmed everything, turning the venue into Mourning's home ground. Qin Mingyu also became nervous, silently watching the masked crossing Mingyu, subconsciously gently touching her abdomen. Lingyu, you must win. On the stage, the two top masters stood ready. Crossing Mingyu was not paying attention to the deafening cheers in the arena, but was fully assessing the upper realm martial lord before him. In other words, if he could defeat this guy, then it would prove that he was worthy of the title of martial lord. He was also curious about how high the upper limit of this Mourning family's master's strength was. It was surprising to him that this martial lord did not show any pretense or arrogance. As soon as the bell rang, he launched the attack first towards him. Such fast speed! Exclaimed the masters from the Nangong family in the audience. Mourning's fighting spirit was significantly higher than in previous matches, and his gaze was fierce with determination. Nangongwu couldn't help but get excited, stood up, and shouted, crossing Mingyu, come on, take down that Mourning guy and prove the strength of our Nangong family. The odds set by the organizers were heavily in favor of Mourning. Most people who had supported the previous martial lord also believed in him. Only Nangongwu firmly believed that crossing Mingyu would win. Let alone Mourning. Even Mourning Jia would be no match for him. Swish, swish, swish. Mourning. His techniques were diverse, sometimes using palm, sometimes fist, sometimes claws, gaining the upper hand for a while. Although crossing Mingyu managed to dodge them, a piece of his clothing was torn off. Qin Mingyu was so nervous that her jade fist clenched, and she even regretted letting the father of her child participate in this competition. That Mourning Anzan are really extraordinary. Shen Xiaopeng was also a bit dumbfounded watching. No need to say that. Last year's champion, Lin Fan was also nervous to the extreme. Even though he didn't bet on Mourning like the others, he guessed the true identity of Am Mingyu. Most likely it's Lingyu, but for some reason, His style of moves is completely different from Lingyu. Fatty, can you tell if that's your senior brother? Even Qin Ruhan was beginning to feel unsure, even though her sister just confirmed to her that it was her brother-in-law in disguise. Surprisingly, even Shen Xiaopan shook his head. He couldn't see the resemblance between Nea Mingyu's moves and Lingyu's. Only Qin Mingyu was clear in her heart why Lingyu was doing this. There were two reasons. Firstly, Lingyu had been hiding his identity as the Wolf King and had not used military body fist from the war realm on the battlefield. But at the moment, he was using the agile and practical style of the war realm. Secondly, Lingyu's eyes had shown a military aura just now, but not at this moment. This made it even more difficult for Mr. Li and the others to judge who between Nea Mingyu and Lingyu is the Wolf King. They couldn't even guess that they were the same person. After all, not even Shen Xiaopang, his junior brother, could confirm it. Why should others? Stop guessing. Qin Mingyu finally spoke up at this moment. Even though he is called Nea Mingyu, he is not my husband. With that statement, Qin Ruhan's mouth slightly opened. Could it be that she had been guessing wrong all along? On the stage, before Mourning could deliver a kick, Nea Mingyu quickly held his thigh in advance, used the momentum to flip away and create some distance between them. Mourning's first round of attack finally slowed down. After everyone took a deep breath, they all applauded. Compared to the intense battles before, this battle of wits and skills was truly a visual feast. Suddenly, Nangonwu couldn't help but anxiously clap his hands. Why wasn't the master using the techniques from the Northern Territory? If he used the Northern Territory's dragon-splitting palm, he should have been able to easily defeat the so-called last year's champion, right? Blame that Mr. Li, the old master, didn't dare to reveal his identity. Once a technique like the dragon-splitting palm, known only to the Northern Territory Commander-in-Chief, was used, his identity would immediately be exposed. However, seeing that Nea Mingyu remained calm and composed, Nangonwu also relaxed. Judging by the master's demeanor, he was confident in defeating the opponent even without using the dragon-splitting palm. HMPH, such an arrogant fellow. The usually reserved Mourning unexpectedly spoke on the stage, leaving those who knew him surprised. Even during the last Southern Peak tournament, he hardly interacted with opponents on the stage at all. However, many people didn't understand where his accusation of Nea Mingyu being arrogant came from. After all, he seemed quite low-key. Facing me, Mourning, and you are still holding back. I will definitely force your true strength out. Mourning suddenly let out a roar and launched a more intense round of attacks towards Nea Mingyu. The crowd below erupted in astonishment. Is this for real? Nea Mingyu, facing the previous year's champion, dared to hold back? Too terrifying. If it's true, what level of strength does he possess? Many fans of the previous year's champion couldn't believe this was happening. Normally, other martial artists, when facing Mourning, would be lucky to survive. Would Nea Mingyu really dare to hide his true strength? And the fact that this was said by their idol made it even more unbelievable. Mourning obviously went all out, using the Mourning family's unique technique, which felt like a continuous barrage of machine gun fire, blocking all of Nea Mingyu's evasion routes. The audience couldn't even blink their eyes watching this. The outcome is already decided. The two top experts from Shenzhou also smiled, reaching a conclusion. For them, the lower the strength of the opponents in the upper bracket, the better. Even in the face of Mourning's unique technique, they had no way to counter it. The only way would be to interrupt or defeat him before he executed it, but Nea Mingyu seemed to have lost that opportunity. Mo Shu, with only one eye open, was curious to see if Nea Mingyu could break through this move. He had seen the prowess of the Mourning family's experts in Yanzhou and even they couldn't decipher the move. It seemed that Nea Mingyu, facing this technique for the first time, would likely face great difficulty as well. However, at that moment, an incredible scene unfolded. Nea Mingyu completely saw through Mourning's moves, with no special footwork, just by preemptively dodging before the actual attacks were unleashed, avoiding all of the attacks. For the last strike, he again dodged, leveraging on the opponent's attack to escape the range of Mourning's attacks. How is this possible? At that moment, everyone saw it. They witnessed Mourning, the previous champion of the Southern Peak tournament, showing shock and panic in his eyes. For fans who viewed him as invincible, this expression seemed like the end of the world. Truly a spectacle. Clap. After Nea Mingyu landed on the ground, he didn't rush to counterattack Mourning. Seeing this, The ancestors in the audience nodded approvingly. The old drunk was amazed. That kid's talent is truly terrifying. The mastery of martial arts that others would take 30 to 40 years to comprehend. He managed it in just a day. Yes, a natural-born genius. The ancestors had never given such high praise to anyone. In Ling Yu's case, he was undoubtedly one of the 3 people with the highest martial arts talent in their eyes. In fact, they were well aware that Ling Yu did not see Mourning as a major threat, but was using him to practice his skills. After comprehending the essence of the myriad changes of war, he could anticipate the opponent's moves in advance, making it incredibly difficult to harm him. In the third area of the Su family, Sushan suddenly hugged the arm of Willow Leaf Sword in fear, as the cold, damp aura emitted by Yixu by their side suddenly turned them red-eyed and terrifying. "Don't be afraid." Willow Leaf Sword comforted her gently, explaining to Sushan, "Yixu is our friend. He won't harm us." Yixu paid no attention to them, his gaze fixed on the stage, his blood-red eyes filled with pain and jealousy. Why? Why did even the old ancestors favor Ling Yu so much? He passed on his mantle to Ling Yu, but not to him, who had followed him for over 20 years. Was it not only heaven but also people who were so biased? Since this was the case, if people favored him, he would kill, and if heaven favored him, he would break through the heavens. Disregarding Yixu's murderous aura, on the stage, Mourning remained unsatisfied. "I mean you, right? Very well, you have piqued my interest. I've prepared my ultimate move, which I'd kept hidden for 3 years, originally meant for Mourning next year. But now, congratulations, you have the honor of being the first to experience it. Wow, I can feel the aura of Wuzhen. The whole arena seems to be trembling. What a powerful aura!" The audience below exclaimed. The previous Wuzhen is finally about to show his full strength. There are also many spectators present who watched the peak match in Nanzhou 3 years ago. At that time, Mourning, although powerful, did not have the same oppressive feeling as now. Obviously, in these 3 years, he has not been lazy, but has actually improved his strength. It looks like Mingyu is in trouble. The spectators in the arena were discussing. Emotions were rising, but the spectators from the Nangong family's area were getting more and more nervous. Although Qin Mingyu's expression showed no emotion, his hands involuntarily clenched his clothes tightly. Mingyu, even though I don't know who you really are, you clearly have encountered the Mourning family's shadow involvement finger just now, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to counter it. But the next move is my original technique, something you've never seen before. Once I unleash it, I won't hold back, even I'm a little scared. Now, I advise you to surrender obediently and not risk your life. Mourning's smile grew wider, thinking he had figured out the truth. Mingyu also smiled, but he was wearing a Wolf mask, so no one could see. He just extended a hand, signaling the opponent to attack with full force, as he wanted to test the 1,000 changes return to origin technique. Mourning was indeed a good sparring partner to try this technique on. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing his eyes and movements, Mourning could no longer control his emotions. Rarely, he roared in anger and suddenly lunged towards his opponent like a tiger. Tiger pounce against the waves. This was a technique he had spent years creating, swiftly pouncing towards the opponent like a tiger, gaining the advantage. Then, using both hands and feet, unleashing a flurry of dazzling attacks. In an instant, Mingyu was surrounded by a sea wave-like assault, each wave extremely powerful. The audience's eyes were filled with amazement. Even S-class experts like Seng and Tu couldn't help but admit that Mourning was truly a master of various martial arts. Don't think that his hands and feet were attacking randomly. In fact, every move was an exquisite martial arts technique, full of both illusion and reality, making it impossible to defend against. If they were in Mingyu's position, besides surrendering, there would be no other choice. However, Mingyu's cultivation was clearly above these S-class experts. Despite the opponent's complex moves, he continued to dodge skillfully. Mourning wasn't surprised either. Mingyu's performance was within his expectations, and only such a top-notch expert deserved to face his ultimate move. Each of Mourning's attacks aimed to drive Mingyu into a corner, and when he felt the timing was right, he suddenly gathered all his internal energy and pointed his fingers towards Mingyu. Instantly, a silver-white light beam pierced through the entire battlefield. Even ordinary people were stunned to see this miraculous gel light beam. The experts present were even more amazed. realizing that even with years of hard training, they would never be able to execute such a move. Mourning, he truly deserved his title as a Wuzhen, a rare genius. Mourning, he believed that this move would be enough to end the battle, but just as his fingers are about to touch Ai Mingyu, Lingyu calmly dodged the fatal blow. How is that possible? Mourning, he was shocked. He couldn't understand how his unique ultimate move could be cleverly neutralized by the opponent. He had used the shadow involvement finger before, so the opponent anticipating it was reasonable. However, this move was the first time he had ever used it. His confidence collapsed instantly. However, Ai Mingyu did not counterattack immediately, but simply said, Mourning, do you think you can defeat me with complex moves? You are too naive. Your martial talent is indeed high, but you have overlooked one thing. There are no absolute techniques and patterns in combat. Only flexible and adaptable martial spirit can determine the outcome of a battle. With that, Ai Mingyu's figure instantly turned into a blur, swiftly circling to Mourning. He's back. Startled, Mourning, he quickly turned around, only to feel a massive force hitting his chest. Mourning, he had already given up, even preparing himself for his blood to stain the arena. But in the end, Ai Mingyu's fist dissipated all the force and gently tapped his vital point. Despite this, Mourning, he felt a shock, dripping with cold sweat, finally understanding the extent of Lingyu's prowess. He realized that their martial art realm differed by at least one level. I surrender. Mourning, he raised his hands in surrender. As his words fell, more than half of the audience couldn't react in time. They were expecting a thrilling and intense battle, but while it was thrilling, it lacked the intense excitement of a life and death struggle. Instead, one side was completely overwhelmed. If it was Ai Mingyu alone, that would be one thing, but the fact that the previous Wuzhen had also been defeated left them astounded. This raised questions about the level of Ai Mingyu's martial arts. Well done. Excellent fight. Nang Gongwu was the first to jump up, applauding excitedly. Now you know how formidable our Nangong family is, right? Ha ha. Mourning, go back and tell your Mourning family members that when they see someone from our Nangong family, they better show respect. This was dissatisfying for him. For this Nangong-san, there was nothing more satisfying than dominating the Mourning family in martial arts. This felt better than conquering 10. No, 100 pretty girlfriends. Now, when they saw that beauty from Yanjing, would she still dare to say that the Nangong family lacks skilled martial artists? The members of the Nangong family around him were also shouting, triggering applause in the arena. This wave truly asserted the dominance of the Nangong family over the four major families of Yanjing. Although Mourning, he was unhappy with the success of this Nangong-san, he recognized Ai Mingyu's strength. Ai Mingyu, I don't know who you are, but your martial arts skills are definitely comparable to those of South Mourning. Thank you for sparing me. After bowing to Ai Mingyu, Mourning, he stepped down from the stage. He had made up his mind. Ai Mingyu was highly likely to be the Wolf King from the north. Otherwise, there would be no one in the world with a higher level of martial arts than him. In a separate VIP room, Mr. Li, who was staring intently at the masked man, gnashed his teeth in anger. How could the mighty Wolf King of the North join forces with the Nangong family? It seems the previous rumors were true. Is Nangong-san really his disciple? What is his purpose in joining the Nangong family? The chairman of the Chamber of Commerce had given him 3 tasks in the South Province. 1. To control the position of the Southern Province's chairman and transfer it to their faction. 2. To find the Wolf King and understand his motives for appearing in the Southern Province. 3. To eliminate the Wolf King to prevent future troubles. If Ai Mingyu was truly the Wolf King from the northern region, with extraordinary martial skills and the protection of the Nangong family, he would be a formidable obstacle that would be difficult to eliminate. Meanwhile, the competition in the arena continued. Lingyu had removed his mask, revealing his true identity, and returned to Qin Mingyu's side. Lingyu, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Qin Mingyu quickly asked with concern. What can I do? I'll just wander around a bit. Lingyu smiled. He wasn't afraid of the few guys around him eavesdropping on their conversation. Qin Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Mingyu, in the next match against the Li family, how do you think I should fight? Lingyu asked specifically. Just mentioning the Li family got everyone around excited. Of course, just beat the elders directly. Shen Xiaopeng was the first to voice his opinion. HMPH, in my opinion, Just beating him up directly is not enough to vent our anger. We must use various techniques to beat him. Qin Ruhan also immediately shared her opinion. Qin Hanshu and others also nodded. They had never felt such intense hatred towards a family before, all because of the actions of Qin Zimai after she attached herself to the Li family, making them very uncomfortable. They wanted to educate Qin Zimai, correct her mindset, but the premise of doing so was to defeat the Li family, defeat her beliefs. When her beliefs were shattered, without them even scolding her, she would definitely come back and kneel down to apologize. Everyone chimed in with their thoughts. Ling Yu found it amusing. It seemed that the members of the Qin family were particularly hostile towards the Li family, and if he didn't properly bully the elders, it would probably be hard to satisfy them. What he didn't expect was that at this moment, there were forces from other families in Nanzhou trying to curry favor with the Li family ahead of time. Ling Yu didn't actually know the individuals from that force, but he happened to see Dai Jia, so he knew that the person must be the head of the Ya family of Buddha City. Dai Jia had just been eliminated. The road to the peak competition of the Ya family in Nanzhou had come to an end. Ya Shot, as the head of the family, had previously competed to become an unofficial member of the Nanzhou Business Association, but lost to the Qin family. Therefore, now he just wanted to cling to the Li family's thigh. Master of the Li family, the Nangon family has made a name for themselves, and the Li family is also a prestigious family in Yanjing. Surely you will be able to reach the finals when the time comes when you are renowned in Nanzhou. Please do support the Ya family as well, Ya Sha said, presenting a gift discreetly to Li Bebe. Of course, of course. Li Bebe also accepted with a smile. Operating in Nanzhou, he also needed more supporting forces. Seeing how considerate the Ya family was, he also generously said, when my Li family shines in the finals, it will definitely have benefits for your Ya family. Thank you, thank you. Ya Sha expressed his gratitude with a bow. Well, Master Ya, if you have nothing to do, please sit on our Li family's side and watch the upcoming matches together. Li Bebe also extended an invitation, hoping that Ya Sha would witness the elders' brilliance and further admire the Li family. Great. Then I'll wish the elder victory in advance. Ya Sha complimented the elder in passing. The elder, however, remained proudly indifferent, not paying any heed to Ya Sha and Dai Jia. In his view, the Dai family couldn't even defeat that so-called Wolf King. They were totally incompetent. As for the Ya family, a leading family in a third-tier city, their strength was limited and not worth his attention. Dai Jia had already aligned himself with the Nangon family, but with Nangon would giving him time to gradually break ties with the Ya family, he continued to follow behind Ya Sha. Now seeing Ya Sha being so obsequious towards the Li family, he sneered at the Ya family and looked forward to their misfortune, so he could kick them while they were down. At this moment, he remained silent, following Ya Sha, ostensibly showing support for the Li family, but actually ready to betray them at any moment. The competition continued. The 3 matches in the lower half of the region quickly ended, with quite exciting results. The 2 masters from Chenzhou forcefully entered the final 8 tomorrow, dominating the scene. After all the forces in Nanzhou knew that no matter how strong the Nangon family was, they had no intention of interfering with the Nanzhou Business Association. As for the 3rd Su family, although their strength was formidable, they were still unable to rise to the top. Even if they won the championship, the probability of the 3rd Su family becoming the chairman was slim. The real contenders for the chairmanship were in the lower half of the region. Chenzhou indisputably took first place. The Qin family, supported by super energy sources, grew wildly. If they could also win the title of Martial Saint, they might be able to outshine Chenzhou and overhaul the Nanzhou Business Association entirely. And then, there was also the Li family. Although the Li family didn't grow as wildly as the Qin family, being a prestigious family in Yanjing, with a deep network nationwide, now focusing on development in Nanzhou, if they could win the title of Martial Saint and become the new chairman, it was highly probable. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone in the lower half of the region, the martial strength might not necessarily surpass the upper half, but the competition behind the scenes was even fiercer. Finally, the highlight of tonight's competition was about to take place. Elder of the Li family versus Ling Yu of the Qin family. The cheers from the audience were evenly split. Many people discreetly glanced towards the areas allocated for the Li and Qin families, noticing a strange phenomenon. Li Bebe and Qin Zimai looked confident, as if they were already certain of the elder's victory. However, Qin Mingyu appeared relaxed. Many men who secretly admired the beauty were keenly aware that she was more nervous during the previous match. What was going on? Both sides thought they had already won. This was a crucial battle for the chairmanship of the business association. Regardless of everyone's thoughts, the bell for the match rang as scheduled. Neither of the two men rushed to attack. Surprisingly, the elder even raised a hand, speaking proudly. Lingyu, our head mistress, is also from the Qin family, so out of respect for her, to avoid being accused of bullying the younger, I'll go easy on you. Damn. Upon hearing this, many in the audience gasped. Lingyu's strength was evident to all, having just triumphed decisively over Wu Bingtian of S. Yet the elder dared to act like this. Little did they know, this was at Qin Zimei's instruction. From the start, she had prejudices against Lingyu, which only grew deeper over time. Even at this moment, she had never properly acknowledged Lingyu's abilities, and she wanted to humiliate him this way to make Qin Mingyu and the Qin family see the reality clearly. She believed she hadn't made mistakes, it was always their fault. If any of the top 8 players except for the fake Wolf King encountered this situation, they would surely be furious, feeling humiliated and unleashing their anger. However, Lingyu remained indifferent, simply smiling, as you wish. Then, he took the initiative to attack. The elder maintained his proud demeanor, exuding the aura of a grandmother. He was willing to accept Qin Zimei's command because he was absolutely confident in his own strength. He was the head of the Wudang sect, a generation's leader, and he had only come to enjoy life in Yanjing after deciding not to manage the sect. He didn't believe that a youngster from a third-tier city like Yunchan could pose a threat to him, but the next moment, he realized he was wrong. Very wrong indeed. Lingyu threw a punch, midway converting it into a palm strike, locking the elder's waving arm. Then, using his spare left hand, he directly punched the elder's nose. Splatter, whose blood was flying on stage. The heat of battle had reached its peak. The elderly man was shocked on the spot. He no longer had the hidden S-level strength, but he didn't expect Lingyu's speed to be much faster than he imagined. He just tried to raise his foot to block, but it was too late. Little did he know that Lingyu was intentionally holding back, just to stylishly beat up this annoying old man. Otherwise, with just one punch, he could have knocked him out. Lingyu threw another punch. This time, the elderly man raised his foot to block. Unexpectedly, Lingyu didn't play by the rules and directly kicked his supporting leg, causing the old man to fall hard. Haha. Is that all you've got? You couldn't even handle it with one hand. To everyone's surprise, before the spectators could mock him, laughter erupted from the Li family's area. Their attention was drawn. Daijia didn't hold back either and directly joked, I'm just speaking the truth. Not even with both hands could you win. Yet you boast about only needing one hand. Are you looking for trouble? Such shameless behavior. I've never seen it before. The surrounding spectators also laughed. Li Baomi and Qin Zimei's faces turned pale. Haha. That chauffeur guy is quite interesting. Next time we drink, let's use him as a chauffeur and give him some work. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaopeng also felt delighted. The Qin family members also laughed happily. Damn it, this young man has no martial ethics. The elderly man got up with an angry expression. Lingyu not only physically dominated him from all angles, but he also didn't hold back in their verbal sparring. He raised his shoulders and said, where did I lack martial ethics? I didn't sucker punch, and I haven't even thoroughly beaten you up yet. Nowadays, there are very few people like me who have such martial ethics, right? We can testify. Nan Gongwu led the others in supporting Lingyu. Observers with keen eyes could tell that the elderly man, who had just revealed at least an S-level strength, had glaring weaknesses before Lingyu. When it came to acting helpless while actually being powerful, the winner was undeniably Qin's Lingyu. What now? Ready to admit defeat? I don't like bullying old folks. Lingyu shrugged, smiling. Admit defeat? I admit your sister. I'd rather die than surrender. The elderly man responded in anger, rushing back into the fight. Lingyu deliberately didn't use any advanced techniques, only basic strikes, so the elderly man still didn't realize the depth of Lingyu's strength. The man thought he had a chance of winning. Lingyu was just afraid the man would actually admit defeat. Hearing the man adamantly refuse to surrender, Lingyu felt relieved. Bam, bam. 2 more punches landed on the man's cheeks. His previously thin cheeks swelled up like 2 steamed buns. Sorry for making you gain weight. Lingyu saw the man glaring at him, and quickly raised his hands. How about this? Since you let me use one hand earlier, let me reciprocate and use only one hand now. The elderly man, who was about to give up, instantly regained his fighting spirit upon hearing this offer. Damn brat, you're so arrogant. Li Baimi and Chin Zmi were nervous, their emotions mirroring the elderly man's. Haha, you were so cocky earlier, claiming to let someone use only one hand. In my opinion, now that it's you who's using one hand, this old man might not even win. DRIZZLE laughed out loud, angering the members of the Li family. But even Yisha didn't stop him. It was evident to the perceptive onlookers that the elderly man stood no chance against Lingyu. They could foresee him being ridiculed openly and potentially aligning with the Qin family in the future. You scoundrel, I'll kill you. Kill you. The elderly man felt the greatest humiliation of his life, his eyes bloodshot, launching ruthless attacks at Lingyu. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He had practiced martial arts for decades and had always been the one to let others win. Never had anyone dared to let him win. Lingyu had crossed the line. He had no regard for decency, and it was a shame he was still alive. However, despite his fierce intent and all-out effort, he couldn't lay a finger on Lingyu. The audience underneath the stage could see clearly that there was an insurmountable gap between the two, as wide as an invisible galaxy. Old man, you're too arrogant, acting all tough at the beginning. You're just pretending to be strong. Isn't that right, you brat who takes no responsibility? The stands erupted with insults. The elderly man was prepared for death, his moral essence shattered. He had never been treated this way in his entire life. If he could kill Lingyu, fine. But the fact that Lingyu used only one hand and still gave him to punches was too much. This time, he was left with a pair of panda eyes. Haha, senior brother, you're really artistic. Started off as a monkey, ended as a panda. You're a magician. Shen Xiaopang danced with excitement, almost breaking into a performance of Angela Chan's Loving You on the spot. Lin Fen finally breathed a sigh of relief and said loudly, finally won 1 million. Don't call me a jinx anymore. On the arena, the elderly man lay on the ground, feeling worse than death. His entire body was weakened, except for his solid spirit, muttering defiantly, if I hadn't let you use one hand at the start, you wouldn't have injured me. You definitely wouldn't have beaten me. Seeing that he was about to be attacked again, the elderly man frantically waved his hands, retreating and shouting to admit defeat. But with no teeth left, he couldn't pronounce the words. Lingyu delivered another kick, causing him to fall on the stage. Filled with humiliation, the elderly man tried to surrender, but couldn't articulate it without teeth. Lingyu kicked him again, causing him to collapse on the stage. Tsk. Looking at that appearance, Li Qingzhao would have said, what a miserable sight. Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Lingyu scratched his head and walked over, sincerely apologizing. He believed in reasoning and rules. If the other party admitted defeat, he wouldn't attack again, right? But he never expected the elderly man to still come at him. Clearly on the brink of death, the man struggled to his feet, knelt down, and begged for mercy. If he couldn't hear clearly, surely he could see what was happening, right? The man surrendered. He didn't want to play anymore. It was truly unvirtuous to bully the elderly like this. After kowtowing, he quickly rolled off the stage, afraid that Lingyu might attack him again. His old bones couldn't handle it. Haha, so this is the skill of the Li family's experts. Just like the master, such are the dogs they breed. Shen Xiaopang showed no mercy towards the Li family. Seeing how they had boasted before the match, Li Bamai and Chen Zimai, under the spotlight, had faces ashen, one pale and the other dark, as if they wished they could disappear. Embarrassing. Mr. Li, goodbye. Yisha didn't hesitate to stand up and, like avoiding the plague, she fled with DRIZZLE overnight. With the Li family's performance, the president of the Southern Chamber of Commerce was bound to ignore them. Whether they had any face left to mix in the Southern Chamber was now a question. The whole stadium laughed at the Li family. Several members of the Qin family watched Chen Zimai leave in embarrassment, feeling both hurt and angry. Qin Honshu stood in front of Chen Zimai, sternly scolding, Zimai, do you see clearly now? Who exactly was mistaken? Are you still going to be delusional? Chen Zimai lowered her head, trembling all over. Sis, let's go. Li Bamai knew that the Qin family was currently in a good position and didn't say much as she pulled her away. Chen Zimai glanced back at Qin Honshu 3 times before finally following Li Bamai. Qin Honshu was so angry she stomped her foot. How did her sister turn out this way? The atmosphere at the Southern Peak Arena was still intense when Ling Yu ended the night's fights with a resounding victory. With that, the top 8 players had all been determined. As Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu led the Qin family away, many influential forces had already come to congratulate them. This was because after tonight's match had ended, the organizers had refreshed the ratings and odds. Ling Yu was now rated as an S-rank expert, with odds of winning the championship only behind Yang Xiu and Ai Mingyu, surpassing the 2 great experts from Shenzhou, ranking 3rd. Given this situation, many people realized that the Qin family, currently at its peak, might ascend to the position of president with the advent of the super engine and Ling Yu's dominant performance, creating a miracle in the Southern Chamber of Commerce, going straight from non-members to leaders. After all rules in this world were built on a foundation of strength. When strength improved, one could trample all rules. On the other hand, Shenzhou, who had momentarily been overshadowed by the Qin family, said, HMPH, let them enjoy their day. Tomorrow, they will experience the taste of falling from heaven to hell. Senj looked at the situation the Qin family was in from a distance, clenched his fist, his eyes filled with inexplicable confidence. Mr. Ling, you're amazing. I've become your fan. Among the various forces, Sukion No represented Don Suing congratulating the Qin family. After shaking hands with Ling Yu, she boldly embraced her idol in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Qin Ruhan stared at her sister. Qin Mingyu, however, remained calm and didn't mind. She could tell that Sukion No was indeed a fan of her husband, but this woman's temperament was far from a homewrecker. Ha. Miss Qin, Mr. Ling, congratulations. After the southern forces had finished congratulating them, Nangon Wu, accompanied by high-ranking experts like Ai Mingyu, came to the Qin family. Nangon Wu even took the initiative to extend his hand to Qin Mingyu. Originally, they thought he wanted to shake hands, but unexpectedly, he bowed and kissed her hand in front of Ling Yu. Ling Yu stared at him in disbelief. This guy really had some nerve. Qin Mingyu, on the other hand, remained composed, showing no reason she should let a man kiss her hand when she couldn't even hug a woman. Seeing Ling Yu jealous and angry, she couldn't help but feel a bit pleased, enjoying his unease. After kissing Qin Mingyu's hand, Nangon Wu quickly let go and laughed heartily, saying, I wish us a successful reunion in tomorrow's final. I suddenly realize we seem to have quite a connection, don't we? Nangon Dasha suddenly clapped his hands. Mr. Ling loves Mingyu. I am the first expert of the Nangon family. Also Mingyu, you should get to know each other well. Spar tomorrow night and see who loves more fiercely. Laughter erupted from the surrounding people. The stunt double wearing a mask also came over and shook hands with Ling Yu. Everyone realized that the two of them were almost the same height and body type. If the two of them fought tomorrow night, it would definitely be exciting and exhilarating. Alright, let's go. Nangon Wu intentionally staged this show to have Ai Mingyu and Ling Yu appear on the screen together before waving goodbye and leading the crowd away. As one of the 4 great families of Yanjing and the wealthiest family in the country, the Nangon family had privileges on the southern peak island just like Zhao Wenjin did. The Nangon family had a private helicopter landing on the island, as well as vehicles and professional bodyguard teams escorting Nangon Dasha. On the other hand, the Qin family and their group still had to return to the hotel by car under the arrangements made by the Southern Martial Arts Association. As they had to wait for the arrangements, their travel arrangements were not as free and swift as those of the Nangon and Zhao families. After waiting for a while, the group finally got into the car and returned to the hotel. The atmosphere was still cheerful on the way back, as they had successfully advanced to the top 8. In the eyes of the ants, even if they couldn't win the championship in the end, this time the Qin family had shown enough splendor to let the South Peak know that Yan City was not to be underestimated. However, just as they were about to reach the hotel, they suddenly found a crowd of people gathering at the entrance. As they wondered what was happening, they heard Nangon Wu's furious roar in the middle of the crowd. Investigate it. You must investigate it thoroughly. Otherwise, I won't rest peacefully. This is going too far. Do they think the billions of wealth my Nangon family has isn't enough to care about? Or do they think my Nangon family is vegetarian? Hearing this voice, Ling Yu quickly protected Qin Mingyu as they got out of the car. Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fan helped clear the way as the Qin family quickly made their way to the scene of the incident. It was a shocking sight. Ai Mingyu, who had just shaken hands with Ling Yu, had been shot in the head. In Ling Yu's eyes, the situation was clear. The assassin had used an FRF sniper rifle, hidden in ambush at the hotel entrance, waiting for Ai Mingyu to get out of the car to eliminate him with one shot. Oh no! Protect brother! Shen Xiaopeng shouted in shock as he saw the scene. The people of the Qin family were anxious, gathering around Ling Yu as they felt the other party seemed to be targeting the advancing players. Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. On one hand, he was touched by everyone's protection, and on the other hand, with them crowding around him like this, it would be easier for a sniper to lock in on him if someone really wanted him dead. But with the sharp instincts of a battlefield Wolf, he had already sensed that there were no assassins around. After the assassin had succeeded, they had already left the scene. Miss Qin, this is a lesson learned from past mistakes. You must protect your husband well, or else you'll end up a widow cough cough. I will also take good care of you. Nang Gongwu walked over to Qin Mingyu and said, the first half was quite touching, but the second half didn't sit right. After speaking, he felt a murderous intent coming from the direction of his master, so he sighed and suddenly led everyone into the hotel. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu also entered the hotel. Members of the Martial Arts Association remained at the entrance, continuing to investigate, while strengthening the hotel's security. In fact, such incidents were not uncommon in previous peak tournaments. The benefits of obtaining the title of Martial Saint were so great that where there are benefits, there will be those who take risks and eliminate their enemies through improper means. No one could have imagined that Ai Mingyu, a top expert, would be sent to heaven by a peanut. It can only be said that people make mistakes. Even the best falter. As Nike said, everything is possible. In a luxurious hotel room, a messenger, covered in a cloak, quietly approached Mr. Li. Mr. Li, the person is dead, the messenger said softly. Well done. Mr. Li praised. Although he felt that things were going too smoothly, he had many capable and talented people under him. If suspicions were raised due to things going too smoothly, it would be like slapping those capable and talented people in the face. Do you want to take down the Wolf King and Ling Yu as well? The messenger asked quietly once again. Mr. Li thought for a moment and waved his hand, saying, let's give some face to the organizers. If one dies, they will investigate thoroughly. If two die, they might quarantine the island until the culprit is found. The messenger nodded. Moreover, I don't believe that Wolf King is genuine. He is too ostentatious, and I haven't seen any indication of his true strength. Mr. Li continued. Mr. Li is wise, and I agree. The messenger nodded. The fake Wolf King might deceive some laypersons or the easily fooled, but they are all top experts with sharp eyes. How could they not see through it? As for Ling Yu, let's see if he can pass through the deep pass smoothly before making any decisions. Mr. Li's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Even if he makes it to the finals, the probability of an S-rank expert like him dying at the hands of Yamashita is extremely high, and it's not worth our effort. Mr. Li is wise. The messenger complimented. Another night of matches ended, and more factions and individuals began to relax. Those who still needed to continue with the competition took the opportunity to rest. However, there was one person who was different. He gripped the sword at his waist and silently entered a room in an ordinary hotel. Silent. However, the elderly man sitting in the room had already sensed him and, with closed eyes, said, Yuan Shui, you've finally come to see me. From the shadows, Yuan Shui emerged. Despite being impeccably clean, his eyes had become glazed, no longer resembling the handsome young man he once was. Since you've come to me, it means you have something on your mind. Why don't you speak? The elder inquired with closed eyes. Only then did Yuan Shui stare at him, and through gritted teeth, he asked, Ancestor, why, I've served you faithfully for 20 years, yet you never taught me martial arts and chose to pass on the versatile martial art to Ling Yu instead. Why? The ancestor did not respond but slowly opened his eyes. His old, profound gaze seemed to stretch infinitely, like an endless tunnel. Still haven't figured it out. I don't understand, Yuan Shui said, his anger barely contained. Just because his grandfather and father are heroes, while my father was a murderer, did you preemptively judge me? The ancestor remained silent and instead asked, even so, was I wrong? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Yuan Shui was now enraged. You don't trust me. Lack of trust breeds darkness, and you've brought this upon me. The ancestor remained expressionless and inquired again, is that how you see it? Exactly, Yuan Shui declared. You are the patriarch of the hero village, and your support and opinion hold great weight. If you trust me and pass on the teachings to me, the villagers will trust me, and Nana won't look down on my humble origin. I would tread the right path rather than end up like this." The ancestor gazed at him slightly, appearing to smile, yet no expression was visible. "You have a point, but it's not entirely correct," the ancestor remarked. Clang. Yuan Shui finally drew his sword and angrily pointed it at the ancestor. "This is nonsense. You favor Lingyu." The ancestor remained unmoved. "Perhaps because he has reasons worthy of my favor." "What reasons?" Yuan Shui roared, his eyes gradually turning red. Outside the room, the old drunkard drank heartily without disturbing the master and disciple. A group of butterflies, attracted by the scent of alcohol, fluttered outside the room, bringing a strange fragrance with them. "Yuan Shui, even if the versatile martial art is passed to you, it's useless because you still don't comprehend it." The ancestor candidly answered his question. "It's not that your martial arts talent is inferior to Lingyu's, but your spiritual realm cannot reach his level." "What level?" Yuan Shui's sword tip had already touched the elder's throat. Still unafraid, the ancestor calmly replied to his puzzled disciple, "He knows the purpose of practicing martial arts, and you do not. His strength derives from understanding the duty of a man, sacrificing oneself for the greater good of home and country. He bravely fights on the battlefield, knowing that behind him are the nation and the people. He must be strong enough to stand tall and unwavering. While you practice martial arts merely to gain the village or, dare I say, a woman's approval, your realm is far too inferior, much too inferior." Yuan Shui's gaze became increasingly cloudy, a deep red overtaking it. "You are talking nonsense. You look down on me. All of you are biased against me. I will kill Lingyu to prove you are all wrong. Those in the wrong don't deserve to live." Yuan Shui finally swung his sword. In his consciousness, he had already torn the ancestor apart. Gradually, his awareness became blurry. However, when he woke up the next morning, there was nothing before him but himself. Yet, the world he saw was already stained in blood red. He believed it was the blood of the ancestor that had dyed his world. "Kill! Kill!" Yuan Shui's head throbbed with pain as he raised his sword towards the sky and roared. The only purpose he had in living now was to kill Lingyu, proving everyone wrong. He needed to prove he was stronger than Lingyu, showing that the ancestor, Luna, and all the villagers of Hero Village had misjudged him. "Ancestor, that guy is already trying to deceive and betray the ancestors. Why are you keeping him?" After Yuanxi left, in the original room, the old alcoholic and the ancestor appeared and had a conversation. Thankfully, they had used the drunken butterfly to make the mentally unstable Yuanxi enter a drunken state in advance. "I have always been selfish." The ancestor squinted his eyes and sighed, saying, "I have watched him grow up all this time. I don't want him to die. Whether he can wake up or not, it depends on Lingyu." The old alcoholic shrugged, feeling that the ancestor was indeed unfair. But, considering that Lingyu was taught the secrets of the ever-changing ancestral practice, he decided not to argue with this grumpy old man. On the other hand, after Lingyu returned to the hotel, he did not continue to ponder the secrets of the ever-changing ancestral practice. Firstly, due to the assassination incident, he was not sure if Tang's people would target him. Secondly, he felt that the first two layers were enough to deal with Yuanxi. Tonight, he just wanted to sleep well with his soft-scented wife. The couple had not enjoyed such moments for a long time, especially Qin Mingyu, who was particularly exhausted from pregnancy. During this time, her body was nearing its limit. Now, with Lingyu by her side to sleep, she was able to finally rest peacefully. However, as soon as dawn broke, she noticed Lingyu was not by her side, so she hurriedly got up and walked out of the room. Thinking that Lingyu was preparing a loving breakfast, she was surprised to find him on the phone. "Mingyu, are you awake?" Lingyu heard footsteps and quickly hung up the phone, turning to look at her. Why are you on the phone with someone so early?" Qin Mingyu asked. However, Lingyu smiled slightly and whispered something in her ear. Qin Mingyu's expression changed slightly, and after a while, she nodded and said, "Tonight is the final battle. Let's not get distracted by anything else." "Understood. I'll go make you breakfast." Lingyu nodded. Even though the final battle was scheduled for tonight, he still wanted to fulfill his duty as a good husband and take care of his pregnant wife. At the same time, on Bari Island, this world-famous vacation destination wasn't too far from Long Kingdom. Before starting his journey, Qin Changong had considered this place as the final stop in his world tour. At 6 in the morning, Meijialit, as usual, prepared breakfast early and brought it to Qin Chang'an's room. However, just before entering the room, she received a text message. Operation beginning. Be prepared. No mistakes allowed. After reading these 12 words, Meijiali pursed her lips tightly, her youthful face showing a hint of nervousness. After deleting the message and taking a deep breath, she entered Qin Chang'an's room. "Oh, Mr. Qin, why are you up so early today?" Meijiali asked with a sweet smile as she placed the breakfast in front of Qin Chang'an. "Ha ha, I'm about to return to Long Kingdom soon, so I'm a bit excited. Couldn't sleep," Qin Chang'an said. Suddenly, he remembered something. "By the way, why haven't Mingyu and Lingyu contacted me yet? It's the final day of the Southern Zone's peak competition today, right? Why haven't they updated me on the situation?" Meijiali just smiled, then didn't respond. Just then, Beilao walked in and suggested, "Sir, why don't you give them a call to check in?" "All right." Qin Chang'an asked Meijiali to hand him his phone, and after unlocking it, he dialed Qin Mingyu's number. He had tried calling at least 20 times these days, but no one had answered. He wondered what was happening at home. Meijiali, however, had changed some information on Qin Chang'an's phone discreetly. The numbers he was calling were not those of Qin's family members. "Hello, Dad?" Unexpectedly, the call went through, and a voice similar to Qin Zimei's came from the other end. "Zimei, why is it you?" Qin Chang'an asked in surprise. "Isn't this Mingyu's number?" "You mean Mingyu? She's in trouble." Qin Zimei's voice trembled. "Trouble? What kind of trouble?" Qin Chang'an was shocked. The voice on the other end replied shakily. "Lingyu made it to the finals of the peak competition, but they were all assassinated last night." What? Upon hearing this, Qin Chang'an's eyes widened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. "Mr. Qin, are you all right?" Sir, please pull yourself together." Both Meijiali and Beilao rushed to support him. Despite Beilao immediately giving him a pill to revive him, it took Qin Chang'an a while to come to his senses. "Meijiali, what time is it now?" "Sir, it's 4 in the afternoon. You've been unconscious for 10 hours. Meijiali said with concern. "Mr. Qin, you seem to be in danger at any moment in this state. Should we take you to the local hospital?" "No need." Qin Chang'an waved his hand and, with the help of the two, stood up forcibly. "Beilao, arrange a plane to fly back to Long Kingdom tonight. I need to see what's happening with the Qin family." "Yes, sir." Beilao nodded and left the room to make arrangements. "Sir, let me get you some food and drink to replenish your energy." "Okay, go on." Qin Chang'an waved her off. He weakly lay back on the sofa, intending to rest for a while. However, he suddenly widened his eyes. This was because the coastal hotel on Bari Island had low floors, and there was a beach behind the balcony. At that moment, someone was climbing up with a sharp weapon. Squinting his eyes, with a murderous look in them, the person was determined. "Beilao, Beilao," Qin Chang'an called out loudly. But the two masked assailants were faster. They immediately pulled out their knives and lunged at him. Qin Chang'an was too weak to even run away. "Mr. Qin." In a critical moment, Meijiali threw herself onto Qin Chang'an, shielding him from the knife with her back. The warm blood instantly stained Qin Chang'an's elderly face. "Meijiali, Meijiali," Qin Chang'an exclaimed. This was the second time Meijiali had used her young life to save his old one. "Sir, you. Take care." Meijiali tightly clutched the attacker's knife, buying time for Qin Chang'an. The other assailant seemed a bit slow and was about to stab Qin Chang'an's head. At that crucial moment, a black and white energy surged forward. Beilao struck with a palm from a distance, knocking the attacker out, who crashed into the wall and vomited blood, dying on the spot. "Leave one alive." At this critical moment, Qin Chang'an maintained exceptional composure. He wanted to know who had sent the assassins to kill him. An old man detached from the world's affairs. Beilao nodded and kicked off the other assailant's right leg. With no hope of escape, the assailant directly pierced his own heart with the knife, refusing to be caught alive. As Beilao checked his breath, the assailant had already passed away. Damn it! Even at this moment, Qin Chang'an was focused on uncovering who had sent these killers to attack him, disregarding the killers themselves. Turning towards the wounded Meijiali, who was still lying on him, he gently shook her. "Meijiali, are you okay?" "Meijiali, hold on." Covered in blood, weakly opening her eyes, Meijiali smiled contently. "Mr. Qin, I'm afraid I might not make it before I die. I have only one request. Can you grant it, Mr. Chin? Jiali, tell me. Whatever you ask for, I will definitely agree. Chin Chang'an was also extremely moved. Mei Jiali had deep feelings for him, and he couldn't let down the girl who had saved his life twice. Sir, I am a woman. My biggest wish in this life is ... to have a husband. Can you agree to let me be your wife? Give me a status? Mei Jiali said weakly. What? Chin Chang'an trembled suddenly. Bai Lao was also surprised on the sign. The age gap between the two of them was a full 57 years. Sir, can you? Mei Jiali pleaded with tears streaming down her face. Once again. Okay. Okay. I agree. At a critical moment of life and death, Chin Chang'an didn't want to waste time. After agreeing, he immediately had Bai Lao send her for medical treatment. Mei Jiali smiled contentedly and slowly closed her eyes. At the same moment, on Nangxian Island, Qin Mingyu was already accompanying Ling Yu, leading the Qin family members to prepare for the event. Arriving at the entrance of the Nangxian martial arts field, they coincidentally met the Li family and others who arrived at the same time. Zaimai, Qin Hanshu called out loudly. Actually, she had already discussed with Qin Mingyu that if Qin Zaimai could admit her mistakes and turn over a new leaf, based on their years of relationship, they would still welcome her back to the Qin family. However, when Qin Zaimai heard her call, she deliberately lowered her head, pretending not to hear. On one hand, she felt embarrassed and humiliated. On the other hand, she was too influenced by Li Bamo's puo, and she didn't think the prospects of the Li family were inferior to the Qin families. Even if they failed this time, they could come back in 3 years. Zaimai quickly apologized to Mingyu. We will speak for you. Come back to the Qin family. Qin Hanshu brought Qin Kinju directly to Qin Zaimai. They had the deepest bond with Qin Zaimai, and really didn't want to see her being expelled from the Qin family. Unexpectedly, Qin Zaimai immediately became indignant and gritted her teeth, saying, Apologize for what? I did nothing wrong. Zaimai, you. Qin Kinju was irritated by her obstinacy. Third sister, fourth sister, I am already married. I am different from you. I am now the wife of the Li family. If the Qin family wants to expel me, let them. Qin Zaimai straightened her back, lifted her head, still full of self-importance. That's right, the Li family lost to the Qin family yesterday, but that's only temporary. I also don't think Ling Yu can win the championship. The Qin family is forever a local family in the mountains and swamps of Yuncheng, while my seniors are from a prestigious family in Tianzi City. That's a fact that will never change. Zaimai, you. Qin Hanshu and Qin Kinju were once again angered by her. Qin Mingyu also lost patience with this woman, directly turned around, and no longer looked towards the Li family. What pride did they have to show when their subordinates were defeated? Not worth bothering with. At this moment, the organizers came to welcome the honored guests into the venue. As a powerful force among the top 8 families, the Qin family naturally received various preferential treatments. On the other hand, the Li family could only enter the venue after the top 8 families had arrived. Ling Yu, you must do your best. Qin Hanshu and Qin Kinji also hurried back. The two aunts had never been so warm towards Ling Yu before. Now, standing on each side of him, they almost held his hand tightly, encouraging him. At that moment, they really wanted to see Ling Yu in the championship and completely crush the Li family. What expression would their stubborn sister have then? Qin Yu and Qin Jinzi, although not as enthusiastic, were also looking at Ling Yu sincerely and with high expectations. Aunts, rest assured, I will do my best for the Qin family. Ling Yu also felt warm. Slowly, he had been accepted by most of the Qin family members. Now, except for Qin Zaimai and Qin Langni, all the women had high hopes for him. As the saying goes, you can't please everyone. Not everyone is a person after all. Ling Yu didn't force it, and the remaining 2 women also accepted him. Most importantly, his wife had always stood by him. That was enough. As the Qin family members entered the venue, the audience at the scene stirred up a wave of excitement. This was the charm of Nangxian. The spectators present were at least petite bourgeoisie. Rich and wealthy tycoons were numerous. Being able to attract the support of these fans was an invisible powerful force. So winning the championship would definitely make the Southern Zoo overlord a force to be reckoned with. For tonight's championship final, the venue had changed compared to the previous 2 days. On both sides of the stage, to large screens measuring 10 meters, 5 meters were added. It was not clear what they were for. The touchscreen betting devices were still present in the audience seating, but the maximum limit for a single game winnings had been raised to 100 million. This meant that players who lost money in the previous two nights had a chance to make a profit tonight. The competition was now truly intense. Qin Mingyu and Zhao Wenjin were the current leading players, but the prize money they had won was only a mere 18 million. As for the players who had lost the most in the previous two nights, they had already reached billions, and there were quite a few of them. Initially, the limit on the maximum prize money per game was a scam by the house. In the first 2 days of the competition, the organizers of the Southern Zoo Martial Arts Association had already made a huge profit. This was their biggest motivation for holding the Southern Zoo Summit annually, as each competition would bring in at least tens of billions in betting funds. Everyone, the exciting final battle is about to come. Are you looking forward to it? Wang Zhan, the overall coordinator of the martial arts tournament, took the stage to hype up the atmosphere. We are looking forward to it. But I heard there was a big event last night. Yes, please announce it. The audience below couldn't contain their emotions. Many of them were martial arts enthusiasts who had paid a hefty price to come to the island just to watch the pinnacle battle. However, the news of Ai Mingyu being shot dead in front of the hotel last night had incited their emotions. After all, he was a top-notch martial artist who had defeated the previous martial saint. Wang Zhang couldn't withstand this immense pressure. Sweating on his forehead, he quickly said, "Everyone, I believe you have heard that Ai Mingyu from the Nangon family was shot dead by a first-class sniper when he returned to the hotel last night, so he won't be able to participate in tonight's finals." What? This kind of thing happened again? Is your organizing committee crap? You can't even guarantee the safety of the participating athletes. Ai Mingyu is dead. What's the point of watching the finals tonight? Just give the champions to Nangon to compensate. Terrible organizing committee. The audience immediately burst into a chorus of boos. Anyone would be angry. The vast majority of the audience had come to see the highest quality martial arts competition, but if the strongest contender got killed, it felt like the championship's prestige had greatly diminished. Wang Zhan announced under the pressure, "Everyone, we in the Southern Zoo Martial Arts Association will thoroughly investigate this matter and give everyone a proper explanation. Unfortunately, we still have to announce two pieces of news. The first, in the upper half of the zone, due to a player directly forfeiting, Zia Family Tragedy has directly advanced to the semi-finals. The second, as everyone knows, Ai Mingyu was shot dead. We will award the Nangon family the champion's prize money as compensation and also announce that the Wolf King player has directly advanced." As soon as these two announcements were made, undoubtedly, another round of booing echoed through the venue. The perpetrator cannot be found. So what use is the reward? Exactly. Does the Nangon family lack money? Do they burn banknotes for fun when they have nothing to do at home? We want to see exciting matches. Everyone is advancing directly. So what's the point of holding a competition? The audience continued to voice their complaints. Wang Zhan also knew there was nothing he could do, so he could only repeatedly bow and apologize to everyone, sweating profusely as he walked off the stage. With the culprit unable to be found in this incident, the prestige of their martial arts association would surely decrease significantly. Mr. Lee watched the scene unfold in the VIP room with a deep expression. He had thought that assassinating a certain Ai Mingyu wouldn't cause much commotion, but now it seemed that the Martial Arts Association would definitely thoroughly investigate. If it was revealed to be the doing of his people, they would definitely not let it go. So the best solution would be to silence the person responsible, get rid of the perpetrator and bury the truth forever in the abyss. He glanced at the Bluebird Messenger with a look, and the Bluebird Messenger immediately understood, nodding and leaving the room. Regardless of the emotions and opinions of the audience, the competition proceeded, as usual that night. As the first quarter-final of the lower half began, the audience's complaints gradually subsided as everyone became busy placing baits to win money. But upon seeing the odds, they were shocked. The odds for Shen Susan were 1 to 1.1, and the opponent was another business family from Shen City, the Yang family. Although they were also formidable in terms of reputation and foundation, they were inferior to Shen Su. Having been suppressed by the Su family for many years in Shen City, they had struggled to break free from their shackles. In the previous years, it had been manageable, but recently with the aging of Su Laoyi, Many of Shen Su's powers had gradually fallen into the hands of Su Jianchao, who had been oppressing the Yang family at every turn to prevent them from gaining influence. In response to this pressure, Yang family's head, Yang Paifeng, spared no effort and huge sums of money to hire a grandmother-level expert, Bu Lishan. Hey, I never expected that Gu Wu Mao's little brother would make it to the final 8, Zhao Wenjin said beside him, with Mo Shu wearing an eye patch, despite being seriously injured, still resolutely coming to watch the game. Mo Shu, who do you think will win this match? Zhao Wenjin also asked for his opinion, as Mo Shu had worked with Gu Lishan's brother, Gu Wu Mao, so he should have a good understanding of his strength. It's hard to say. Mo Shu also propped up his chin, furrowing his brows into a character. Let me tell you, Gu Lishan's moves are not as fierce as his brother's, but his talent is no less inferior to him. The organizer has raised Gu Lishan's grading from S to S, which shows that they recognize his strength and consider him to be of grandmother level. Strictly speaking, in terms of moves, I think this match is a toss-up, but the fact that the organizer dares to give Gu Lishan odds of 1 to 9 means they are certain he will lose. I think betting on Shen Jie will be safer. Zhao Wenjin nodded, not placing a bet and instead looking towards Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu and her seemed to be on the same page, as they had agreed during the day that a thumbs-up gesture indicated supporting the former and thumbs-down indicated the latter. Qin Mingyu nodded, because the next match was Ling Yu's, who had already gone to the player preparation area and was not with her at the moment. After some contemplation, she decided to place a bet, her beautiful eyes showing no sign of excitement. On the contrary, Shen Xiaopang, who was behind her, sneaked a peek, his whole body standing on end as he took a sharp breath. But in the next moment, his attention, like everyone else's, was drawn to the 2 big screens on the ring. Wow! 3 billion! Shen Su actually placed a bet of 3 billion on their own family expert. The audience erupted. This was the excitement of the final day of the competition, and it was the key to why the Southern Peak tournament could influence the rise and fall of a family. In the last 8 finals, it was a confrontation of equal betting between families. The odds were not influenced by the organizer, ensuring fair 1-to-1 exchanges. Ha! Master Yan, are you brave enough to play? Su Jianchao also provoked Yan Paifeng openly through a microphone provided by the organizer. If you dare not fight, acknowledge your cowardice, and I will not continue to bully you. Yan Paifeng, a relatively young man who looked to be under 40, had a face full of anger, tightly clenching his fists. According to the rules, the Yan family could acknowledge their cowardice and not place a bet, but they would have to pay 10% of the opponent's bet. Not betting would mean losing 3 billion for nothing, while betting could lead to either winning or losing 30 billion. Ha! Su still says he doesn't bully people? It's clear that he is crushing crabs with a big stone, bullying others with his superiority. Shen Xiaopang enjoys stirring up trouble despite the risks involved, joining in the commotion. Lin Fan, on the other hand, worried for Qin Mingyu, as these rules might also affect the Qin family in the future. The other women from the Qin family silently watched Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu, however, remained calm and composed, showing no signs of nervousness at all. If she wanted to become a martial emperor and take over the Southern Business Association, she had to have the courage and resilience. This was just a warm-up for the future challenges. I'm in. Yang family is betting. Yang Paifeng gritted his teeth and pressed the button. The screen representing the Yang family also displayed the figure of 30 billion. The entire venue erupted. According to the rules, if the Yang family had chosen to back out, Su's 3 billion bet would have been open to the entire venue. Anyone bold enough to challenge him would be able to place their baits. But with the Yang family joining, there was no need for others to get involved anymore. Sister, 30 billion is not a small amount. Qin Ruhan also sat next to Qin Mingyu, quietly speaking to her. Although the Yang family also has assets over 100 billion, once they shell out 30 billion in liquid funds, they might face bankruptcy crisis at any minute. Qin Mingyu nodded without responding. Zhao Wenjin, who observed her from afar, also understood what Qin Mingyu was likely thinking. In fact, what Qin Ruhan said was not the point. The real issue was that if Shen Su won the 30 billion, the next match between the Qin family and Shen Su might involve baits as high as 60 billion or more from the other side as a challenge. When that happened, would Qin Mingyu accept or back down? As the competition hadn't even started, the atmosphere instantly reached a climax due to the intense betting between these influential forces. Finally, Wan Zhong in the audience breathed a sigh of relief as the attention of the audience had finally shifted away. Ding! Ding rang out, and the first match of the final day of the competition finally began as scheduled. Ling Yu was also watching this battle in the preparation area. He had fought with Gu Wumao and even exchanged blows with Forest Brother. Honestly, Forest Brother's skills were slightly superior to Gu Wumao's, but this Gulishan was younger than his brother and his skills were not below his brother's. In terms of moves and fighting ability, he was not afraid of Forest Brother. Moreover, his falling petal palm was not inferior to Gu Wumao's. According to the evaluation criteria provided by the organizer, Ling Yu would give proof of Gu Wumao's S level, but this Gulishan was indeed worthy of an S level. Why did the organizer set such high odds for him? Although he clearly had the potential to spring surprises, the organizer showed no fear of the risk of an upset. On stage, two top S-class experts faced off, with no clear winner after 100 moves. Wow. Is it all over now? I should have bet on the underdog. Godly Chubby saw this scene, and was extremely nervous. Today, the limit has been lifted. He got carried away and placed all the 10 million he won in the past 2 days on Deep Su. On the other hand, Lin Fan, feeling rather pleased, quietly bet 9 times the amount on Gultia. Firstly, the Qin family and Deep Su are archenemies. As someone with a strong stance, he would rather lose money than support the enemy. Secondly, both are S-class. Why should that guy called Brother Sen always win? Thirdly, he also wanted to make a profit, so he quietly borrowed 1 million from Qin Ruhan, hoping to make up for his losses and prove himself. Watching the two fight evenly, with no clear victor, he naturally bet on the side with higher odds and felt relieved. Half of the audience present shared the same mentality as them. However, at the next moment, they, like Lin Fan, suddenly whitened their eyes, because in another round of fighting, Gultian's energy visibly declined. In contrast, Brother Sen, although slightly fatigued, still maintained his standard. How could this be happening? Something's fishy, Lin Fan exclaimed. Others also shared the same thoughts. A blatant setup. How could this be happening? Ling Yu also found it strange, but did not think it was a setup or something fishy. He knew Gultia was giving his all. Chen Mingyu also thought the same. The Yan family bet 3 billion. Why would they send 3 billion to Deep Su to stage this show? So, the couple confirmed that the problem definitely lay with the two warriors. Ling Yu was closer to the stage, and Chen Mingyu and realized the issue swiftly. Gultia was poisoned and probably wouldn't hold out much longer. In contrast, Gultia continued fighting until he was knocked out on stage, still unaware of what had happened. Why his strength had depleted so rapidly. Damn it! Lost again. Lin Fan was furious, pulling at his hair and even questioning his life choices. Did you bet on the Yan family again? Godly Chubby saw his distressed look and realized he couldn't resist placing another bet, furrowing his brow, saying, "Let me tell you, at this rate, you will lose everything." Qin Ruhan joked, saying, "Didn't you borrow money on his behalf?" This, although Godly Chubby grumbled, he still asked Lin Fan, "How much do you owe now?" Lin Fan looked dejected. "Over 6 million. Godly Chubby, almost pretending not to know Lin Fan anymore. "Over 6 million. How could he help him pay back?" Lin Fan hurriedly said, "Can you lend me another 6 million? I'll definitely win the next one." Godly Chubby was skeptical. "What if you don't?" Lin Fan gritted his teeth, resolute. "If I don't, I'll commit seppuku." "You wouldn't go that far, right?" Godly Chubby was still a little soft-hearted, sighing. "Fine, I'll lend it to you. But I'll tell you, if you mess up again this time, you're on your own." "Okay." Lin Fan patted his chest, promising, "If I win, I'll give you everything back, and you can help me pay off the debt." Deal. He knew the next round would definitely be a win. "All right, this is your last chance to win or lose." Godly Chubby was still loyal. Apart from his senior brother, Lin Fan was his only friend. Even though he was a bit unlucky, his character was still good. Unexpectedly, the odds for the next round were announced. Without a second thought, Lin Fan went all in on Qin family's Ling Yu, with odds of only 1.5. In contrast, Deep Su Sertuna was at 2.4. "Oh my. I forgot." Godly Chubby realized too late. "I forgot the next round is your senior brother's match. Even if you win, it won't be enough to pay off the debt." Lin Fan didn't care, pointing at him. "Heroes always stick to their word. Are you a hero?" "Of course, but..." "Great, we're good then. Best buddy." Lin Fan clapped Godly Chubby's shoulder tightly. Best friends for life. Godly chubby. It sounded good. But why did he feel so uncomfortable? Chin Ruhan watched the two jokesters, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. At this moment, another astonishing number lit up on the stage, igniting the audience once more. 30 billion. Deep Su is truly bold. Even though the organizers didn't favor him, Su Jianchao still bet 30 billion on his warriors. Furthermore, he stood up and taunted Chen Mingyu through the microphone. Miss Chin, I heard you're Cloud City's top beauty and rich lady. Does 30 billion suit your taste? If you think it's not enough, feel free to add more, but if you decline, then Chin family and Cloud City would be greatly disappointed. This statement immediately shifted the focus to Chin Mingyu. Almost every pair of eyes in the crowd turned to the pregnant woman. Chin Mingyu maintained her composure. It was actually Chin Hanshu who couldn't resist leaning over, whispering, Mingyu, 30 billion is no joke. Su family just won one round and can afford to lose. But if we lose, Tiagang Group might crumble. Chin Mingyu nodded, but instead of immediately responding to Su Jianchao's provocation, her gaze shifted to the preparation area. Ling Yu was standing at the entrance, exchanging glances with her. Then, he raised his index finger, indicating the implementation of Plan A. Chin Mingyu silently raised her thumb, signifying comprehension. The couple finished their secret communication. It was discussed the night before, and even if others noticed their subtle gestures, they had no idea about their intentions. Feeling scared? Su Jianchao continued the same routine. It's okay, your woman can afford to feel scared. It's a gender privilege. But as a base fee of 3 billion, my Su family will accept. If Chin Mingyu succumbed, they would hand over 3 billion to the Su family, and even if Ling Yu triumphed over Sortuna, he still couldn't claim Deep Su's 30 billion. It was a huge loss. But following through meant facing a massive disaster if they lost. This was the most attractive aspect of the finals, and one of the main reasons why the champions' powers could reign supreme at the top of the southern continent's pyramid. Winning the competition not only brought prestige, but also significant financial gain and a blow to competitors. It was a win-win situation. Under the gaze of thousands, Chin Mingyu seemed to be under immense pressure. Through the microphone, she lightly responded, Chin family is willing to accept the challenge, but we lack the funds. Could the Su family be a bit more lenient? This was a woman's privilege, especially a beautiful one like her. Even though she said so, no one would mock her. In fact, some might sympathize and want to help her. Ha ha, Su Jianchao burst into laughter. If it's not enough, you can borrow. Miss Chin, you are indeed beautiful and married, but I believe many men would still be willing to lend you money, even if you have to use yourself as collateral. Public humiliation. President Su and Su Jianchao are in the same viewing area. Hearing his eldest son speak like this, he was really very disappointed. He doesn't have any sense of manliness and broad-mindedness at all. If such a person becomes the president of the Southern Continent Chamber of Commerce, he will only bring disaster to the Southern Continent. Many people at the scene also looked down on Su Jianchao's performance. Chin Mingyu did not borrow money from others as expected. Instead, she put on a cold and angry face, lightly bit her shell teeth, and pressed the button. Chin family, 3 billion to challenge. Wow. Seeing the crazy numbers on the screen, the atmosphere in the arena was once again ignited. Everyone knew that the strength of the two players was evenly matched. Perhaps Chin family's Ling Yu still had a slight advantage, but it was obvious that the Chin family was forced to fight. If they lost the game, this up-and-coming family in Yuncheng might fall from grace. Hey, is the Chin family so short of funds? Mo Shu and many others had this doubt. Zhao Wenjun, however, smiled and did not answer his question. With a 50 billion order from Taoyuan military industry, and having received the down payment, how could the Chin family possibly lack funds? Su Qianmo also thought the same. Is the Chin family really all bark and no bite, or is Chin Mingyu, as a woman, cautious and hesitant? Regardless of the truth, Chin Mingyu's moves gave people the feeling that the Chin family's strength was far inferior to Shensu. Furthermore, because the Chin family was forced to fight, many people at the scene turned their baits towards Shensu. The betting phase ended. The game officially began. Neither of them rushed to attack. Mr. Tu stared at Ling Yu with a cold smile and said, I really didn't expect a second-rate city like Yuncheng would have such a superb master like you. Ling Yu disdainfully smiled. There are many superb masters in Yuncheng. There are many others better than me. He was not lying. The hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Hero Village, including the ancestor and the old drunkard, were no less skilled than him. Even Yuangxiu was from Hero Village in Yunchuan. It's just that this village had been to low-key for the past 30 years and had not entered the eyes of the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Tu, however, didn't believe Ling Yu's words, put on a confident stance, and coldly said, "The martial artists of a small city may have some skills, but I will soon show you the difference between a rogue cultivator and the martial artists from major sects." Ling Yu also took a stance and responded, "Let's just wait and see." Swish. Mr. Tu didn't make the audience wait any longer and finally launched an attack against Ling Yu. His moves were indeed quite exquisite. Unlike falling petal pawn and other martial artists' techniques that were dazzling but felt a bit unrealistic, and unlike the straightforward yet lacking in spectacle war combat fist of the battlefield, his moves were focused on being fast, precise, fierce, and had a mix of changes and lethal strikes. Ling Yu was momentarily amazed and exhausted from dodging. Hehe. The techniques this guy uses are authentic ancient martial arts. Mo Shu marveled. Ling Yu might have a bit of trouble this time. Zhao Wenjin was curious. What are true ancient martial arts? Mo Shu explained with a smile. Since the beginning of human existence, people have practiced martial arts. The most primitive martial arts were for hunting and fighting, embodying the characteristics of wild beasts. Later on, martial arts became techniques for killing on the battlefield, seeking ferocity and aiming for a single blow to kill. And then, in modern times, due to the need for performances, Dragon Kingdom's modern martial artists emerge, such as Guo Mao, who are influenced by this style. His techniques are ornate and elaborate, yet somewhat impractical. Stop. Zhao Wenjin interrupted him directly. Although I am quite interested, you are explaining in too much detail. Can you get to the point? Mo Shu grinned. In simple terms, Mr. Tu's techniques are extremely ancient, true martial arts techniques passed down for 1,000 years, distinct from any other martial artists present. Zhao Wenjin nodded, with a complete understanding, and couldn't help but look slightly worried in Qin Mingyu's direction. Qin Mingyu had no facial expressions, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of worry. Because on the stage, Ling Yu was embroiled in a tough battle. What's going on? Is my brother-in-law too tired? Why does it seem like Qin Ruhan was not a martial artist, so she couldn't tell? She knew that Mr. Tu was formidable, but she couldn't see much difference between him and the elderly opponent from yesterday. Why did her brother-in-law seem relaxed fighting the elderly yesterday but struggling against Mr. Tu today? Fatty, why don't you tell me what's going on? Lin Fan was even more nervous than Qin Ruhan. If Ling Yu lost, he would suffer a double blow of money and spirit. I don't know either. Although God Fatty was a martial artist, his realm was far from S-level. He was just as puzzled as Qin Ruhan, as his master was definitely not at the same level as today. Why was that? In Shensu region, Su Guanglian also found it strange and couldn't help but ask, Sen, have we overestimated this Ling Yu? Sen laughed devilishly. No, that guy is still hiding his true strength. What? Su Jianchao, the father and son, were shocked. At this point, he still has to hide his strength. Isn't he afraid of exposing himself? Su Guanglian exclaimed. Ha ha. Sen laughed. He has no choice but to hide it because he needs to keep a secret. That's because he's actually Ai Mingyu. What? The Su family father and son were even more shocked. Even President Su, who was not far away, perked up his ears to listen to their conversation, secretly amazed. Sen, are you sure? Su Guanglian asked. 100% sure, Sen said confidently. Ling Yu has been competing with two identities all along, using different techniques to deceive others easily. But I have strength close to his and even exchanged blows with him. Can I not tell the difference? No wonder. Su Jianchao slapped his leg. Ai Mingyu's martial arts are so high. How could he be assassinated so easily? He did it on purpose. Su Guanglian also realized suddenly. Gritted his teeth. This Ling Yu is such a cunning fellow. Is he afraid that the organizers will investigate his identity and disqualify him? Su Jianchao immediately denied his speculation. The Martial Arts Association has always respected strength as supreme, and they are not strict in this aspect as there is no evidence now. Ling Yu is not afraid of an investigation. Then why? Su Guanglian, lacking his father's cunning and wisdom, couldn't understand. Su Jianchao did not explain to him. Instead, he looked towards Mr. Li, who had come to watch the finals today. It seemed that the Qin family was also an enemy that the Chamber of Commerce president had to deal with. What identity was Ling Yu hiding? Even the president of the Chamber of Commerce was eyeing him to eliminate him. Hehe, you don't need to guess too much. In any case, Ling Yu is bound to die at our hands. Sen stared at the arena with full confidence. Ling Yu used the identity of Ai Mingyu and fought a tough battle with Mourning yesterday, depleting his stamina greatly. Today, he still has to be cautious, and he will definitely not pass Mr. Tu's test. Even if he luckily gets through, I will immediately send him to his end with my own hands. Upon hearing Brother Sen's words, Sujian Cha and his son also smiled and continued to watch the competition on the stage. With a rip, Master Tun tore open the shirt on Ling Yu's arm, revealing a shallow blood mark. Brother-in-law, Qin Ruhan jumped nervously, clenching her fists tightly as she watched the stage. What's going on? Why is my brother-in-law breathing so heavily? Her question went unanswered as Qin Mingyu remained silent, with the Farants of the Qin family looking worried. In the direction of the Li family, Qin Zimai smirked. I knew that even if Ling Yu defeats the elderly, he won't be able to win the championship. The Qin family lost 3 billion, even worse off than our Li family. Hehe. Li Bamai also smiled, knowing that if the Qin family didn't become president of the Southern Commerce Association, they would have a chance to acquire the Sun Heart. Especially with the Qin family losing 3 billion in liquid funds, the Chiagang group might be in a huge financial crisis. Ling Yu, isn't it strange? Master Tun saw Ling Yu panting continuously, didn't rush to attack, instead coldly asking on the stage. For him, regardless of winning or losing, this was the final match because in the next round, the winner would face Brother Sen, and even if he won, he would voluntarily forfeit. Your moves, are they poisonous? Ling Yu gritted his teeth, sweat flowing down his forehead. Ha ha, you finally noticed? Unfortunately, it's too late. Master Tun said triumphantly. We are experts of the 5 poison sect. Our punches, kicks, and even various parts of our bodies could be poisoned, making it impossible for the opponent to defend against us. You failed from the beginning by not finishing me off instantly. Ling Yu looked at his palms and bit his teeth lightly, saying, I understand now. Ha ha, your palms should be turning black, right? Blame yourself for intentionally hiding your strength. If you had used all your power from the beginning, maybe you could have beaten me. Master Tun also realized that Ling Yu had been hiding his strength. Now, he could only go to hell with regret and remorse. What the heck? The Qin family's expert is still hiding his strength at this time. There is reason behind it. Is he planning to conserve energy for the upcoming matches? If he can't pass this round, what about later? This is the advantage of Shensu. The audience below the stage discussed fervently. The Qin family members were so nervous that they were biting their hands collectively. Qin Mingyu remained silent as deep thoughts flickered in her eyes. On the other hand, Shensu was overjoyed. They had won all the matches in this Southern Peak competition. The Southern Commerce Association would be theirs from now on. Die. Master Tun didn't want to drag it out any longer and executed a killer move against Ling Yu. To his surprise, Ling Yu still had the strength to dodge his claws, flipped to the side, and used a scissor leg move, catching Master Tun's neck. Master Tun regretted being careless at this moment. He hadn't expected this guy to still have the strength to evade his attack. I can still lose like this. Su Guangliang and others stood up in annoyance, looking defeated. Hey, don't worry. Ling Yu might not have enough strength to break Master Tun's hand, but as long as Master Tun does not admit defeat, he will definitely win. Sen stood with crossed hands, speaking confidently. The Su family and others quickly realized that Ling Yu's strength had indeed diminished due to the poisoning. Ha ha, even so, you can't defeat me. Master Tun laughed triumphantly. The expressions of the Qin family members turned from excitement to anxiety. Brother-in-law, come on. Qin Ruhan called out loudly. If you lose, I'll nag you every day. Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fan were initially watching the stage intently, but upon hearing this threat, they couldn't help but stare at her in disbelief. What kind of threat was that? If they were in the ring and heard such a threat, they would probably just admit defeat immediately, right? Fortunately, Ling Yu seemed to truly hear Qin Ruhan's threat, suddenly gaining a second wind and forcibly twisting Master Tun's arm with a creaking sound. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. In the end, Master Tun quickly surrendered. He was convinced that Ling Yu was on his last legs, so he didn't need to silently break his own arm, or even risk his life. As soon as these words fell, The expressions of the entire venue froze. Qin Zimai and Li Bamai were shocked and speechless. How had Ling Yu managed to turn the tables on them again? What's going on? Can the Qin family turn defeat into victory again? Some players who were suppressing Shen Su were angrily smashing things. Some were ruined financially, while others were bathed in fortune. Lin Fen breathed a sigh of relief, at least resolving the financial matter. No more betting. No more betting. He shouted several times before suddenly asking, Ling Yu won. But what's next? This was also a concern for the Qin family members. Just as Qin Mingyu was beginning to relax and alleviate the tension, Qin Han Snow had come to her side. Mingyu, why don't we forfeit now while we still can? Qin Mingyu didn't respond but glanced behind her to see the other ass quietly standing there. Though they hadn't spoken, it was evident they shared the same sentiment as Qin Han Snow. Qin Mingyu also understood that from their perspective and with their knowledge, forfeiting now would be most beneficial for the Qin family. With Ling Yu in his current state, the next round wouldn't bode well. If they were to forfeit on the stage and lose a significant sum of money, who knew if Shen Su, having lost 3 billion, would go mad in the next round? How high would they bet then? If Ling Yu doesn't give up, I won't give up. Qin Mingyu responded resolutely to the ants. Qin Hong Snow wanted to persuade her, but was pulled back by Qin Ruhan and shook her head. Qin Hong Snow could only nod helplessly, trusting Qin Mingyu's judgment as the head of the family. Meanwhile, behind the preparation area, South Palace was secretly meeting with the fake Wolf King. What? You want me not to forfeit directly? The imposter was recruited by South Palace Wu. Originally, he had intended to bring a group of brothers to make a quick fortune and leave, but somehow ended up accidentally making it to the final four. Looking back, even he couldn't believe it, yet it had somehow happened. No way. No way. The imposter waved his hands frantically. South Palace's young master, it doesn't matter how much money you give me. Money must be spent on worthy pursuits. That Jiangshu is a dead pervert, a big demon. What if he decides to kill me out of the blue? 10 million. South Palace rarely engaged in banter with him. He knew that the teacher had intentionally poisoned Master Tan, but despite his exceptional medical skills, it would still take some time to detoxify. If the imposter forfeited directly in the first half of the competition, there would be no time to buy time for the teacher. 10 million? The imposter's eyes lit up. With this money, he could hire 17 or 18 beautiful women to bathe him, massage him every day, and even play with him in bed. Yes, 10 million. As long as you can delay for 5 minutes, I will also gift you a beautiful girlfriend. You can choose from my girlfriends. South Palace, who wasn't good at anything else, but spending money recklessly and having countless girlfriends. T***, I'm going all out. Money could make the devil turn the millstone. The imposter decided to grit his teeth and go all out. He didn't believe that with his intelligence, he couldn't survive. Really? The Wolf King is still going on stage. Ha ha. Even if he makes it to the top 4, the organizers still give him a rating. What does that say? Damn. Do you think he's the brother of the president of the Martial Arts Association? Otherwise, why would he make it to the top 4 by playing tricks? Shady. Purely shady. The organizers should refund my losing bet. The audience on site, upon seeing the imposter stepping onto the stage, immediately began discussing and some even started demanding refunds. To be honest, both President Zhuan Mu and Wang Zhan, as figures of the Martial Arts Association, wanted nothing more than to take down this Wolf King in the ring. They had nothing to do with him. They were curious how someone like him managed to reach the top 4. Even Shen Xiaopang, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but admire. If we talk about the child of destiny, this guy surely fits the bill. Ha ha. I never hoped for Yuangxi to win. But this time, can I openly support Yuangxi to win? Shen Xiaopang looked pleased, but upon checking the odds, his expression changed completely. Yes, you're not mistaken. Seeing his expression, Lin Fen chuckled. Betting on Yuangxi has odds of 1 to 1.001, while betting on the Wolf King is 1 to 888. With such good luck, why not try a wild bet? Shen Xiaopang protested. I won't waste money on that. Not even a penny. Lin Fen couldn't help but admire the personality of this fat guy. Could it be that only people with such character traits could amass wealth? If you won't, I'll bet 10,000. Lin Fen couldn't resist. There were quite a few gamblers with similar thoughts. However, hardly anyone supported Yuangxi. Although if Yuangxi failed to step onto the stage, the match would be declared a draw without any risk, but even winning 100 million would only yield a profit of 100,000. and the high rollers couldn't be bothered to waste time, so they refrained from betting. Qin Mingyu, of course, had no interest in studying such matches. She was rather curious why the imposter was dressed so strangely on stage. While the rules didn't restrict competitors' attire, this was a martial stage, not a theater stage. Why the fancy clothing? Still, from her standpoint, she wanted the guy to last as long as possible to buy her husband some rest time. But since the imposter didn't represent any faction, the aspect of betting between two factions was absent this time around. Upon stepping onto the stage, the imposter saw Yuangxi also preparing to go up and took a deep breath to calm himself, repeating internally, "It's okay, it's okay." He was always a rascal since childhood, venturing throughout the martial world for many years. How many times did he put his head on the line, including impersonating the Northern War God this time? He mainly faced risks for fortune. If the real Wolf King was still alive, feeling his reputation tainted, he could end him at any moment. As Yuangxi ascended the stage and looked at the Wolf King without a hint of emotion in his eyes, that intimidating gaze caused the Wolf King to shudder inwardly. If not for maintaining his image, he would have fled then and there. Just as the Wolf King was about to speak, the match bell rang prematurely. Damn. What was going on? The Wolf King almost wet himself. Didn't previous matches allow for a buffer period after the competitors ascended the stage? Why was this match so rushed? Didn't the Wolf King want to exhibit his grace and grandeur? Unbeknownst to him, the organizers deliberately hastened the match. Since there were no betting rounds involved, they decided to skip the customary staring down of opponents to save time. The entire audience was waiting for the next focal battle. Who cared about this match with such a disparate strength and no involvement of factions behind? Let's start and finish this quickly. Wait. Seeing Yuangxi preparing to move, the imposter quickly raised his hand to stop him. If he made a move, things could go south for him. How could he last 5 minutes then? While Yuangxi remained silent, he actually stopped. What's going on? Start already. End it quickly. Don't waste time. Several people in the audience shouted. To the surprise of many, the imposter suddenly spoke to Yuangxi. Listen, did you hear that? Did you hear it? Furrowing his brows, Yuangxi wondered what the imposter meant. Listen, all the audience is urging me to take you down quickly, to conclude the match early. But I can't do that. Do you know why? The imposter resorted to his usual tricks, creating suspense. Unexpectedly, it worked, and Yuangxi completely dropped his guard, standing leisurely without any intention of making a move, waiting to hear the joke this man had to offer. Hero Yuangxi, I mean, little Yuangxi. Actually, this Wolf King is very kind at heart. The imposter put on a solemn and benevolent expression as he said, throughout the Wolf King's life, he has acted with chivalry multiple times, fighting evil and injustice. He hasn't encountered many truly bad people, and you are no exception. Good-looking people are generally go, so I think everyone has misunderstood you. Yuangxi's eyes flickered slightly. Although silent, his gaze towards the imposter was different from before, showing a hint of curiosity. The imposter felt triumphant as his plan worked. 1 billion profits in 5 minutes. The opportunity arrived. So, today I've decided to let you go. At this point, Yuangxi's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Startled, the Wolf King quickly corrected himself. I mean, I want to have a good chat with you. Open up your heart. If possible, I even want to be your friend. Friend? Yuangxi finally responded to this absurd suggestion with a cold smile. When he still had his sense and sanity, he knew clearly the situation he was in, now ostracized by all, and anyone claiming to be his friend would only seek to use him. Really? Friends? The Wolf King hastened to interject. I can see from your eyes that deep down, you are kind-hearted. You've just lost your way. I wish to be a trustful friend to you, to bring light into your darkness. Yuangxi scoffed. Luna and Tanya were dead. The ancestors passed on the mantle to Lingyu, and worldwide, he was seen as a merciless killer. What more light did he need in his life? What's this? Start fighting. Yeah. This is a challenge arena, not a matchmaking platform. Why waste time chatting? What a farce. 2 minutes have passed, and they're just standing there motionless, wasting everyone's time. Below, the audience suddenly became agitated. Seeing Yuangxi about to make a move again, the imposter panicked, quickly adding, by the way, you should know about my glorious history, right? Back then, I safeguarded the northern border, vanquishing countless enemies, even creating my own techniques. I'm worried my mighty moves might hurt you. So how about you wait, and I'll showcase them to you first. Once again, Yuanxi remained motionless, reminiscing about what his ancestor once said. The difference in martial arts realms between him and Ling Yu was this point protecting the country. He wanted to see what safeguarding the country really meant and the extent of its power. Watch closely. The impostor made his move towards Yuanxi. Seeing action finally taking place, the audience's indignant voices gradually silenced. Non Gongwu frowned. Checking the time, it hadn't even been 3 minutes, and the impostor had initiated the attack. Was he trying to extend his life? Did the master finish detoxifying yet? The counterfeit goods are named Jiamao, but they do have some skills. He did apply to join the Wolf Warriors before, but was rejected in the final round. He was very angry and returned to train even harder. 3 years ago, he wanted to try again, but a battle in the north went wrong, leading to the disbandment of the Wolf Warriors. He suddenly felt lost and realized that his years of hard work had become a joke. Since that day, he harbored a deep hatred for the failed Wolf King and even fantasized about becoming the Wolf King himself, leading his subordinates to glory on the battlefield. Unfortunately, the world did not give him that opportunity, so he recruited a group of brothers who also loved to daydream, calling themselves Wolf Kings and roaming around. After tasting some success, they gradually started to believe in their own roles. So even though his military boxing and military grappling are done with some skill, if he practiced a different martial art, Yuanxi would definitely look down upon him, but unfortunately, he practices military martial arts, so Yuanxi watches in silence. The ancestors said that Ling Yu's realm is high because he has the nation and the people behind him, with a powerful sense of responsibility pushing him forward continuously. Because he cannot fall, so he is extremely powerful, but behind him, there is only a village, a woman, so he cannot transform. But this guy in front of us, isn't he also the Wolf King of the North? Why is he so weak? So the ancestors were wrong. What's going on? Yeah. Are the two on stage from the Abnormal Human Research Center? The audience below, seeing the two not fighting yet, started to clamor again. Not to mention Shen Xiaopang and Lin Fan, even Qing Ruhan and Mo Shu also couldn't understand what the two on stage were saying and what they were doing now. But Qin Mingyu knew, not only because she is intelligent, but also because she knows more information. Ling Yu and Mo Shu teamed up to get the counterfeit goods into the top 4. Now he is certainly delaying time for Ling Yu for some benefit. The more he does this, the more she worries about Ling Yu's condition. Plan A. Deliberately show weakness, lure the enemy in deep, then wipe them all out. But now she couldn't be sure whether Ling Yu's handling of the situation with the boss paid was intentional or an accident. Now Ling Yu is also in the preparation area, and communication devices are not allowed in the arena, so the husband and wife cannot communicate. Enough. Yuanxiu finally lost interest, his eyes turning red. Is this what you call invincible soldiers? Is this the realm of defending the family and the country? Let's see if you can stop my sword. Yuanxiu. Damn it. Jiamao saw that his expression was wrong and immediately stopped all movements. Fortunately, Yuanxiu talked too much. Shaking his forehead for too long, he quickly used the reflection from the reflective surface on his clothes to reflect the strong light on the platform onto Yuanxiu's face. No matter how strong a person is, their eyes are still sensitive to light. Yuanxiu subconsciously blocked his eyes, and Jiamao immediately dashed forward, using a sliding shovel, and flew off the platform, landing, striking a cool pose. The movements were smooth and natural. Everyone was stunned. Jiamao even touched his hair, closed his eyes, and feigned a heroic manner, saying, Yuanxiu, you don't seem like a bad person. Moreover, this war god is Loki and doesn't want too much attention, so I'll let you advance to the finals. The war god has had enough fun and is leaving. Haha. After speaking, he quickly ran away. He was also afraid that Yuanxiu would get angry and kill him with a sword. Everyone saw him speak in a pretentious manner, but escape faster than a rabbit, feeling a bit dumbfounded. Whether his martial arts skills are strong or not, his fleeing skills and thick skin are definitely top-notch. 10. So-called war god. Is he the god who runs the fastest on the battlefield? Shen Xiaopang couldn't help but comment. Qin Ruhan also chuckled, realizing that this guy's shamelessness might be even greater than that of Shen Xiaopang. Qin Mingyu also smiled faintly, realizing that this counterfeit goods, while not a good person, had indeed helped Ling Yu quite a bit. Looking at the time, he didn't directly forfeit, and had already delayed for Lingyu for nearly 10 minutes. I wonder how Lingyu is doing now. Everyone, the next semi-final match is about to begin. As the master of ceremonies announced, Shensu immediately revealed their betting amount, stunning the crowd with a large number of baits. 100 billion. Tam, am I reading this right? Because Arabic numerals were displayed, many people couldn't immediately tell how much money that was. After counting on their fingers, it turned out to be 100 billion indeed. The members of the Qin family were also shocked. Shensu is going crazy. Don't they care about their lives? Qin Ruhan exclaimed next to her sister. Qin Mingyu's face turned cold, not expecting Shensu to play so big. This betting on the power battle, which was backed by the organizers, involves putting real money into it. Shensu's ability to invest 100 billion in liquid assets showed their immense financial resources and strength. Miss Qin, we generously gave you 30 billion just now. Are you backing down now? Sujian Chao directly taunted and mocked. If I were in your position and had just won 30 billion, losing 10 billion now wouldn't be a big deal. Women should enjoy wealth and luxury at home. There's no need to come out and compete with men. The words were quite clear. If Qin Mingyu backed down in this match, even if Lingyu won in the end, her reputation would be tarnished. Everyone saw Sujian Chao's boldness. Moreover, Qin Mingyu dared not follow along, unable to win the 100 billion from Shensu, and couldn't effectively damage the opponent. Even if she won the final match, there was no guarantee that she could securely become the chairman of the Southern Merchant Association. Mingyu, don't be impulsive. Qin Honshu was truly anxious this time, trembling all over. The other asks were the same. If they lost, the Qin family could face disaster at any moment. Li Bamai looked at the panic in the Qin family, mocking, Zaimai, do you see that? This is the downside of having women in charge. Women are naturally less daring than men. Qin Mingyu will definitely not follow. Qin Zaimai nodded as well. Lingyu had just been injured like that, and listening to Qin Mingyu's character, she was sure she wouldn't follow along. So in this pinnacle match, the Qin family had fallen far behind compared to the Li family, but Qin Mingyu definitely couldn't bring the Qin family to the top. Okay, I'm in. At that moment, Qin Mingyu gritted her teeth and openly accepted the challenge through the system. This sentence was like a resounding slap, fiercely hitting Li Bami's face. Qin Zaimai also blushed. This was not the Qin Mingyu she knew. Many people in the audience were also extremely surprised, exclaiming and applauding, full of admiration for Qin Mingyu's courage. Not only that, I want to add more. If the first sentence was a dazzling lightning, the words that followed from Qin Mingyu were a series of shocking thunderbolts. Qin family bets 300 billion. Qin Mingyu's decisive words not only stunned everyone else, but also petrified the Qin family members around her. Looking at Qin Mingyu, not even blinking an eye, even the Qin family members couldn't move. What? 300 billion? Upon hearing this number, everyone present went crazy. How terrifying a number is this? A match that could potentially cost a wealthy family. The people in the Deep Su region were all caught off guard and looked at each other in shock. Master Su, if the Qin family wants to give us money, we'll accept it with a smile. Senj looked confident, as he was certain of his victory over Lingyu. However, Sujian Chao had always been a legendary figure, and Deep Su was his lifelong legacy. How could he entrust it to someone else over just one match? The elderly chairman, Su, remained silent, as he had not yet handed over his position as the head of the South Continent Business Association, and the business in the market had long been handed over to Sujian Chao to manage. Dad, could this be a trick? Su Guanglian didn't know what the Qin family was up to, but he had his suspicions. Sujian Chao also shared the same doubts, which is why he hesitated to agree immediately. Sujian Chao, are you getting cold feet? Is this the courage and daring of a man? Qin Mingyu taunted him in return. Laughter erupted in the venue. Deep Su had truly shot itself in the foot this time. According to the rules, once the baits were placed, the money couldn't be retrieved. If Deep Su backed out now, they would lose 10 billion just like that. Sujian Chao was cursing inwardly. He never imagined that Qin Mingyu would play such a game. Could it be that Xian Lingyu had been playing all along? Were they intentionally luring the prey? Miss Qin, you put in the 300 billion first, then provoke me. Sujian Chao wasn't stupid. What if Qin Mingyu was just trying to scare him? If he refused now, would she then raise the 300 billion through funding? Qin Mingyu also realized that the old fox wasn't so simple. She hadn't made a decision in the heat of the moment due to a woman's provocation. She quickly invested 60 billion and then looked towards Zhao Wenjun. This had been prearranged with Zhao Wenjun. Zhao Wenjun nodded and promptly transferred the 100 billion she had prepared for her. However, this amount was still far from the 300 billion required. Zhao Wenjun didn't expect Qin Mingyu to be so ruthless. It seemed like she intended to decisively crush her competition. This woman was definitely well-versed in warfare. Either she didn't strike, or when she did, she would ensure the enemy had no opportunity to rise again. Qin Mingyu wasn't in a rush, as she also placed the borrowed 100 billion debt. Seeing the total of 160 billion on the screen, everyone present gasped in shock, thinking that this woman must be crazy. Mingyu. Qin Qinju wanted to speak, but was stopped as Qin Hongsno pulled her back. At this point, there was no need to say anything. They could only trust Lingyu and Qin Mingyu. Ha ha, 300 billion. And this is the best you Qin family can do. Su Guangliang mocked loudly. He knew that the Qin family was aiming to compete with Deep Su in front of all Southern Continent forces. They absolutely couldn't let the Qin family succeed. Qin Mingyu stayed silent, not making any further attempts to raise funds. Even her aunts were puzzled by her actions. Suddenly, South Palace's voice rang out in the venue. Ha ha, Miss Qin, do you accept my investment? I will lend you 140 billion. If the Qin family loses, you can repay me 70%, and if you win, you only need to give me 50%. Another round of astonishment swept through the venue. This bet was even more exciting than the actual match. Many people knew that this was essentially the final round. The winner would likely be the next president of the Southern Continent Business Association. Qin Mingyu looked at South Palace and smiled meaningfully. She had known that South Palace would support her, but he was indeed cunning. The terms he proposed seemed fair on the surface, but in reality, he was exchanging risk for profit. The public odds were set at 1 minute 1 second and 95 milliseconds for both sides, but with South Palace's investment, it essentially amounted to 3 for 5, making it a rate of 1 to 2.67, much higher than the public odds. Thank you, South Palace Wu. Qin Mingyu accepted. After all, she needed the financing and couldn't judge using normal odds. Su Qianmo sighed inwardly. She had wanted to support Qin Mingyu as well, but how could Yi Su's financial strength compare to that of the South Palace family? She couldn't come up with 140 billion in one go. She missed the opportunity and lost out. Soon, the staggering figure of 300 billion appeared before Deep Su. Su Jianchao was under immense pressure. Dad, what do we do now? If we don't participate, we lose 100 billion. If we do, we have to scramble for funding everywhere. Su Guangliang panicked. 300 billion was a terrifying amount of liquid capital, and Deep Su didn't have that capability. Su Jianchao, what's wrong now? With 300 billion in front of you, are you all too scared to take it? Qin Mingyu taunted coldly. This scene was a shock to everyone. The Grand Su family was hesitating. Although the Qin family hadn't independently provided the 300 billion, they confidently claimed they could, showcasing a financial and social network power that Deep Su couldn't compare to. Su Jianchao clearly understood this as well. In this match, they could only win, not lose. If they lost, they would lose everything. We can use our industries as collateral, can't we? Su Jianchao proposed, causing another uproar in the venue. This time, they had truly gone too far. Looking back at the peak matches in Southern Continent history, there were very few battles that escalated to this level. As the host, Chairman Duanmu spoke up, Miss Qin, I apologize. The acknowledged betting limit for this power battle is also 100 billion. We deeply admire the wealth and power of the Qin family, but Qin Mingyu understood what he was implying, so she didn't wait for him to finish speaking. She cut in with a cold smile. I accept Deep Su using their industries as the bet, as long as the organizers ensure a fair judgment, guaranteeing that the Qin family gains their industry. That's enough for us. Pausing for a moment, without waiting for others to respond, Qin Mingyu continued with a slight smile. Of course, if Deep Su decides to chicken out now and admits they can only go up to 100 billion, the Qin family won't continue to bully them, right? With those words, another round of applause erupted in the venue. What is a queen? That was the queen. Even the leader of the dominant Southern Continent family had to yield before her. All right, I'll make a deep raise. If we lose, all of Shensu's industries in the East City will belong to the Qin family, valued at over 25 billion. Please have the organizers notarize this. Sujian Chao gritted his teeth and agreed. The dilemma had now reached the organizers. Although they could estimate the value of Shensu's industries, they could not provide an accurate valuation in a short period of time. All right, the Qin family accepts. Qin Mingyu did not wait for the organizers to respond before making a proclamation. Since she and Lingyu had quietly agreed to plan it, she was determined to see it through. As husband and wife who flew under the same sky, they boldly sought fortune. As a wife, one should unconditionally trust her husband. All right, I hereby declare that this betting agreement is in effect, notarized by the Martial Arts Association, and guaranteed to be executed. President Duanmu did not dawdle and promptly made the announcement. Head. The entire audience could not contain their excitement. 300 billion. A match worth 300 billion. Even prominent figures from other factions found it terrifying. This was a match determining the future leader of the Southern Zone Business Association. Whoever loses 300 billion, not to mention becoming the president, might even lose the qualification to remain in the Southern Zone Business Association. Qin Mingyu is truly a heroine. Sukianmo also marveled secretly, her admiration for Qin Mingyu evident in her eyes. Even as the foremost young lady of the East City, she did not possess such audacity and courage. Phew. In the next moment, Brother Sen leapt onto the stage. He felt that the betting phase had wasted too much time and given Lingyu a chance to catch his breath, so he couldn't afford to give his opponent any more time. Lingyu, come out and meet your end. Are you not planning to delay for another 5 minutes? Brother Sen roared on the stage. According to the rules, if one player took the stage and the other did not within 5 minutes, it would be considered a forfeit. Everyone also looked towards the other entrance to the stage, but it remained empty. Lingyu had yet to appear. Sister, could brother-in-law's condition be inadequate right now? Qin Ruhan did not wish to speak, but this match was too crucial. Any slight mishap could bring an end to the Qin family's decades of glory in Yunshan. Some of Qin's aunts were visibly trembling, rare signs of nervousness. On the contrary, though Qin Mingyu possessed deep concerns in her eyes and faced pressure tenfold greater than theirs, she managed to remain composed. This alone earned her the silent admiration of many, including Zhao Wenjin, who highly regarded Qin Mingyu's courage and charisma. Lingyu will definitely win. Qin Mingyu, a woman of few words, gazed steadily at the stage, a single sentence calming everyone. Indeed, as soon as she finished speaking, the audience erupted in astonishment. Look, he's coming out. Qin family's Lingyu is here, and he looks great. The tens of thousands in the audience displayed rapid and complex changes in their demeanor. Just a moment ago, they were skeptical of the Qin family's display, thinking it was a bluff to intimidate Shensu. But upon seeing Lingyu's spirited arrival, their opinions shifted immediately. It seems the Qin family was intentionally luring Shensu deeper. Could it be that Lingyu was just pretending earlier? Many astute observers had already guessed the truth. As they saw Lingyu looking vibrant and confident, Qin Mingyu nearly released the last of her anxieties. This fool had her worried for so long. No. This can't be. On the stage, Brother Sen, who had been brimming with confidence, suddenly gawked at Lingyu below. As fellow experts from the Five Toxic Sect, even if Piggy's poison skills were a bit inferior, they were not easy to shake off. Lingyu's condition just now clearly showed signs of poisoning, yet in such a short time, he seemed to have recovered miraculously. Nothing is impossible. Lingyu ascended the stage step by step, exuding no flair but a self-assured gaze that struck a chord in the hearts of onlookers. Unfortunately, I'm quite skilled in medicine. Lingyu refrained from further explanations. After steadying himself, he revealed a charming arc. He had known from the outset that these two disciples of the Five Toxic Sect would be formidable opponents. The Sacred Valley medical record contained a wealth of knowledge about the Five Toxic Sect, especially Piggy's expertise in poison. Rescinding the poison was a trivial task for Lingyu, so he had earlier opted to accept the full dose. He eliminated the toxins through acupuncture as he descended the stage, resolving the matter in an instant. Beneath the stage, the old drunk smirked and took a sip of wine. Chuckling, could my disciple be taken down by the Five Toxic Sect? He was already aware of their existence at the age of 10. Those two rascals think they are the masterminds, not realizing they are just two fools. The venerable ancestor also smiled faintly, but gazed towards the preparation area, where Yuangxi stood alone. In terms of temperament and composure, Yuexi was already exceptional, yet he insisted on competing against Lingyu, which could only be described as courting disaster. Seeing Lingyu let down his guard, Sujiancha and his son broke out in cold sweat. They realized they had been duped. It wasn't their fault for being too naive. The enemy had simply been too cunning. They had believed they had an ace up their sleeve, only to discover that their opponents had outmaneuvered them. Damn it, I refuse to believe you can really beat me. Despite harboring a glimmer of hope, Brother Sen launched a full-force palm strike at Lingyu as soon as the bell rang. The strike was formidable and venomous, not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, Lingyu merely sidestepped and retaliated with a single palm strike to his chest. Poor Brother Sen was sent flying like a cruise missile, soaring through the air in a graceful arc before crashing below the stage, unconscious. Yuexi, come up. Without sparing Brother Sen a glance, Lingyu, unperturbed by his 300 billion win for his wife, did not even grant the audience a moment to digest the events, turning his gaze straight to Yuexi below the stage. Over in the Shensu region, the Su father and son were ashen expressions. They felt deeply wounded and humiliated. Lingyu had defeated them without affording them a chance to retaliate. As the designated successors to the chairman of the Southern Zone Business Association, they were not minor characters. Seeing the expressions of the father and son, Sukianmo couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for them. It could be said that they had brought this upon themselves by choosing to antagonize the Wolf King of the Northern Territory. Afterwards, Yuexi lowered his head and began to chuckle softly. His laughter grew louder and louder. From a hunched position to throwing his head back in laughter, many gamers familiar with King of Fighters felt that he resembled a character from the game. However, the majority of the audience was drawn in by his devilish laughter, feeling an escalating sense of unease. Yuexi made no effort to hide his murderous intent, seemingly emitting a dark aura under the spotlight. Wait, we need to place our baits. At this critical moment, someone stole the limelight from the two main protagonists. All eyes turned to an unknown figure, Liu Yuexi. Many did not recognize him, questioning his background and identity. Although Lingyu and Yuansu both wanted to quickly determine the winner, this was not the place for their grudges, but rather the Southern Peak Tournament. This was a competition representing the honor of the Southern Peak, so it had to follow the rules set by the organizer. That's right. Please state your bid amounts first. Wang Zhang was also sweating profusely but tried to remain composed as the host. He knew that once Yuansu and Lingyu started fighting, even the elite fighters of the Martial Arts Association might not be able to stop them. The rules of the organizer would be completely disregarded then. Fortunately, Yuansu was not in a demonic state at the moment, and Lingyu did not make any further moves, so they both paused. 300 billion. Liu Yejian did not light up his betting screen, but bluntly stated a number, then looked at Qin Mingyu with a mysterious smile. Mingyu, I'll convert all the industries left by Tang into 300 billion and bet against you. How about it? This statement stirred up another round of discussions on the spot. The Qin family had already acquired over 300 billion in funds and assets from Shensu, making them a dominant force in the southern region. But if they lost the final round, the third Su family would rise to the top. Could this be a story of praying mantis trying to catch cicadas and the oriole lurking behind? Qin Mingyu had not agreed yet, but the messenger Qingniao immediately approached Mr. Li and whispered, "Mr. Li, aren't you afraid this man will betray you?" With a subtle curve on his lips, Mr. Li looked at Liu Yejian. "To be honest, even I can't see through this man, but I believe in human nature. No one would joke with their own life." Qingniao nodded. They had no idea what kind of plan Liu Yejian had at the moment, but his 300 billion bets seemed foolproof. If Yuansu won, with the support of the Chamber of Commerce chairman behind the scenes, the third Su family will undoubtedly secure the position of the Southern Chamber of Commerce chairman. But if they lost, they would have to hand over the Tang industries built by the chairman over the years to the Qin family. This would result in the birth of a super family worth hundreds of billions in the southern region, allowing the Qin family to control the Southern Chamber of Commerce, on par with the major families of Yanjing. If the Qin family was determined to confront the chairman, they would surely be 10 times harder to deal with than the old man Su. Alright, the Qin family accepts the challenge. Qin Mingyu speculated about Liu Yejian's intentions, but found no reason for the Qin family to back down, whether he wanted to help or bring down the Qin family. After both sides had placed their baits, It was the turn of the public to place their baits. The odds for this match were still at 50-50. This is the final round, and I'm not betting. Chubby, I hope you bet on Lingyu. Lin Fen spoke seriously, looking at Chubby. Knowing he was unlucky, he essentially believed that whoever he supported would lose. He wouldn't support Yuan Su, but also wouldn't bet on Lingyu, bringing bad luck to him. Alright, I'm going all in on Master Ling. Let's do this. Chubby bravely placed all his winnings of 30 million on Lingyu. If we win, we'll dine and wine extravagantly. If we lose, we'll be penniless together. Chubby put his arm around Lin Fan, saying boldly, "Teal." Lin Fan reciprocated the gesture. Qin Ruhan watched the lively pair and couldn't help but shout, "Chubby, hum?" The chubby guy's eyes sparkled as he heard the goddess call his name. "To be honest, I'm starting to look at you in a new light," said Qin Ruhan. The chubby guy's face lit up even more. Could it be that the goddess finally appreciates him, falls in love with him, and can't resist him? Previously, I thought you were just a lucky, boastful, unskilled, thick-skinned chubby guy, but now, I see you have loyalty, luck, imagination, lack of skills, and still a thick-skinned chubby guy, praised Qin Ruhan. Suddenly, the chubby guy's smile disappeared, leaving him standing there in disbelief. After all, he was just a boastful chubby guy. Meanwhile, Yuan Su took the stage. The entire audience fell silent, focusing on the stage, eagerly awaiting this century's battle. Even the usually quiet Mo Yu's eyes were shining with excitement. She came to the Southern Peak tournament to witness the battle between these two, as only the winner between them would be eligible to compete for the title of Night King. The bell rang. Yuan Su made his move, using the same technique that defeated Lingyu in the previous match, Stormy Sword. It first blocked the opponent's retreat, then condensed the sword aura for a decisive strike. Damn! More than half of the audience stood up in excitement. They hadn't expected Yuan Su to come out with such a strong move. How would Lingyu counter this? Very curious, Moya was increasingly excited. Was it possible that Lingyu had figured out this move in just 2 days? Lingyu, you must survive. Qin Mingyu quietly clasped her hands together in front of her chest. The IC female CEO, who didn't even blink when she placed 300 billion, now closed her beautiful eyes, unable to watch the stage, silently praying for Lingyu. Father of the child, you have to win. Whoosh! Just as the sword aura was gathering, Lingyu seemed to have a breakthrough moment, seizing Yuan Su's wrist with precision. Both were using their internal strength and physical strength to fight. No one was gaining the upper hand. While the sword aura vortex intensified, the eye of the storm grew larger. Lingyu twisted his body to evade. Yuan Su's sword aura directly destroyed the railing and ropes of the stage, slicing them into pieces. The crowd gasped in horror at the immense power. Without witnessing it themselves, they wouldn't believe there were warriors of this caliber in the world. Watching with increasing excitement, Moya suddenly changed her mind, feeling that both of them had the potential to become the Night King. She wanted to bring them back to Night Island. As Lingyu landed on his feet, he immediately unleashed the Drunken Dragon 100 Claws behind Yuan Su. The old drunkard was thrilled to see this move as he believed the techniques he taught were still effective. To everyone's surprise, despite losing the initial advantage, Yuan Su effortlessly found Lingyu's vulnerability after evading the 100 Claws and suddenly struck with a sword move that seemed to envelop all directions. Lingyu was astonished, even though he had mastered the essence of changing techniques. He felt that Yuan Su was just like him. What's going on? Could it be that you? Lingyu couldn't help but speak up. The curve at the corner of Yuan Su's mouth became more devilish, and his slightly flushed eyes showed increasing killing intent. The two continued their exchange on the stage. Lingyu seemed a bit distracted, his thoughts involuntarily returning to that year. Lingyu, Lin Fan, Yuan Su, what's going on? None of the three showed up for class today. 20 years ago in Hero Village, the teacher was calling the roll and was surprised to find that 3 students were absent, which made her very angry. Rune was also counting on her fingers, realizing that her study group was empty. What's going on? Lin Fen and Lingyu. Fine. But why is Yuan Su absent? He never skips class. 2 days later, the 3 students were punished by the teacher to stand. This is unacceptable. Skipping classes is one thing, but you even went to dig up the villagers' radishes and destroy the ancestors' woven fences. You need to reflect on your actions. The teacher scolded angrily before storming back to the classroom. While the teacher was busy writing on the blackboard, Luna cautiously peeked her head out and asked softly, "What's going on with you guys?" Lin Fen immediately grinned and said, "Yesterday, Ling Yu and I saw two rabbits on our way to school, a big one and a small one. They seemed to have been bitten by some animal and were close to dying. Oh. Luna nodded repeatedly, looking at Ling Yu with curiosity. And then, Ling Yu continued, since it was a bit cold, Lin Fan took them away while I dug up some carrots from the villagers to feed them. Luna realized, so that's what happened. She immediately felt sorry for Ling Yu. Why didn't you tell the truth to the teacher? She was going to tell the ancestors and might even announce it in the village. If they knew you were trying to save the animals, they might forgive you. Ling Yu scratched his head. It's not necessary. I dug up the villagers' radishes. No matter what I intended to do with them, it was still harming their interests. They had every right to scold me. You dummy. Luna was a bit frustrated with Ling Yu. Are all heroes so simple and selfless, always thinking about others at their own expense? Nano, why didn't you ask me? Yuanzhu finally couldn't help but speak out. Well, what did you do, Yuanzhu? Luna turned to him, her expression visibly changing from before. The difference between being interested and not interested was noticeable, and Yuanzhu could tell. Luna, what did you say during class? If you want to talk, you can also go stand outside. Suddenly, the teacher's stern shout caught the attention of the surrounding students, causing laughter. Luna suddenly felt like crying and walked out feeling unjust. Nano, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Yuanzhu immediately apologized. If I hadn't asked you, the teacher wouldn't have noticed you. Luna smiled at Yuanzhu, but she still wasn't curious about what Yuanzhu had done. He spent a day building a nest for the rabbits with a fence, but no one seemed to appreciate his kindness. Nonetheless, Luna felt that Ling Yu was very kind and considerate of others. Meanwhile, on the stage, Ling Yu held Yuanzhu's wrist and brought him close, suddenly bringing up the incident from years ago. The day you made a nest for the rabbits, you couldn't have spent the whole day on it. Did you sneak into the ancestors' bedroom while they were away? Yuanzhu's eyes turned red, and with a slightly evil smile, he replied, why are you suddenly mentioning that now? I remember that after that day, your martial art suddenly became much stronger, and now, you even know the Wushu's ultimate skill. Ling Yu speculated, did you peek at the ancestors' secret manual before but couldn't master it back then, and now you've reached the second level? Heh. Yuanzhu burst into laughter again, looking a bit crazy. Exactly. Otherwise, why would I, as the disciple of the ancestor, serve him for 20 years? Am I just a dog to you all? You don't have to care about me, just make use of me and exploit me. Used to using me, Yuanzhu angrily retorted. Ling Yu couldn't answer his question, only saying, I don't know how Nana sees you, but I've always looked at you as a friend. A friend? Yuanzhu sneered coldly again, then suddenly roared, friends are meant to be betrayed, right? You killed Nana, enjoyed yourself with a wife, and now you want to kill me, yet you claim to be a friend? Are you sincere or fake? Furious, he pushed Ling Yu away and attacked continuously. A terrifying scene unfolded, with Yuanzhu cutting the fence around the stage to pieces and leaving horrifying cracks on the ground. To match his high intensity and taste made everyone in the audience feel tense, fearing they might miss something thrilling if they blinked. Ancestor, aren't you being unfair? Did you already know that Yuanzhu had secretly learned the Wushu's ultimate skill, so you deliberately passed it on to Ling Yu? The old drunk suddenly criticized. The ancestor nodded slightly. Yes, unfortunately, even now Yuanzhu has yet to comprehend the third level. He is destined not to understand, but there might be hope for Ling Yu. The old drunk's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. The two young men on the stage were evenly matched in internal strength, having mastered the first two levels of the Wushu's ultimate skill. Other techniques had become redundant. The outcome depended on who could break through to the third level during the battle. They traded hundreds of moves, thrilling the audience below. This was the kind of final match they had been waiting for. What should we do? Yuanzhu is becoming more aggressive with each strike. Can Ling Yu hold on? Qin Ruhan began to worry. Qin Mingyu also placed her hand on her belly, feeling anxious. It seemed Ling Yu had underestimated something about Yuanzhu. Ling Yu had thought going into this match that he had a secure victory since he hadn't fully mastered the Wushu's ultimate skill. But now, Yuanzhu had suddenly gained the Sichuan insight within 2 days, throwing both into a deadlock. What worked against Ling Yu was that Yuanzhu's bright yin technique would become more berserk the longer they fought, and he was already beginning to lose control. Crack! They exchanged a strike, causing Ling Yu to retreat 3 steps in a row. Ha ha ha, Ling Yu, You're still no match for me after all. They all misjudged. I'll prove to everyone that I'm right. Yuanzhu had become frenzied, his eyes bloodshot with what seemed like blood running down, repeatedly chanting those two lines as he relentlessly attacked Ling Yu. Even Fang, typically calm and composed, had to admit he wouldn't necessarily withstand 10 moves against Yuanzhu. Even if Fang Jia came forward, he might not be able to defeat Yuanzhu. Ling Yu's resilience to remain undefeated for over 100 moves was already impressive. In the past, he would have been the undisputed martial god, but fate had him face this terrifying demon this time. Ling Yu's injuries were increasing, and he found himself trapped in the same dilemma as in the previous match. To defeat Yuanzhu, he could only try to use the dragon palm to bring them both down. However, at that moment, a voice cried out. Qin Mingyu, typically composed and steady, finally couldn't contain herself and stood up, shouting hoarsely, Ling Yu, you can't die. We all need you. Doom. Hearing those words, Ling Yu suddenly woke up, as if his entire body was suddenly engulfed in flames. That's right. He couldn't die. He was a man with a wife and child to take care of now. Not only that, if he lost, the South Continent Business Council would plunge into darkness, and he wouldn't be able to avenge his fallen Volve warriors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yuanzhu's consecutive attacks all fell short. This wouldn't have been surprising before the start of the match, but the fact that Ling Yu, who had just seemed to be at his weakest moments ago, was now effortlessly dodging Yuanzhu's attacks, truly caught everyone off guard. Yuanzhu suddenly had a bad premonition. He felt Ling Yu suddenly becoming incredibly hot. He seemed to see Ling Yu's whole body on fire. He saw within Ling Yu an immensely massive soul awakening. That soul? Could this be the immortal soul of a war god that ancestors spoke of? One that must not fall, eh? Ling Yu countered with a nonchalant punch. Yuanzhu dodged, but for some reason, he couldn't avoid it. He finally took a punch from Ling Yu, continuously retreating over a dozen steps before regaining his footing. How is this possible? Yuanzhu looked incredulously at Ling Yu in front of him. Ling Yu even had his eyes closed. At this moment, Yuanzhu seemed to see a wall of energy behind Ling Yu. Panicked, Yuanzhu subconsciously scanned his surroundings. When he saw that the ancestor was still alive, even smiling at him, his inner turmoil grew even more pronounced. Come again. Ling Yu still had his eyes closed, waving his hands. His hand movements were visibly slow, but they created illusions, making it impossible to discern the real from the fake. Finally understood. Heh. The ancestor smiled gratifyingly. It was this powerful sense of responsibility that supported Ling Yu's transformation into today's powerful figure. The old drunkard finally relaxed, drinking heartily. Stop bluffing. I'll kill you. Yuanzhu roared, drawing his swords and vowing to cut Ling Yu into pieces. However, no matter how intricate or ferocious his moves were, they still couldn't inflict the slightest harm on Ling Yu. Ling Yu threw another punch, a seemingly ordinary move, perfectly timed, making Yuanzhu unable to evade in his frenzy. Pop. Another hit. Yuanzhu took this punch, falling face down on the arena, resembling a toad. The once elegant young man with flowing locks now looked disheveled and unkempt. Not to mention the ancestors sigh. Even Shen Xiaopeng and Lin Fen sighed, in secret. The Yuanzhu on the stage was completely different from the one they knew. A changed man. The old Yuanzhu was always deep and calm, never roaring in battle. But today's Yuanzhu, while exhibiting increased strength and speed, had martial cultivation that had declined to a pitiful extent. Why? Yuanzhu spat blood, staring in astonishment. At this moment, he seemed to see all the spectators sitting behind Ling Yu. Not only that, it was as if the entire village's people were standing behind Ling Yu. Ling Yu had over 1 billion supporters behind him, like an impenetrable wall protecting all those behind him. It was as if once he fell, chaos would descend upon everyone behind him. Qin Mingyu prayed silently behind Ling Yu, giving him an unbeatable buff. Startled, Yuanzhu turned back to look behind him. Suddenly, he felt incredibly desolate in his heart. Behind him, there was only darkness. His parents were calling his name, but he couldn't even see their faces. Turning back to Ling Yu, he even saw Luna, who had died at Ling Yu's hands, supporting him. Why is it like this? Yuanzhu fell into madness, once again throwing himself at Ling Yu without regard for his life. But no matter how mighty he was, he could not bring Ling Yu down. Ling Yu's fist, in every move, effortlessly found its mark on his body. Pop. Yuan Zhu fell to the ground once again, deafening. The audience was stunned, unable even to gasp in shock. Ha ha. What move is this, Ling Yan? I can't understand it at all. Mo Chu couldn't help but exclaim. If even he couldn't comprehend the moves, what hope was there? Experts like Seng, Moran, and Elderly were also amazed. This is no style. The ancestor finally sighed, unchanging, yet endlessly diverse. Only no style can never be broken. The old drunkard chuckled as well. Ling Yu's moves were even more unfathomable than his drunken fist. Yes, brother-in-law is amazing. I love you. Qin Ruhan, who had been holding back all night, finally burst out emotionally, not caring that her sister was right beside her, jumping up and shouting excitedly. Qin Mingyu also disregarded other sounds, her heart pounding to her throat, finally releasing the tension. Ling Yu is so amazing. Have we won the championship, Qin family? The four aunts of the Qin family were also excited, embracing tightly. Qin Zaimai, far from the Qin family, seeing the united and excited women of the family, felt a pang of regret in her heart. She also wished she could be part of their family. She should have been one of them. But now, the next moment, Ling Yu advanced towards Yuan Zhu step by step. There was no fear in Yuan Shu's eyes, only resentment and confusion. Up until now, he still couldn't understand why Ling Yu's inner strength was so formidable. Just when everyone thought Ling Yu was about to deliver the final blow to Yuan Zhu, he instead used the 9-yang finger technique to ease the surging and chaotic aura within Yuan Shu's body. Gradually, the blood no longer flowed from Yuan Shu's eyes, and the crimson gaze softened. Go back, the ancestor will forgive you. Ling Yu didn't strike the final blow. He knew that Yuan Zhu was a pitiful person, orphaned at a young age, growing up in a loveless environment. The woman he loved never reciprocated, and ultimately died at the hands of his rival. Ling Yu acknowledged that he wouldn't fare any better if he were in Yuan Shu's shoes. Fortunately, he had a loving mother and sister, and a beautiful and supportive wife. With that in mind, Ling Yu hurriedly looked at Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu smiled at him, no longer an icy wife but a cheerful and blossoming flower field. Watching Ling Yu's back, towering like an insurmountable mountain, Yuan Zhu looked at his own wife with envy. Ling Yu then turned around, continuing to reassure him. The ancestor considers you family, and you still have a beautiful sister. Suitable women are everywhere.